Palmolive Beauty Box Theater, starring lovely Jessica Dragonette, Charles Coleman, Palmolive tenor, the Beauty Box Orchestra, directed by Al Goodman and the Palmolive Chorus. Presented every Wednesday by the makers of Palmolive, the beauty soap made with olive oil. Tonight, Franz Lehar's The Count of Luxembourg. But here is Jessica Dragonette.
That won't stay. Good evening, my friends, and welcome to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater. Tonight, Charles Kuhlman sings romantic Count Rene, while I portray the operatic star, Arlene. Our story begins in the Latin Quarter of Paris. A carnival is in progress, and Count Rene and his artist friends are making the most of it.
The noble founder of our line has treasures rich and many, but he had ways and tastes like mine and couldn't keep a penny. With cards and dice, with wine and girls, he gave and spent and lent all, and left a box of ladies' pearls, and let us sentimental. And as we have succeeded, we all have done as he did. We spend and lose, and then we owe. The Luxembourgs are always so. We lend it, spend it, and lend out the window, spend it, with wine and women, sport and play. That is the Luxembourg way, for money's made to scatter, and when it's gone, no matter, you still can have your bit of fun. That's how it's done. They lend it, spend it, and it, and out the window, stand it, wine and beer, sport and play. That is the Luxembourg way, for money's made to scatter, and when it's gone, no matter, you still can have your bit of fun. That's how
Go away, all of you. I want to be alone with my friend, the Count of Luxembourg.
Farewell, my friend. Stay out of that if you can.
Well, my dear Grand Duke, it's my wedding day, isn't it? Where is my bride?
Waiting for us in your studio. And the minute the ceremony is over, I shall give you the 10,000 francs we agreed on.
I can pay poor Anatole's debts and get him out of jail. If I knew any other way to raise the money, I'd never go through with this marriage.
Come, Count. You need money, and Russian etiquette requires the Grand Duke's bride to have a title. I give you the money, you give her the title.
Convenient, isn't it?
In 3 months you can divorce her, and then, dream of love come true. But remember, during those 3 months, you're to have
nothing whatever to do.
You took the words right out of my mouth.
Very well. Let's adjourn to my humble studio and get it over.
No, not yet. Not till I've arranged everything. But wait right here till I come back for you.
At your service, Duke.
Well, my little delight, my darling distracting Angel, are you ready for the ceremony?
Yes, Your Highness. Though I would like to run away.
You shall the moment it's over. Think of it, my little Angeli, chorus, small part, prima donna, countess, and grand duchess, all in 2 years.
Why, I appreciate all Your Highness has done for me.
Not Highness. I'm your little rootsy pootsie. Oh, I can hardly wait till I make you my grand duchess. Can you?
I shall do my best to make you happy. But it's not easy to command love.
Oh, my pet, I'll soar your little heart and make it blossom with love. Why, my Coakley used to call me her Lion d'Amour, her Lion of Love.
Who was Coakley?
Oh, Coakley. She was a Russian princess who went mad over my waltzing. But perhaps I'd better call her taught in the Count. Stay there behind the screen, won't you? Your little rootsy pootsie will be right back.
Rootsy, Pootsie. Still, I should be grateful to him. Without his help, I would never be prima donna of the Paris Opera. I wonder what the Count is like. Whether he's young and handsome and Ah, but then, dreams of love are not for me. Be it so, my visions of romance may go, a dream that I shall never I only must forget the dream I never saw as yet, the lover that I have not what I have not known, that love I never now may know. Let others fall in love with me and worship me forever. Those city men may woo me, their love is nothing to me. The goddess will be never a slave to I will forget the tales I know of happy lovers long ago. It is not much I lose, a little love I know not whose, and better is the fate I choose. It is a idle song, love, can never be for long, love, you are not worth the sun,
Come right in, Count. Now, you stand on this side of the stream. You mustn't see each other.
Oh, come now, Duke. Is that fair? To be separated from my bride on my wedding day?
On this occasion, you're nothing but an innocent bystander. A convenient means of making my sweetheart a Grand Duchess.
And the Grand Duchess is a cousin of a star, isn't she?
Indeed she is. What do you think of that, Count?
Believe me, Duke, I'm quite impressed to be in the presence of impending royalty. Be your royal highness.
I shall be your royal highness.
Cousin to the Tsar.
Operatic star, I shall simply die of shyness.
Follow, hand upon my heart. Manner that is my name. To play the part, played by a grandee. Yes, 1, 2, 3, the Duchess and the Duke. No one shall his choice of you review. Operatic art, that will be no bar. You'll be cousins of the Tsar. Yes, 1, 2, 3, the Duchess and the Duke. No one shall his choice of you review. Operatic art, that will be no bar. You'll be cousins of the
Ah, the registrar has arrived. You may proceed at once, sir.
Yes, Your Highness. Before me here appears on the right side of the screen
Renee, Countess of
Rene, Count of Luxembourg, bachelor, And Mademoiselle on the left side of the screen.
Name to be filled in afterwards.
And Mademoiselle name to be filled in afterwards. Since, you do declare yourselves ready to contract a legal marriage according to the laws of France. You do also declare no obstacle stands in the way of your marriage.
Except the screen.
Go on.
You will now place a ring on the bride's finger.
But, Mr. Registrar, how can I with the screen between us?
I could put my hand through the screen. There.
Oh, such a beautiful hand. So tiny and soft.
Do you really like it?
I'm proud to put my ring on it. There. There's a kiss.
Stop it. You're breaking our agreement.
My husband's merely kissing my hand, Your Highness.
May I remind you, you've never met the man. You mustn't regard marriage as an introduction.
I now pronounce you man and wife.
I'd give anything to see you, my blushing bride.
Oh, and if I could only see you, my mysterious bridegroom.
No, not that look, not that peek.
I'm sorry to leave you, Count, but we both must take the road of a marriage a la mode. She goes right, she goes left, out of mind, out of sight. He's a lonely palm with ready, that's a truly happy feeling.
He goes right, he goes left, the arrangement's very there. Both are free from any care. Hail the
I wonder what it's like to fall in love. You see, I'm not quite sure what real love is. Love is a dream. Say not that hope is vain. Say not that fate will redeem. Perfect love will
have it. It's not fair to me. Angel, I insist we leave at once.
Goodbye, Countess. I feel as though fortune was slipping through my fingers. A dream that falls to my heart now be born. Fortune offers you now a dance to catch and to hold. But once, never again, the dream of gold, of soul. Sing on land, sing on mine, out of mine, out of mine. Sing the lonely happy wedding, and the truly happy wedding.
She goes right, she goes left.
The arrangement's very dead. Both are free from any care. Hail the
So Rene, Count of Luxembourg, says goodbye to his unseen bride Angele with a promise not to make himself known to her until after the divorce. The story continues in a few minutes. Now back to the Palmolive Beauty Box Theater, starring lovely Jessica Dragonette and Charles Coleman, star of the Metropolitan Opera in The Count of Luxembourg. The time, 3 months later. The Grand Duke, Gunsmoke, is giving a party in honor of his approaching marriage to Angele, who's just arrived from her farewell appearance at the opera. She sits apart from the rest, wondering whether she is right to sacrifice her career for marriage with the Grand Duke.
Mademoiselle, but I heard your voice and knew you were here. Isn't this your glove?
Why, yes. Where did you find it?
I saw you drop it as you left the opera tonight.
And whom may I thank?
No thanks are necessary, mademoiselle. Think only how happy you have made a man whose very pulse quickens at the sight of.
But we have never met before.
Not like this, perhaps. But I have adored you from a distance. Even now it seems impossible I am alone with Angele Didier, prima donna of the Paris Opera.
Your words are most flattering, monsieur. But now, may I have my glove?
Of course. May I help you put it on?
If you like. But it belongs on this hand.
A lovely hand, mademoiselle. There is something in the touch of it that fills me with tender memory.
To put my glove on, you must listen.
Why should I? When I can look into your eyes.
Very well, then. I'll turn them away.
While I wait an eternity for another glance. Oh, mademoiselle, I'm hopelessly in love with you.
But you've only known me a few moments.
Is it really but a few moments?
Oh, that I now adore. Have we not loved before? How could I else have known? You are my love, my own. Love is a dream, you say, passing at dawn of day. But the glove at least is real. Your glove is a picture. It's a song. The scent of red clover again reminds me the smell of a meadow after rain. Reminds me, it seems like a magical hand that once I looked upon. One that was like a dream, and like a dream was gone. Your glove at least seemed real, and just like a dream was gone.
Monsieur, I must be frank with you. I'm already married.
So am I.
I congratulate you.
I congratulate you.
But I'm going to be divorced.
So am I. Let's dance together in honor of our coming freedom.
I don't believe I should, really.
Are you going to dance?
No, merci, mon ami.
May not I have a dance?
Well, not with me, as you see.
Do you find any fault in the way that I walk? If you do, will not you explain?
It is perfectly true.
Why distress you can guess?
When I'm walking with you,
You confess more or less.
that we both of us seem to have danced in a dream.
Shall we try, you and I again?
Shall we try just we two, you and I and you?
Let us believe the dream is true, that you love me and I love you. Dreams you see may come true, like little children hand in hand, dancing away to
So you're to be divorced. May I inquire who is the unlucky man?
The Count of Luxembourg.
The Count of Lux. Then it was you on the other side of the screen.
Other side of the screen? Who are you?
I am the Count of Luxembourg.
And you dared make love to me.
I didn't know who you were, believe me.
Oh, how can I? I wouldn't have dreamed that you're the kind of man to sell his name and honor for a sum of money.
Don't forget you wanted to be a Grand Duchess.
For that, I loathe you. Now go. Please go at once.
Which, thank you, mademoiselle. Adieu. Adieu, my stepchild.
Here I am, Your Highness.
Well, it is. What's wrong, Angel?
Oh, I can't wait until I'm divorced from that horrible Count of Luxembourg.
I know, my dove. You want to marry your little Ruthie,
It's impossible.
Who?
The Count.
Oh, yes, indeed he is, my dear.
I suppose he jumped at the chance of marrying me.
He had to jump, my dear. The sheriff was just to jump behind him.
The sheriff? Oh, was he going to jail?
Not the Count, but a friend of his had been incarcerated for being a debt. So I paid the debt, the friend went free, and the Count married me.
Oh. So then he sold his titles to save his friend.
Something silly like that. But what's all this about the Count anyway?
Whatever it is, Your Highness, I insist you rush divorce proceedings so I can leave the city tomorrow morning.
The final papers will be ready for you at 9. At 9:15, Angel, my dove, you and I shall be married.
Married, Ruthie? Who's getting married?
Spookily. You.
Nobody else, my little Ruthie Bootsy. But what's all this about you getting married? You're marrying me.
Am I? How do you know?
The Tsar said so. Kiss me, my hero, my lion of love. We're engaged. Here's the Tsar's written consent. I thought I'd never get it out of him.
But how about my consent?
The Tsar's consent is a command.
Yes, it is, isn't it?
Well, Angel, my child, I'm afraid I must leave you alone here with the Count.
Oh, so soon.
Oh, I suppose it's all right, though. He is your husband, isn't he?
Come along, my little lion.
Yes, my little lioness. I'm coming.
Renee, please forgive me. Now I know why you took part in this fantastic marriage of ours. And I admire you for it.
Admire? That's not enough, Countess.
Then, Renee, I love you.
And I love you, Angel. Madly, passionately. But I really can't ask you to marry me.
But you can ask me to stay married.
I'll die heartbroken if you don't.
Say not love is a dream. Say not that hope is vain.
Say not that cruel fate will redeem. Perfect love
And so the Count and Countess of Luxembourg decided to stay married and no doubt lived happily ever after. In just a moment, Jessica Dragonette will be here to tell you about next week.
Yes.
Lovely Jessica Dragonette.
Thank you, Jean Paul King. Next week, we're bringing you a parade of favorite songs from all the operettas chosen from your letters. Do you remember? I'll see you again whenever spring breaks through again. This is Jessica Dragonette bidding you all good night.
Here's the good word. Good evening, this is Herb Ellis welcoming you to The Good Word starring Evangeline Baker and Tom Paxton. The second in a new series of games, and seated on our stage this evening are representatives of the good cities of Richmond and Burlingame who will compete in word spellings and definitions for the title of Bay Area Spelling Champions plus $100 in cash. 6 cities are entered in this competition: San Francisco, Oakland, Berkeley, Alameda, Richmond, and Burlingame. And besides the natural competition between the cities, we are expecting the added fireworks of competition between the sexes, because 3 of our cities are represented by women, the other 3 by men. As gifts for the women, giant orchid corsages from Belli and Belli, and for the men, custom-designed wallets by Davignon. And now to add to the hair pulling, we have 2 moderators on the show. Representing the women, we have Miss Evangeline Baker, and representing the men, who else but KGO's popular young man with words, Tom Paxton. Well, Tom, what's the good word for tonight?
Well, I've got lots of good words for tonight, Herb Ellis, and we start bouncing them back and forth in just a moment. But in the meantime, I'd like to make it quite clear right now that I am rooting for the men's team. It's nothing personal, you ladies of the Richmond Venture Club. After all, it's my job to pick your words and ask you to spell them, and then, if you can, give me the definition. But being a man, you know that I naturally like to see the stronger sex come out on top. You know what I mean?
You would you?
Oh, yes, I would. And that's Evangeline Baker, and I'm my number 1 ego deflator. What's the good word for tonight, Evangeline?
Well, Tommy, if you don't mind, I'll just save my good words for the men of the Burlingame Lions Club. Although I hope you gentlemen will just kind of try to understand a woman's fickleness when I tell you that my heart really belongs to my gals sitting over there. And whatever you do, gals, don't you let me down, will you?
Well, there you have it, friends. Members and rooters for both teams are seated in our studio audience to cheer their teams on to victory for their respective cities, Burlingame and Richmond. And now on with the good word with your host, Tom Paxton, and your hostess, Evangeline Baker.
All right, thank you very much. And now, Evangeline, suppose I pick the first word for a member of your ladies' team of the Richmond Venture Club, okay?
Proceed, Tom. And girls, come out fighting.
Yeah, you do that, girl. Will you stand up, please, there? You are, first of all, Mrs.?
Eleanor Janet.
You are Mrs.?
Yes, I am.
Oh, good. You don't look like you have that Miss look to you there, Mrs. Janet.
Happily married.
For how long?
6 months.
6 months?
Uh-huh.
Well, you practically are a miss there. You're from the city of Richmond, right?
Yes, uh-huh.
That's what your team represents. Well, before I give you the good word, I'd better explain that this championship word competition spreads over a 10-week period. The 2 leading teams at the end of 9 weeks of competition will meet on the 10th week for our grand prize. Tonight you'll be asked first to spell the word and then to define it. In other words, it's possible to win 2 points for each word. Understood, Mrs. Janish?
Yes, I understand. I just wish ladies weren't first.
Well, this is one of those cases, I think. All right, here we go with the first good word. The word is acknowledge. Can you give me the spelling, please, first of all?
ACKNOWLEDGE.
I'm awfully sorry there, Mrs. Janish. I'm going to have to give you a point for that.
Oh,
you got it right.
Oh.
All right, you got a point. Now let's find out if you can define the word for me, please.
Oh, let me think.
Acknowledge.
Acknowledge. To recognize?
To recognize, I think that's enough. That gives you another point, and that gives you 2 points for the word acknowledge. Oh, they're starting out good tonight, but I don't know. Wait till we get to girl number 2. What's the good word from you, Evangeline?
You see, they're not only pretty and glamorous, but they're really smart, too.
Mm-hmm.
All right, now we'll see about Burlingame Lions Club and Tom's team. All right, if you'll stand up. The first gentleman in the Burlingame Lions team. Will you introduce yourself, sir?
Yes, I'm Robert Moore from Burlingame. I was principal of the Roosevelt Elementary School there. I now work for Miss Abbott, the county superintendent.
And in your position, you are expected to know just about all of the words in the dictionary?
Oh, no, you've got it wrong. The teachers know the words. I was a principal.
I see. Well, all right. The tables are turned tonight because, you see, I have a little list in my hand, and I know exactly how to spell them, and I know what they mean. Now, I think we're all going to enjoy turning the tables and see how you feel as a student. All ready?
Ready?
All right, I'm going to make this
Fire at will.
just as difficult as I possibly can. Let me see if I can find a particularly difficult one. Well, here's a good one. Exigency. Exigency. Now, does that sound better?
Exigency. EXIGENCY. That means a tough spot like I'm in now, doesn't it?
You know what? It comes right down to it. Everything means it depends on how you pronounce it. Is that right? What does the bird say? The bird says it's all right, no cuckoos. Mr. Morgan. I promised to make it just as tough as I could, Tommy. Now see what you can do.
Oh, yeah, but you know these school principals, they got to get those words right. All right, that ties us up, 2 and 2. Now we turn to Miss Mary Hall. Is that right, Mary?
Yes, that's right.
And you are a member of the
Richmond Child Care Center staff.
The Richmond?
Yes, I am a supervisor in East Shore Child Care Center. That's one of the very small nursery schools in the whole group.
Uh-huh. You take care of children, Mrs.
Yes,
Hall?
I do. Mm-hmm.
Oh, wonderful. What ages?
Well, we have them from 2 to 12.
2 to 12.
Preschool as well as the school-age
Look out,
children.
Tom's tricking you. Look out.
Just thought I'd say I have one, you know, Miss Hall.
Well, you can enroll them in about 2 years, I guess.
2 years, that'd be right. It's 3 days old now. That's the truth. All right, we have a pretty difficult word for you. Would you like to give up now, or do you want to?
No, I'll take a chance.
All right, we'll give it to you. Here it is. Your good word is exorbitant.
Exorbitant.
First the spelling, that's right.
Uh-huh. EXORBITANT.
And that wins you 1 point, Miss Hall. All right, now, the definition of exorbitant is?
Too high. Let's see.
You know, I could make you go on there, but you're right anyway.
I know.
Go ahead. All right, that gives you 2 points. Thank you very much. I'm afraid they're a little bit too good for me tonight, Evangeline. I'm having a very difficult time tripping them up over here. Well, do you have another good word for my
I certainly do, Tom, and they're a very intelligent-looking group, I must say, so I'm going to do my best to mispronounce every word I possibly can. It seems to me that's the only way I'm ever going to defeat this team. Good evening, sir, and welcome to Good Word. Will you introduce yourself?
This is Kenneth Flynn. I work for Robert W. Gates as credit manager in Burlingame, a men's and women's apparel clothing store.
I have an idea that you use a good many words in the particular business you're in. You send out those very pointed little notices when people are slow paying the bills?
Really mostly form letters.
I see. Somebody figured them all out as far as what the words meant. Is that right?
That's silly.
I imagine sometimes the customers aren't exactly sure what the words mean, though, are they?
Well, I hope so.
Say, tell me something about Lions Club. You fellas are going to have quite a celebration here in San Francisco next week.
They're having quite a convention beginning Sunday, and it'll be over. It's an international convention. There'll be 335,000 members in Lionism, and so it'll be quite a convention, and it'll be well worth seeing their parades and activities that will be had there.
So that sounds like a commercial for Lions Time. Did you put them up to that, Tommy?
No, I didn't.
Well, all right.
Let's go ahead with the word, shall we?
All right, we'll get on with the word at this particular time, and your word is incandescent.
Incandescent.
Aha!
Absolutely correct. And how about the definition of incandescent?
I would say that would be for lighting purposes, heating, light.
How about that, Judge? Do we accept that?
Absolutely right.
Absolutely right. 2 more points for your team, Tommy.
Oh, my goodness. Well, here's a lady that looks like she is about ready to be tripped up. Mrs. Dorothy Mills or Wills?
Wills.
And you are?
I'm a receptionist for the Richmond Red Cross.
In what particular department?
In the home service.
In the home service department of the Red Cross. What specific duties do you have, Mrs. Mills?
Well, several. I greet the people as they come in. We have services to veterans and to servicemen and their families.
I see. Have a great chance to use a good vocabulary then, do you?
Yes.
Oh, you do? I don't like that in the least bit. All right. Anti-disestablishmentarianismistically.
You gave that one last week.
I certainly did, and it isn't on the list, so we'll go ahead and ask you the word that is on the list, which happens to be correlate.
Correlate. Let's see. C-O-R...
Can you go ahead with it?
Yeah, O-L-L-A-T-E.
That means you're wrong there, Mrs. Wills. It's C-O-R-R-E-L-A-T-E. Correlate.
I really got it wrong.
Well, that's all right. You'll have a chance here to get another point out of it by defining it for me correctly.
Well, to correlate something, to match things up. Things that are similar.
To be related, you mean?
Mm-hmm.
All right, that gives you a half of it. Anyway, you just won 1 point. Okay, so it looks like Mrs. Dorothy Mills here gets a half of 2 points, which, of course, would be 1 point. All right, Evangeline.
That
our
all
next
looks
man
very
over there.
good over there. However, we are going to have an opportunity to see what happens next here. We have Mr. Edward Heavey. Is that correct, sir?
That's correct.
How about telling us something about your job?
Well, I'm a high school teacher of history, Burlingame. That doesn't necessarily qualify me for spelling, though.
You've just been associated with a lot of words, huh?
That's right.
Well, tell us something about that job of yours down there. What do school teachers do in the summertime when you have vacation?
Well, school teachers usually go out and have a good time, but in these recent years, they've been working a great deal, I think.
Probably always have fun with the Lions, though. Do you go to a luncheon meeting every single week?
Every week.
You know, I've always understood that the Lions really do a tremendous job in every city where they organize, but it seems to me when they have conventions, they just toss a lot of the seriousness aside and just have a whale of a time, don't they?
That's true, especially the Lions.
I think so. You think, in other words, we just better take up the sidewalk next week when the Lions come to town?
That's right.
Now, I hope that we've completely confused you thinking about the good time you're going to have, but let me see if I can find a horrible word for you. Implacable.
Implacable. I-M-P-L-A-C-A-B-L-E.
Fine, that's
right.
good.
Right. No matter how I pronounce them, they spell them correctly anyway. Now, what does it mean?
Implacable means impossible to
what?
Agree with a person.
Could you go a little more into detail?
Tom's
You know
really
exactly
pulling
what
for
it
you.
is. I mean, go ahead and tell her. You know, it's pretty simple.
Well, a person is implacable by disagreeable.
That's getting closer. That's it. Not to be appeased or satisfied is the absolute meaning of that. Well, Tom, you just relax a little bit now.
Oh, thank you. That man scared the living daylights out of me, I'm telling you that. Don't be so hesitant next time over there. Let's come right out with the answer. All right, our next lady is Miss
Gay Hall.
Miss Gay Hall. Oh, you're the sister of Miss Mary Hall we had down here a moment ago.
Yeah.
Oh, fine. What do you do, Gay?
I'm secretary to the chief navigator at Pan American Airways.
Oh, you
But
are?
I have a dictionary on my desk.
Oh, you...
I just have to reach for it.
Okay, I sincerely hope you have to reach for this one because don't you girls pile up too many points up there. We men have to come out ahead. Let's go right into your word, which in this particular case happens to be chicanery. Chicanery. Oh, that is tough.
Oh, I take it quick. CHACENERY.
Chicanery, I'm sorry, it's CHICANERY. Well, that loses you 1 point. Let's see if you can lose another one here, Miss Hall.
Well, it's a term up to no good, such as you're trying to ruffle me.
You're absolutely right. It's petty evasion or trickery, and you just won 1 point out of a possible 2. Now, back to Evangeline Baker again.
All right, and we have another member of the Burlingame Lions Club, and this time is Mr. Maurice Rothschild. And tell us something about your job down there, Mr. Rothschild.
Well, I see it says a registered sanitarian, but that's really nothing more than a sanitary inspector.
I have an idea that there's probably a little more than meets the eye to that title, too. What do you do down there?
Well, do you want it complete?
Now, I wonder, is it going to upset you a little bit to talk about this? Is it going to make you nervous?
No, we're interested in environmental sanitation.
Well, I was hoping it would upset you. Go on, talk a little longer.
Well...
He could clean up this program a little bit for one thing.
Everything from outhouses to restaurants.
I see. In other words, to enforce the health and safety code of the state of California.
That's correct.
I'll bet it's nice and clean down there, huh?
It is wonderful.
I know. Say, listen, I'd like to talk about that a lot, but I hope now that you're going to be completely confused by this word. It's etymology.
Etymology?
Mm-hmm.
ETEMOLGY.
Isn't that a shame? But you know what it means, don't you? Tell us what it means.
I think I'm getting that mixed up with entomology.
Maybe I didn't pronounce it right. Did I? Shall I be kind? Did I say etymology?
I believe you did, Evangeline. That loses us 1 point there.
Pardon me?
That loses us 1 point. She did pronounce it correct.
She did pronounce it
I'm awfully
correct.
sorry. I hate to admit it, you know.
Well, let's talk about the Lions Club. We're having a convention here in San Francisco on Sunday the 29th, and we're going to have delegates from 18 foreign countries here. Thank you.
And you don't care if the etymologist or not, huh?
Well, an etymologist concerns to the study of bugs.
Oh, no.
That doesn't happen to be correct, Tom.
No, it doesn't happen to be correct, Evangeline. We got the applause in the wrong place. It happens to be the study of derivation and meaning of words. We just lost 2 points there. Audience, all of you are wrong. Every one of you. Okay, well, we'll go over anyway and talk to our last lady over here. See if we can confuse you a little bit. Mrs. June Hampton, is that right, Mrs.
Yes.
Hampton? Fine. How long have you been married? You look like a newlywed here.
5 years in October.
Oh, 5 years. That isn't too long. What do you do?
I'm secretary to the director of the child care centers in Richmond.
One of our other ladies here was from the child care center.
She is a supervisor in the nursery school, and I am secretary to her big boss.
Oh, all
Why
right.
don't you ask me a little bit about Venture Club?
What about Venture Club? Tell us a little bit about
Well,
it.
Venture Club is also worldwide, and we're sponsored by the Seroptimus Club. And we have just started in Richmond, and we are a service group. And,
Are you future Sister Seroptimists?
well, we could be. We are supposed to be outstanding young businesswomen.
Oh,
with possibilities.
good. Well, fine. We're going to
Now,
have to run right
my
along
plug.
here and ask you. Yeah, that'll cost you money, too, believe me. Can you spell for me the word scythe?
Scythe,
Scythe.
S-C-Y-T-H-E.
That won you 1 point. Can you define the word for another point?
It is an implement for cutting.
A long curved blade used for mowing and reaping is close enough. Thank you very much, Mrs. Hampton. And that one for you 2 points.
And now we have another distinguished member of the Burlingame Lions Club, Judge William A. Finger, who's the Justice of the Peace and also practices law. And since the boss says for us to hurry, sir, we won't talk about those tickets that you probably hand out and the fancy things you write on them. We'll just give you your word very quickly. It's petulant.
Petulant.
Absolutely correct. And what does it mean?
Argumentative.
Well, what do you say about that? Argumentative?
Excellent, that's
it.
it.
Could be petulant, softly rude, hurt, or insolent.
While we're on the question, I'd like to challenge the spelling of one word when the time arrives.
All right, just a moment. We'll do that.
Well, there's the bell ending round one in tonight's competition between Richmond and Burlingame in the Bay Area Spelling Championships. And here's the score at the halfway mark. The Richmond Venture Club, that's the women's team, 8 points, and the Burlingame Lions Club, that's the men, have 8 points, which means that it is a tie.
In the world of that happen? Well, it looks like anything can happen from here on out. I don't know how in the world that happened. Round one is a tie, huh? All right, we're going to have to go into round number 2 now. So we go back to our first lady again, who is Mrs. Eleanor Janish, the high school teacher of physical education, was
Yes,
it? Oh, fine.
You can't expect too much of me, that being the case.
Well, that's all right. We'll give you a fair chance anyway. The next word for you is aggravate. First of all, the definition. 1 point.
Aggravate?
Yes.
To anger.
The definition first.
Well, that's what I said, to anger.
Oh, that's right. Definition is anger. What am I thinking of here? I'm still on that noon program. All right, now the spelling.
Agravate.
That wins you 2 points, and thank you very much. You know, they learn things in physical education, don't they? Other than muscles, I mean. All right, Evangeline.
All right, we're ready for Mr. Bob Moore again of the Lions Club. And your word, sir, is reconnoiter. Now, I just seem to have a tendency to mispronounce them. Do you want me to say reconnoiter?
No, I want you to tell me how to spell it.
I wouldn't do a thing to help you.
R-E-C-O-N. N-O-I-T-E-R.
That's right. That's right.
Relax. Relax now. That's absolutely right. Now, you see, you know how a student feels, don't you?
Yeah, I kind of reconnoitered through the word, too, didn't I?
Yes, you really did.
Is that all right for a definition?
How about that?
You reconnoitered through it?
I kind of scouted my way through, didn't I?
That's right.
Like
Survey. Hey, you see, we're not doing bad here, are we?
All right, it's still even.
Yeah, it is sad, isn't it? We'll have to do something about that with Miss Mary Hall here. The word for you, Mary, this time is bucolic. Bucolic.
Bucolic?
Mm-hmm. The spelling first, of course.
Bucolic.
Oh, listen to those whispers.
B-E-C-U-L-I-C. I don't think I know it.
Yeah, I don't think you do. Okay. That loses you 1 point, but you have a chance to win another point here by giving me the correct definition of bucolic. What does it mean?
It's not a disease, is it?
No, I'm sorry. It pertains to shepherds or herdsmen. That loses 2 points for your team, Evangeline.
And it actually is spelled B-U-C-O-L-I-C. Remember that now if you ever get that one again. And now back to Ken Flynn, and your word is impetuous.
I-M-P-E-T-E-O-U-S.
No, it's I-M-P-E-T-U-O-U-S. But what does it mean?
It means hasty.
I think that's pretty good.
That's
Excitable,
right,
fiery, impulsive, hasty, that's right.
Okay, now our next lady is Mrs. Dorothy Mills once again. Wills, I'm sorry, the receptionist for the Red Cross Home Service Department. Your next word is esophagus. I hate to laugh there, Mrs. Wills, pardon me.
Esophagus. E-S-O-P-H-A-G-U-S.
Gee, you're right. You certainly are. You're right. I'm sorry.
I used to be a nurse.
You did? What's the definition? Tell
That's
me.
your windpipe.
The tube through which
Yeah.
the food passes from mouth to the stomach. Well, I I think we'll give it to her. It says here the food, the tube through which the food passes from the mouth to the stomach, but I guess they breathe through it,
You,
too.
you better not try breathing through it if you want to be that technical. Mr. Hervey, your word is rheumatism. I hope you'll never have it.
Rheumatism. R-H-E-U-M-A-T-I-S-M.
That's right, and what does it mean?
Rheumatism is a infliction or disease of the body, bones in particular.
Fine.
Inflammation of neuralgia affecting the muscles and joints and all
Okay, that gives us 2 more points. And Miss Gay Hall, you're next. You're the Secretary of the Chief Navigator of Pan American Airways, and your word is satiate.
Why do you pick these for me?
Satiate. Starts with an S. I'll give you a hint.
S-A-T-I-A-T-E.
That's right, for 1 point. All right, now the definition for another point.
Satiate.
We're going to have to hurry right along. Sorry.
Um,
You have 5 seconds. 4, 3. Can you tell me satiate too?
well, right offhand, I'd say saturate. But it's probably wrong.
It means to satisfy an appetite. Well, that gives you 1 point anyway, Miss Hall. All right, now here's the bench, I guess.
All right, and for Mr. Rothschild, you have a very good-sounding word. It's sauerkraut.
In the German way or the English?
I didn't know there were 2. Try it in English.
S-A-U-R-K-R-A-U-T.
Oh, my goodness.
It's actually S-A-U-E-R-K-R-A-U-T. And what does it mean?
Sauerkraut is pickled cabbage.
That's right.
I think that's good and what? Good food, too.
Okay, well, that gives us 1 out of a possible 2. And here's Mrs. June Hampton again. And her last word for this round is autonomous.
Autonomous. Autonomous. Huh? Oh, I'm going to have to try. Autonomous.
Take a guess.
A-U-T-O-M-O-N-O-U-S?
It's N-O-M-O-U-S. A-U-T-O-N-O-M-O-U-S, autonomous. But you can still win another point by giving me the correct definition.
Does it pertain to physiology? Something to do with the body?
No, I'm awfully sorry.
Automobiles?
I don't know, with what they're coming out now, it very well could be.
Girls keep
Autonomous.
trying, Tom.
That's right. Autonomous is self-governing or independent of anyone else. Right here in the script, it says that.
And now for Judge Finger, I'm sure this never applies to you, but your word is lackadaisical.
L-A-C-K-A-D-A-I-S-I-C-A-L.
That is right.
Correct, and what does it mean?
Well, it means not too enthusiastic, retiring or more or less lazy.
That's right. Lazy and listless and so on.
And there's the bell for the end of round 2 in tonight's competition between Richmond and Burlingame in the Bay Area Spelling Championships. And the score at this point is the Richmond Venture Club, that's the women's team, 13 points. The Lions Club of Burlingame, 16 points.
Wow, wonderful. Let's keep them there fighting, man. But the girls aren't doing too bad either. Well, this is Tom Paxton again, and as we prepare to begin round 3 of the Good Word, we find the competition fast and furious in this all-out battle for the title of the Bay Area Spelling Championship and $100 in cash. And now, men and women, gather your strength for our final lap, which we call the Catch as Catch Can round. We shoot the Good Word, and the first hand up from either team gets a crack at that word. Now, if you spell and define the word correctly, you win your usual 2 points. If you miss one and get the other correct, you tie yourself and the score remains identical, the same. But if you miss both the spelling and the definition, 2 points will be deducted from your team's score. So, men, let's don't raise a hand unless we know exactly what it is. All right, here's the Catch as Catch Can department, open to all of you now. The first word is crescendo. Crescendo. First hand up, and it's over here. Mrs. June Hampton.
Crescendo. C-R-E-S-C-E-N-D-O, and that means to be louder in music.
That wins you 2 points.
All
Okay.
right. And the next word is accessories.
Accessory. Here's June Hampton. Will you sit down, Mrs. Hampton? All right, stand up.
A-C-C-E-S-S-O-R-Y, meaning something to go with something, such as a purse with a dress. Or a horn with an automobile.
That's right, that's right. All right, that gives you another 2 points. Okay, the next word is juvenescent. Juvenescent. Stand up, will you, men? Over there, will somebody get up? Juvenescent. Juvenile. Ah.
Judge Finger, how do you spell it?
Juveniscent.
No, that's the E. It's Juvenescent. But what does it mean?
Why did I stand up? Pertaining to youth?
That's absolutely right. Becoming young, growing back to youth.
That breaks us even anyway. Okay, the next word is paraphernalia. Here's June Hampton again over here. Which one was first? Which one was first? June? All right.
Paraphernalia.
Oh,
Paraphernalia.
I'm awfully sorry.
Can I give the definition?
Yeah, you can give the definition to tie it anyway.
Oh, I'm awfully sorry.
That's all right.
Paraphernalia. Well, my mother used to say, get that paraphernalia off and get in here, but meaning just something that is paraphernalia. I know what I mean.
What was
I would say clothing, for one thing.
That's close enough. All right, we'll give you 2 points off of that. And there's our bell, which means that our time is just about all up here, and that signals that tonight's competition is at an end. Right, Herb Ellis?
Right, Tom. That's the good word for this evening. But now here comes the big news about our final score. Who will be the winner, Richmond or Burlingame, the women or the men, Baker or Paxton? Well, here it is. The winner with a total, no total. The Burlingame Club and the Richmond Club are both tied at 17 each.
Wonderful, wonderful. Congratulations to all of you. And don't forget that next week we're planning on being with you again for the Battle of the Century when the Lions Club of Alameda beats the Oakland Ebell Club.
And you'll be rooting for the gals, of course, Evangeline?
Of course I will, Tom.
Well, come what may, I'll string along with the men's team. But right at the moment, I have for all of our ladies here the Richmond Venture Club. For being such grand sports tonight, these giant orchid corsages from Belli and Belli, the place to go for flowers. Aren't they beautiful? There they are.
For the team of men that you think so much of, I have these custom-designed handmade wallets by Davignotte, famous for quality in leather goods.
Friends, be with us next Wednesday for the good word when Alameda meets Oakland. Each city is vying for our cash prize of $100 plus the ABC Bay Area Spelling Championship title. If you'd like to be with us in person to root for your club, sex, or city, write to the good word KGO San Francisco and tickets will be mailed to you. Now, until next week,
this is Evangeline Baker saying good luck.
And Tom Paxton saying good health.
And Herb Ellis saying good night for the good word. The good word is produced by Hap Kaufman. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Now for radio's most lovable family, the Goldbergs, brought to you by Procter & Gamble, makers of Oxidol. And now about Oxidol for washing dishes. You'll find it's one of the fastest dishwashing soaps you ever had, and this is why. With Oxidol, you don't have to let dishes stand and soak as you do with slow-acting soap. Just whip up those thick, rich Oxidol suds and put your dishes in. For Oxidol, by actual test, cuts grease 25% faster than ordinary soap, which means you don't have to change your dishwashing habits to use Oxidol. No, man. You wash them just the same as you always have, only you get more suds with Oxidol and you get the grease cut quicker. You see the dishes come out clear and shiny. And when they're rinsed and ready for drying, you don't have to rub and polish them clean because Oxidol leaves no greasy soap film on dishes the way other soaps can do. That's because Oxidol dissolves completely. Every last particle goes into thick, hard-working suds. And when a soap doesn't dissolve like this, doesn't go entirely into suds, you'll find it leaves a greasy soap film on your dishes. The sort of thing you have to get off with extra hot rinsing water and then polish and rub off with the dish towel. Remember this the next time you wash dishes. Use Oxidol and get them clean 25% faster than you're used to with ordinary soaps. Get every glass, dish, and knife and fork spotlessly clean and shiny with none of the old-time greasy soap film to scrub off on your dish towel. All of which means you save time in doing dishes and get better results, too. Try Oxidol, spelled Oxydol, tonight and see for yourself. And now, the Goldbergs. Friday, Molly Goldberg proposed a plan to the ladies of Glastonbury for creating a security fund in case the mill their husbands are opening fails. The plan is to sell flower seeds. The seeds are to come from California, where Mr. Cuney, Molly's boarder, has a friend in the business. The women were wildly enthusiastic about the plan. In fact, decided to name the seeds in Molly's honor. But before the seeds can be sold, they've got to be bought and paid for. And where's the money to come from? Everyone has put their last few dollars in the mill. Listen.
What time does the last mail leave, Sammy?
You have to get your mail at the post office at least an hour before train time.
Sammy, you're sure Mr. Cunis said that today was the last?
If you don't send for the seeds today, you won't get them back in time. Don't forget, everything's got to come from California.
I know.
Oh, gee, then drop it, Ma. What's the use? You can't steal the money.
No, I can't steal it. They would only send the seeds COD.
Ma, you know they won't.
I had it all planned out, so give me my list, please. Show you already who gave something to ready for the seeds.
And you still haven't enough, huh, Ma?
No. Sammy, how much did I give you this week? I mean for the fare to school and...
Oh, the same as you give me every week, Ma.
Sammy, say no if it's no, but maybe just for 1 week, if you got up a little earlier in the morning...
Yeah?
I mean, with Junior Slauson, he drives the milk truck. Maybe you could take a hitch with him every morning, and then you wouldn't have to take the train, huh? Just 1 week, family. Martha?
Goldbergs, I came over just as soon as I could.
I'm glad.
Anybody just came in with a few dollars.
Yeah, I'm glad.
There ain't much coming in, is there?
No, and this is the last day. If we don't send out the money order today, then there's no use sending out at all, because we wouldn't get the seeds back in time.
Money can bring the mischief. They haven't got it. I never could seem to get the hang of it.
I could take the doll back that I bought for Mr. Cuna's little girl. She won't be here for a little while yet. And...
You want to try, Rosalie?
Uh-huh.
How much was the doll?
$6.
Oh.
Who did you buy it from?
Deckers.
Deckers? Well, you just tell Charlie Decker that Martha Wilberforce said for him to take the doll and give you back the cash.
Do you think he'll do it?
Mention my name, see if he don't. My father set him up in business 30 years ago. I could have been Mrs. Decker if I chose to be, but I didn't.
I'll just say that Martha Wilberforce...
That'll be all you have to say.
All right, so put on your coat, Rosalie. Sammy, you want to walk over with Rosie, huh?
Well, all right, but hurry up there, Rosie. All right.
Now, put $6 more on that list. Let's see what we have.
All right, $6.
Oh, that still doesn't do it, does it? Let me look at that list. Did you call Mildred Holter?
Let me see, Mildred Holter? No, I didn't.
Why not?
Mr. Goldbergs said they're awful poor, so...
Awfully poor. Well, aren't we all poor? We wouldn't be scraping pennies together if we were rich. Now, there's Sadie Lockett.
Sadie Lockett and Tara Bullock, neither. No, and Rachel...
Well, for pity's sake, Mrs. Goldberg, you can't expect to collect money if you're scared to ask for it. How are they going to know unless you tell them? Now, let me see. I'll call Sarah Bullock first. Hope she has a phone. Ask operator for Sarah Bullock's phone while I get some more of these names.
All right, so maybe we'll get the letter out today anyway.
Well, not if we sat here and twiddle our thumbs, we won't.
All right, darling, all right. Oh, thanks, family, darling. Hello? Hello, what's the name, Arthur?
Sarah Bullock.
Sarah Bullock's place, please. Sarah Bullock's place, please. Yes, Sarah Bullock.
Ma, will you lift that child up so as I can answer the phone, please?
I don't know what you want to telephone for. You ain't had a bit of good news come over that wire since you've had it.
Hello? Well, yes, Martha? Yes? Seeds? This is the first I've heard of it. Well, Nat's put everything we have in the mill.
More than he's got.
Well, will you hold on a minute?
What's Martha Wilberforce stirring up now?
It ain't only Martha, Ma. All the women in town are sending away for seeds.
Seeds? Got to have land to plant seeds in. Nat sold the last piece of land you could plant anything in.
These are flower seeds. It ain't the seeds so much. It's about selling them and raising some money. Miss Goldberg's going to New York with them and see if she can do something.
This town ain't been the same since them people come here.
Ma, Martha's on the phone. Ma, do you think you could let me have just a little?
What I've got saved is my own. My only comfort in living is knowing I'll get a decent burial when I die. Sarah, I ain't got all day. Yes?
Well,
what did she say?
Yes? Well, then, be at the post office not later than 4. Goodbye. That's 1.
Why, that's one. And what did she say?
She says she'll see what she can do when she comes down.
Uh-huh. And did you add in Samuel's $3?
Yes. Now call, let me see, Mildred Halter.
Mildred Halter. All right. Now call Mildred Halter. Hello? Hello, Central? Mildred Halter. Yes, Mildred Halter, please. Mildred?
Hello? Yes, this is Mildred Halter. Oh, hello, Martha. Well, for pity's sakes, what makes you call? Yes. Seed. Mm-hmm. Well, Martha, I've got more trouble now than it's human to bear. The government inspector is just after condemning 6 of my cows. Well, of course, they'll pay me for them, but when? Well, Joe let our best Guernseys go. It's all in the mill. Well, everything's in the mill. Well, yes, I know all that, I've got a few dollars. If Joe ain't found where I hid it, it's still there. But hold on a minute. Hello? Hello? Hello, Martha? Martha, hello, Martha? Martha, hello? Yes.
Mildred?
Hello? Yes? Will you be at the post office at 4? Because we've got to send a money order out today, Mildred. If we don't, we won't get the seeds back in time. Don't you see? All right. At the post office at 4.
At the post office at 4. At the post office at 4.
Come along and have everybody around here. 4 o'clock already?
Hey, these mailbags have got to go down to the depot, Martha.
I know they do, John Bunn, but you'll have to wait. Who are we waiting for? Mildred Halter and Sarah.
Well, you can wait, ladies, but the government can't wait, and I'll have to bring these bags down to the station.
But we have to send the seeds and the money order today. It's for the seeds, Mr. Bowden.
We want a money order, John.
Well, all right, that's what I'm here for. How much is it?
Well, that's what we're waiting to find out.
Come.
Well, they come now. Ladies to come now. They'd be running. Maybe bring money.
Oh, here you are, Martha.
It's my last $4. Here's my last 8, Martha.
Oh, my, that makes 12.
88, and that makes 100.
Well, here, I'll make it out for 100.
Yes, Mr. Bowden, $100 for the money order.
All right.
$100,
All right.
Martha.
Now, who's it to go to, miss?
Just 1 second. Just 1 second, please, Mr. Bowden. Special delivery airmail. I want special delivery air because we've got to go to California.
Yeah?
Here, Mr. Bowden. That's
right.
the,
Is this
that's
the address on
address.
here?
Write
Wait
it down carefully.
All right, there you are. Wait a minute.
Find.
Yeah, all right.
You got it?
California? Yeah,
it
all
clear?
right. All right, here you are. Now, that'll cost you 38 cents.
38 cents. Wait. 38 cents? I don't think I have a penny with you. Who's got money? Anyone.
Well, no money. Well, I guess I'll have to pay for it myself. Well, there's my contribution, ladies. But remember, I want it back in seed.
And so the money order for the flower seeds Molly and her friends are to sell is finally on its way. With it go the hopes and prayers and the last few pennies of practically every woman in town. Is Molly aware of the great responsibility she's assumed? And how about Jake? Will he succeed in getting the mill open in time? Be sure to listen tomorrow. You know, even women who thought they were using the best dishwashing soap are changing to Oxidol these days. They find Oxidol takes the drudgery out of dishwashing, gives such thick, rich suds, melts grease so fast, even the biggest pile of dirty dishes disappears as if by magic. You save time, you save work. and you save your hands every time you use it. For along with its amazing efficiency, Oxidol gives safety to hands such as you can't get from old, harsh soap. It's the result of a remarkable new process and a new formula that make mild, gentle soap 2 to 3 times more efficient, yet keep it safe. Try Oxidol. Why not buy a package when you go to the store today? Keep your hands lovely and at the same time get the dishwashing job done faster than ever before. Look for the box with the orange and blue circles marked OXYDOL, Oxidol. And be sure to hear the Goldbergs tomorrow. Molly has persuaded the women of Glastonbury to put their last few pennies in her plan to sell flower seeds. Jake has persuaded the men to put their savings into the mill. Now, a new complication arises. Be here tomorrow, same time, same station. Until then, this is Ray Saunders saying goodbye for the makers of Oxidol.
Good morning, ladies. This is Jim Amici. And there's the clock in Glen Falls Town Hall telling us it's time for the story of Big Sister. Brought to you by Rinso, R-I-N-S-O, the new anti-sneeze Rinso. Here they come, folks. You'll hear them in just a minute. And here they are. It's the Rinso girls, Lily White and Addie Sneeze in person.
To get clothes Lily White with ease, be sure to get new Rinso. You'll try to wash they like a breeze if you get Rinso. For Rinso's anti-sneeze, you know, it saves you wash they sorrow. You spell it R-I-N-S-O. Get some tomorrow.
Say, you girls look mighty pert this morning. Been up to something?
Nope, we've been down in a lady's basement, showing her how to rise above her troubles. Yep, there she was, running her washer on, and worrying herself sick about how she was wearing it out.
Well, you girls certainly could give her the answer to that in a hurry.
Oh, sure. We showed her how as little as a 5-minute run with Rinso would give her a load of clothes as white as fresh fallen snow. Really, Lily White. Of course, she saw in a flash how easy a short run like that is on a washer. Yes, and the clothes, too. It really saves them.
And that's something to think about in wartime. So, ladies, think of it when you buy soap, won't you? And get the new anti-sneeze Rinso Sure. And now, it's time for Rinso's story of Big Sister. It's a fine spring afternoon in Glen Falls. A little while ago, Dr. Carver looked up from his desk and said, time seems to have fallen asleep in the afternoon sunshine. He said it to his foster daughter, Diane. But she had other things on her mind. And because he knew what those things were, he urged her to go out for a walk. And Diane went, because it was easier than arguing with him about it. Diane Carville isn't the only one wandering aimlessly through the streets of Glen Falls. Here's Nettie, walking home from school, thinking...
Gee, it's a swell day. I mean, it could be a swell day if Carlotta was all right. Gosh, wouldn't it be wonderful to be walking home from school with Carlotta? She had a way of walking that was like dancing. The way she held her head and... Oh, dry up, you dope. Carlotta will never be able to walk again. It's your fault. No, it wasn't my fault. Sure, I asked her to go for a ride with Gordon and me. But it wasn't my fault that Gordon was driving so crazy. I gotta stop thinking about that. I wonder if Dr. Carville and Ruth really believe that someday Carlotta's going to be all right. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why would they say it? Oh, but they'd say it even if it wasn't true. You can't tell a girl who's only 16 that it's hopeless.
Hello, Nettie.
Oh, Miss Carville. Hello.
Where are you?
Oh, I'm all right.
You sure?
Sure. How's Carlotta?
She's fine. Dr. Bannister's ordered a wheelchair for her. You'll be able to take her out in the sun just as soon as it comes.
Well, that'll be swell.
Eddie,
Yeah?
you're not having a very good time these days, are you?
Good time? Gee, how can anybody...
No, Nettie. You've got to get over the idea that what happened to Carlotta was in any way your fault.
Well, I don't think it was my fault. I mean... How did you know I was thinking about that?
I'm not the only one that's been able to guess what's on your mind these days.
You mean that... Has my sister talked to you?
No. Carlotta has. Just last night she was saying she wished there was some way that she could make you understand that what happened couldn't possibly have been your fault.
Did you really say that?
Mm-hmm.
You're not telling me that to make me feel good, are you, Miss Carville?
The night the accident happened, you were trying to help her find the money that she had lost. Isn't that right?
Yeah. Yeah, that's right.
Well, she knows that.
Oh. Thanks for telling me, Miss Carville. I mean, gosh, you've been swell. Not only because you just told me this, but, well, the way you've been taking care of Carlotta and the way you persuaded her father not to take her home. You're swell, Miss Carville. Well, I gotta go now, but I'll see you later.
So long, Nettie. You hear that, Reed? That boy approves of me. I've got a heart of gold. Maybe I ought to get him to put it in writing. Dear Reed, then. This is to certify that Diane Carver, who's been eaten by loneliness and led a stormy life, has a heart of gold. Signed, Nettie Evans. I ought to write him a letter myself. Dear Reed, if you only knew how close you came to disaster the other night when you made the mistake of telling me you were in love with me. You see, I love you, and I might have said yes. And then where would you have been? Suppose I'd closed my mind and pretended you weren't in love with Ruth Wayne. Reed, she has a husband and a child and a life of her own. Her house is full and mine's empty. I'm old and I'm dull. I need love and I have no love. Oh, Diane. Diane, stop staying at the moon. Why do you let yourself think of things that can never happen? Reed Bannister loves Ruth Wayne. You're just somebody he's sorry for. Now, you've got to remember that and never forget it.
Yeah, well, let me carry the box, sis.
All right, Nettie.
What's in it, anyway?
Virginia made an apple pie for the Carvels.
Oh, it's swell. Sis.
Yes, Nettie.
Do I look any different to you these days?
Different?
Yeah.
I'm afraid
I mean older.
Oh.
Don't say it if it isn't true. When I look at her now, I certainly feel older.
I'm sure of that.
You know, this accident of Carlotta's, it's done something to me. I mean, all of a sudden, I've grown up.
Yes, that's the way it often happens, Nettie.
You know, last year, I felt I was pretty grown up, too. Now I realize I was just a dopey kid. Do you suppose that next year I'll say the same thing about the way I feel now?
I hope so, Nettie.
What do you mean, sis?
Well, when I was your age, I felt the same way. And I still do.
You mean that you feel more grown up and wiser than you did last year?
Mm-hmm. That's it.
I didn't know that. I thought only kids felt that way. I thought there was a time when people stopped growing. Oh, I don't mean physically. I mean, gosh, now I see that people never stop growing up. Well, kids don't know that. It makes them feel less discouraged if they knew that older people make mistakes, too. They don't always feel sure of themselves.
I think you've got something there, Nettie. You know, I've always felt it was a mistake to teach children that their parents are infallible. They find out soon enough that it isn't so. Nobody pretends to be perfect, and parents shouldn't either. Admitting that they can and do make mistakes won't mean that they'll lose the respect and affection of their children.
On the contrary, I think it'll deepen it. Well, come on, Nettie. Let's walk a little faster, dear. I don't want to be away from the house too long.
Diane,
Yes, Carlotta.
do I have to memorize the names of all these bones?
Well, you want to be a nurse, don't you? A nurse has to know a great deal about anatomy.
All right. I'll go on trying to memorize them.
That's the way to talk.
Do you really think it's a good idea, my studying this nursing textbook? I mean, do you really think that someday I'm going to be well enough to use these? Carlotta, you mustn't ever say things like that. Come in. Hello, Nettie.
Oh. Hello, Carlotta.
Hello, Ruth.
Hello. Hello, Carlotta.
Hello, Mrs. Wayne.
What's that book you're reading?
That's my old training school anatomy book. Carlotta and I decided that as long as she's going to be a nurse, there's no point waiting until she's able to get out of bed.
Well, that's a good idea. She'll be just that much ahead of the other girls. Yeah. How's it coming along, Carlotta? Carlotta?
It's a little hard at first, naturally, but Carlotta's a good student, and in a little while... I'm not going to do it.
You're not going to do what, dear?
I'm not going to study anymore.
Well, why not, Carlotta? Carlotta, why did you say that?
Because it's no use. What's the use of pretending I'm going to be a nurse? I won't be able to make it. A nurse has to be able to move around, to stand on her feet.
But Carlotta, darling...
I know. I'm supposed to have faith. A little while ago, I suddenly realized that it's no use. I'm never going to be able to walk again. Never.
Wait a minute, Carlotta. This is what Dr. Carver warned us against. This is what he meant when he said there will be moments of weakness and doubt. It doesn't matter that it happened. We all expected it. But what does matter is that we mustn't allow them to grow and spread and undermine our hope and our courage. Think back a minute. How did it start? You were looking at that textbook and you decided that it was pretty hard. You let yourself get discouraged about your ability ever to learn what's in that book. And then this discouraged attitude spread. Everything else became colored by it, including the future. Darling, that's the thing you got to guard against. Letting little things discourage you. Permitting a moment of uncertainty to last more than a moment. I'm sorry. No, don't be. Be glad that it happened when your friends were all here with you and able to help. But remember this. It's going to happen again when there's no one around to help you. You've got to be prepared and you've got to be fearless. You hear me, Carlotta?
Yes, I hear you, Mrs. Wayne. And I'll be prepared. I really will.
I know you will, darling. We're all counting on you.
Folks, how do you say relax? In the language of jive, it's take a load off your feet. But when I want to say lady relax, I just say lady get rinso. Yeah, it means the same thing. For instance, take that job of washing dishes. If you still use some old bar soap or other, goodness knows it's a pesky job. Why, you have to rub at the soap to get suds, and then rub the dishes to try and get the grease off, till you wish dishes had never been invented. But believe you me, it's a different story with Rinso in the dishpan. Those grease-getting Rinso suds make the job a cinch, I promise you. Why, about all you have to do is pop the dishes in, then try your hair a new way or something, while Rinso does most of the work for you. Yep, just a short soaking in those up-and-atom suds, a few quick swishes and a wipe, and your dishwashing's done. So how about it, friends? Why not relax and let the new anti-sneeze Rinso do the hard work for you? Try it today, won't you? Ruth Wayne has a strange caller tomorrow. Please be sure to listen to the story of Big Sister tomorrow. What befell the mysterious wanderer Michael West? Here is moving and dramatic story, the drama of a man regenerated, Bright Horizons, heard over most of these stations each weekday morning, Monday through Friday, at 11:30 Eastern Wartime. This is Jim Amici speaking for the new anti-sneeze rinso. R-I-N-S-O.
The town of Glen Falls and the names of all characters used on this broadcast are fictitious.
Crisco's radio newspaper with Bernardine Flynn. Brought to you by Crisco, the pure all-vegetable shortening. It's digestible. And now, Bernardine Flynn.
Thank you, Durward, and hello, friends. In just a moment, Durward Kirby will bring us a report on today's world news. But first, let me tell you about the happy homecoming of a group of American servicemen. Yesterday, some 1,500 sun-tanned Navy Seabees arrived in San Francisco, as happy as youngsters with a piece of candy at seeing American shores again. These men belonged to the first 2 units of Seabees ever organized, and had been down in the South Pacific for 23 months, practically 2 years. Foreign lands and customs were interesting, but the good old USA was home. As their big gray transport nosed into the San Francisco dock yesterday, the Seabees yelled and cheered, and 3 military bands broke out with stirring music. Everybody was gloriously happy. Then the Seabees saw a group of waves standing on the dock. "Look, fellows," one of them shouted. "Look, there's women with shoes on." And now, Durward, what's the latest news?
First off, Bern, there's been another heavy American air raid on Berlin. Strong forces of our flying fortresses and liberators attacked industrial targets in the German capital this morning. Some idea of the size of the raid can be gained from the Air Force announcement that today's formations dropped more than 350,000 incendiary bombs and more than 10,000 high explosives. Earlier this morning, American medium bombers flew over the channel to strike at German targets in Holland. Last night, RAF bombers made a heavy raid on railway targets about 100 miles southwest of Paris. On the Italian battlefront, savage night fighting is reported to have broken out in the battered streets and buildings of Cassino. There has been no decisive change in the battle lines inside the town, but fierce fighting is reported still in progress. In the Anzio beachhead sector, the Germans apparently have begun moving up troops and armor for the 4th major offensive against the British and American forces. At the moment, the only fighting taking place on the beachhead is in the form of minor patrol activity. Russia's armies are reported using special mud sledges in their drive across the quagmire battlefronts of the southwestern Ukraine. The Soviets have outflanked Tarnopol, a vital junction on the main trunk railroad between Odessa and Warsaw. The Germans are rushing up air reserves and undertaking counterattacks in a desperate effort to halt the Russian drive toward Romania. But the Russians are pushing ahead, counterattacks or no counterattacks. On the international diplomatic and political front, there are a couple of new developments today. British newspapers say Russia has rejected Polish counterproposals concerning the boundary dispute. But the Polish premier in exile says his government has not been informed of such action. 2 Yugoslav cabinet members have arrived in London in an effort to patch up the differences between King Peter's government and Marshal Tito, the leader of the partisan forces fighting the Germans in Yugoslavia. And Britain's Foreign Secretary, Anthony Eden, says that Britain is keeping a close watch on the Argentine situation in South America, conducting only routine matters with the Faro government until the confusion and uncertainty surrounding the picture are cleared up. On the production front, Britain's production minister, Oliver Littleton, discloses that Britain turned out more than 90,000 planes from the beginning of the war to the end of 1943. Britain, meantime, is having more coal mine trouble, with the strike of Welsh miners spreading to additional mines. Out in the Pacific, American forces have made new strides in their drive against the Japanese. We have gained control of Los Negros Island in the Admiralty Group, leapfrogged up the north coast of New Britain to within 170 miles of Rabaul, and driven up the south coast of New Britain to within 50 miles of Gazmata. On the Asiatic mainland, the jaws of a Chinese-American trap are closing rapidly on Japanese forces in Burma. And in the Central Pacific, new air raids have been made against the Marshalls and the Carolines. And that's the top of today's World News. Now, Bernadine?
I was thinking about a friend of mine who called up the other morning. You see, friend, she was expecting company for dinner that night and was all set to make a pie for dessert. Then it started to rain, and that meant no pie, she said. Well, I couldn't figure the connection to save my life. And then she told me when it rained, she just never had good luck with pie crust.
You mean that she didn't know about Crisco's pastry method?
No, she didn't. And telling her almost made me late for the program.
Oh.
You know, friend, you never have to worry about pastry failures when you use the new Crisco pastry method. You get tender, flaky pie crust every single time. Even beginners get grand results. Pie crust so tender and flaky, they're eaten to the last crumb. There's no worry about upset digestions either. Made with Crisco, pie set just as light as can be, digestible for the whole family. It just seems as though Crisco and the pastry method were the answer to any pie maker's dream. And the directions are right on the label of your Crisco jar.
I'll tell you, you're going to be awful busy making pies once you try it. I'll bet you the family wants pie for dessert every other night.
Well, maybe not quite that often. But I'll tell you one thing, they'll eat every smidgen of every pie you make.
I'll say.
Just you try Crisco and the new Crisco pastry method and see. You can count on this. It'll be tender, flaky pie crust every time.
Well, Bern, how about another story?
Here's a story, Durward, about the people of occupied Europe. People who are past masters in the art of heckling the Germans. Probably no nation has developed this specialized science with any greater skill than Poland. But then Poland was the first to be occupied. This little story from Warsaw will show you what I mean. The other day, the Germans in Warsaw were very, very busy because suddenly official-looking posters had appeared all over the Polish capital, in shop windows, on street corners, lamp posts, and wherever people were likely to gather. The posters were supposedly signed by Wilhelm Koppa, head of the German police in Warsaw. And of all things, they ordered all German nationals to leave the city and return to the fatherland. Well, you can imagine what confusion there was among the German residents. Within an hour or two after the posters appeared, Germans were rushing all over Warsaw trying to buy railroad tickets, drawing their money out of the banks, and buying what groceries they could. While all that was going on, the German police were also as busy as cats on a tin roof. They were scurrying all around Warsaw, trying to convince their panic-stricken fellow countrymen that the posters were fake. All day long they tore down the posters, which had been distributed by the Polish underground, and replaced them with a real proclamation by Police Chief Koppa, which told of the hoax. But even then, many of the Germans didn't know whether they should go home or stay in Warsaw, for they are so used to German propaganda by now that it's pretty hard to tell them anything else, even the truth.
Bern, as you know, representatives of all the occupied countries have set up exile governments in London. Well, the other day, some officials of the Dutch government had some very, very secret documents they wanted a photographer to reproduce. But they wouldn't let the photographer work on them unless he promised not to look. Well, he promised. He put on a blindfold and went to work, with the Dutch officials watching every move he made. The negatives he took were hardly dry before they were whisked into a sturdy satchel and hidden from all view. The photographer smiled to himself as he took off the blindfold and then turned to the officials. By the way, he asked, are those secret papers written in Dutch? Yes, the men replied. The photographer smiled even more. Well, he said, they might just as well have been written in double Dutch. We didn't need the blindfold because I can't read a word of your language.
Oh, goodness. And now, Durward, here's a story that disproves the belief that all Army sergeants are tough and hard-boiled. The Army sea ration hardtack, as you may have heard from your soldier friends, is usually known by the more familiar name of rock. The soldiers, it seems, think that name describes the food very appropriately. Well, for a number of days, cases of that hardtack kept piling up outside of an American mess tent in Italy. Nobody wanted it, of course, as long as there was anything else to eat. In fact, few soldiers even bothered to take the hard candies, which are included with all sea rations. But then, each night, Corporal John Scavetta of North Bergen, New Jersey, began appearing at the mess tent and collecting all the hardtack and candy that were left over. Corporal Scavetta is a very quiet young fellow, so you can imagine how he jumped when a burly sergeant caught him taking the food one night and gruffly asked him what he thought he was doing. The corporal shifted from one foot to the other and looked around nervously as though he were afraid someone was going to court-martial him. Then he explained, "There are a lot of refugees out there in Campania. You ought to see 'em eat these biscuits. Eat 'em like they were cake. I take the candy out to the children. You ought to hear 'em holler when they see me." Of course, the corporal knew this was against regulations. What went through the sergeant's mind about Army regulations, we'll never know. Anyway, the sergeant didn't say a word, but looked cautiously over his shoulder and then dropped the hardtack he was holding into Corporal Scavetta's hand. Then he hunted through his pockets until he found several packs of candy. He added those to the pile, then turned and walked off with a grin a mile wide on his face. Yes, Army sergeants have a heart, despite all that's said about them. For instance, there's Sergeant Paul Capitan of Hartford, Connecticut, who rides around Italy in a tank named Boomerang, accompanied by a mascot named Butch. Butch is a monkey, and a former organ grinder's monkey at that. And like Mary's little lamb, wherever Sergeant Capitan goes, Butch is sure to follow, even in battle. When the fighting is the heaviest, Butch is in the tank turret. But when there are not too many anti-tank shells coming his way, he likes to ride on top of the tank's radio antenna. And it's becoming a familiar sight to see the huge Boomerang rumble across the bumpy fields with little Butch swaying back and forth from the antenna in complete rhythm. Butch is another symbol that our servicemen, even in the thick of battle, have time for the little human things in life. And now, Durward, what's the latest on the home front?
Well, Byrne, it looks as though the expected congressional battle over the OPA is about ready to start. As you know, the OPA is scheduled to go out of existence on June 30th, unless Congress votes to extend its power. So far, no bill to that effect has been introduced into Congress, although one is expected shortly. Meantime, the Price Administrator, Mr. Bowles, says that the OPA program has saved us $89 billion so far in the war. And Economic Stabilization Director Vinson warns that if our present economic controls are weakened, billions of dollars will be added to the cost of the war. The cost of living will increase sharply, and the government will be hampered in its fight against inflation. Byrne, someone wants to know if meat and fat stamps will be handled the same as before.
Just the same. Under token rationing, the first 2 weeks, you'll have 3 red stamps worth 10 points each, or a total of 30 points for that 2-week period.
I see. And speaking of red points, Byrne, according to the papers, pork is still on the plentiful side.
Oh,
and
well, excuse me, Durward, but
certainly.
That reminds me of a letter I got.
Huh?
Friend, you know how people like to pass recipes along. Well, a woman was writing me about what a grand help Crisco is to her in planning meals. And she mentioned a little trick she had for breading pork chops. It's to add a generous amount of poultry seasoning to the flour you use for breading the chops. I tried it the other night, and did those pork chops make a hit? You use just enough Crisco to cover the bottom of the skillet. And the chops come out so crisp and brown and so full of flavor.
And how about this? With Crisco frying those chops, you don't have to worry about digestions. Why, Crisco fried foods are so digestible, even the youngsters can pitch in.
That's right, friends. You see, Crisco is pure and all vegetable, digestible itself, and it's just the finest quality shortening you can use.
You betcha. With Crisco, everything you cook tastes better, and it's digestible. Now, Byrne, what's your last story?
Well, the mystery of what delayed a Boston elevated subway train at the Friend Street station the other day has finally been solved. It seems that Private John Conway was just getting home on a furlough, and as he stood in the station, the train rolled in. A pretty young girl guard put her head out from between 2 cars and called, "Friend Street, Friend Street." Private Conway took just one look, rushed up and kissed the guard. And as she confessed today, I'm afraid we did hold up the train while he hugged me. But the passengers say all is forgiven. For you see, the guard was Private Conway's wife.
Well, friends, that's all for now. Join us again tomorrow for another edition of Crisco's Radio Newspaper.
Durward Kirby will bring you the latest world news.
Bernardine Flynn will give you the colorful human interest side of the news.
And we're both saying goodbye for Procter & Gamble, the makers of Crisco. It's digestible.
We return you now to New York.
Road of Life, the story of Dr. Jim Brent, brought to you by Does, the new kind of soap that does everything in your wash. It was mid-afternoon of a very busy day before Dr. Brent had a chance to do something he had been wanting to do for some time. Pausing for a moment in his rounds, he stepped into Dr. Frazier's office and spoke to his secretary.
Would you be good enough to call me when Dr. Frazier comes in? I want to see him before he leaves the hospital today. It's really quite important.
The secretary who took Jim's message looked at him oddly as he walked out. She hadn't been there very long, but even she had heard whispered comment about the differences that existed between Dr. Brent and Dr. Frazier. Rumors about the circumstances of Dr. Brent's being asked to resign as chief of staff, and of the selection of Dr. Frazier to replace him. She knew about Dr. Brent's illness, his period of amnesia, and then his return to the hospital. One morning, she had noticed on her schedule that Janet Mercer, Dr. Frazier's stepdaughter, had been operated the night before for appendicitis by Dr. Brent. And that day, Dr. Frazier had been more difficult and exacting than ever. And now, Dr. Brent wanted to see Dr. Frazier about something important. The girl's curiosity was aroused, and later in the day, she regretted the closing of the door behind Dr. Brent as he went into the chief of staff's office.
Well, Brent, I'm glad to see you.
Oh, thank you, Doctor.
Sit down, won't you?
Oh, thanks.
It was good to see you and Carol at Janet's wedding.
It was a happy occasion. Janet and Jean seem to be on the way to a pretty good life together.
Yes, so it would seem. I hope it turns out that way. I didn't get a chance to talk to Carol at the wedding, but she looked very well. Very lovely, in fact.
She is very well, thank you.
And the baby. Daughter, isn't it?
Yes. Janie's getting along fine. Dr. Frazier, I came in to see you about my position on the staff here at the city.
Your position on the staff?
Yes. I've been bringing more patients here lately than I did there for a while, doing more surgery.
Oh, yes, so I've noticed, Brent.
I expect to be having a pretty full schedule before long, taking over my full practice.
Oh, that's splendid. I'm very glad to hear it. But I don't see...
Under the circumstances, I thought it might be a good idea to have the question of my membership on the staff taken up at the next staff meeting.
But why, Brent? Surely you haven't met with any difficulty in bringing your patients here? In having them receive proper care?
Oh, no, of course not. I found everyone completely cooperative. But since I was inactive for a considerable length of time...
Oh, your name has never been taken off the staff list.
Yes, I know that. I appreciate the courtesy. Because that was what it was while I wasn't practicing. But, now that I'm back at work again, I should like to have my position clarified.
Well, of course, if you feel that it's necessary.
I do. I could have had one of the other men bring the matter up, but in fairness to you as chief of staff, and inasmuch as we're in the same field, I decided to come to you about it first.
That was very considerate of you, Brent. Yeah, I'll be more than glad to bring up your name myself, if you want it done.
Thank you, Doctor.
You know, it's deeply gratifying to me to feel that we're on good enough terms for you to want to talk it over with me.
It isn't a question of the terms we're on, Fraser. It's a question of my professional standing at City Hospital. I prefer to bring my patients here. I've been associated with this hospital for many years. Quite naturally, I hesitate to establish a connection elsewhere. But I do want to be clear about just where I stand.
Yes, I see. Well, as I said, I'll bring your question before the next staff meeting. Incidentally, Doctor, I understand that your plans for a new hospital, those you're making with Bill Wiley, are well underway.
Yes, they're progressing nicely. The building is getting pretty close to completion.
So I've heard. Am I right in thinking you'll continue to bring at least part of your patients to City?
Oh, yes. As a matter of fact, I'll certainly bring all of my regular patients here, and probably such surgical cases as we have from time to time at the Wiley Memorial.
Mm-hmm. You expect to have a good many surgical cases there?
Well, that's something we can't possibly predict.
Oh, no, I suppose not. I was wondering, Brent, whether you would selected your staff as yet.
To a certain extent. I've spoken to a number of men about it, but of course we haven't too good an idea of what our needs will be until we get going. And since there'll be very little opportunity for private patients, well, we're waiting for a while.
Yes, that does seem wise under the circumstances. You know, Brent, as I told you some time ago, I've been seriously considering establishing a clinic.
Yes, I remember you saying something about it.
However, I've about come to the conclusion that, it doesn't seem to be quite the right time to undertake such a project.
That's so?
Yes, the difficulties of building, as a matter of fact, even remodeling an old building, which was what we planned to do, are almost insurmountable.
We found it pretty slow going, that's true.
And then there's the question of staff. So many of the younger men in service. Nurses, almost impossible to get. I suppose all this is anything but news to you.
I admit it isn't easy.
I don't like to give up. I'd looked forward to the opportunity such a clinic would give me. I've been wondering if I couldn't find those same opportunities elsewhere.
It was my impression that you wanted the clinic largely as a matter of convenience.
Oh, no. I think my idea was somewhat the same as your own, Brent.
In what way?
Well, there are always new things opening up in medicine, new ways of working that are perhaps somewhat outside the scope of a hospital such as City.
That's certainly true. But I thought that your private practice was, that it was the thing that you were interested in building up.
Oh, yes, my practice is very large, of course. But it doesn't afford me much opportunity for, professional growth, shall I say. Now, what I was wondering, Brent, would there be a possibility that my services might be useful in this new setup of yours?
I think not, Dr. Fraser.
Well, you said a few minutes ago your staff wasn't complete as yet, you know.
That's true, it isn't. But I'm sure that I can handle such surgical cases as we have for the time being.
But if I could work with you as the thing grew...
Fraser, I've tried working with you. A number of times in the past.
Oh, well, we're older now, Brent. Not so hot-headed.
I'm not so much older that I've forgotten certain incidents.
No, I'm sorry you feel that way about it, Brent. You see, I was hoping that I could offer you, well, that is, I have some money that I could put into, some such project.
We don't need your money. We never will. Thank you, just the same.
No, that's too bad. I'd hoped we might, well, work something out, between us, Brent.
That's utterly impossible, Fraser, and you know it. Well, I guess I better be going. I'll appreciate it if you'll bring up my membership before the staff meeting.
Oh, yes, I'll do that. By the way, Brent, I've asked to have your son put on my service when he enters the hospital.
On your service?
Yes. He'll be starting next week, won't he? Graduating in a couple of days?
Yes.
Yes, of course. Well, I'm looking forward to having him around. He's a good chap. The makings of an excellent surgeon. You can be very proud of him, Brent.
I always have been proud of him.
Well, goodbye, Brent.
Goodbye.
The secretary in the outer office looked up at Dr. Brent as he went past her. But she could read nothing in the almost grim impassiveness of his face. Be sure to listen to our next episode on The Road of Life. This is Gene Baker saying good day for the makers of Does, and reminding you to do as the Dozens do. Let Does, the new kind of soap, do everything in your wash. Work for victory at your dishpan by saving soap. Soap contains war materials. Never waste it. In wartime, never waste anything.
This is the National Broadcasting Company.
$99 and $44 100% pure enjoyment. That's Big Sister, compliments of Ivory Soap.
the most famous soap in the world.
Suppose you made the soap everybody loves. Suppose Ivory were your product. And suppose you made it even sudzier, a faster worker for women who wash dishes. Wouldn't you say so? Wouldn't you tell everybody, Ivory makes suds much faster now with no extra coaxing, and those suds are richer and last longer, wouldn't you? And if you found that changing to sudzier Ivory for dishes meant women's hands could improve in 1 week, wouldn't you mention it? Wouldn't you say, ladies, if a soap less pure and mild is coarsening your hands, change to speedier Ivory for dishes. Your hands will look prettier and younger 1 week from today. Your hands can have that Ivory look in just 1 week. Wouldn't you announce that, too? And if your Ivory was a skin soap thousands of doctors advised and was baby soap, wouldn't you say so? Because it's all true. Now, pure mild Ivory is a sudzier cake of soap for dishes. Now, your hands can have that Ivory look in just 1 week.
Now, Ivory's own Big Sister, written by Julian Funt and Robert Newman.
A small room in the Glen Falls Hospital. Yes, Hope's room, the one in which she's been ever since her auto accident 2 nights ago. It's about 5 o'clock now, the end of a dark, gray, and lonesome day. Dark and gray because of the weather, which has been cold with low-hanging clouds promising more snow. And lonesome because, though Ruth Wayne, Big Sister, stopped in after lunch, she only stayed for a few minutes. Sitting propped up in bed, Hope stares out of the window, thinking,
so quiet. Like I was all alone. The last person left in the world. Those kids I heard before, laughing and yelling outside in the street. Must have been making a snowman or a fort or something. They've gone home now. Yeah, everybody's gone home. Someplace where it's all bright and warm. Everybody except me. Home. You're never going to have a home again, never. This is what you're going to have from now on for the rest of your life. Little bare room with nothing in it. Oh, there aren't even going to be flowers in the next one you have. There'll be bars in the window and an iron door. Yeah, that doesn't open your Hagerstown. You drove past it once a couple of years ago with Nettie. So gray and lonely, you knew what it was even before he told you. Nettie. He didn't really love him then. But it was still kind of nice. You were going off on a picnic. Nice. It was Helen. Just plain Helen rooting on the note. He loved you so much, the only thing he kept thinking about was how he could make you happy. And then... oh, what a little dope I was. What a crazy little fool. Oh, if I only had another chance, any kind of a chance. If I could only get him to come over here to see me, even for a minute, maybe I could get him to give me a chance. And if he did, I'd tell him I didn't mean to kill him. It was an accident. It really was an accident.
I knew it all along. Even when I was so mad at you. I stayed away for a while because I wanted you to have a chance to think about it. But all the time I was so lonely for you. When you love someone like I love you, you can forgive them for anything they do. Now I've come to take you back home, Hope. And at that moment, the door opened. It is Miss Sims, the floor nurse. And seeing Hope sitting there, her face wrapped in the light, she starts to smile. Then her expression changes to one of deep concern, and she hurries toward the bed as Hope buries her face in the pillow. Meanwhile, over at the apartment on Maple Street, Nettie is looking out of the window also. But his thoughts are very different from the ones Hope ascribed to him in her daydream.
It's getting dark. I wonder what time it is. What's the difference? It's another day gone. Yeah, time keeps passing even when you don't wind the clocks. You let them run down like you let everything else run down. I wonder if Ruth saw Hope today. Probably. Yeah, she's got the time to go out there to the hospital to see Hope. But not to see me, her own brother. She's probably still sore at me. She was yesterday, all right, even though she tried not to show it. This is the first time in my whole life that anything like this ever happened. That Ruth and I didn't feel the same way about something, and... Wait a minute. Did we feel the same way? Or was it that I always felt the way she wanted me to feel? Always, since the time I was a kid. She was my big sister, and she was always right, and she always knew everything. And maybe this is what's been wrong with me all my life. Too much Ruth. And maybe... Yeah, maybe I'm starting to grow up.
Turning away from the window, Nettie goes into the kitchen, puts on some coffee. And then... Come in.
Nettie?
Is that you, Ruth?
Yes. Where are you?
In here, in the kitchen.
Oh. Hello, dear. How are you?
I'm okay. Pretty good. I'm just having some coffee. Do you want some?
Thanks, Nettie, but I don't think so. Are you sure it's all right?
Am I sure what's all right?
Well, coffee's a stimulant, and you're still not entirely well. I just wondered whether John had said it was all right to start drinking again.
I never asked him. I don't expect to. Feel like having some, I'm going to have it.
I see.
I was wondering if you were going to get over here today.
Oh, I told you I would, Nettie. I've just delayed a bit at the office.
At the office?
Yes. Some patients that came in at the last moment.
Oh. Well, why don't you sit down, Ruth, or are you, going someplace?
Well, no, Nettie. I can't stay very long, but...
Oh, you want to get out to the hospital, huh? To see Hope?
No, Nettie. I want to get home in time to fix supper. I saw Hope for a few minutes before afternoon office hours started.
Oh, you did see her? And how was she?
Not too bad. Physically, at least.
Mm-hmm. When is she going to be well enough to leave the hospital?
That's a little hard to say, Nettie. She's still pretty weak.
2 more days? 3, maybe?
Yes, Nettie, I should think so. She'll probably have to take it pretty easy for a few more days after that.
Another 2 or 3 days?
Well, I'd say that would depend.
On what?
The state of mind. Because right now, she doesn't seem to care if she gets well or not.
I wouldn't be at all surprised. As a matter of fact, she's probably faking the whole thing.
I don't think that's true at all, Nettie. Don't forget that she was pretty badly hurt. Nettie, why are you asking all these questions?
I told you why. Because I want to know when they're going to let her out of the hospital.
And then?
I've been waiting, and I'm still waiting for just one thing. For the day they bring her into court and they put me on the witness stand and I sit up there looking right at her and start telling the story of what she tried to do to me. Oh, I know there'll be other people testifying, Reed and John, and maybe you too. But Ruth, it's going to be me. Mostly me and what I say that's going to send her to jail. Ruth and Nettie at the apartment over on Maple Street. And at the same time, 2 other people who are also discussing Hope. It was just a moment ago that John stopped off at Reed's. And now he's saying...
Wondering what you're doing tonight, Reed. Do you feel like coming over to my place and having supper with me? Oh, I should say with Tim. He's cooking one of those amazing stews.
Thanks, John. I don't think so. I'm pretty tired. I thought I'd have an early supper and get right into bed.
Oh, I see. Well, then I don't suppose...
What?
Well, I was was planning to go out to the hospital after that, spend a little time with Hope.
You don't need me for that, John. I spoke to Manning this afternoon. He said she was doing fairly well.
Oh. Yes, well, I don't know that I agree with him, Reed, at least not completely.
What do you mean?
Well, Hope's making a pretty fair recovery as far as her physical injuries are concerned, but she's in a bad way psychologically, Reed. She's in a state of acute depression that's close to melancholia.
You think if I went out there, it'd cheer her up?
Well, it'd probably help. You see, part of her trouble is the fact that she feels completely alone, abandoned. Now, the only people who've been out there even for a minute have been Ruth and myself.
That's not true, John. I was out there, too. That's one of the reasons I haven't wanted to go again. Because I felt like a hypocrite ever since.
A hypocrite?
Yes. I never liked her, John, any more than she ever liked me. But I was polite to her for Nettie's sake. And Ruth. And now that's all over. She finally turned out to be what I always thought she was. One of the most completely evil people I've ever known. And I don't know why I should go out there and pretend I give a hoot about her when I actually hate her.
I see. Well, that's honest.
Yes, I think it is. At least, it's a good deal more honest than you're being.
Well, I'm not sure that I know what you mean, Ray.
Oh, I think you do. You've always disliked her as much as I did. And now, just how much of this sudden concern of yours is real interest in her? And how much of it is an act for Ruth's benefit?
I'd say that most of it was genuine, Reed. I really do feel sorry for her. Just as I feel sorry for anyone who's completely messed up his life. The way I did. But since you brought the whole thing up, just how much of your bitterness towards her is because of what she did to Nettie, and how much is because of what she did to you?
To me? What did she do to me?
Well, you think about it when you have the time. Maybe you'll come up with the right answer. Good night, Reed.
Wait a minute, John.
I'm sorry. I've really got to go. Night.
Linda Ballaston is a pretty ivory baby, and her mother is a pretty magazine cover girl. Both have that ivory look. Baby Linda's sensitive skin requires ivory's gentle care, and her mother's beautiful complexion shows you your skin never outgrows ivory. For the loveliest complexion on earth, there's no substitute for purity and mildness in the soap you use. Pure, mild ivory is the complexion soap thousands of doctors advise. Instead of cleansing your skin carelessly, try regular ivory care. In 1 week, your complexion will have a clearer, silkier look. That ivory look. Then you'll realize your skin never outgrows ivory. Beauty Extra. Today, ivory lathers faster, and that lather's extra creamy.
Listen again tomorrow to Big Sister, compliments of Ivory Soap, the most famous soap in the world. 99 and 44 100% pure. It floats.
Clement Attlee, the Prime Minister of Britain, remembered a cartoon he'd seen 25 years before in the London Daily Herald. It showed the Big Four of 1919, Wilson and Lloyd George, Clemenceau and Orlando, walking out of the Peace Conference of 1919, having written the Treaty of Versailles, and Clemenceau had stopped the others. Curious, the old lion was saying. Curious. I seem to hear a child crying. The cartoon, Mr. Attlee remembered, showed a child, a weeping child, labeled in a bitterly wonderful moment of prophecy, Class of 1940. We're very glad that the Prime Minister of Britain had not forgotten the cartoon. We hope he never does. We suggest that a few copies be struck off for distribution among the peacemakers of 1946. Mr. Molotov and Mr. Burns would be well advised to decorate their shaving mirrors with that picture of the weeping child. We cannot think of a better way for them to start their day. Stalin's Yalta promise to democratize Eastern Europe was broken in Bucharest the week after it was made. The Soviet Empire is already reaching from Finland to the borders of Greece, and the grand alliance of the so-called democracies of the West has long since ceased to be a mere diplomatic threat. As the politicos haggle away another summer on such issues as the two-thirds voting procedure, that grand alliance looms over the arguments as a blunt political fact. The United States and the Soviet Union, it turns out, are going to stand together on the broad question of the veto. Borders will be disputed, but the main border is past dispute. The borderline of a divided world shows black enough for the least observant of the observers to spell it out of the headlines. Blocks versus majorities, the big powers versus the small. These are matters for 1,000 editorials today, but most folks who follow the news, even in the most casual sandwich of comic strips, know what time of day it is. And perhaps even the diplomats have taken note that this, in very truth, is the 11th hour. Take me to the Luxembourg Palace, said the newspaper man, according to his own dispatch. To the palace, of course, said the cab driver, where you're all busy preparing for the next war. Collective security, the one world of Roosevelt and Wilkie and Litvinov, are the ashes of dreams. Empires expand and shrink. Borders are pushed back and forth over the hapless heads of the peoples of Europe. The Russian half of our poor little globe is an armed camp. America has defaulted as champion of the freedoms. In foreign policy, Roosevelt's party is playing the Republican game, and Britain's Labour Party is dancing the old dance of death, while the old Tory idea, the Tory ignorance and Tory cowardice, call the tune. Curious. I seem to hear a child crying. No, I'm afraid the Palace of Luxembourg is more likely to be remembered in ages hence as the place where Tom Paine wrote The Age of Reason. Along the Potomac, the dawn rose quiet and cool. Around the floor of the Senate, tired colored men were bent over the worn carpet, picking up the refuse left behind by the 79th Congress of the United States. Among the Senate porters, more than one must have muttered, "Good riddance." And as he swept thoughtfully beneath the seats of Senator Bilbo and Senator Eastland, the gentleman from Mississippi, he must have dreamt a happy little dream of someday putting that broom of his to more effective service in the hygiene of the United States Senate. This Sunday in Washington is as dead a Sunday as was ever known in Zion, Illinois. Even the White House is empty. Mr. Harry Truman is down in Missouri in the hopes of stifling a human roadblock named Roger Slaughter, a congressman in Kansas City. Some people think Mr. Truman ought to stay out of local politics. Others think he never should have left local politics. State Department's like a tomb. Mr. Jimmy Burns is in Paris. Mr. Dean Atchison sits in his Maryland farm today, licking a few wounds. The Undersecretary took a bad beating during the last few hours of the 79th Congress. Well, maybe he didn't take them personally. You and I and the family next door, we're all a little black and blue. For one thing, it was a little matter of a world court. Oregon Senator Morse moved that the Senate vote a treaty accepting jurisdiction of the new world court in all international cases. In other words, the treaty said, we will not only join the court, but will abide by its decisions. We will not hold out a veto power on whether or not we would play ball if we thought the decisions would go against us. This veto power is what Burns is opposing in Paris now, and Baruch is fighting in New York. Of all the opponents of the veto power, the most enthusiastic is that triumvirate of statesmen, Tom Connolly, Arthur Vandenberg, and John Foster Dulles. Mr. Dulles, in his wisdom, has decided that he doesn't like the possible compulsory decisions of the World Court. Mr. Dulles, it seems, wants the United States to have a veto power in the court. This, mind you, is the identical Mr. Dulles who writes those nice long articles in Life magazine calling for war on Russia because the Bolsheviks, those unreasoning savages of the East, refuse in their oriental ignorance to give up the veto power. This is the same Mr. Dulles who drafts some reservations to the World Court bill. Reservations. Do you know what that word means, reservations? Does it ring a bell somewhere in the back of your mind? Does it strike an unpleasantly familiar chord in your memory of other peace conferences? Reservations? That's precisely the word used by the Honorable Mr. Henry Cabot Lodge when he fought the League of Nations in 1920. Reservations. He killed a league with reservations. The reservations of Mr. Dulles were rendered up in legislative form to his favorite senator, Mr. Vandenberg. These reservations were introduced in turn by Mr. Vandenberg to the Senate. Against these reservations, Mr. Morse battled with stubborn persistence and a stout heart, but to no avail. Up stands the gentleman from Texas, Mr. Connolly, and backs up a queer, gray, formless object known as bipartisan foreign policy. And the result, we have approved the World Court Treaty with reservations. What does that mean, Daddy? It means we have the veto power. Isn't that nice, Daddy? Does that mean the other countries have the veto power? Certainly not. The veto power is like the atom bomb. It's very dangerous if anybody else has it. Memo for the U.S. Mint. Put a new motto on the penny. In us we trust. Curious. I seem to hear a child cry. What do you say to sending 1,000 American students to every major country of Europe and sending 1,000 of their students here? All those thousands and thousands of young people multiplied by the friends they're bound to make ought to make it a little more imperative for the governments of the world to get along together in a sensible climate of good fellowship. I don't mean the students could do it all by themselves, but they could do their bit well. There was a bill providing for such a worldwide exchange. Tom Connolly allowed that the $10 million it called for was just another case of foolish spending, but the friends of the bill finally got the elder statesmen to see it their way, and it would have been put to a yea or nay if Lister Hill of Alabama hadn't asked the gentleman from Texas if he would yield. Well, Sir Tom yielded, and Lister Hill took off on an hour's oration concerning the defenses of Pearl Harbor. This gave Tom time to talk to some other thinkers and to remember his train reservations home. Tom didn't want to lose those reservations. There goes that word again, reservations. By the time the senator from Alabama finished his address, that fine exchange project was just another matter for the dustbin of the 79th Congress of the United States of America. And yet, you know, out of all this stupid blundering and floundering, this awful mess, more than a few good bills have been born. Congress is a right confusing thing to watch. Fair estimate of any Congress is hard to come by. This 79th Congress is, for example, the same Congress that scuttled full employment, that failed to pass an anti-lynch bill or to destroy the poll tax, is the Congress that surprised even itself and passed Bretton Woods and the United Nations Charter. Yes, the same Congress that went on that strike-breaking binge of recent and unhappy memory, the same Congress that let the OPA wither and die, increased appropriations for the sick and needy, and passed a much better than decent bill for the control of atomic energy. Almost its last accomplishment belongs on the credit side of the ledger. The La Follette-Monroney bill, for which we've beaten a couple of drums in this program, is now law. It reorganizes Congress itself and brings the machinery of lawmaking to a point of efficiency that's almost up to date. Because of this bill, the 80th Congress will find itself in many respects a new kind of organization. And the congressmen of the 80th Congress themselves are going to be a little better paid. That ought to mean that fewer of our representatives will suffer in the future from Andy May's kind of heart trouble. All in all, we've had a lot of disappointments this year from Washington, but the good word is that our brand of democracy is still in working order and open for business. Last week, I read you an affidavit from a Negro soldier named Isaac Woodward. You remember that he was taken off a bus in South Carolina by a policeman and beaten until he was blinded in both eyes. I have before me a letter from Mr. H. Odell Weeks, who, it seems, is the mayor of the city of Aiken in the state of South Carolina, where, according to the soldier's affidavit, he was blinded. The mayor encloses affidavits of his own, sworn to by the city recorder, by the city chief of police, and by a couple of patrol officers. Now, these gentlemen deny all knowledge of the incident. It is indeed unfortunate, writes Mr. Weeks, and these are his exact words, quote, that you did not fully verify this story before you broadcasted it, unquote. The mayor goes on to say that since my broadcast went out to the nation, and since according to the affidavit's locale of the story was wholly untrue, he, the mayor, urges that I have the courage and forthrightness to retract the wrong I have done his city, giving to my own retraction the same emphasis I placed upon the original broadcast. Well, Mr. Weeks, I hardly know how to make affidavits of your city recorder and city policeman as emphatic as Mr. Woodward's in the hospital for the blind. If it turns out to be true that the city of Aiken is blameless of this hideous scandal, it is my duty to make that innocence as public as possible, and I hope to be able to. But I must warn you that denials are never dramatic, and if I'm to say something exciting about Aiken, it will have to be something better than that a Negro boy was never blinded in its streets. I look forward to giving the subject of Aiken all the emphasis it deserves, but I'm bound to fail without some affirmative material. There are thousands of cities where Negro soldiers have not been blinded. I hope it will be my privilege to announce that your city is one of these. But since the broadcast is going to go out, as you put it, to the nation, let's spice up the retraction with a little good news. I won't ask you what the city of Aiken has done for Negro soldiers or for Negroes or for the blind. I'll only ask you if you're willing to join with me in a manhunt. A man dressed as a policeman blinded a discharged veteran. The blinded boy swears that his tormentor told him he came from the Aiken police. It is surely a more urgent matter for you to apprehend this imposter before he commits further outrages in your city's name than it is to exact from a commentator the cold comfort of apology. You'll get the apology when the facts are clear. Until then, you must understand why it must be deferred. After all, Mr. Weeks, I have not only the affidavits of your policeman, I have also the affidavit of the blinded soldier. Working on the meager clue that there is also an Aiken County, I've sent investigators there and to your city. Who should bring out the truth? Unless it is too skillfully hidden. The soldier might easily have made a mistake, but there's a man in a policeman's uniform who made a worse mistake. And all the retractions in the world won't cleanse the name of Aiken till we find that man. I assure you, Mr. Weeks, I do not doubt the word of your police chief, your patrol officers, or your city recorder, but neither do I doubt the word of the blinded Negro boy. His suffering gives his oath a special validity, and I would take it against the Supreme Court and the President of the United States. Let us say he misunderstood what was said to him, or let us say he was lied to. But just saying that isn't enough. Your city's honor is certainly more important than my pride, but honor and pride are piddling trifles beside a pair of eyes. If it is your point that the boy was lied to, it is my point that we must all of us refuse to rest till we've unmasked the liar. If you want me to say that this awful thing did not happen in your city, then there's an American soldier who believes that it did happen in your city. And I cannot forget that. It is to him, Mr. Weeks, that you should address your first and most indignant letters. They will, of course, need to be transcribed in Braille. And now I see my time is just about up. That's all I have to say to you for the moment, Mr. Mayor of Aiken. And you, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming to this part of your dial at this part of a Sunday. Please let me join you next week at the same time, and let me hear from you. Your letters are much appreciated. We like reading them on this program. Till next week, then, same time, same station. I remain, as always, obediently yours.
This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box presents Myrt and Marge. The world of the theater and the world of life, and the story of two women who seek fame in the one and contentment in the other. Brought to you by the makers of Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box. But first, let's listen in on the conversation.
Say, Margie, when I passed Nell's house this morning, there were several women on her back porch.
Myrtle. Then today's the day Nell is proving it.
Proving what, Margie?
Proving that her old washing machine can wash clothes just as white and bright as the newer machines her neighbors own. You see, Myrtle, I introduced Nell to Concentrated Super Suds in the Blue Box because she blamed her dull, dingy washes on her old washing machine. But now she knows that the lazy soap she used caused all the trouble. My, but she's proud of the washes Concentrated Super Suds gives her. She says they're the whitest and brightest in the whole neighborhood.
Oh, I'm sure they are, because Concentrated Super Suds is guaranteed best. Guaranteed to give better results than any make of washing machine. And for tub washing, too.
Yes, and remember, Myrt, Concentrated Super Suds in the blue box is made with pyrene, a new wonder-working soap ingredient that gives Concentrated Super Suds far greater washing power and enables it to give you 5 great wash day advantages. More suds, whiter, quicker, safer washes with far less work.
And friends, surely you want whiter, brighter clothes. The kind Concentrated Super Suds turns out every wash day, whether you use tub or washing machine. So make your next wash day the easiest and most successful ever. Use Concentrated Super Suds in the blue box, the soap guaranteed best in tub or machine. Listen for Concentrated Super Suds guarantee, which Del will explain following today's program.
And now, Myrt and Marge. Myrt and Marge have returned to New York and have started work on the Miramar Theater Group project with Bellerton White. Myrt, anxious to see their new work absorbing Marge's interest so that she may forget Lee Kirby, is delighted with the speed with which White has worked. But yesterday, Clarence told Marge about White's strange carelessness in paying a personal tailor's bill from the theater bank account. A bit of information which made Marge thoughtful. Today, we must go to the 49th Street Theater to find the girls. As we enter the stage door alley, we find Clarence alone and, believing himself unobserved, pacing up and down in a curious frenzy.
Perfectly ridiculous for me to feel so timid about it. There's no reason why I shouldn't ask them to give me a chance at it. That'd certainly be better than some of those hams they've been hearing. I could do it beautifully. I know I could. Bella. Bella. No matter what happens, I shall always adore you.
Well, Clarence, having a good time?
Oh, hello, Bella. I mean, Jimmy. How are you?
Not practicing up for another lecture, are you?
Oh, no, nothing like that. Just talking to myself about something.
Oh, that's a bad habit, Clarence. It indicates insanity.
Huh? Oh, no, it doesn't, Jimmy.
Especially when you make strange gestures.
No, that's an exploded theory.
Well, I hope you're right for your sake.
So do I.
Myrtle and Margie still inside?
Yes, indeed.
What's going on?
Oh, tryouts. They're picking the rest of the cast.
Well, do you think it's okay for me to go on in?
Oh, sure. They're taking a short breathing spell at the moment, giving the next fellow a little extra time to study the scene he's to read. Go right on in.
Okay, thanks.
All right,
Myrtle.
Jimmy Trent, when did you get here?
Just this minute. Not interrupting anything, am I?
Oh, not a bit. We're almost through. Just one more actor to audition. Stick around.
I intend to. Where's Margie?
Sitting out front. Going to stay in town for dinner, Jimmy?
Oh, longer than that.
Yes?
I told you I wasn't going to stay out in Old Port this winter, so here I am.
You didn't let any grass grow under your feet, did you? But, Jimmy, what did you do about that...
Oh, good afternoon, Kent. Glad to see you. Put it right here.
Hello, Mr. White. How are you?
Oh, here now. None of that mister stuff. Brilly to you, my boy. Just plain brilly. Well, thought you'd drop in and see if your 5,000 is producing any action, did you?
Hey, Brellerton.
What's the matter?
Don't say anything about Jimmy's money. I told you that.
Oh, yes, I know. But Margie can't possibly hear us.
Somebody else might. The rest of the cast knows he's one of our backers. Margie will hear about it. Actors don't keep secrets.
Oh, well, nobody heard me. But we're getting things in fine shape, Jimmy. Yes, sir. Thanks to that check of yours, we're off to a quick start. Listen, you're not going to regret this little investment, not for a single minute.
I'm sure I won't. But I think Myrtle's right. As long as there are any others around, let's pretend I have no connection with you or the company.
Sure. But you rest assured, as a friend of Myrtle's, you're always welcome around the theater, or should I say, as a friend of Margie.
Okay, Brelly, let's dip it.
Oh, anytime you want to drop up to my place, just come along and see how things are going. Come right ahead. Always glad to answer any questions.
Right.
Say, wait a minute. What's Ross holding this up for anyhow? Why doesn't he tell this next guy to go ahead? I want to get out of here before 5.
You can't expect a man to read a part until he knows what the character's about, Brad.
I know, but I've got other things to do, Myrtle. I can't waste all day just hearing actors.
Now, Bee, there's nothing more important than casting. Better let Ken run it his own way.
Oh, I'll be tactful, Myrt, but I crave action.
And he's going to get action regardless, eh, Myrtle?
Greatest little fellow on earth for getting things done I've ever seen. Oh, wish I had more experience in lying, Jimmy. I feel like a guilty school kid every time Margie asks about the financial setup.
Oh, I know. How is she, Myrtle? Pepped up about this now that it's actually started?
Yes, Jimmy, not quite the way she used to be about a new show, but she will be before long, I'm sure.
Beginning to forget about Lee a little?
Well, coming back to the Summer Runs Hotel didn't help any.
Yeah, I thought of that after you left the other day.
But she's found a new apartment for us, and we'll be moving about the 1st. That'll help a lot.
Sure. And a few more days around the theater like this.
Dr. O'Mara was right, Jimmy. This is exactly what she needed.
Oh, Myrtle, we're ready for you.
Okay, relative. Here I go, Jimmy. I've got to run through the scene again with this new fellow. Go on up with Margie, why don't you?
Okay, where is she?
She's sitting out front in the back row. Go right through that door behind the switchboard.
Right.
On the preceding page. It'll bring him in better.
Mind if I join you, Margie?
Why, Jimmy. Where did you come from?
Oh, I just wandered in. Thought I'd like to see how the Miramar Theater group's progressing.
Oh, it's progressing all right. Or was until just a few minutes ago. We've got all the cast except this one part.
Is it all right to talk here?
Oh, Jimmy, perhaps you better go out in the lobby.
Oh, sure.
You're standing there like a stick.
Well, now, we can talk all we want to out here.
Yes. Now, what are you in town for?
Oh, I'm an old New Yorker now. This is my home.
Are you serious?
It's a fact. The great metropolis just couldn't get along without me any longer.
What are you talking about?
Remember that meeting at the factory I had to go to the day you folks left Oldport?
Yes, of course.
Oh, that was an extremely important meeting for me. Changed my life completely, uprooted me, and cast me forth upon the broader seas of business.
Well, come on, tell me, won't you?
Well, the management board of J.W. Kent and Company has, in its infinite wisdom, seen fit to appoint Mr. J.W. Kent II as a special sales representative for the metropolitan area. So, effective today, I'm attached to the New York sales office.
But, Jimmy, I didn't know you had a New York office.
Oh, absolutely. Corner of Madison Avenue and 44th Street. It hasn't had a very spectacular record of success. That's why they sent me here to sort of stir things up a bit.
Oh, putting it right up to you, are they?
Yeah, local bear must make good if he wants to stay here. And he does.
Did you know they were thinking of sending you here?
Well, it's been in the wind for some time. It's an old Kent maxim, never count your chickens before they've hatched. Very original. Been in the family for years.
Oh, you crazy. When are you moving in?
I have already. I'm now installed in a very comfortable room at the Yale Club, a permanent part of the local scenery. Oh, which brings up a point.
Yes?
Well, you may not realize it, but I'm practically a stranger here in town. So I shall need help, solace, guidance, and companionship until I know my way around.
Having come into New York only about twice every week since your earliest childhood, you don't know your way around at all.
Exactly. Hey, look. They're all through.
Oh, well, we better go back inside.
Let me get the door for you.
Thanks. Oh, though they want to give him the part, Jimmy. Ken Ross is going over to talk to him. I guess he's in.
Okay, everybody, that's all today. Be sure to see Mr. Ross before you leave, though. Okay.
Come on, Jimmy.
All right.
Say, Margie.
Yes?
Margie, I almost forgot. I want you and Myrtle to save tonight for me. You haven't made any plans, have you?
Oh, no.
Well, she was just about to, though. She didn't know it, but she was.
Huh? Oh, that's all right, my boy. We can let you in on this, too. You see, I've got a new penthouse apartment that needs a bit of housewarming, and I'm asking all the cast up tonight.
A penthouse?
Yeah. Is it okay, Margie? Can you come up?
Oh, yes, of course. Where is it?
I gave Myrtle the address a few minutes ago. Can't get a cast completed in the penthouse all in one day without doing something to celebrate, can we? Wait till you see the night view you get from my terrace. 38th floor, and the city spread out like a map.
What a man. Ding, ding, ding.
So he's moved into a penthouse apartment already.
Why do you say it that way?
Jimmy, I'm probably being very silly, but I don't like that man.
Why not?
I don't know exactly, but I don't trust him.
Well, why, Margie?
I don't know, but I'm very glad I didn't let you give him any of your money, Jimmy. He works too fast to suit me.
Are Myrt and Jimmy wrong about Bellerton White? And is Margie right? Or is her feeling simply the result of the disillusionment Lee Kirby caused? Will she have reason to change her mind about him at the penthouse party tonight? And can White keep Myrt's and Jimmy's secret from her? Don't miss tomorrow's episode. And now, Margie?
You know, friends, it's only natural for us women to envy others who have more modern conveniences than we have. The very latest washing machine, for example. But there's one consolation. Thanks to concentrated super suds, the wash that we hang on the line will be just as white and bright as anybody's. Because, you see, concentrated super suds in the blue box washes clothes of gleaming, brilliant white in any type of washing machine. And in tubs, too. Yes, this amazing new soap, concentrated super suds, gives layer upon layer of rich, energetic suds. Suds that soak dirt-free in as little as 10 minutes. That's why you get cleaner, whiter clothes in less time with less work.
We are so sure concentrated super suds in the blue box is the finest soap you have ever used that we make this guarantee. Get a package and test it against any other soap. If you don't agree, concentrated super suds gives better results. Just mail the empty carton to Concentrated Super Suds, Jersey City, New Jersey. Colgate Palmolive Peat Company will send you double your money back. Won't you join Myrt and Marge at the same time tomorrow? Hilltop House is on the air in 30 seconds. The story of one woman's devotion to the children in her care and her fight for their happiness. Keep tuned in to Hilltop House.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The National Hour. This is the mirror of public opinion, reflecting what America and the world are thinking, planning, doing. This is today's interpretation of the problems and the newsworthy milestones that we must reach and pass on the road to peace and reconstruction. Today, February 17th, 1946, we present the 14th in the distinguished new NBC series, The National Hour. Our subject for today, the proud history, the fighting tradition of the United States Marine Corps. And the question, what now for the Marines? This is Robert St. John in New York. It was just 1 year ago that it began. A year ago yesterday that a powerful naval task force began shelling Iwo Jima. It will be a year on Tuesday since the Marines went ashore at Iwo. Historians may claim that true perspective is impossible after only a year. Well, maybe that's so. But Iwo was not an event in itself. It was a bloody, brave, terrifying, inspiring climax of 165 years of service. It was a fulfillment of Marine Corps destiny. This is Robert McCormick in Washington, and here in our nation's capital, the epic of courage and devotion that was the Battle of Iwo is still being recalled. And right now, many of the country's lawmakers are wondering what place in the post-war world should be held by the service that pried open the gates to Japan. And here with me today to tell the National Hour about the Marine Corps, its magnificent past and its future, is Secretary of the Navy, James Forrestal. And we will also call in the Corps Commandant, General Alexander A. Vandegrift. We are standing by. This was their path.
Guadalcanal.
These are the strides that drove a treacherous foe back to his home island,
Tarawa.
yielding his stolen empire as he reeled backward.
Bougainville. Cape Gloucester.
These names represent space, time, atoll.
The Marshalls.
Defenses, obstacles, reefs, tides, jungle.
Saipan.
All the factors the Japanese counted on in their decades of planning.
Kenyans.
They were overcome by specialized knowledge, incomparable tradition, coordination, machines, and men.
Guam. Hello.
Brave men with fighting hearts.
Iwo Jima.
The feats were merely what we expected of the Marines.
Okinawa.
And only the enemy was surprised.
The speed with which you trained powerful amphibious forces was a complete surprise to us.
This is Captain T. Omae, Imperial Japanese Navy, speaking after the final defeat of Japan. Captain Omae should not have been surprised. This Marine force that swarmed ashore on Japan's heavily fortified islands had cumulative training of over a century and a half. Now let's take a long look back to see where the advance on Tokyo really began, to see the men and the deeds that made the advance possible. (1776). The forces of colonial freedom, poorly supplied, wretchedly armed. The commander-in-chief of the Continental Fleet was Commodore Essex Hopkins. Secret information brought to him by Continental Intelligence stirred his imagination as he paced the deck of his flagship.
600 barrels, you say?
Yes, Commodore, at least 600 barrels of powder and other ammunition.
And the British have them stored in the Bahamas?
Aye, the island of New Providence.
Does your information give any indication of the force that defends the store?
Small, sire, a small force.
Then with the squadron and the Marine contingent...
The only harbor is under the guns of Fort Nassau.
Perhaps it'll be possible to land in force elsewhere than in the harbor.
Perhaps.
By the Lord Harry, with 600 barrels of powder, and so dire our need for powder, it's worth the trying.
The squadron moved down Chesapeake Bay, was fitted out for the expedition, and set sail for the Bahamas in January. On March the 1st, it reached the rendezvous at Abaco, one of the Bahama Islands. Commodore Hopkins had laid his plans carefully, and now he set them into operation.
You, Lieutenant Weaver, will command the two sloops. It will be your purpose to put Captain Nicholas here ashore with his Marines.
I understand, sir.
In this way, Captain Nicholas, you will have the advantage of surprise. Move your Marines ahead of the squadron. Then, Captain, if you fail to get the full advantage of surprise, the squadron will come up to support you. Is everything understood?
Aye, Commodore. It is my task to put Captain Nicholas and his Marines ashore.
And the rest, as I take it, is left to my Marines.
That is the cannon of the fort, Captain.
Our movement has been detected, Lieutenant. The squadron followed too closely. I can't put my men ashore here.
We'll move to the eastern end of the island.
The advantage of surprise has been lost. But if you'll engage the shore forces with the cannon, we'll fight our way ashore.
Aye, aye, sir.
That is how it was done 169 years before Iwo Jima. The sloops Providence and Wasp lay off New Providence, and under the cover of the gunfire of the two vessels, Nicholas and his force went ashore. The Marines had landed. Here in Washington, old yellowed file papers in museum cases tell of the innumerable occasions on which the Marines have landed. And through this record, there is a step-by-step series of discoveries, developments, refinements of method that increase the striking power of this military arm of the United States Navy. And we call to your attention this man. Washington files indicate that He may have been the first casualty in the war with Japan. What he is writing will give you the idea of how early he began the battle.
Advanced Base Operations in Micronesia by Major Earl H. Ellis, United States Marine Corps, 1921. It is my opinion that the Japanese...
Major Earl H. Ellis, after making a brilliant record for himself in World War I, was not convinced that the world had seen its last war. Earl Ellis knew the Japanese. He'd been in Guam and the Orient even before the First World War. He'd seen omens and portents in the behavior of the Japanese. The first that Ellis's superior knew of this uneasiness was when a manuscript was placed on the desk of the Marine Commandant, then Major General John A. Lejeune.
Advanced Base Operations in Micronesia. What's this, Major?
I'd like you to look it over, General.
But, operations in Micronesia? What sort of a problem is this?
It's not a theoretical problem, sir. I firmly believe that we'll have to fight a war someday out there in the Pacific.
Great Scott. Against whom?
Japan, sir.
Are you serious about... Yes, I can see you are.
That's just an outline you have there, sir. But if you'd approve, I'd like to expand it. I'm sure they're preparing these Pacific islands at bases and are fortifying them, sir.
Well, that would be important intelligence, if true, Ellis.
Something is going on in those islands. I've heard from men at Guam that it's now almost impossible for an outsider to visit on any of the islands the Japanese took over from Germany.
But are you certain they want to fortify positions so far from their mainland? Well, the marshals are at least 3,000 miles from Japan. Why do you think they'd go to the trouble of defending a few relatively unimportant islands that far from their shores?
I don't believe they have defense in mind, sir.
You mean you think they would attack us?
I do, sir.
Ellis, I'm not sure I agree with you entirely as to the possibility of this thing, but if you feel strongly about it...
I do, sir.
Well, what do you recommend, Major?
Ellis, a tall, well-built Kansan of slightly over 40, went to work on his plan for defense operation against Japan with astounding thoroughness. And here are some of the things he wrote in his report of 1921.
In order to impose our will upon Japan, it will be necessary for us to project our fleet and land forces across the Pacific and wage war in Japanese waters. During the first phase of the operations, the enemy will endeavor to reduce our fleet superiority to a limit where he believes he can safely risk a main fleet action. Considering our consistent policy of non-aggression, Japan will probably initiate the war, which will indicate that she...
Well, Ellis, this is a very impressive piece of work you've done. Excellent detail.
Thank you, General. But it isn't nearly so detailed as I think it should be. Actually, we know nothing at all about these islands.
Yes. I believe we should know more about them.
It can't wait, sir. Every day the Japanese are closing up that part of the world tighter and tighter. It'll have to be done before the curtain is drawn completely.
But I doubt if the State Department will approve any secret expedition.
Well, sir, I'd like to see this thing through myself. If you would give me an extended leave of absence...
Now, wait, Major. Even if the leave could be arranged, I don't think money could be appropriate.
I have money of my own, General Lejeune. I can get a job with one of the trading companies. That will bring in something, and the job will take me where I want to go.
Evidently, Major, you're completely convinced of the urgency of this.
I am, sir. It may be tomorrow. It may be 50 years from now. But someday, Japan is going to strike.
Earl H. Ellis, by then a lieutenant colonel, was given an extended leave of absence and left immediately for Micronesia.
And guess who I saw in Tokyo? Earl Ellis. Yes, when he saw me, he gave a little shake of the head like he didn't want me to speak to him. What's he up to?
I haven't heard from Ellis. Last letter I had from him I got a year ago March.
Yeah, every once in a while some Marine comes back from Guam or someplace out there and says he's seen Colonel Ellis. We haven't heard from him here for over 2 years.
A report came in late spring of 1923. Not from Ellis, but rather about Ellis.
Mr. R.H. Ellis, believed employee of a foreign trading company, accidentally killed, Palau Islands, May 12th.
Inquiries by the State Department addressed to the Japanese government brought a different story.
Deeply regret to report Mr. E.H.S. died of natural causes. His body has been cremated. Deeply regret.
And shortly after this report was received, the cruiser Milwaukee on its shakedown cruise stopped at Palau to investigate Earl Ellis's death. The Japanese officials said he had died of excessive drink. Now, that's all that was said officially, but there was talk in Palau of poison. That's the end of the story of Colonel Earl Ellis, who more than 20 years before Pearl Harbor accurately foresaw the Japanese aggression. That's the end of the story, except for one incident in 1944, after we had captured these islands from the Japanese. A bulldozer preparing an airfield on Palau rooted out a grave marker. The driver of the bulldozer said the name on the marker was Ellis.
Deeply regret to report Mr. E.H.S. died of natural causes. His body has been cremated. Deeply regret.
Perhaps, then, Ellis was the first Marine casualty in our war against Japan. But he is not the only man who had a part in preparing the Leathernecks for that very specialized job of landing from the sea on a defended shore, nor was the path to general acceptance of amphibious warfare a cheap one. The first obstacle was the path, for other men had tried these tactics and had failed.
I tell you, it's impossible. Gallipoli has demonstrated that a large-scale landing on a defended shore has been made very nearly impossible by the invention of automatic weapons, such as the machine gun.
Yes, the British disaster at Gallipoli made some military men think that such landing operations were impossible. The U.S. Marine Corps did not accept that as a verity, for it would have marked the end of the Marines. There were solutions to the problem, and with experimentation, the Marines found them.
Hey, that's too easy. Take that Amtrak down the beach away. Try to climb out with a shingle. It's really steep.
Don't worry. This baby can climb out of anything. Over anything, onto anything.
The amphibian tractor landing vehicle tank, the LVT, was one of the answers to workable amphibious tactics. The LVT could be armored to protect personnel against small arms fire. It could be maneuvered in the water and on the beach. Then came the development of the LCVP, the LCI, the LCM, all contradictions to the belief that amphibious operations had no place in modern warfare.
Guadalcanal.
Well, we've started. We showed them we can land against them, but it was rugged.
Cape Gloucester, Emerald.
I've had a year and a half of it, death and disease, hacking through the jungle. But we're getting there. We're nearer Japan.
Roy, Namur, and the Waitok. We smacked them back from there. The Marianas, Saipan, Tinian, Guam.
The B-29s to go after Tokyo when we got through, but the soil on those islands was a lot redder afterwards than it was before.
Iwo Jima.
Somehow they knew it. On the way there, they knew that this was to be the big show. The Leathernecks knew it, in fact, as soon as they were on the transports.
We're going to be on a ship for a month of Sundays.
Yeah? How do you know?
Need a way to keep us busy. That's to keep us from going stale.
Oh.
Now, we just sat around here. Uh-oh. That clinches it.
Huh? What clinches it?
Yeah. See what's coming over in the wash line with the destroyer?
Yeah, but what is it?
The sealed office. The officers get briefed, and then it comes to us. The good news.
Then the future unfolded, as much as the future can unfold while it's still the present. Every detail is covered in the officer's briefing.
Well, this is it, gentlemen. Iwo. It's a volcanic wart, and we've never come up against anything quite like it. We know the enemy's defense will unravel if they lose Iwo, and the enemy knows that, too. So we're not expecting a picnic. Now, here's the beach we're going to hit, the East Beach. It's about 3,000 yards from here to here. Now, we're on this south sector, north of Mount Suribachi here. This is the green beach. This is the red. The 28th Regiment will hit the green. The 27th will hit the red. H hour, -2, the LCIs, the LSTs, the LSN.
Now, look, guys, look. Get this right if you want the long end of the odds. What'd I tell you now? Who's on our right?
Second platoon, Charlie Company on our right.
Yeah, you got that straight. Who comes in the next wave after we do?
Battery Dog behind it.
Who's on our left?
Who's on first? What's on first? Who's on third?
Okay. So you're Abbott and Costello. I just hope you remember the funny jokes when you're in a crossfire and you don't know who's where.
Yeah, that's right. Come on, guys. This is something we can't miss.
Everything's pat down to the last detail except for one, the unpredictable, the weather. Midnight of February 18th. 9 hours till H hour, and the Pacific was rough. 6 hours later, the seas were calm. And then came the dawn. Dawn, and the Marines got their first look at Iwo. The New York, the Arkansas, the Texas, the Idaho, the Nevada, the Tennessee were pounding the shore.
0730.
Here we go, chum. Over the side.
Eddie, who's on our right? I forgot.
Take it easy. First platoon.
Oh, yeah.
0756.
Flagship.
Let's have it.
Very light swells. Light surf. Excellent visibility.
0811.
Lift the fire when first wave landing craft is 500 yards offshore. The SPDs will go in low to bomb and strafe beach installations.
Oh, 0830.
There's the signal. First wave starts in, I'll just follow a 2-minute interval. How you feel, chum?
I can't remember anything, Eddie.
Yeah, you will. It'll all come back to you when you hit the beach.
0849.
Golly, it's quiet. After that barrage.
I didn't think it'd be anything like this.
9 o'clock. 0900 hours. February 19, 1945. H hour.
History takes over from this point to tell the terrible, glorious story. And history fails, too, for the mind can't encompass an event of this magnitude. 60,000 Marines went out to take Iwo. 20,000 of them were killed or wounded taking it. Why did it have to be done? Well, we needed Iwo to speed the victory. Why did the Marines do it? Because it was an operation for which the United States Marine Corps had been preparing for 169 years.
At our National Hour microphone, to honor the men of his command who gave their lives at Iwo, is the Commandant of the United States Marine Corps, General Alexander A. Vandegrift. Today, from NBC's affiliated station, WTMA in Charleston, South Carolina, General Vandegrift.
I am honored to participate on this occasion of the anniversary of Iwo Jima in a tribute to the men whose gallantry is symbolized by the now familiar picture of that heroic group raising the stars and stripes over the rocket summit of Mount Suribachi. But I should like also to pay tribute to other men like Colonel Ellis, who were present only in spirit at the assault on Iwo, but whose contribution to victory was as vital as that of the men whose valor and skill took that impregnable island. They are the Marines who preceded the generations which stormed Iwo. They are the men who landed with Major Nicholas at New Providence in 1776, or raised the American flag at Derna in North Africa in 1805. They are the Marines who, following First World War, applied themselves anew to the study of that most difficult of all military operations, a landing from the sea. These Marines, both officers and men, worked doggedly, quietly, and alone in the practical and theoretical development of the art of amphibious warfare. They evolved over the years an extensive and authoritative written doctrine, and when it finally became clear that amphibious action was to be the key to World War II, their doctrine and equipment were shared with our Army and with our allies. Iwo Jima represents a fruition of individual and collective experience, thought and effort of many thousand Marines, past and present. They are the soldiers of the sea in whom reposes the tradition of amphibious operations, laid to rest the view which prevailed in military circles prior to the war, that operations involving landing on a defended beach became impracticable with the advent of automatic weapons. They demonstrated
that no beach, however strongly defended, can be held in the face of a well-organized and resolute assault from the sea. This is a fact of vital significance to any nation whose security depends upon the maintenance of supremacy on, over, and under the seas which lie between it and any possible aggressor. The ability to conduct successful and amphibious operations is a necessary and inevitable adjunct of sea power. Marines of the future, like those of the past, who pioneered amphibious warfare, and those of the present, who brought it to its highest peak at Iwo Jima, will continue to contribute to control of the seas as maintained by the United States Navy in the interests of our national security.
Thank you, General Vandergrift. Down here in Washington, legislation is coming up affecting the future of the Marines. Recently, Senator Brian McMahon of Connecticut introduced a bill proposing that because of the Corps' great versatility and because by tacit international understanding the use of Marines does not constitute an act of war, the bill proposes that the Congress place the United States Marines in the hands of the international police. So Congress may give this job to the Marines, but regardless of this proposal, the Navy Department has definite plans for the Marine Corps in its post-war program, and to tell you how he feels about these plans, the National Hour brings you now the Secretary of the Navy, James V. Forrestal.
Iwo Jima has become one of the great place names in the glorious history of the United States Marine Corps. Admiral Turner called it the most heavily fortified and capably defended enemy island in the world. Its defenders were destroyed by the Marines, supported by ships and planes and men of the United States fleet. A trifibious task performed by a trifibious task force. It was my privilege to be at Iwo on D-Day, -1. I clearly recall the impression of that dark and brooding island. And as clearly as if it were yesterday, I see the stars and stripes 3 days later going to the top of the flagpole on Mount Suribachi. That island was only 8 square miles in area, but it was a vital point on our road to Tokyo. Uncommon valor was a common virtue of the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Marine Divisions on Iwo. Their record of dauntless courage should never be forgotten. It was not only uncommon valor that won the Battle of Iwo, or any of the other battles that were fought on these coral and volcanic islands. Those victories have their roots in far-sighted planning and training typical of the Marines. The smooth teamwork of modern amphibious assault was being developed in the Caribbean area 20 years before most Americans ever knew that there was an island called Iwo Jima in the western reaches of the Pacific. And by the time the Fleet Marine Force went ashore at Iwo, its technique was so organized that even the loose black sand on those beaches and the skillfully concealed Japanese pillboxes beyond the slope could not repulse the attack. Each landing in the Pacific contributed to the success of the next operation. The United States Marines are specialists, and they are also all-around fighting men. They know how to spearhead attack. They have plenty of experience in the protection of American lives abroad in peacetime. The familiar phrase, "call out the Marines," is no idle invocation, and its force and meaning must not be lost. Speaking as an individual citizen, I must confess that this possibility worries me. Some of the current proposals for changes in the character of our armed forces seem to me to risk the submergence of the role of the Marine Corps and lessening that morale which has given this Corps its extraordinary fighting proficiency. I cannot help thinking what a loss our country would suffer if the particular and singular identity of the Marines ever disappeared. Whatever the future composition of our armed forces may be, the fighting efficiency and the high spiritual quality of the Marines must not be impaired. National security is paramount, and the United States Marine Corps is a proven guarantor of that security.
Thank you, Mr. Forrestal.
On the subject of the United States Marines, then, our documentary is ended.
But this is Robert St. John inviting you to listen again at the same time next week when our subject will be the railroads of America, what travelers may expect in the future.
This has been the National Hour. From our studios in New York and Washington and from station WTMA in Charleston, South Carolina, The National Broadcasting Company has presented the 14th in a distinguished new series on national problems and current affairs. Our speakers today were Secretary of the Navy James P. Forrestal and General Alexander A. Vandegrift of the United States Marines. Robert St. John was your narrator, with Robert McCormick reporting from Washington. This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
From WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Gillette presents the World Series. From the Yankee Stadium in New York this afternoon, we bring you the third game of the 1942 World Series as a feature of the Gillette Safety Razor Company's year-round cavalcade of sports, which embraces the Kentucky Derby, the football bowl games, New Year's Day, all major boxing bouts month after month, and other sports events of national interest. This is Mel Allen speaking for Gillette over the Mutual Network, the Canadian Broadcasting Corporation, and hundreds of affiliated stations, plus shortwave outlets WGEO and WGEA Schenectady, KGEI San Francisco, which beam these games to our armed forces abroad. Now, this third game of the 1942 World Series is played by the National and American Leagues and the St. Louis and New York clubs as the agent for the USO, the United Service Organizations. It's a jam-packed stadium today, seething with tremendous excitement, generated by those two hectic games that started the series rolling in swell shape out in St. Louis. And today, the Yankees will present a revamped lineup as a result of Cardinal manager Billy Southworth's choice of Ernie White, a left-hander, as his pitching nomination. So in the background, we hear the folks laughing, and it's Al Shack entertaining them. But here quickly are the starting lineup for today's game. For the St. Louis Cardinals, no change from the lineups which they presented in the first two games outside of the pitcher. It's Jimmy Brown leading off playing second base, Terry Moore hitting second playing center field, Enos Slaughter batting third right field, Stan Musial in the cleanup spot left field, Walker Cooper hitting fifth catching, Johnny Hopp hitting sixth playing first base, Whitey Kurowski, whom we thought might be out of action because of a slight injury to his throwing arm in the second game, is back in there. He's playing third base. Marty Marion hitting eighth, playing shortstop. Ernie White pitching and, of course, occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order. For the Yankees, we have a revamped lineup, as we told you. It's Phil Rizzuto leading off, playing shortstop. Buddy Hassett hitting second, playing first base. Roy Cullenbine hitting third, playing right field. Joe DiMaggio in the cleanup spot, playing center field. Joe Gordon hitting fifth. He's been elevated from sixth to fifth, playing second. And Charlie Keller, who has been hitting fifth, has dropped to sixth, playing left field. Bill Dickey hitting seventh and catching. Jerry Priddy is going to play third base in place of Brad Ralph. Priddy playing third base, hitting eighth. Spurgeon Chandler is going to do the pitching for the Yankees. Of course, he's occupying the number 9 spot in the batting order. So there is the Yankee lineup, as you note. Hassett, who hit eighth earlier in the first two games, is batting second. Priddy is hitting eighth. Joe McCarthy wanting to inject as many right-handed hitters into the lineup as he could to face the left-handed pitching Bernie White. The umpires back to the plate, George Barr of the National League, Cal Hubbard of the American League at first base, George Major Kurtz of the National League at second base, and Bill Summers of the American League on third base. And that very quickly is the picture as we see it here at the stadium as the Yanks and Cards get set to go into action. And right now, here to give you his observations, a brilliant columnist of the New York Journal-American, a member of Gillette's staff of their cavalcade of sports, Bill Corum.
Thanks, Mel. To me, this is it. This ball game, as I see it, is the game that will decide the 1942 and 39th World Series. I believe the winning team today will go on to win the championship. My reason for feeling that way is that this is the place where the Yankees, mighty men that they are, McCarthy's big boys, overpower their opposition. They've done it in the American League year after year, and they've done it with National League clubs in the series, and this is their spot. I don't think, aside from Ken O'Day, Whitey Moore, and Harry Gumbert, that a single player on the Cardinals squad has ever seen, that's active player, of course, has ever seen the inside of this stadium. And certainly not packed as it is today with 70-odd thousand persons. One of the great, tremendous crowds that baseball has produced, and in a spot that I think is the finest stadium and the finest field baseball has. Certainly it's a relief to see an infield after that infield at Sportsman Park, where the grass looked like the spinach on Grandpa's chin. They put something called molder's dust on it out there and took all the grass off. And, of course, the Cardinals and Browns both playing. It gets no rest. And, as I say, it's really a relief to see a great field that we have here this afternoon. Now, the records of the rival pitchers, Ernie White, won 7 and lost 5 for the Cardinals. He's a southpaw, comparatively small fella, not nearly as big as his opponent, Spurgeon Chandler, who won 16 and lost 5 for the Yankees. White is what is known as a sore arm pitcher. That is, he has a lot of trouble with his arm, but when he's good, like the little girl, he's very, very good indeed. And, of course, he pitched a game that clinched the pennant for the Cardinals in their great rush when they practically came from behind the grandstand to down the Dodgers and win the National League flag. Shack is getting a big hand from the crowd as he trots in and waving to the people. A great entertainer and a great fella, Al. Now, to get back to White for a minute, he's one of Southwest's great left-handers. I don't say perhaps great in all time, but on this Cardinal squad, what you'd call a very, very good journeyman left-hand pitcher at least. And left-handers have troubled the Yankees some this year. Smith and Chubby Dean and others, and the theory is that they don't like them as well as they like speedball right-hand pitchers such as Cooper and Beasley. We'll see whether that's true or not. My experience with the Yankees has been that they like pretty near everything in the way of pitching and can hit almost anything. But if Southworth can get away with this one, if he can beat Chandler with White, he is going to be sitting in the driver's seat, as I see it, as far as the series goes, because he can come right back tomorrow with a fellow named Max Lanier, who is his exact counterpart for White as I could think of. Practically the same size, throws the same way, and they have pretty much the same sort of stuff. If White wins this afternoon, I'm reasonably sure I can tell you that Cooper will not pitch tomorrow, but will be held for Monday. On the other hand, if the Yankees win, I expect to see Cooper back in there in tomorrow's game here because he's Southwest's ace, and you've got to play your ace when you're in trouble. And I repeat that whoever wins this game, the other side definitely is going to be in trouble. And that's the picture as I see it here at the stadium as the Yanks and Cards go into the third game.
You regular World Series listeners will recall that on previous broadcasts, we've urged you to lay in a real supply of Gillette Blue Blades. But today, that's all off. Actually, Gillette's current stock of blades is far smaller than the average wholesaler's required inventory. Now, that's due to several things. First, production has been drastically cut by government order to save steel. On top of that, requirements for our armed forces are constantly increasing. Now, these 2 points alone, not to mention others, mean less Gillette Blue Blades for civilian use. So if you run across a store that's out of stock, particularly in defense areas, you'll know why. Of course, we're making every effort to distribute available supplies evenly. Now, no one wants to deprive others of the comfort of shaving with Gillette Blue Blades, so we particularly request that you buy fewer blades and use them thriftily. Don't overstock, and be sure to get maximum service out of every blade. It's easy to do this without sacrificing comfort if you know how, and during the game we'll tell you several ways to make every Gillette Blue Blade last longer. At the moment, the band is out in center field, entertaining the crowd. The bleachers are absolutely jam-packed. They've been out there since early this morning, with Al Schacht having come out earlier to do his stuff to amuse them, to keep things humming and keep interest so they wouldn't get too tired waiting for activity to start on the ball field. Spud Chandler still warming up below our booth, and so is Ernie White of the St. Louis Cardinals. We might give you a quick picture of where our booth is located. It's directly over home plate atop the third deck of the Yankee Stadium, so that we have a perfect view of everything in the playing field. The Yankee groundkeepers are putting on the finishing touches. At the moment, they're out at the mound, smoothing things off, a few of them out in right field. The umpires are at home plate, talking with each other, awaiting Art Fletcher, who will come out for the Yankees, and Billy Southworth, who will come out for the St. Louis Cardinals. Out in deep center field at the flagpole, incidentally, the distance from home plate to that point just to the right of it is 461 feet, is another of the groundkeepers who has a hold of the long rope by which they hoist up the flag. And that will be raised in a moment, and we, of course, will have the national anthem before the game gets underway. All the Cardinals out in front of their dugout got on some red jackets, looking around at the crowd, chatting, apparently very much interested in what's going on in the stands. We don't see any of the Yankees in the front of their dugout as yet, although in the extreme left-hand corner, there is Joe Gordon standing with his chin resting on his hand, awaiting something to take place. George Levy of the stadium, who has been in attendance at 12 World Series and who is always at the Yankee Stadium through the regular season, he's the man who walks out the plate to get the batteries for the day's game, goes over to the public address announcer here and gives them to him. Then they're announced. There's Morton Cooper trotting across back of home plate, just having come out of the runway leading to the Cardinals clubhouse, trotting over to the St. Louis bench. Johnny Schulte, Yankee coach, has his mitt up under his left arm, is ready to walk out to the bullpen. The bullpen's, by the way, at the stadium. The Yankee bullpen is out between the left field grandstand and the right field bleachers, and the visiting team bullpen is located between the right field stands and the right field bleachers, so that the boys have quite a long walk coming in when there's a need for changing pitchers. Well, at the moment, Art Fletcher and Billy Southworth are at home plate with the umpires. Terry Moore, the Cardinal captain, is there. They're discussing the batting orders and ground rules. And before the start of this third World Series game, we'll have time for station identification. We'll pause 10 seconds. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
We're ready for the national anthem, and here it is. And so with the playing of the national anthem, Old Glory is raised to the top of the flagpole in deep center field, and being raised right underneath it is the flag, or bunting, or pennant, whichever you want to call it, emblematic of the Yankees' World Championship, which they won last year, and which they're defending now. There go the Yankees trotting out onto the field, and now the ball game is going to get underway. Just listen to the cheers for the Yankees for a moment. Here's the announcement of the batteries, which we've already given to you. We'll let you listen.
Number 28, pitching. Cooper. Number 15, catching. The battery for New York. Chandler. Number 21, pitching. Dickey. Number 8, catching.
And now Judge Landis, High Commissioner of Baseball, is ready to throw out the ball and does to Bill Dickey. And Dickey trots back to home plate. We're going to be underway in just a moment or so. And to take over and describe for you in his inimitable fashion the first 4.5 innings of this third game of the World Series is Red Barber, who is now doing his 8th World Series. One of America's premier baseball announcers, a World Series fixture. And here he is, the old redhead.
Thank you very much, Mel. At the moment, out in the heart of the diamond here at Yankee Stadium, Spurgeon Chandler, limbering up his right arm, throwing down to his battery mate and catcher, Bill Dickey. At first base, Buddy Hassett. Second, Joe Gordon. At shortstop, Phil Rizzuto. And at third is Jerry Pretty, who hits right-handed. And Pretty is getting the nod today with the Cardinals starting a left-hander over Rolfe, the veteran third baseman who played the first 2 games but who is a southpaw swinger. And so once again, the team of Pretty and Rizzuto are shoulder to shoulder. They first came to fame as a second base combination, but since that time, Pretty has been made into a third baseman and utility infielder. In the outfield and left is Charlie Keller, who's busily tying a shoelace at the moment. DiMaggio is in center, and in right is Roy Cullenbine. Stepping in to be the first batter for the Cardinals is little Jimmy Brown, a switch hitter, who hits with equal facility from either side. He has 1 hit so far in the 2 games played. He's batting left-handed. Right-handed Chandler comes down, and Brown swinging fouls it off. This is Chandler's second appearance in this World Series. You recall he relieved and finally got the Cardinals out after they made 4 runs with 2 men down in the 9th inning of the first game. Brown got his hit as one of those Cardinal base hits in that last moment flurry and fuselage at St. Louis in the opener. George Barr of the National League is working balls and strikes back at the plate. The pitch is in there for a called second strike, a big curveball. A right-handed pitcher throwing to a switch hitter batting left-handed. And Chandler's now ahead, 0-2. No balls, 2 strikes. It's the game's first hitter. The defense is straight away on Brown, infield up a step. Jimmy swings, beats it down foul. He breaks for first base. In other words, he didn't wait to see whether the ball was fair or foul. Now comes walking back, picks up his stick. The other 3 umpires, Big Cal Hubbard is coaching back at first, and Major Kurth, who's just as big of the National League staff, was at second. Now the American League staff is Bill Summers back at third. The umpiring alternates who are dressed and in reserve if an emergency should arise are Basil of the American League and Dunn of the National. It's still no balls, 2 strikes. That's the count to Brown. And just a moment, time is called. Plate umpire Barr asked the Cardinal bat boy to get back over closer to the dugout. In fact, to get into the dugout. In other words, to get off the playing field. Chandler pumps, delivers. Brown swings and hits it right back to the mound. Chandler takes on a big bounce, throws to first. Plenty of time. Brown is up. 1 up and 1 away. Chandler being ahead of the first hitter all the way through. The pitcher to the first baseman, that's Chandler to Hassett. Terry Moore, Cardinal center field and captain, stepping in. Right-hand batter. He has 2 hits. He got the first hit for the Cardinals, which came in the 8th inning of the first game, and then followed up the next inning in the 9th with a single. Swings and misses at a low outside curve. Chandler really snapped it off, too. He has quite a curveball. The outfield is around toward left. The biggest hole is right center. Infield straightaway on Terry, who crouches, right-hand batter. Swings and lines it foul into the lower right field stand. Long second strike. And here Chandler is still staying completely ahead of all the hitters that he's facing. This is his number 2 batter. 1 man out. Ball game just began a moment ago with Jimmy Brown bouncing out, pitch to the first baseman. Chandler to Hassett. The game was a few moments delayed in its start. There was a very prolonged discussion over ground rules with the umpires. Here's a pitch. A curve in for call strike 3. And Chandler has been the completely dominant factor here to start. 2 up, 2 men out, and Country Slaughter stepping in. One of the Cardinal heroes in their win, which was the second game. A 10-hitter. He has 2 hits so far. Takes a curve, good for a called strike. Chandler isn't fooling around. He's a good-sized fella, strong. He's always been quite an athlete. Quite a halfback at the University of Georgia in his collegiate days. There's a pitch low inside that has Slaughter skipping rope. Down around his ankles, ball 1. And this is the first pitch that hasn't been in the strike area, thrown here at the start of the ball game by Chandler. 1 ball, 1 strike. 2 men out, nobody on, no score. The defense is around toward right slightly. Slaughter takes call, strike 2. Quick curve that came in and got the outside. Waist high. 1-2. Slaughter stands right off the plate. He's a medium-sized, stocky individual, heavy hip. Backs out, just harder waiting on Chandler. Now Amos stepping in again. Outfields that wood. Pulls that hat right down to the end of the handle. Chandler comes down. A screwball, swung on a miss for strike 3. And there was a screwball. He had been throwing a strictly orthodox curveball to the 3 batters. And then when he got 2 strikes on Slaughter, he then gave him the screwball. And it was a big one, and it was over the plate, too. If Slaughter hadn't swung, he'd have been called. And so, I guess you can't ask much more of a pitcher. He threw out Brown himself, then got a 3rd strike to Moore, and struck out Slaughter swinging on a screwball. And speaking of a screwball, The fact that the young man who's now on the mound for St. Louis tried to develop one last September is what began his forearm troubles. White is on the mound for St. Louis. His arm is perfectly all right now. He's telling him in the dugout before the ball game that his arm first began to get sore right after Labor Day last year when he started trying to develop a screwball. He hurt something in his elbow, and then when he came back to training camp this year, he made the same mistake again of going after the screwball again. And he hurt his arm seriously enough to where it was sore until 2 months ago. But he said he hasn't tried since spring training to break off a screwball, never intends to try again, and the arm is sound again. He's learned his lesson on that. He said somebody else can throw a screwball, but not me. So it's White on the mound for the Cardinals. Back of the plate, Walker Cooper. First base, Johnny Hopp. Second, Jimmy Brown. Shortstop, Slats Marion. Third, George Kurowski. His arm's all right. Stan Musial is in left. In center, Terry Moore. And in right field, Country Slaughter. And the scooter, Bill Rizzuto. Stocky, little speed merchant. Right-hand hitter. Up at the plate. White kicks a little ground. He's a very cool customer. With this blonde southpaw. Pumps. Comes down. Ball is funny toward third. There's Kurowski up with it. Throws to first. Not in time. Not in time. It's a base hit. White made his first pitch, a fastball that was coming down low inside around the knees, and Rizzuto caught it down there on the meat and bunted it neatly toward third. He bunted it just hard enough to where the pitcher couldn't field it. And by the time that Kurowski got in, the third baseman made the play. He made it faultlessly all right, but there wasn't time, and Rizzuto beat it out for a base hit. And he's on at first, possessor of the game's first hit, and he's the game's only runner. The batter is Buddy Hassett. In across, left-hand hitter, swings. There's a high foul back of first and into the stands. Hits into the upper tier. And the upper tier at Yankee Stadium is really an upper tier. 3 floors here. Main stand. Lower level, the mezzanine, and then the upper deck. That's 1 strike to Hassett. No score in the ball game. The infield, of course, for the Cardinals has to be ready for a bunt. That means Kurowski's in close. White a left-hander, checks his runner. Hop holding it first. The pitch. Hassett tries to bunt and fouls it off, and in fact nicked his thumb. In just a moment, is he going to be waved down to first base, or is he hurt? No, I believe only time is called. A high inside pitch, the bunt was on, and Hassett, in trying to bunt it, hit the left thumb of his finger. You know how a batter would slide his hand up on the barrel of the bat to try and bunt, to get the bat exactly right on the side of the projectile. And Hassett got a little bit too close. Doc Painter, the Yankee trainer, has met him and is walking this buddy now back toward the dugout. And it looked, apparently, as though that ball got Hassett on the thumbnail of his left hand. And Manager McCarthy's now come over. Of course, that would be a serious thing if Hassett, regular first baseman, has hurt a finger to where he wouldn't be able to carry on. So time is called, and Rizzuto is still standing at first base. In other words, there was a fine point that we had to wait and see whether the umpires thought that he was hit by the pitch ball or was hit accidentally while he was bunting. And now, according to the move of the plate umpire, that was a foul, that he was trying to bunt the ball, hit the bat first, and then went for the finger, which means it's just a second strike. Hassett's finger is still being checked and administered. Back now underneath the Yankee dugout. We can't see what's going on. Just as soon as he comes out or there's some other definite move to indicate just what it is, we'll let you know. And whatever happens, whether Hassett can come back or whether he will have to have a replacement, it will be either Hassett or his substitute who will have to come back in the batter's box with the count 2 strikes. Make no mistake on that. And the runner is at first base, Rizzuto, standing there quietly. So, in case you just joined us, for this third game of the World Series, brought to you by Gillette. Here's Hassett coming out now. So he's going to carry on, but he still is clenching and probing around that sore finger. For those of you who just joined us, the Cardinals went down 1-2-3. Chandler, starting pitcher for the Yankees, being in magnificent form. And the first Yankee up, Rizzuto, bunted the first pitch for a base hit down toward third. And Hassett is now returned to batter's box. For the count, no balls, 2 strikes. Left fielder Musial is straight away. Center fielder Terry Moore is veered over toward left center. And right fielder Slaughter is straight away, which means that the gap in the outfield against Hassett is right center. Infield upper step. White looks at first, delivers, and misses with the fastball outside. Ball one. Tried to make Hassett go for one going away, but he didn't. Sort of flexes that sore left hand a moment. Now grips the bat again. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White asks for the sign. Gets it. Stares a while. Now comes into pitching position, looks at first. Delivers to the plate. A curve high and outside for ball 2. And as soon as White turned that ball loose, in other words, that he immediately went down into a crouch. Because I imagine that when he made that delivery, he thought Rizzuto might be going, and he wanted to get out of the way in the event that his catcher was going to fire right back over his head towards second base. But Rizzuto didn't budge. In fact, he's been standing, you might say, suspiciously still at first base. White looks at first, delivers 2-2. Hassett swings. There's a high foul ball that catcher Walker Cooper's under halfway over to the Yankee dugout and grabs for the out. Rizzuto takes a run down off first, bluffing as though he's going for second, and then quickly goes back into first base. Walker Cooper walks the ball back out to the mound. So it is 1 out. And Hassett was defeated as he attempted, first of all, to sacrifice, and then was retired, a foul ball to the catcher. Roy Cullenpine, the switch-hitting right fielder, stepping in for the Yankees. He, of course, is going up there as a right-hand batter. Left-hander Ernie White on the mound for the Cardinals. Outfield's around toward left on Cullenpine. They're playing him to pull. Infield is up a step, except for first baseman Hop, who's rolling the bag against Rizzuto. Throw to first. Not in time. Rizzuto fading back on ahead. Cullenpine sets his feet wide apart and digs in. Crouches. The pitch. Swung on and foul. The curveball. Curve was breaking down. Roy swung above it. Beat it into the ground right underneath the catcher. And apparently nicked the ball because after a quick examination, plate umpire Barr throws it out. And as he throws it to the ball boy, waves his hand in a negative way, meaning that ball's no good for future use in this game, so get rid of it. You ag it. White rubs it, roughs it a little bit, uses the rosin bag. No balls, 1 strike, 1 man out for the Yankees, no score here in the first inning, first game at the stadium and 3rd game of the series. Shaw, who's fast, and a threat, leading down off first. Cullenpine crouching at the plate. White delivers, curve swung on and missed. Fast curve, strike 2. 0-2. Ernie is working very deliberately. He's quite cool. He doesn't get excited. Defense remains as it was. Left-hander steadies the runner. There goes Rizzuto. Cullenpine swinging, fouls it off. And it's still strike 2. Rizzuto was going. Now he comes trotting back to resume his lead. Whether that was a hit-and-run play or a run-and-hit play, you'd have to wait and ask somebody with the Yankees after the ball game. Because you don't know. The batter had 2 strikes, the pitch was over, so he had to swing. In other words, there could possibly have been a run-and-hit in which had the pitch been outside, Cullenpine would have taken and let Rizzuto go on. Anyhow, it's still 0-2. There's called strike 3. A quick curveball catches the outside, and Cullenpine is caught looking. And that's the first strikeout for White, and it is the second out for the Yankees, and Rizzuto remained at first base. Joe DiMaggio stepping in. Right-hand batter. Outfield is deep, around toward left. The infield swings well around toward third base. They play this strong 6-foot right-hander to pull toward left. Third baseman Kurowski is deep. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. High for ball 1. 1-0. 2 men out. Rizzuto, who's the game's only runner, here in the last of the first inning, still at first base. Hop is grimly holding the inside corner against him. They're not giving Rizzuto an inch. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. A curve good for a called strike, just above the knees. 1-1. 1 ball, 1 strike. White works with a very easy motion. Whereas he doesn't put on any acrobatic show when he's pitching. And he throws his curveball and fastball with one and the same motion. This is one of the reasons for his success. Steadies first. Delivers to the plate. Strike 2 swinging. DiMaggio reached for a fastball, low outside. 1-2. White busily going to the rosin bag, rubbing up the ball. He's taking no chances. He's not being hurried. Figuring out every single pitch. It's no score. Just the start of things. Key game. There goes Rizzuto. There's a pitch out. The throw down to second base. Here's an overthrow into center field. Rizzuto is up and on his way for third. Terry Moore recovers, throws to second, and Rizzuto is at third base. Rizzuto was going down. The steal was on, or you might say a run and hit was on, because if the pitch was outside, DiMaggio would take it, which he did, and it was a ball. Ball 2. The count is now 2-2. And Walker Cooper's throw to second with Jimmy Brown going in to take the bag was way high and went into center field. Score that as a steal for Rizzuto off second, and he advances to third base on catcher Walker Cooper's overthrow, which is charged as an error. This changes, of course, the complexion of things, which pitcher White had very carefully tried to keep under control. Now Rizzuto's at third. Quite a bit of difference between first and third. 2 out, DiMaggio up there, 2-2. Pitch is high for ball 3, high fastball. So that's a steal for Rizzuto and an error charged against Walker Cooper. DiMaggio standing out of the box. Let's see, time just for the moment. And there's to be a conference now between plate umpire Baugh, who is the umpire-in-chief for today's game, and third base umpire Bill Summers. And we'll see just exactly what it is. And they apparently... Wait, here it is, ladies and gentlemen. There was trouble at St. Louis in the second game about the fact that the Cardinal pitcher was taking his sign off the rubber. You see, in the American League, there's a rule that the pitcher must take his sign while being on the rubber. National League pitchers do not have to take the sign on the rubber. And so at St. Louis, it was allowed to go on despite the Yankee protest. But here in this ballpark, which is an American League park, White has to take his sign from the rubber, and that's what DiMaggio is kicking on just now. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. And DiMaggio struck out on a 3-2 pitch. It is scoreless, and that ends the first inning. And here's a change. Pretty, who began at third base, moves to first base. And Hassett's left hand, I think it is his left thumb, at least it looked that way when he was trying to get that bunt. Hassett's injury forces him out. And Pretty, the utility spare part for the Yankee in a defense, Pretty goes to first base, and to still have a right-hand hitting third baseman, Frankie Crosetti. One-time great shortstop for the Yankees, goes to third. That's the announcement now coming up over the public address.
Number 1, playing third base, Pretty. Number 14, playing first base for New York.
And Pretty, who began the ball game and played the first inning at third, is now at first base. And Crosetti makes his first appearance in this World Series as he takes over at third. Now stepping in as we continue this scoreless third game. First up in the second inning is Stan Musial, left-hand hitter. Bluffs a bunt, and then the pitch is over for a call strike. A sharp curve right under his hands over the inside. The Yankee infield now is Jerry Pretty at first base. Joe Gordon at second. Scooter Rizzuto is at short, and at third base, Frankie Crosetti. A pitch, swung on, beaten foul on the ground, back over toward the Cardinal dugout. Here at the stadium, the Yankees use the dugout on the third base side, and the visiting club, which in this case is the St. Louis National League team, uses the dugout on the first base side. Mike Gonzalez coaching back at first. Billy the Kid, manager Southworth, is his own third base coach. Stan Musial, left-hand hitter, waiting. Chandler, right-hander throw, screwball, hit down to short. Rizzuto's up with it, fires a throw to first, in time, Pretty takes it, and Musial is thrown out by a step. Short to first. Happily passed around the Yankee end of defense. It's no score, one man out, nobody on. The Cardinals at bat. Walker Cooper, the catcher, stepping into batter's box. There's the second inning.
Now it's out.
Bill Dickey stays down after giving the sign. Ball working off the catcher's left shoulder, right-hand hitter. Walker Cooper takes an outside curve low, ball one. It's just the second ball that Chandler has thrown, and this is the fifth hitter to place it. 1-0. Pitch. Swung on and missed. Curve ball off the hands. And Walker Cooper swung all the way around. That was the force and fury of his swing when he didn't get a hold of it. 1-1. Chandler looks into the dirt for the moment. Kicks with his spikes out in front of the mound. Blows on his hand now. Finally directs his gaze and takes the sign from Dickey. Big catcher comes up high at the pitch. Screwball hit down to short. Rizzuto up with it on a big bounce. Throws over to first. Plenty of time. Walker Cooper's out for 4 steps. And that's the second time that Chandler has thrown that screwball. So, 2 Cardinals up. Both of them thrown out by shortstop Rizzuto. Rizzuto to Pretty. And Johnny Hop stepping in. The Cardinals have not changed their batting order, except for the pitchers throughout the series. In other words, Southworth is standing pat. Hop stands midway in batter's box. Swing that stick from the end. Pitch. Over for a strike, and there was another screwball. That one came on the inside by the hands and broke back from a left-hand hit and over the plate. Chandler looks around. 2 out. Nobody on St. Louis. Second inning. Hop swings and misses at a curveball under his hands. And it is 0-2. Hop walks out of the box to compose himself for the moment. Now gets in again. Southworth cups his hands around his mouth. Hollers him back to third. You can do it, Johnny. Chandler throws. It's a screwball, which is hit down to short. Rizzuto grabs it. Throws to first. Plenty of time. Hop out about 2 steps. And Chandler, taking complete usage of that screwball, had the 3 batters in the second inning all hit right down to the left side and all get thrown out at short, so it is still no score, and that ends the first half of the second inning. I hate to go technical on you, but in a few brief words, I want to give you what's behind this positive statement. In all the world, there isn't a razor blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as the Gillette Blue Blade. Men, manufacturing is directed by graduate specialists in metallurgy, chemistry, physics, mechanics, even electronics. These experts and the skilled operators in all departments are provided with every facility to produce blades of unmatched keenness and uniformity. There are high-powered microscopes wherever you turn, Vickers hardness testers, and other devices usually found only in scientific laboratories. Most of the manufacturing equipment is Gillette-designed and Gillette-built. 5-ton sharpening machines, microscopically adjusted, grind and hone the blades in filtered oil before the delicate strapping operation. Automatically controlled furnaces temper the steel to glass-cutting hardness. Yes, in department after department, more and more reasons why the Gillette Blue Blade gives you more shaves, more quickly and easily. It's no score. Just had 1 hit in the ball game. Bunt single by Rizzuto in the first inning, and here's Gordon, first up for the Yankees. Last of the second inning. Outfield is around toward left. On Joe, they play him to pull. Infield is swung a step toward third. Panda White, finishing his sophomore season with the Cardinals, takes a full pitching stretch, throws. Fastball over the outside for a called strike. Gordon is working deep back in the box for a right-hand hitter. Stands with his rear foot solidly on the back line of the box. Feet relatively close together and moves around a lot. Swings from the end. Leans into the plate. Swings on a curve. Fouls it right back on the screen. Strike 2. 0-2. First man up, last of the second inning. Art Fletcher, as usual, has been for years and years third base coach for the Yankees, and Earl Combs, first base coach. Fletcher Coop, after giving the sign, remains down on his haunches. Keeps pounding his fist into the pocket of his mitt. Throw. Swung on and missed. A low outside curveball. That's the 4th time they've struck him out on that low outside curve. Not in today's game, I mean for the whole series. And this is strikeout number 3 for White. The 5th strikeout that we've had so far in the ball game is Chandler, who struck out 2. And White now, you might say, is in a rut, because he's just struck out the last 3 men that he's faced. 1 up, 1 away, last of the second inning. No score. It's all pitching. And here he is, Charlie Keller. He really smoked one at St. Louis. Takes a high, fast curve inside. Ball 1. White turned that one loose. He can throw hard. Keller crowding that face behind the left-hand batter, gets tired of waiting. Walks out. Now steps in. Keller's pumping that stick. White pitches. Charlie swings, and there's a ground ball back at first. Hop is up with it. There's the race, and the first baseman wins by a step. Keller is out. Ground ball that was hit sharply back at first base. And that breaks the sequence of White's strikeouts. He had struck out 3 men straight. Columbine into Menjou to end the first inning, and Gordon to begin the last of the second. And now Bill Dickey getting in.
Dickey, number 8, catcher, not fast.
Dickey sets. He and the Menjou are tied, each having for the most base hits so far, each having 4. Outfield round toward right on Bill. A 10-hitter. White delivers. Dickey swings. There's a drive into right center for a base hit. And Dickey comes up with his 5th hit, a single. And he now has more hits than anybody else. And Dickey didn't try to slug that ball. He timed a high curve and hit it right over second base. A high line drive, you would call it. And it is a single for Dickey. Score that into right center, which is hit number 2 for the Yankees and hit number 2 for the ball game. Getting in now is Jerry Pretty for his first at-bat in this 1942 World Series. Played the first inning at third base, and then when Hassett was hurt, he got his thumb in the way of the pitch when he was trying to bunt. First inning, Pretty has shifted over to first. Right-hand hitter in a crouch and overly closed stance. Takes a curve low inside, out in front of the shins. Ball 1. Dickey, of course, ready to go on anything, is at first. And Hop is halfway off the bag. He's not holding Dickey tightly on, as they do not figure that Bill, who not as fast as he used to be, will be going down. There's a pitch over. Fastball, nicely, just up above the knees, over the inside. 1-1. White, another look at first. Delivers. A change of pace curve, which is fouled into the stands. Stands right back of the Cardinal dugout. Here is one little note that may tell you something about how the 2 ball clubs are approaching this ball game at this moment. There is not a Yankee player standing at the front of the Yankee dugout. They're all sitting back in the dugout. While there isn't a Cardinal player sitting in the back of the dugout, they're all up on the steps at the front of the dugout. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Dickey at first, 2 out, no score. Last of the second. Pretty crouches, White throws. There's a curve hit foul out along left field and into the stands, the upper stands. Still 1-2. Pretty back, drying the palms of his hands. Ernie moves a little dirt. He's pitching as though he had all day. And if you ask his manager, he'd say he has got all day. He pitches the way he wants to. Throw. Fastball swung on. There's a 5-ball into center. Terry Moore. Under it, and gathers it in with one of those soft-handed catches. So, no runs, 1 hit. 1 man left. The Yankees. No errors for the Cardinals. Total for the last of the second, and the full totals for 2 innings. No runs, no hits, and 1 error for the Cardinals. No runs, 2 hits, and no errors for the Yankees. End of 2. And this third game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you from the Yankee Stadium in New York. And now we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
In the third inning, George Karowski first up, followed by Slet Marion, and then by Ernie White. Now Chandler is ready to pitch first of all to Karowski, right-hand hitter. George runs up as though would bunt and takes a curve that's low outside, and it goes for ball 1. 1-0. Karowski is a pull hitter, as they say in the trade. Right-hand batter who pulls to left. Takes a fastball low outside, and it's the first time Chandler has come close to being behind on a hitter. 2-0. 2 balls, no strikes. This is the last third of the Cardinal batting list swinging into action here in the third inning. Chandler pumps. Right-hander throws. Fastball over but low under the knees, and Karowski's ahead, 3-0. George sets. He's a blocky fella, and his very determination is the reason he is standing at home plate this afternoon. One of the two bones in his right wrist is missing. There's the strike. In this case, the automatic strike. All Chandler had to do was get it over. Karowski was taking 3-1. When George was a kid of 11, he had to have an operation. 4 inches of one of those wrist bones was cut off. Swings and fouls the next pitch down, and it's now 3-2. And if you could see his arm right now, which is grown twisted, as those muscles have had to overly develop in order to take up the slack of one of the two wrist bones being missing, well, then you would realize that there's a fellow with a baseball heart. If he didn't have it, he wouldn't be here. 3-2, full count. Chandler comes down. Ball 4. Karowski very coolly took a pitch on the outside. This is the first Cardinal runner, and it's the first base on balls given up by either hurler in this first game of the series for the stadium and game 3 for the series. Tall, slender shortstop. Martin Marion, better known around baseball circles as Slats because of his physique, steps in. Right-hand hitter. Takes a pitch on the outside, a curve. He looked as though he would punt, then let it go. Pretty is naturally holding first base against Karowski. Crisco, who was playing third, came on in the second inning. Hassett had to retire, hurting his left thumb, trying to bunt. Crisco right off the bag, ready to run in. The pitch swung on and fouled across the third baseline. Manager Southwest scoops it up. Ball dying as they got down to him. 1-1. Marion has one hit. He tripled in the ninth inning. 2 men out, the first game, to knock in the first 2 Cardinal scores. Here's a long, tall drink of water. The way he plants his feet, he's just standing from over here to over yonder. Chandler stretches, comes down in position. Delivers to the plate. There's a bunt. Back to the mound. Chandler feels it. The throw has to go to first. And Marion is out by a step. Close play at that. Sacrificing and moving Karowski down to second. And the Cardinals now have a runner in scoring position. Should a base hit be forthcoming, a walk and a sacrifice. The out was the pitcher coming up with a bunt and throwing over to first base. Karowski slid in towards second. And now the umpires are going to have a conference right now. The McCarthy has come out. And let's see just what this protest is right now. Out at first. Pretty, the first baseman, backed up, took that throw. 1 man away. McCarthy, Fletcher of the Yankees, Southworth of the Cardinals, and Crisco of the Yankees were talking to Barr and Summers, and now this must be something, in other words, there must be an interpretation which is not the same for the 2 leagues that has come up, because now Summers and Barr have called in Hubbard and Major Kurth. So the 4 umpires, 2 from each major circuit, are getting into a huddle right now. So we'll just have to wait and see what happens on the playing field to see just what it is, if we can see it. Some question is raised, and it took all 4 umpires to discuss it. Just a moment. Karowski is being called out at second base. Let's see, Terry Moore is started to come out of the Cardinal dugout. See, Karowski is being waved back to first. Now Karowski is at first base, just a moment. And here is Marion coming back to a batter's box. Well, now I can tell you this, ladies and gentlemen, that was not a foul bunt at all. That ball was bunted right back to the mound. We're waiting for word to come up from the press section because maybe the announcer on the field has phoned in. So Marion is now back at the plate, and Karowski is back at first. Forget the sacrifice. There is nobody out in the third inning. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Marion swings. There's a trickle back to the mound. And Chandler has to play over to first base. Marion is safe. Beats it out for a scratch single. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we have not been informed as to why Marion, after his sacrifice and apparent out at first, was ordered to come back. The only thing we know is that on that pitch to Marion, it could not have been a legal pitch. And White is coming up to hit now for St. Louis. When Marion was brought back, he topped one, a squib single, as they call it, a high bouncer down toward third that the pitcher had to field, and Marion beat it out. So Cardinals are at first and second. Borowski at second, Marion at first, nobody out, and pitcher White up. He's a right-hand batter. The Yankees looking for a bunt, and White bunts. Chandler has to throw to first base. The throw goes to first in time, and that's all for White. And his sacrifice moves the runners along. Borowski to third, and Marion to second. So now we do get a sacrifice here in the third inning. Pitcher White helps his own cause, and the play is taken at first base by second baseman Jordan. Now, to go back once again to that Marion situation, either the ball was ruled to have been foul and then to trickle out to the mound after hitting the batter, that could have been a possibility, or else there was something about the illegality of the pitch. But when we find out what the umpires do, we'll let you know. Right now, the situation, and we know this, runners at second and third, Jimmy Brown up, hitting left-handed, takes a strike, fastball under the hands, over the inside. And the Cardinals now are putting on the first real major threat of the ball game. It is scoreless. Either way, Borowski is at third, Marion at second, the outfield is straight away, and the Cardinals have one of their great little money players up there, Jimmy Brown, who's very tough in the clutch. We have just been notified from the press box that the umpires ruled, and it took 4 of them to decide it in a conference, that attempted sacrifice play of Marion's was, after all, a foul ball. So, that is what we have been informed now is the official reason for the replay of the situation. We knew it either had to be a foul ball or an illegal pitch. That's the only way it could have been called back. Now, let's see. No score, but the Cardinals threatening. They got something cooking here at Yankee Stadium. This is the key out right now for the Cardinals if they hope to score one from an out. Chandler, full pumping motion, delivers. Brown swings and hits it back over the mound toward second. Gordon makes the play to first. Brown is out, but a run comes in. And Jimmy Brown, determined to get a piece of that ball, did. And bounced it on a big hop right over the mound. Gordon had to make the play, the second baseman, right up against the bag. Brown was thrown out by a step at first. Borowski scored, and thus the walk given up by Chandler came home in the form of a run to haunt him. And Marion moves down to third, where he now is with 2 outs. Captain Terry Moore, right-hand batter up. Swings and misses. Fastball. Strike 1. A run batted in for Jimmy Brown and the Cardinals. Go ahead, 1-0. Outfield around toward left. More swings, and there's a foul ball over by the Yankee dugout. Dickey's going over. Crisco comes down, and Crisco gets a glove on it and falls down. And the ball is not caught. The ball was hit right between where the third baseman and the catcher. Either one could have gotten it. Crisco kept hollering. Dickey kept going. We couldn't... In other words, we were looking at Crisco so we could see him holler. Dickey had his back to us the way he was running. Down toward third, we couldn't tell whether he was hollering or not, but he kept going. And finally, Crisco dove for the ball, and in trying to grab the ball and get away from Dickey, too, he just hit the ball with his glove and didn't hold it, and no error is to be charged. It is just strike 2 to Terry Moore. 2 out for the Cardinals. They're ahead 1-0. Marion is at third. Moore takes a call strike. Strike 3. Curveball. It's the second time that Chandler has curved him for the third strike. That's the third strikeout. And it is now 1-0 in favor of St. Louis, and that ends the first half of the third inning. Are you handy with tools? Have you any feeling at all for mechanics? If so, there's a special place for you, and a mighty vital one, in the United States Army. Men, this is a mechanized war we're fighting. Behind every flyer, every tank crew, dozens of men are needed to maintain America's war machines and keep them hitting, and hitting hard. Right now, we're below our quota of skilled mechanics needed for this imperative job. So this is an appeal to you men who are radio operators, electricians, sheet metal workers, garage mechanics, watchmakers, and tractor experts to come to the aid of your country. You can be taught in short order to repair arms, check bomb racks, keep precision instruments working. If you're between 18 and 44, single or married, go to your nearest Army recruiting station and ask for enlistment as a specialist, where you'll find the greatest opportunity for service and advancement. Don't put it off a day. This is urgent. Uncle Sam needs you. Go to your nearest Army recruiting station quickly. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. And first up for the Yankees in the last of the third is their pitcher, Chandler. Right-hand batter. He'll be followed by the top of the order, Rizzuto, and then by Crisco. Outfield toward right on Spud, who takes a curve low inside after bluffing a bunt. 4-1. The biggest hole in the outfield against Chandler, despite his being a right-hand batter, is left center. Towards the Cardinals, figure the way White is pitching, that Chandler is not going to be pulling. Throw. Fastball outside. Ball 2. 2-0. Now White looks down into the ground, and there comes a stir now from the Yankee partisans as they see White now defending 1 run. Get behind on the pitcher who's first up, 2-0. And plate umpire Barr walks out in front of the mound and calls for White to come down and talk to him. And here's Brown coming over from second base. He wants to be certain that any discussion that involves the pitcher is not going to be such as going to get his pitcher upset. And now there's catcher Walker Cooper going out. And here's manager Southworth coming out. And they are protesting, apparently, White taking the sign either from or not being on the pitching rubber. In other words, the two leagues have two definite interpretations on it. In other words, you'd be surprised to know at how many of those apparently small points the two major leagues are at variance. I mean, the game is basically the same, but in some of those fine shadings of interpretation, one league goes this way and one goes the other. And this, I believe, it's been years and years since any difference between the style of play and the rules and regulations of the two leagues has caused so much of a controversy. And maybe that this has been brought up on the part of the Yankees to try and get the young Cardinal pitchers excited. That we don't know. Now White goes back to work and pitches over for a strike. Right over. 2 balls, 1 strike. Ernie moving around. Chandler crowding the plate from behind. Right-hand batter. First man up, last of the third. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Chandler swings and misses. High fastball. Strike 2. 1-2. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. White set. Throws. Strike 3 swinging. A fastball in there. Chandler struck out. And for the cool left-hander, this is his 4th strikeout. 1 up, 1 down, last of the third. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. Got their run without hitting the ball out of the infield in the top of the third inning. Walk, dribble single, halfway to third base, followed by sacrifice and infield out. Rizzuto takes a fast curve inside at the knees. I guess White threw that one in there with the idea, well, if you're going to bunt the first pitch as you did on him in the first inning, jump on it. 1-0. Rizzuto has 2 hits for the series. He's 1 for 1 today. Swings and has a line drive right at third baseman Kowalski, who grabs it for the out. Two up, 2 down, last of the third. And Frank Crisco is stepping in. He's a veteran of many a World Series ball game, but this is his first at-bat in this 1942 series. He sat out the first 2 games and went in the infield emergency created by Hassett hurting his left thumb trying to bunt in the first inning. Crisco hitting right-handed. He's a little fellow, but has surprising power at times. Crouches over the plate and takes ball 1. Curveball in by his hands. 1-0. 2 out. Nobody on. Outfield round toward left. Frankie crouches over the plate slightly ahead of it. Takes ball 2. He's a good goaltender up there. That pitch didn't miss by much, but he took it. Ball 2. 2-0. White shakes no. Now Marge, yes. Catcher stays low, back of the plate. Strike. And Crisco moving around, trying to misdirect the aim of the pitcher. Finally had to jump back out of the way. He was right up against the plate. Pitch came over. Ball strike. 2-1. Now Frank digs in. Surfs that stick about 2 inches. Never still. White throws, Gray swinging, fouling it back, going after a fastball that was in there. 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Jimmy Brown hovering it up down at second base. Jimmy's really a twitching Tilly, too. He's never still. Always moving around, patting the ground with his spikes, looking around, checking the position of each infielder. He's in the major leagues primarily because of his disposition, his baseball disposition. 2-2 pitch, swung on, and there's a high foul. Coming up and back, Cooper chases back, and he can't get it. It's back up onto the screen. 2-2. And the catcher very carefully now walks back toward the plate. And quite a sprint. He came tearing back to the stands. Two down, nobody on. White looks out toward the scoreboard as though checking the count for his own information. Now the trim left-hander pumps, delivers, swung on and missed for strike 3. A high outside curveball that, as a matter of strict reporting, I don't think would have been in there for a strike. And that is the 5th strikeout for White. And it is still 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals, and that ends the 3rd inning. It is impossible to produce a blade as sharp, as easy shaving, or as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade without the technical knowledge, skilled craftsmanship, and specialized equipment to be found only at World Shaving Headquarters. First up in the 4th inning, Country Slaughter, who struck out swinging on a screwball thrown by Spurgeon Chandler in the 1st inning. Slaughter swings on the first pitch and beats it off foul on the ground. Strike 1. Slaughter, you might say, was the closest thing to being a GOAT in the first game, and he certainly was a great star in the second game, which goes to show that the old adage in baseball is really true. It doesn't make any difference about today. Forget it. There's always tomorrow. Anyone who's been around baseball long enough knows that you can be a hero today and it doesn't help you at all tomorrow, and vice versa. Chandler delivers as a fastball hit down toward first base. Pretty is up with his steps on the bag and Slaughter's out by 3 feet. I want to change that. I said fastball. It looked like a fastball when he was thrown. However, it broke a screwball just at the plate, and Slaughter hit it off the end of the bat and pulled it down toward first, about half speed. It was an easy play for Pretty, the first baseman. 1 up, 1 out, first baseman unassisted. And here's Stan Musial, who bounced out short to first in the second inning. He has 1 hit, but that one was for the money. Takes a curve low inside, ball 1. He had the hit that drove in the winning run for the Cardinals in the second game. Outfield, step toward right. Musial braces, swings and misses, and goes all the way around. He winds up on himself when he doesn't connect. He's rangy. Sort of a bill like Teddy Williams. This fellow just wind up like a corkscrew when they swing, don't hit. Chandler blows in his right hand a little bit. One of his pitching mannerisms. Puts the glove, rubs the ball for the moment. Things get sort of quiet. Musial digs in. The pitch is a let-up ball swung on and belted into center field for a line drive. It's a single. DiMaggio juggles the ball but recovers in time, and Musial holds it first. It's a clothesline. Line drive hit by Stan Musial, his second World Series hit. And this is, without a doubt, the hardest hit ball we've had today. That is, that's gone safe. Rizzuto hit a hard line drive in the 3rd inning, but right at Kowalski, the 3rd baseman. Now with 1 man out, Stan Musial, who can run, leads off first, Pretty holding against him, and the hitter is Walker Cooper, right-hand hitting catcher. There's a curve outside, ball 1. 1-0. Outfield, couple of steps, round toward left. Cooper got a very punishing blow in the second game as far as Bonham was concerned. Double. Swings, and there's a high fly out of the short center. DiMaggio's coming in. Gordon's going back from second, and the second baseman grabs it, Joe Gordon. It's all for catcher Walker Cooper. 2 out. Top of the 4th. Musial. Now ready to start scratching gravel. Anything. Here in the 4th. He's at first. Because of his speed and because of the way the Cardinals like to run, Pretty is holding first. The batter is Johnny Hop. Hitting left-handed. Digs in. Outfield a step toward right. Hop takes a pitch right over. Fastball. Call strike. Southworth howling encouragement. Or, of course, it might be a word sign. Back of third. Mike Gonzalez isn't saying anything. He's just staring at the pitcher now. Hop takes, and there goes Musial. The throw down to second base is in time, and Musial is cut down. Shortstop Rizzuto taking Dickey's strike. Right into second base. And Musial is cut down trying to steal. Catch it to the shortstop. Still 1-0, favor the Cardinals, and that ends the first half of the 4th inning. We'd certainly be out of line urging you fans to use fewer razor blades unless we told you how to do it. The most important thing, and I can't emphasize this too strongly, is beard preparation. Yes, it'll surprise you how many more comfortable shaves per blade you get if you prepare your face properly. Many of us just give our beards a lick and a promise, call it enough, and begin shaving. But the first thing to do is wash your face with soap and plenty of water. That starts the process of beard softening and removes particles of grit that dull the blade. Next, apply shaving cream. And if you use lather cream, do a good job of lathering. Use lots of water. Saturate the whiskers thoroughly. When you realize that a dry bristle is almost, if not equally as hard as copper wire, you know how important this is. Another hint. Never remove your Gillette blue blade for cleaning. Just loosen the razor handle, hold under hot water, and shake dry. Thus, you avoid possible damage to the super keen edges from needless handling. Follow these easy suggestions and we guarantee even more shaves and easier shaves from every Gillette blue blade. First up now in the last of the 4th is Roy Cullenbine, a switch hitter, who's batting right-handed against left-hander Ernie White of St. Louis. White pitches, a curve low inside. That made Cullenbine back up a step, made him move his feet. 4-1. 1-0, favor St. Louis. It's steady, very careful, and consistently fine pitching so far. Roy swings as a long foul, hitting to the upper left field stands. 1-1. White took just a little bit off of his fastball, and Cullenbine, swinging out in front of it, pulled it high and foul. 1-1. Outfield is deep on Roy. He's a big, strong fella. And the outfield is drastically around toward left. Stretches center fielder more. Fastball over. The outside, just above the knees for a call. Second strike. 1-2. Cullenbine holding that stick within a half an inch of the knob. Takes a low curve. Took good eyes, take that one too. Ball 2. 2-2. First man up, last of the 4th. Big end swing into action for the Yankees here in the last of the 4th. Cullenbine, then DiMaggio, then Gordon. White comes down, swung on. There's a high foul ball back of first base. Hop is over, close to the stands, and makes the catch. And Cullenbine fouls out to the first baseman. 1 up, 1 away. And the batter is DiMaggio, who was struck out swinging to retire the side in the first inning and leave Rizzuto at third. Joe steps in. Outfield around toward left. DiMaggio spreads those feet. White pumps, delivers. Joe swinging, fouls it back, went after a fastball. Strike 1. White on the mound. Walker Cooper, the receiver. Cardinal infield is Hop, Brown, Martin, Kowalski. The outfield is Musial, Moore, Slaughter. DiMaggio waiting motionless now. There's the pitch. Swung on. There's a line drive for a base hit into left field. It is a long single for DiMaggio. Musial recovering on the third skip in left center. Throwing into second, and DiMaggio is on. He is the first Yankee to get on since Dickey's single with 2 out in the second inning. This is the tying run at first for the Yankees. That for DiMaggio's his 5th hit, and he and Dickey are once again tied in the duel to see who will have the most hits in the series. Each now has 5. And that was a solid smack by DiMaggio, and hit number 3 for the Yankees. Hit number 5 for the game. Joe Gordon, who was struck out on a low outside curve in the 2nd inning. Except for his 2nd at-bat. Joe has 1 hit this year. DiMaggio at first. Hop holding the bag against him. The outfield around toward left on Gordon. White throws, and Gordon takes a strike. He made sort of a half swing, and he comes back around to protest now to plate umpire Barr. Keller has come up, and he is squawking, and it is Keller now who is squawking. There was a half swing called against Gordon, and Barr shakes his head, tries to walk away from the two. Now he's trying to walk away from him again, back up to the plate. It's a strike call against Gordon. Keller, who's waiting to hit next in the ring. Came up, made a very vigorous protest. Now Gordon's back in again, and it is a strike. White looks at first, throws to the plate. Gordon takes a high curve, and it is ball 1. 1-1. That's always a tough play for an umpire to have to call, is that half swing, because you can't win. No matter which way you call it, the other side's on you. 1-1. White looks at first. Delivers to the plate. Gordon swings and misses. There was a fastball on the outside, just above the knees. Now it is 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes. White working carefully. Gordon sets. Maggio at first, 1 out. 1-0 St. Louis. There's a curve swung on and foul back. There was a high curve. It's over. 1-2. Fletcher pacing up and down, back at third. Holds up one finger, indicating to DiMaggio just 1 out. Earl Coombs cups his hands, hollers something up to the plate to Gordon. White working very smoothly, steadily delivers. Gordon swings. There's a fly ball hit high into left center. Musial falls down but gets up. More goes on, and it's Musial for the catch. DiMaggio all the way to second base, hurries and gets back to first. It looked for the moment like there might be trouble. First, because Musial fell down. He's been having trouble with his footing so far all through the series. And then he got up and started after the ball, and Terry Moore had really set sail seeing Musial fall, and at first Moore thought he would have to make the catch. And for the moment it looked as though the two might collide in left center, but Moore, being the old and the more experienced, got out of the way and let the rookie go ahead for the catch, the left fielder. So it is 2 out. And stepping in is Keller, who grounded out to first baseman Hop on assist in the second inning. Outfield deep, round toward right. 1-0 favor the Cardinals. Keller, very rough customer with that lumber, crouches, takes a curve over for a call strike. 0-1. DiMaggio ready to go now in anything. Stepping down off first. And Hop is about 3 steps off the bag. He's not holding first base tightly against the runner. White works. Keller swings. There's a high pop fly into very short right. There is right fielder Slaughter coming in under it and makes the catch. And that's all for the Yankees in the last of the 4th inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 man left. At the end of 4 innings, it is 1 run, 2 hits, and 1 error for St. Louis. No runs, 3 hits, and no errors for New York. And that ends the 4th inning. And ladies and gentlemen, we can't applaud too highly, and we cannot cooperate too deeply with the American Red Cross in its blood donor program, which is a program that simply means the sustaining and the saving of the very lives of the men in our armed forces who all over the world, every hour of every day, risk those very lives in our behalf. And we as civilians are vital cogs in that program because it is up to us as individuals to make appointments and to go in and to give a pint of our blood toward the saving of the life of one of our men. So, on behalf of the men in our armed forces, let us, on this World Series broadcast, ask you to cooperate by contacting your local American Red Cross chapter and asking how you may best help. Going to the fifth inning. Hop first up, Chandler works. Hop swings, grounds it foul, sharp foul, back of first. Gonzalez waved it goodbye. You know, these coaches are very cute, you know. A foul that comes down, it's on the right bounce and not too hard hit, why they'll make the play and play around with the fans. But when they're really tagged, after all, they know they're only going to have 5 things on one hand, too. Strike one. Johnny Hop first up in the fifth. Magnificent pitching. It's 1-0 favor the Cardinals. And they got that run without getting the ball out of the infield in the third inning. In fact, without hitting the ball hard. Chandler delivers. There's a pitch high for ball 1. 1 ball, 1 strike. Hop sets. Outfield step toward right. Johnny swings. There's a ground ball down to short. Rizzuto's up with it. Throws in time by a half step. And Hop is out. That is a magnificent forearm throw that Rizzuto has. It's one of the best in the business. Every great infielder throws with his forearm primarily. That's what saves a step, cuts a runner down. In other words, you could tie an infielder's arm against his side, that is, from the elbow up, and he could still throw using just his forearm. Rizzuto snapped out Hop. And here's George Karowski. Gets away from a high inside curve. Ball 1. Karowski was walked in the third inning and was later turned into the game's only run. 1 up, 1 away. Top of the fifth. There's a half-line drive, hit the short, and Rizzuto grabs it at the knees for the out. The ball was hit into the hole between third and short, not too hard. A soft line drive, and Rizzuto, cutting over to his right, grabbed it, reaching down by his knees. And it is 2 up, 2 down for St. Louis. That's Marion. Takes a fast call strike. 0-1. 2 out, nobody on. Top of the fifth. Sandler throws. Marion swings and misses, going all the way around. Strike 2. That was a 3/4 speed curve that time. That was a curve that the pitcher would say, well, I just rolled it in there. Throw. Swung on as a bounding ball wide of third. Up with it is Crosetti. Throws in time by 2 steps. 2 steps for the average man, 1 step for this long-legged shortstop. And he's out. Third to first. And it's 0 across in the top of the 5th inning. So it is 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. A brilliantly pitched ball game that is going down to the last half of the 5th. And coming into the microphone is Mel Allen, who will take over for the rest of the ball game.
There is an urgent
And, Mel, let me say that it is a real pleasure to be working with you on this series. And let me say to the listeners that from my vantage point, hearing what you as the announcers say and seeing the play that you're describing, that you're doing a magnificent job. Congratulations, and I'm going to sit back and here you go on the last half of this vital ball game.
Thank you very much, Red. An announcement was just made over the public address system here at the stadium. In case you're wondering what it was about, Red told you all about it for the first half of the 5th inning when he told you about the blood donor drive of the American Red Cross. As we come into the last half of the 5th inning with the St. Louis Cardinals leading 1-0, we'll have Bill Dickey, Jerry Pretty, and then Spud Chandler coming up in that order. Plate umpire George Bard dusts off the plate. Walker Cooper behind, goes down into the crouch. Ernie White, the left-hander, working for the Cardinals, kicks the dirt from out in front of the rubber. Getting set to come in with the first pitch to Bill Dickey as we get set for the last half of the 5th inning. Ernie White looks in, checks his sign. Outfield deep toward right for Dickey. Ernie into the windup. Here's his pitch. It swung on to drive out second base. Jimmy Brown's in front of it. Picks it up on 1 hop. Throws over to hop high, but in time for the out. 1 away as Bill Dickey bounces out. Second to first, Brown to hop. Dickey had single to right in the 2nd inning for one of the Yankees' 3 hits, which they've gotten off White. First one being a bunt which Phil Rizzuto beat out in the first inning. The third one a single by Joe DiMaggio in the fourth. Here's Jerry Pretty. Flied to Terry Moore in the second inning. Bats him right-handed. White goes into the windup. Whips the left arm around. The pitch is a sweeping curve inside for ball one. Whitey Karowski's at third. Marty Marin at short. Jimmy Brown on second. Johnny Hop on first. Walker Cooper catching. Ernie White pitching. Stan Musial's in left. Terry Moore in center. Enos Slaughter in right. Pretty cocked at bat up over his right shoulder. The pitch comes in. It's a pop-up. Down to Johnny Hop in short right. He's crossing the foul line. Makes the catch. It's in foul territory. Cal Hubbard, umpiring at first base, signals across the foul line into foul territory. And so there are two down as Pretty fouls out to Johnny Hop. Coming up now is Spud Chandler, getting a ripple of applause from the fans as he goes in to take his place in the batter's box. Chandler took a third called strike in the third inning, his first time at bat. Bats him right-handed. He had 15 hits during the regular season and 71 times at bat for a batting average of .211. Give you an indication of the kind of hitter he is for a pitcher. First offering is outside from Ernie White for ball one. Outfield playing Chandler just a step or so toward right in center and right, straight away in left. Chandler stands deep in the batter's box, in close to the plate. Ernie White's next pitch to him is swung on and fouled off on the ground into the Cardinal dugout. Sort of got the handle part of the bat on that one. Swinging late on the fastball. 1-1 the count on Spud. Phil Rizzuto is on one knee just in front of the batter's circle. He'll hit next if Chandler should get on base. 2 men out, nobody on. 1-0 favor the Cardinals. Last half of the fifth inning. Karowski at third is in position to guard that third baseline. Here's the pitch to Chandler. He swings and he misses. Cut hard. Strike two. 1 ball, 2 strikes. That's the count. Don't forget, tomorrow we'll be on the air a half hour later than today. So make a note now to be with us at 1:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow. Remember, 1:45 Eastern Wartime for the fourth game of this 1942 World Series. Ernie White's next pitch to Chandler. Swung on to slow roller down the third baseline, but it's foul. Count remains 1 ball, 2 strikes. Tomorrow, being Sunday, ball games in New York start a little bit later than they do otherwise. As a matter of fact, there's a law which prohibits a game from starting before 2 o'clock. That'll be the starting time of the game. Of course, we'll be on the air 15 minutes ahead of game time. 1 ball, 2 strikes, 2 outs. Ernie White ready. Here's his pitch. Chandler swings and hits a long fly ball deep in the left field, but it's curving foul and just grazing the upper deck, hitting the bunting and dropping down below. Spud got a hold of that one, pulled it into the stands in deep left. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Chandler holds that bat down to the end of the handle, knees bent. He loves to get his base hits, as does any pitcher. He says one of these days he's going to drive one out of the lot. Next pitch to him, Chandler swings and sends a high hopper down toward third. Karowski coming in fast, takes in the 1 hop, running halfway across the field, throws to Hop in time for the out. And so that's all for the Yankees. In the last of the fifth, out in order, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. The score at the end of 5 innings, 1-0 Cardinals. St. Louis 1 run, 2 hits, 1 error, 1 left on. The Yankees no runs, 3 hits, no errors, and 3 men left on base. And that ends the 5th inning. To produce a blade as sharp, as easy shaving, and as long-lasting as today's Gillette Blue Blade is such a meticulous operation that the dies, tools, specialized machines, and instruments employed are largely designed and built by Gillette's own technicians. Therefore, you find no counterpart of this blade anywhere in the world. As we get ready to go into the first half of the 6th inning, Ernie White, Cardinals left-hander, be the first batter and is getting a nice round of applause from the crowd, as you can hear in the background. Listen for a moment. And it dies down as Ernie White steps into hitting position. White sacrificed in the 3rd inning. Bats him right-handed. On deck is Jimmy Brown, then will come Terry Moore as we skip to the top of the batting order after White has his turn at the plate. Spurgeon Chandler blows on his pitching hand as a sign from Bill Dickey. He, too, swoops way down low as he goes into the windup. Overhand curveball, fast curve outside. Ball 1. Ball hit Bill Dickey on the arm and bounced off. tucks his mitt up under his right arm as he shakes off the little sting. Right on above the wrist on his left hand, which is his mid hand. Not his meat hand, but his mid hand. The next pitch, outside, low, ball 2. 2-0 the count on Ernie White. Frankie Criscetti comes over from third, talking to Spurgeon Chandler. Frankie's a great holler guy. As Red indicated to you earlier, you can hear his shrill voice piercing the atmosphere way up here. Chandler throws. White takes a fastball right at the knees for a called strike. 2-1 the count. 1-0 the score, favor the Cardinals. First half of the 6th inning. Chandler working fast pitches. White takes the ball low outside. Ball 3. 3-1. Again, Criscetti moves over from third, talking to Chandler. Encouraging his pitcher. Outfield playing Ernie White. Just a step or so toward right field. Chandler throws. White takes this one, and it's in there. Called strike. Makes it 3-2. Full count. So just as White ran the count out on Chandler, Chandler runs it out on White. And the payoff pitch. Swung on. There's a bounder out to short. Criscetti goes over, but Rizzuto in back of him takes it, throws to Pretty in time for the out. Rizzuto's been very busy afield. Threw out the side in the 2nd inning. Musial, Cooper, and Hop. Tossed Hop out again in the 5th, and White just now. All told, Phil has had 7 chances. Coming up now is the Cardinal leadoff man, Jimmy Brown. Batting left-handed, the first pitch is swung on, fouled off to the right of the plate, strike 1. Brown, the switch hitter, he bats left-handed against right-handed pitching. And since the Yankees have presented nothing but right-handed pitchers, Brown, during the series thus far, has always batted left-handed. Brown bounced out to Chandler himself in the 1st inning and then grounded out to Joe Gordon in the 3rd. Jimmy's had 1 hit in the series thus far in 9 times at bat. Chandler taking his time, looks in, has the sign from Dickey. Into the windup, in comes the pitch to Jimmy. Brown takes a fastball high outside. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Outfield playing Jimmy Brown just about straight away. In other words, guarding all sectors of the outfield equally. The 1-1 pitch. Over that outside corner. Sharp hook. Called strike 2. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Brown. Frank Criscetti's at third. Phil Rizzuto at short. Joe Gordon on second. Jerry Pretty at first. Chandler pitches. Brown takes the fastball outside for ball 2. 2-2 the count now. Pretty opened the game at third base. Buddy Hassett at first. Hassett injured his thumb on his left hand while up at the plate, attempting to bunt a ball. The ball hit the bat and the thumb at the same time, so he had to retire. Pretty shifted to first. Criscetti went in at third. Chandler throws. Brown swings. Smacks one on the ground out to second. Gordon boots it. Picks the ball up quickly. Throws to Pretty in time for the out. So they're 2 away. The ball took a little short hop as it reached Gordon. He booted it. The ball dropped in front of him so that he had time to pick it up and make his throw over to Jerry Pretty to retire Jimmy Brown for the second out. Coming up now, the Cardinal captain, center fielder Terry Moore, who in his 2 appearances at the plate thus far has taken third call strike on each occasion. Bats him right-handed. First pitch to him. The pitch is swung on. There's a drive to deep center. Joe DiMaggio trots back easily, gracefully, waiting for the ball, makes the catch for the out. And that's all for the Cardinals in the first half of the 6th. Out in order, no runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Score remains 1-0. And that ends the first half of the 6th inning. Men who like brushless shaving cream get a mighty pleasant surprise when they try Gillette Brushless. And no wonder. This cream, containing peanut oil, makes shaving a lot quicker and easier. What's more, Gillette Brushless is absolutely greaseless. Can't clog razor or drains, and it rinses off in a flash. So if you're a brushless fan, it's a sure thing you'll prefer Gillette Brushless. Ask your dealer for a tube. Only 25 cents. Coming into the last half of the 6th inning, it'll be the top of the batting order for the Yankees. Phil Rizzuto, Frank Criscetti, and Roy Cullenbine. So far, the Yankees have been unable to get more than 3 hits off Ernie White, a bunt which Rizzuto beat out in the 1st inning. Solid base hit by Bill Dickey to right center in the 2nd. Another ringing single by Joe DiMaggio in the 4th. Menjou and Dickey, incidentally, are leading both clubs in total number of hits on the series thus far with 5 each. Up until today's game, the Yankees had reached Cardinal pitchers for 21 hits. St. Louis had obtained 13 off Yankee pitching. Here's Phil Rizzuto leading off. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals out in front 1-0. Yankee fans are beginning to bestir themselves a bit. Phil bats him right-handed. Ernie White into the windup. Overhand fastball, low inside, ball 1. Whitey Kurowski at third comes racing in on each pitch. With Rizzuto up there, in position to take a bunch, should Phil try to lay one down. Phil did lay one down and beat it out in the 1st inning. One of the greatest bunters in the major leagues today. White looks around his outfield, which is playing Rizzuto a little bit toward left. Starts into his windup. The next pitch to Phil is right through there for a called strike. George Barr calling balls and strikes. Yelled it out. We could hear him way up here. 1-1 the count on Rizzuto. White ready. Here's his pitch. It's a curve low inside. Ball 2 almost got that inside corner as it swept in toward Rizzuto. Phil Rizzuto at the plate, Frank Criscetti on deck, which is an interesting story in itself. You might say pupil and master, with the pupil having taken the master's place. Phil always admired Frank Criscetti greatly before he ever became a member of the Yankees. The next pitch to Rizzuto is high, ball 3. Criscetti was one of Phil's boyhood heroes, you might say. And when the time came for him to replace Criscetti, he said he just couldn't believe it. 3-1 the count on Phil. Ernie White ready. Here's the pitch. And it's in there for call strike 2. Better high pitch. So the count's run out on Phil. 3-2. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals out in front 1-0. And as the game progresses along towards its end, every pitch means a lot. Here it is. Rizzuto swings, pops it high in the air. Foul off the left of the plate. Walker Cooper under it near the Yankee dugout. Makes the catch for the out. One away for the Yankees last half of the 6th inning. And here's Frank Criscetti. Struck out in the 3rd in his only appearance at the plate. Buddy Hassett, whose place Criscetti took in the batting order, fouled out to Walker Cooper in the 1st inning. Hassett had to retire because of an injured thumb. Pretty, who was on 3rd, shifted to 1st. Criscetti went in to take Pretty's place at 3rd. Frank chokes that bat about 2 inches or more. Tough man to pitch to, crowds that dish. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. He cut hard. Ernie White's got a lot on that ball. Only won 7 games and lost 5 for the Cardinals this year, but he won 5 of his 7 in their great stretch drive. He's ready for the next offering to Criscetti. And it's over that inside corner for call strike 2. And so Ernie White stands ahead of Frankie Criscetti. No balls, 2 strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Last half of the 6th inning, Cardinals ahead 1-0. Roy Cullenbine's on deck. Cardinal infield is sort of pulled around over toward 3rd. Kurowski guarding that 3rd baseline. Ernie White ready, throws. Criscetti swings and fouls it back onto the screen. He's up there slashing away. Steps out of the batter's box now to regain his composure a bit. Walker Cooper takes his mitt off, goes down on his haunches, puts his mitt back on, ready to give the sign to Ernie White as soon as Ernie's ready. Cardinal left-hander went to the rosin bag. Now he's back up on the rubber. Cardinal pitchers have to take their signs off the rubber, playing in an American League ballpark. Here's the pitch. Criscetti swings and smacks one across the carpet out to second. Jimmy Brown up with it, throws over to Johnny Hop, and Criscetti is out at first. So they're 2 away for the Yankees in the last half of the 6th inning. 2 up and 2 down. And here's Roy Cullenbine, who took the 3rd called strike in the 1st inning, and then fouled out to Johnny Hop in the 4th. Cullenbine's a switch hitter. He's batting right-handed against left-handed pitching. Outfield plays him toward left. Kurowski, deep 3rd, guarding the 3rd baseline. Marty Marion, normal short. Jimmy Brown, a deep 2nd, in position to move in back of the bag. Here's the first pitch to Cullenbine. Fastball under the arms, inside, ball 1. Johnny Hop is playing a very deep 1st and over toward the first base line, so the big hole in the infield would be between 1st and 2nd. Ernie White continuously goes back to that rosin bag, kicking the dirt in front of the rubber. Fidgets around the mound quite a lot. He's all set. Into the windup. Whips the left arm around. The pitch is swung on the line drive out to center field, and it's in there for a base hit. Terry Moore waiting for the ball, takes it on 2 hops, throws into second. Cullenbine holds it first with a single to center. And that brings up Joe DiMaggio. That was Roy Cullenbine's 3rd hit in the series. Two outs, Cullenbine on at first, and here's Joe DiMaggio, who struck out in the first inning, single to left in the 4th. Tying run is on at first base. There are 2 outs, outfield deep toward left for DiMaggio. Johnny Hopp is on at first base with Cullenbine. Ernie White takes the stretch, checks the runner. Pitches to DiMaggio, who moves away from a fast breaking curve inside. Ball 1. Karowski, a very deep third, not more than 3 feet away from that foul line. DiMaggio can pull him inside the line. Marty Maron shorts playing over toward third. Third baseman, shortstop, in other words, playing very close together, shortening the hole for DiMaggio to hit through. Hits a lot on that side of the infield. White ready, stretches, pitches. DiMaggio swings and drives one in deep left center. Musial going way back court, racing, and Terry Moore makes the catch in front of him as Stan Musial falls down. A great catch by Terry Moore. And Terry Moore has pulled one of the finest defensive gems of the World Series. Joe DiMaggio drove one into deep left center. Stan Musial racing hard toward the flagpole. Was all set to attempt the catch when suddenly, like a flash of lightning, Terry Moore raced right in front of him and grabbed it, and just at the same time Stan Musial was falling down. And so it was a brilliant catch by Terry Moore and stopped the Yankee threat in the last half of the 6th. No runs, 1 hit, no Cardinal errors, 1 left on for the Yankees, and the score at the end of 6 innings still 1-0 in favor of St. Louis, and that ends the 6th inning. Here's how you can help keep our fighting men supplied with war equipment. Collect your old junk: scrap metal, rubber, rags, manila rope, burlap. Your discarded junk makes bombs, ships, and planes. Round up your junk right now. Sell it to your junk dealer. Give it to a local charity. Or take it to wherever you see the official Salvage Depot sign. Throw your scrap into the fight. Getting set now for the 7th inning, and the fans are still buzzing in the background over that sensational catch made by Terry Moore. As we get ready for the first half of the 7th inning, it's Enos Slaughter leading off for the Cardinals. Spud Chandler in the windup throws. The pitch is swung on and missed. Strike 1. Stan Musial is on deck. Then will come Walker Cooper. Slaughter struck out in the 1st inning. Grounded out unassisted to Jerry Pretty in the 4th. Chandler all set for the next pitch to Slaughter. Here it is. The left-handed hitter swings and hits a looping fly ball foul over near the field boxes. Barry Crissetti's over and makes a nice catch while diving into the field boxes to the left of the Yankee dugout. 1 away for the Cardinals. Doing those looping fouls back of third. Crissetti raced over to the field box. It leaned slightly in, made the catch, and his momentum carried him halfway on into the field box. 1 down. Stan Musial, the next batter. Chandler throws the ball into Dickey. Umpire George Barr looks at it and lets it stay in the ball game. Cardinals 1 run, 2 hits. 1 error, 1 left on through the first 6 innings. The Yankees no runs, 4 hits, no errors, and 4 left on through the first 6 innings. Musial grounded out to Rizzuto in the 2nd. Next pitch to him is low, ball 1. Musial single to center in the 4th innings, had 1 out of 2. Ball 1. Chandler all set. Here's his pitch. Musial swing, sends a hard bounder down to Pretty, who lets the ball bounce off his chest, picks it up, flips to Chandler just in time for the out. There's a hard smash down toward first. The ball hopped up and bounced off Pretty's chest, but he recovered in time to throw to Chandler. And Musial is out. Got to act fast with these Cardinals. Bunch of jackrabbits. They really can run. Remember, folks, Bill Coren will bring you his very interesting summary with highlights of today's game immediately at the finish of the game. So stay with us. We know you're going to enjoy it. Here's Walker Cooper up. Chandler's first pitch to the Cardinal catcher swung on and missed. Strike one. Swung so hard, lost his balance a bit, and sat down. 2 away. This has been a game of great pitching thus far. Chandler ready for the next one to Cooper. That swung on. It's a drive out in the left field. Keller's there waiting, and he takes it for the out. So the Cardinals go out very quickly in their half of the 7th inning. No runs, no hits, no errors, nobody left on. Coming into the last half of the 7th, all Yankee fans stand up. You can hear a roar coming over the vast enclosure of Yankee Stadium. You know, when Gillette engineers designed the sharpness comparator, they took the guesswork right out of razor blade manufacturing. This instrument actually measures sharpness with a beam of light. It enables technicians to adjust the stropping wheels with utmost precision and ensure edges of incomparable keenness. Therefore, you get shaving comfort and economy that positively cannot be matched. Coming into the last half of the 7th inning, Joe Gordon, Charlie Keller, and Bill Dickey will be coming up to face the slants of left-hander Ernie White. Walker Cooper, who just made the last out, is adjusting his catching paraphernalia, and so Ken O'Day, Cardinals' second-string catcher, is out there warming up Ernie White. O'Day, incidentally, is no stranger to World Series competition, having competed in the World Series with the Giants when he was a member of the Giants a few years back, and he had the pleasure of hitting a home run in a World Series. The other day, he came up in a pinch-hitting role out in St. Louis and got himself a base hit. Ken is a New York State boy. A lot of his friends down from his hometown to watch him in action if he gets in, at least to watch his teammates play anyway. Cardinals are leading 1-0 in this 3rd game of the 1942 World Series, which up until today stood even, 1 win apiece. Joe Gordon leading off, struck out in the 2nd inning, which incidentally was the 6th time that he struck out in the series. He flied to Stan Musial in the 4th. Ernie White into the windup. Here's the first pitch to Gordon. Swung on. There's a drive deep in the left field. Musial's backing up for it. He's getting under it, though, near the wall, backing, and makes the catch at the edge of the barrier for the out. Another 2 or 3 feet, and it would have been in. Musial backed up against the wall about 10 feet to the left of the 402-foot sign and took Joe Gordon's towering drive for out number 1. That gave the fans quite a thrill. One of the hardest pokes of the game thus far, one of the deepest at any rate, the longest. Little activity in the Cardinal bullpen. All we can see is the man catching. We can't see the pitcher, so we can't tell you who's warming up. The bullpen is in between the right center field bleachers and the left center field grandstand. Here's Charlie Keller up. First pitch to him is a curve, but low, ball 1. Keller grounded out to Hop in the 2nd inning, to Slaughter in the 4th. 1 down, nobody aboard. Keller the batter, Dickey on deck. Ernie White checking his sign with Walker Cooper. Outfield deep toward right to Keller. White swoops down low into his windup. Overhand fastball up high, ball 2. 2-0 to count on Charlie. Art Fletcher coaching back to 3rd. Encouraging the hitters, he hollers up to the plate. Earl Combs is coaching back to 1st. Keller stands just a little bit ahead of White right now. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 out, nobody on. Last half of the 7th. Cardinals ahead 1-0. Here's White's pitch. Keller swings and sends a bounder down the first base line. It's foul, says Big Cal Hubbard. And so it's 2 balls, 1 strike on Charlie Keller. Cardinals whipped the ball around the infield. Ernie White was racing over to 1st to be in position to take a throw from Hop if that was necessary had the ball been fair. So he has to walk back to the hill. Steps on. Keller just out of the batter's box, adjusting his cap. Now he steps in. Keller entertained the fans before game time by driving a few long ones into the stands. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Swung on. There's a drive going deep out in the right field. Slaughter backing up for it. The ball is caught with a sensational one-handed catch. Enos Slaughter just robbed Charlie Keller of a home run as he went back to the barrier in deep right field and made a glove-handed stab of Charlie Keller's vicious drive. There's a very low barrier, only about 3 or 4 feet high. And Enos Slaughter, as you can hear the crowd rumbling in the background, the cheers that follow that superb catch, robbed Charlie Keller of a round tripper. And so that's 2 sterling defensive plays that the Cardinals have come up with in the last 2 innings. Terry Moore on Joe DiMaggio's drive in the 6th inning, and Enos Slaughter on Keller's. And here's Bill Dickey up, and the first pitch is low outside for ball 1. Bill Dickey singled to right center in the 2nd inning, grounded out to Jimmy Brown in the 5th. What a ball game this is. Terrific. Ernie White ready, throws. Dickey swings, sends a bounder out to short. Marion goes in back to the bag, picks it up, throws to Hop in time for the out. Listen to the hand for Enos Slaughter as he comes into the Cardinal dugout. And that ends the 7th inning. You know, there's no guesswork about the proper tempering of Gillette steel. That's handled by automatic electric furnaces of Gillette's own design. Furthermore, samples from every coil of steel are submitted to the Vickers hardness tester. There are only a few of these costly instruments in the whole country, including one at the Bureau of Standards at Washington. Getting ready for the first half of the 8th inning. In this most closely contested of all the World Series games thus far, and one of the most brilliantly played defensively, especially by that Cardinal outfield thus far. Here is Donnie Hop leading off. His swings at the first pitch, sends 1-on-1 Hop out to Gordon. Gordon throws over to Pretty, and Hop is out at first. Hop having grounded out on his 2 previous appearances to Phil Rizzuto in the 2nd and 5th innings. Coming up now is Whitey Kurowski, whose walk led to the Cardinals' run in the 3rd inning, and who scored it himself. Popped out to Phil Rizzuto in the 5th inning. Bats him right-handed. Drives a long ball. Chandler's first pitch to him. Sweeping curve broke right over that inside corner. Belt high for a called strike. 1-0 in favor of the Cardinals. First half of the 8th. Chandler ready. Throws. It's another curve, a little bit high. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Corsetti at 3rd, Rizzuto at short, Gordon at 2nd. Pretty on 1st. Yankee infield. Dickey catching, Chandler pitching. Keller in left, DiMaggio in center. Cullenbine in right. Outfield over toward left for Kurowski. Chandler ready. Pitches. This one backs Kurowski away from the plate. Fastball inside. Ball 2. 2-1. Billy Southworth, Cardinal manager. Billy the Kid, coaching back at 3rd. Mike Gonzalez, he of good field no-hit fame, coaching back at 1st. Here's the 2-1 pitch to Kurowski. It's high. Ball 3. 3-1. George Barr dusts off the plate. Chandler turns his back to the plate, looking around the outfield, kicking the dirt around the rubber. Frank Corsetti comes over from 3rd, shouting words of encouragement to Georgia Boy. And then he goes back to his 3rd base position. Chandler getting set for his 3-1 pitch to Kurowski. Kurowski digs in, set. Here it is. It's over there for a call, strike 2. Fastball, 3-2 the count now. String is run out on the Cardinal 3rd baseman. Marty Marion is on deck. Crowd at the moment, settled back, quiet, easing up a little bit after having yelled as much as they could at Slaughter's great catch before. The next pitch is swung on, hit to past Corsetti as the ball took a bad hop and shot past him out of the left field. Holding it first is Kurowski as Keller fields the ball, quickly throws into 2nd. There was a smash on the ground to Corsetti's left. He went over to field it. And at the last second, the ball, instead of hopping up, laid low and skipped past him. And it scored as a base hit for Whitey Kurowski. A single to left. Stepping in now is lanky Marty Marion, Cardinal shortstop, who had an infield hit in the 3rd inning and grounded out to Corsetti in the 5th. Spurgeon Chandler takes a stretch, checks Kurowski leading off first. Here's the pitch to Marion. Outside, ball 1. That hit was Kurowski's 2nd of the series. Outfield playing Marion straight away. All sectors of the field equally being covered. 1 out. Kurowski on at first. There's a quick throw over to first, but Kurowski's back safe. He hit the dirt coming back in. Chandler sort of fell away from the mound as he threw that ball over. Pretty on the bag with Kurowski. Yankee infield. Short and 2nd in a couple of steps each. Time call as Marion steps out of the batter's box. Now we're all set to resume action. Here's the pitch. Marion takes another one outside. Ball 2. Curveball broke too quickly. Now we have a little activity in the Yankee bullpen. Looks a little bit like Jim Turner. Just can see a bit of the back. Here's the pitch to Marion. It's low outside. Ball 3. Both bullpens are almost hidden from view, so it's difficult to see. 3-0 the count on Marion. Chandler taking his time right now. Remember to listen to Bill Corum's comments on the sensational fielding gems made by Amos Slaughter and Terry Moore immediately at the end of our play-by-play description. So stay tuned with it. Now we're all set for the 3-0 pitch to Marion. Kurowski leading off first. Here it is. And it's through there for a called strike. 3-1. The count. Here it is. Pitch is swung on. It's a slow hopper out towards short. Rizzuto takes it quickly, throws to Gordon. Gordon over to Pretty. Not in time at first, but out at second is Whitey Kurowski. As Marion forced him, Rizzuto to Gordon. Gordon pivoted, relayed over to Pretty, but not in time to nip Marion, who wasted no time getting down to first base. We're waiting for Ernie White to come up, and here he comes out of the Cardinal dugout with the cheers and applause of the fans. Allowed but 4 scattered hits. Has blanked the Yankees through 7 innings. Throws left-handed, but he bats him right-handed. There are 2 outs now. Marion's on at first base. Chandler takes his stretch. Here's his pitch to White. It swung on and fouled off into the stands over the Cardinal dugout. A little scramble for the ball as always. Fans have a lot of fun going after those. Chandler is standing back the hill, looking out in center field, and motions into the plate that he wants another ball. So he throws it into Dickey. George Bart takes a new one out of his pocket, gives it to Bill, and Bill throws it out to Spurgeon. As most of you people probably know, at St. Louis, they use the National League baseball. And here at the Yankee Stadium, with the home team being the American League team, they're using the American League ball, which to all intents and purposes is just about the same, although Red Ruffing was telling me that the National League ball felt a little bigger to him because the seams are raised a little higher. Chandler's in no hurry. He's taking his time. Taking too much time for Ernie White, who steps out of the batter's box. Time is called. Now White steps back in. Marion leads off first. Stretched by Chandler, the pitch to White. White starts to cut, but changes his mind. The pitch goes outside. The ball 1. 1-1 the count. Activity in both bullpens. Chandler again takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. White swings and hits a high pop-up back to the plate. Dickey coming back toward the screen, still coming, has his eye on the ball, and he makes the catch for the out. White fouls out to Dickey. So that's all for the Cardinals in the first half of the 8th inning. No runs, 1 hit, no Yankee errors, 1 man left on base for St. Louis. The score, 1-0 favor the Cardinals at the end of 7 1/2 innings. That ends the first half of the 8th inning. For the special benefit of listeners who tuned in late, here's a way to get easier shaves. Probably a lot of you men have already guessed what I'm going to say, because I'm thinking of Gillette shaving cream, lather or brushless. Now, I happen to go all out for brushless, so I want to tell you about that. This cream contains peanut oil. It's free from grease, has a pleasant, refreshing scent, and rinses off instantly. Consequently, it can't clog razor or drains. Best of all, Gillette Brushless holds plenty of moisture, does a real job of beard softening. And you know, it's really the water that prepares your whiskers for the razor. Now, it's easy to prove everything I've said. Get a tube of Gillette Brushless shaving cream. It costs nothing extra, 25 cents, or 33 cents for the giant-sized economy tube. We're all set now for the last half of the 8th inning. As this tremendously exciting and hotly contested game moves right down toward its finish. Last half of the 8th, Jerry Pretty leading off the Yankees. Chandler's the next scheduled hitter, then Phil Rizzuto. Whether or not Chandler will bat remains to be seen. Left-hander Ernie White goes into his windup. Here's the pitch to Jerry Pretty. Jerry swings and hits a high pop-up out toward second base. Jimmy Brown calls for it. Under it, waiting, still waiting, and makes the catch for the out. So there's one away. Jerry Pretty pops to Jimmy Brown on the first pitch. And Red Ruffing's going to come out to bat for Spurgeon Chandler. Charlie Ruffing is going to come out and do some pinch hitting. It'll be his second appearance as a pinch hitter in the series. After having pitched the opening game of the World Series, he came back in the second game in the role of a pinch hitter. Here's the announcement coming over the loudspeaker. This makes the second time that Ruffing has come in as pinch hitter. His third appearance, in other words, in the series. This being the third game, Ruffing is the only pitcher, we might say, that has made an appearance in each one, although he's only made one appearance as a pitcher. The other two as pinch hitters. Ruffing had one hit and 5 times at bat in the first 2 games. Here's the first pitch to him. Sharp curve breaks right through there for a called strike. Outfield plays Ruffing a little bit toward right and center and right. Not too much so in left. Here's White's pitch. Ruffing takes it, and it's low. Ball 1. 1-1 the count. Ernie White wrapping up cover the ball. Every pitch carries a lot of extra responsibility right now. Here's the 1-1 pitch to Ruffing, and it's over that outside corner for called strike 2. Ruffing steps out of the batter's box for a moment to remonstrate a bit with umpire George Barr. Now he moves back into batting position. 1 ball, 2 strikes. Ruffing batting for Chandler. Cardinal left-hander, working easily, smoothly, confidently. Sweeps down low into the windup. Here's his pitch. Ruffing swings and he misses. Strike 3. And that's Ernie White's 6th strikeout. And that makes the 18th Yankee to have gone down by way of strikeouts in the series. 14 Cardinals have struck out in the series. White struck out 6. Chandler struck out 3 in this particular game. Here's Phil Rizzuto up. 2 outs, nobody on. First pitch to Phil is swung on. It's a pop-up foul back to third. Karowski racing over near the field boxes, trying to get under it. Leans into the boxes, but can't get it as the ball drops into the runway between the field boxes and the first row of reserved seats right behind them. Made a nice effort. 1 strike on Rizzuto. Phil beat out a bunt in the first inning for a hit. Lined to Karowski in the third and fouled out to Walker Cooper in the 6th. 2 outs, nobody on. Last half of the 8th inning, Cardinals clinging to that 1-run lead, which they established in the 3rd inning. White ready. Here's the pitch to Rizzuto. It's swung on to line drive over. Marries head out into left center field for a base hit. Terry Moore quickly races over in front of Musial, fields the ball on the roll, throws into second, and Rizzuto holds on at first with a line single to left center. That Terry Moore really covers ground. Coming up is Frankie Criscetti. Criscetti has only been at bat twice. He didn't come into the ball game until the 2nd inning. Struck out in the 3rd, grounded out to Jimmy Brown at second base in the 6th. Bats him right-handed. That's the Yankees' 5th hit off Ernie White. There have been 8 hits in the ball game all told, 3 for St. Louis. We'll have a new pitcher for the Yankees going into the 9th inning with Chandler having been removed for a pinch hitter. White takes a stretch, checks Rizzuto. Here's the pitch to Criscetti, and it's in there for a called strike. Frank definitely crowds that plate. Doesn't give the pitcher too much room to throw that ball through. Chokes that bat a couple of inches. Tying runs on it, first base, 2 outs. Hop on the bag with Rizzuto. White takes a stretch, checks Phil. There goes Rizzuto. The pitch is swung on to roller down toward third. Karowski's up with it. There's his throw over to Hop in time for the out. And so Ernie White once again gets by the Yankees without permitting a score. No runs, 1 hit, no Cardinal errors, and 1 man left on base at the end of 8 innings. 1-0. St. Louis, the Cardinals, 1 run, 3 hits, 1 error. 2 left on. The Yankees, no runs, 5 hits, no errors, and 5 men left on base. This third game of the 1942 World Series is coming to you direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. And now we're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Brewers, number 24.
As we come into the first half of the ninth inning, the new pitcher for the Yankees will be Marvin Brewer, a curveball specialist. Spurgeon Chandler removed for a pinch hitter in the last half of the eighth inning, thus worked 8 innings, allowed but 3 hits, walked only 1, and struck out 3 while giving up 1 run. So as the situation now stands, it's Chandler's ball game to lose. He lost the only game the Yankees lost in the 1941 World Series. Marvin Brewer's come in to relieve him. Brewers won 8 games and lost 9 on the regular season. Lost a lot of tough ball games. Pitches a very good curveball, one of the finest in the major leagues. He's a right-hand pitcher from Rollo, Missouri, incidentally, which is closer to the Cardinals' home ballpark, Sportsman's Park, than it would be to the Yankee Stadium. Then hometowns don't always dictate the place where a ball player is going to play his baseball. As we go into the ninth inning, for the Cardinals, it'll be the top of their batting order. Jimmy Brown, Terry Moore, and Enos Slaughter. For those of you who might have tuned in late, wondering how the Cardinals got their 1 run, which is the only run in the game, in the third inning, Kurowski walked, went to second as Marion topped the pitch down toward third and beat it out for a hit. White sacrificed Kurowski to third, Marion to second, and while Brown was grounding out to Gordon, Kurowski came home from third. And that's the only run of the game thus far. So we're all set now for the first half of the ninth inning. Jimmy Brown up. Marvin Brewer, right-hander, throws. It's a curve swung on, lined over Gordon's head out in the right center for a base hit. Joe DiMaggio races over, fields it on the roll, throws quickly in the second, and Brown holds it first after taking his turn with a single to right center. Coming up is Terry Moore. That's the Cardinals' 4th hit. Jimmy Brown didn't take a hard cut at that ball. He just seemed to lift it. Just seemed to lift it right over Gordon's head. Terry Moore up. Yankees watching for the bunt, stretched by Brewer. In comes the pitch. Moore shortens up, but doesn't bunt as the pitch goes high for ball 1. Moore took a third call strike in the first inning, again in the third. Fly to DiMaggio in the 6th. Frank Criscetti in close on the grass at third. Purdy on the bag at first with Jimmy Brown. Stretched by Brewer. Checks his runner. Here's the pitch. Moore shortens up, bunts, but fouls it off to the right of the plate, way back. Strike 1. 1-1 the count. Marius Russo, the left-hander, is throwing in the bullpen for the Yankees. We can just see the top of his head and his arms. It slings around. Someone else warming along just to his left. We can see the arm go up occasionally, but that's all we can see of that particular pitcher. First half of the ninth, Cardinals ahead 1-0. Nobody out. Jimmy Brown on at first base. That was Brown's 2nd hit of the series. Brewer takes his stretch, checks his runner, then pitches Moore, shortens up, bunts out in front of the plate. Brewer quickly picks it up. His throw is to second base to Rizzuto. In time for that, and then the decision is changed. And safe at second is Jimmy Brown, as George Majorkirth, after having called him out, quickly changed and went down with the hands. And all hands are safe. The big argument going on. Rizzuto, Pretty, Keller comes in from left field, Cullenbine from right. And they're all following Majorkirth as he walks out toward right center field. Rizzuto, Pretty, Keller, Gordon, Cullenbine are all arguing with George Majorkirth. And the argument is taking place in short right center field. Frank Criscetti walks over from third base. He's walking out toward the center of the argument. Now Keller leaves. He's going back out in the left field, and George Majorkirth stands with his back to everybody looking out toward the right center field bleachers. Freddie, Cullenbine, Gordon, Rizzuto, and Criscetti are all surrounding George, arguing with him. And now Bill Summers, American League umpire, over at third, starts walking out in that direction to see if he can do something about getting the boys to come back and play ball. The official scorer has scored the play this way. He has not given Terry Moore credit for sacrifice. but has charged Marvin Brewer with an error, a wild throw. The throw was a little wide of the bag, pulled Rizzuto off, so apparently Major Kurth's decision was based on this fact, that though the ball may have arrived ahead of the runner, Jimmy Brown, the throw being wild, pulled Rizzuto's foot off the bag, and therefore Brown was safe. So it's an error for Marvin Brewer. All hands are safe. Brown's on second. Moore on at first base, not credited with the sacrifice. And coming up to the plate is Enos Slaughter. Bats him left-handed. Nobody out here in the first half of the ninth inning. Runners lead off. The pitch is outside. Ball one. Slaughter shortened up as if he's going to try a bunt. Frank Crissetti's in close at third to watch for a bunt. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Nobody out. First half of the ninth. Cardinals lead 1-0. Brewer takes his stretch, checks his runners, pitches, and the pitch is bunted foul off the right of the plate by Slaughter for strike one. 1-1 the count. Marvin Brewer's in trouble here in the ninth inning, having come in to take the place of Spurgeon Chandler, who permitted the Cardinals but 3 hits over the first 8 innings, was removed for a pinch hit in the last half of the 8th. 1-1 the count on Slaughter. On deck is Stan Musial. Jimmy Brown leads off second. Terry Moore off first. Brewer takes his stretch. Here's the pitch. It's swung on and fouled back by Slaughter for strike 2. Billy Southworth changed up, called off the bunt, and ordered Slaughter to swing away. 1 ball, 2 strikes on the Cardinal right fielder. What a superb catch he made. Bill Corum, whose highly interesting summary will come on immediately at the end of this game, will have a lot to say about it, we're sure. Brewer looks around the outfield. Now he's ready. Looks in, gets the sign from Dickey. There's Brown leading off second again. Terry Moore off first. In comes the pitch to Slaughter. He swings on. There's a smash pass. Rizzuto out to center field for the base hit. Brown rounds third on his way to score. DiMaggio throws into third as Terry Moore goes in, and he's safe at third. And into second on the throw to third went Enos Slaughter. And Crissetti pushes Bill Summers, the umpire, and Bill Summers pushes Crissetti back. And there goes Joe McCarthy out to join in the argument. And Joe Gordon comes over from second. And the argument rages at third base. And there's Crissetti taking off his glove, and Art Fletcher comes racing out from the Yankee dugout. And Bill Summers is walking away from Crissetti and Fletcher and McCarthy and Gordon. And there's Fletcher and Crissetti gesticulating wildly as they argue with Bill Summers. And Joe McCarthy's right out there spearheading the attack as he moves in between Summers and Fletcher. Each one of the 4 trying to move in front of the other to talk to Summers. And Frank Crissetti, as the decision was made at third, slammed the ball down hard on the ground and then quickly picked it up, realizing the time had not been called. We couldn't tell you about it at that moment because play was still going on. Slaughter was going into second on the throw to third, and in from second on the hit came Jimmy Brown, the Cardinals lead 2-0. Meantime, Bill Summers walking along the left field line, and Crissetti still after him, and Art Fletcher pulls Frankie away. And he and Joe McCarthy are still going after Bill Summers, arguing with him. Joe DiMaggio has come over from center field, standing just on the fringe of the circle with Summers, McCarthy, and Fletcher. Were DiMaggio and Rizzuto and Gordon and Twitty, but now the argument is all over. The runners return to position, or rather the players return to their positions. Joe McCarthy walking back toward the Yankee dugout, stops for a moment as Billy Southworth in the meantime is chatting with Terry Moore, who's on to third base. On at second base is Enos Slaughter. Nobody out here in the ninth inning. Cardinals are leading 2-0. And so Enos Slaughter, single to center, scoring Brown from second, is credited with a run batted in. That for Slaughter is his 3rd hit of the series and his first run batted in. Jerry Pretty is just now getting back over to first base. Meantime, Joe Gordon is still arguing with George Major Kurth at second base, and we're waiting for them. They're standing toe-to-toe and talking it out. And now Gordon has finished arguing with Major Kurth. Goes back to his position. Cullenbine trots out into right field, and we'll be ready to continue play here in the ninth inning. And at this point, Art Fletcher comes out of the Yankee dugout. That possibly may be all for Marvin Brewer. I think that'll be all for Marvin Brewer. The official scorer, as we've already indicated to you, has given Slaughter a single. He went to second on the throw to third. So Fletch comes out to talk to Bill Dickey. Pat O'Doherty, the Yankee bat boy, dashed out along the left field line to holler to Charlie Keller, for Keller in turn to holler to the Yankee bullpen for a new pitcher. And that is going to be all for Brewer. He comes off the mound, standing talking to Dickey between home plate and third base. George Levy, the fellow here at the stadium, goes out to ask George Barr just what the change is going to be. He in turn will carry the message over to the public address announcer. Still waiting for the new Yankee pitcher to make his appearance so we can tell you who it is. Charlie Keller has gone out to the little barrier in front of the runway, which leads into the bullpen here at the stadium, calling for the proper pitcher, and here he comes. Jim Turner, I believe, or Johnny Murphy, is so far away we'll have to wait till they get a little bit closer. Situation here in the ninth inning, though, is one run in for St. Louis. They lead 2-0. Here's the announcement of the new pitcher.
Turner.
It is Jim Turner.
Number 30. Now pitching for New York.
It is Jim Turner coming in to make his debut in this current World Series, but not his first World Series. You remember he was with the Cincinnati Redlegs in the 1940 World Series, started a game against the Detroit Tigers. Jim Turner, the milkman, who along with Lou Fetty, you'll remember years ago with the Boston Braves, started the baseball world, and these two veteran rookies each won 20 games for the Boston Braves. So here's Jim Turner coming in to take over in the ninth inning. Marvin Brewer, who started the ninth inning after Chandler had been removed for a pinch hitter, thus has not pitched any part of an inning, there being nobody out. However, during the time he was on the mound, he allowed 2 hits. Didn't walk anybody, no strikeouts. At the moment has allowed 1 run. 1 run has been scored while he was on the mound. And so we're going to have another little wait here while Jim Turner loosens up. In the meantime, we have on third base Terry Moore, who went from first to third on Slaughter's single, which scored Brown from second. Slaughter himself took second on the throw to third, which stirred up all the argument. Frank Frasetti, of course, claiming that he had Terry Moore out. Umpire Bill Summers of the American League, who called the play, said no, and then the argument raged. Now, don't forget, folks, while we have a moment here, tomorrow we take the air a half hour later than today. So make a note now to be with us at 1:45 Eastern Wartime. Remember, 1:45 Eastern Wartime tomorrow afternoon for the 4th game of this 1942 World Series, which promises to go down in history as one of the greatest of all time. Certainly the way the games have gone thus far have been fireworks galore. Stan Musial will be the first man to face Jim Turner. Jim is what you might call a spot pitcher, a good control pitcher. He has a peculiar knack of raising that left knee of his high, almost up to his midsection before throwing the ball. And to a batter, it often looks as if that pitch is coming off of Jim's knee, right in behind it. And with men on second and third, nobody out, Stan Musial is to get an intentional pass. There's the first wide one. With a left-handed hitter up there, they're going to walk Musial to load the bases, first base being open, setting up possible plays at any base. There's the second wide one, Turner getting set for the third wide one to Musial. There it is. So those ever keeping score put down base on balls for Stan Musial, an intentional pass. And the fourth wide one. That loads him up. Musial's on it first. He's walking down. Slaughter's on it second. Terry Moore on at third. And the batter is Walker Cooper. Billy Southworth comes up the line from third base to talk to his catcher. Whispers something in his ear, and then Billy the Kid trots back down to his third base coaching box. And Walker Cooper steps into hitting position. So the Cardinals are leading 2-0. It's the ninth inning. Nobody out, bases filled. Yankee infield halfway in for a play at the plate. The first pitch to Walker Cooper. Swung on and missed. Strike 1. Terry Moore on third. Enos Slaughter on second. Stan Musial on first. Yankee infield, laying in for a play at the plate. Cooper bats him right-handed. Turner starts his windup. In comes the pitch to Cooper. It swung on and fouled off over the Cardinal dugout into the lower stands for strike 2. And it's a tense moment here in the 9th inning. Cardinals have a chance to blow the game wide apart. The Yankees trying to stop the threat from going any further, if they possibly can. Cardinals leading by 2-0 at the moment, with 3 men on and nobody out. Just about one of the toughest spots for any pitcher in the series thus far. Turner hollered something up to Dickey as he started his windup. In comes the pitch. Cooper swings and hits a fly out in the short center. DiMaggio coming hard, getting under it, makes the catch, and there's no advance. Cooper popped this one out into short center. DiMaggio had to come a long way to get under it. The infield was drawn in, remember. Billy Southworth, respecting the magic in Joe's right arm, refused to let Terry Moore even budge. So the bases remain loaded. 1 out. And the batter, Johnny Hop. Cardinal first baseman grounded out for Rizzuto in the 2nd inning, did the same thing in the 5th, and then grounded out to Joe Gordon in the 8th. Jim Turner wants a new ball, throws it into Dickey. Barr looks it over. Perhaps Johnny Hop asks Barr to look it over. George does, and the ball stays in the game. So Johnny Hop moves into hitting position. Still have Terry Moore on at 3rd. Enos Slaughter on 2nd. Stan Musial on at 1st. 1 out. Yankee infield still drawn in. Not entirely in, but about halfway. A little better than half. In position for a play at the plate or to start a possible double play if the opportunity presents itself. Turner the wind-up pitches. Hop takes this one, a slow curve, a little bit high for ball 1. Jim pitching carefully, taking his time. Trying not to make any pitch any too good at all. As they sign from Dickey, runners lead off. In comes the pitch. It's swung on. It's a fly ball going out into left center field. Charlie Keller's getting under it. Terry Moore waiting to tag up. There's the catch. Here comes Moore to the plate. In comes the throw, and it is in time for the out. It's a double play. And Terry Moore simply stood at the plate and looked at plate umpire George Barr. Dickey apparently tagged him out on the arm as he came across the plate. And so for the Cardinals in the 9th inning, only 1 run. 2 hits, 1 Yankee error, and 2 men left on base. And the milkman, Jim Turner, came in and put out the fire with the bases loaded and nobody out. He got him out without allowing a run. 2-0 St. Louis as we get set for the last half of the 9th inning. Say, folks, you know, presents for men in our armed forces overseas must be mailed immediately to ensure delivery by Christmas. Remember this to avoid disappointment. And remember also that razor blades are at or near the top of every serviceman's list of desired gifts. This 3rd game of the 1942 World Series comes to you direct from the Yankee Stadium in New York. We're going to pause 10 seconds for station identification. This is Mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
In order that your scoring might be complete and official, that run which the Cardinals got in the first half of the 9th inning was not earned. Here's Roy Cullenbine leading off for the Yankees as we come into the last half of the 9th inning with the Cardinals out in front 2-0. And Ernie White, who's breezed along, scattering 5 hits nicely, no more than 1 in any inning, steps onto the rubber to get his sign from Walker Cooper. Cullenbine single to center in the 6th for one of the Yankees' 5 hits. White into the windup. Here's the pitch. Cullenbine swings and drives the one into center field. Terry Moore coming hard and fast, and he makes the catch for the out. And the thousands of people who are here at the jam-packed Yankee Stadium today, if they didn't know before, know now why Terry Moore is considered one of the game's greatest defensive center fielders. He's been superb. And here is the Yankee Clipper. Another great center field. And the first pitch to Joe DiMaggio swung on and fouled back onto the screen. Strike one. It's the last half of the ninth inning. The Cardinals are leading 2-0. Riding the crest of the momentum they gained in clipping the Yankees in the second game of the World Series in St. Louis, behind the great pitching of left-hander Ernie White. They've come along here to the ninth inning with one out, leading 2-0. DiMaggio at the plate. Joe Gordon on deck. Ernie White still bearing down. And his next pitch to DiMaggio is low outside for ball one. DiMaggio struck out in the first inning, single to left in the fourth, and had Terry Moore make a great catch of a drive of his in the sixth inning. White checking with Walker Cooper, has his sign, leans forward, goes into the windup, whips the left arm around. DiMaggio takes a fast one low inside for ball two. 2-1 the count on Joe. Steps out of the batter's box for a moment, gets a little dirt on his hands, adjusts his cap as he steps back into hitting position. The outfield deep over toward left. White to the rosin bag to give it a little touch. He's still cool and calm. Working steadily and heavily. Blows in his pitching hand. Leans forward, goes into that windup. DiMaggio's head to the plate. Here's the pitch. It swung on. It's a drive on the left field for a base hit. Stan Musial getting in front of the bounder. Picks it up, throws into second. DiMaggio holds on it first with a single to left. His second hit of the game and his seventh of the series. His sixth of the series. Check that. Coming up now is Joe Gordon. One out. Last half of the ninth inning. Gordon struck out in the second inning. Fly to Musial in the fourth, and fly to Musial in the seventh. Gordon bats him right-handed. Yankee fans are beginning to yell. A sustained yell, if I might call it that. DiMaggio leads off first base. Outfield deep toward left for Gordon. The stretch by Ernie White, the pitch. Gordon swings and he misses. Strike one. And the tension mounts here in the last half of the ninth inning. Ernie White bearing down. He's allowed 6 hits. DiMaggio's belt being the sixth one off of him. Takes his stretch, checks Joe. In comes the pitch to Gordon. Gordon swings and hits a high fly ball out along the foul line. Back to third. Kurowski and Marion are there. Kurowski's under it, and Kurowski makes the catch as Marion, right in behind him, falls down. And DiMaggio scoots back to first, and there are 2 outs. And here's Charlie Keller. With Ernie White 1 out away from victory. Ernie White is taking his time. So is Charlie Keller stepping in. It's the last half of the ninth inning. 2-0 Cardinals. 2 outs. Joe DiMaggio on first base. And Keller is up there. White takes his stretch. Here's the pitch to Keller. Keller swings, and there's the drive. Going deep. Back under it is Slaughter, and he's right against the wall and makes the catch for the out. And the ball game is over, and the Cardinals win it 2-0. In the last half of the ninth inning for the Yankees, no runs, 1 hit, no errors, 1 man left on. And the Cardinals move ahead in the series 2-1 as they shut out the Yankees 2-0. And now stepping in another moment, will be Bill Corum with his summary of today's game. Well, this gives me a final chance to tell you a simple way to get several extra shaves with every Gillette Blue Blade. And believe me, that's something important to know. Take a look, and you'll see that the Gillette Blue Blade has marks resembling the Roman numerals 1 and 2 on the ends projecting beyond your razor. These identify the edges and enable you to shave one side of your face with one edge, the opposite side with the other, giving both equal use. The effect is much the same as crisscrossing your automobile tires for extra mileage. You get a number of additional shaves, and that saves blades. Try this simple, thrifty way of conserving Gillette Blue Blades. You'll find that it pays a real bonus in extra shaves and comfort, too. And now, ladies and gentlemen, here is brilliant sports columnist of the New York Journal American, a member of Gillette's cavalcade of sports staff, a shrewd observer of baseball as well as all other sports, all set to give you his sage observations on this highly exciting and dramatic ball game. Bill Corum.
I don't know how sage they'll be, Mel, but this seems to me to have been a ball game that was lost with an argument that was won. The Yankees won an argument in the second inning on a ball that Marion bunted where he was out at first base, sacrificing Kurowski down to second, and made him come back to bat. And the second time they tried to make the same play, Marion got a single when the throw just failed to beat him to first, and that came the run. In came the run as a result of that. That gave the Cardinals the victory because the second run was not earned, and that was all that Ernie White needed to win this ball game. Here's a fellow from a little town down called Pecolet Mills, South Carolina. About 1,500 folks down there. Got a growing youngster of his own, a pitcher, too, named Joe Dan, who pitched one of the greatest games that's been seen in the World Series in, I don't know how long, because not since 1926, as some of you know, have these Yankees been shut out in a World Series ball game. They'd gone 42 times before Ernie White stepped in there this afternoon and set them back. And even at that, his pitching was no better than that of his rival Spurgeon Chandler of Moultrie, Georgia, who gave the Cardinals, the victorious Cardinals, only 3 hits before he left the game and was just a superb pitcher every step of the way. Now, as I tell you, the last run was not earned because Brewer threw wide to second base in an effort to make a forced play, but it really didn't matter because save for DiMaggio, who's hitting beautifully in this series, White had the Yankees right on the arm, right in that big glove of his, and the Cardinals are now surging along with another pitcher just like him to come back tomorrow, very, very much like him. In fact, Max Lanier pitches the same sort of ball and looks a good deal like him, and it looks to me, as I said in the opening talk before the game, that whoever won this game was going to have a big edge. Of course, you can't hold these Yankees forever, and certainly you're not going to shut them out very many times. They proved that by going 42 without anybody shutting them out. But today, White was a master. No greater master than Chandler, I keep repeating, but to the victor belongs the spoils, and he won the ball game. And little Jimmy Brown out there, you could hear him above the hum of the crowd, a silent crowd, incidentally, a tremendously big one, every seat packed in this great 3-tiered stadium, but a very quiet crowd right down to the finish when the ball game really was played again. In that long 9th inning, you could hear little Jimmy Brown calling to White, "Come on, Ernie, come on, boy," with that piping voice of his, and White did come out. Whereas Beasley had missed the opportunity for the shutout, and whereas old Grandpa Ruffing had missed his opportunity for a no-hit game, this fella came through. And I want to tell you a little bit about some outfielding. Coming back on the train from St. Louis, some of the boys said, well, I don't know whether that Cardinal outfield can play in the big Yankee Stadium. Well, they made 3 plays, one after the other, starting with Terry Moore, who went back a musial to take DiMaggio's bid for at least a triple and maybe a home run inside the park over his shoulder, going at full tilt. And the very next ball in the next inning was driven practically to the left field barrier. Musial went up and pulled it down, and then the next drive, just to make it even all around and show that any one of the boys could do it, was laid up against the right field fence, and there was Enos Country Slaughter to grab that one. If you can play any better center field, incidentally, than Mr. Terry Moore can play, well, then you can have the marbles for me, because I think here are the 2 greatest fielding center fielders that ever hooked up in any World Series, DiMaggio and Moore. Moore's got a little bad leg right now, but it didn't show this afternoon. He was all over the ballpark to take that first hit in the 9th inning. He came charging in. He can throw just like DiMaggio can throw, and DiMaggio proved it again this afternoon because when a short fly was hit out to him with the bases loaded in the 9th, nobody moved, and quite rightly. Mr. Southworth knew that was no chance, no time to take a chance. They took it on the next one, and Moore was thrown out at the plate on a very close play. But as it turned out, it didn't matter, and so the ball game wound up 2-0, and the totals as I have them, and I think they're correct, 2, 5, 1, and 4. 2 runs, 5 hits, 1 error, 4 left for the Cardinals. For the Yankees, 6, 1, and 6, no runs, 6 hits, 1 error, and 6 left. That's the correct totals. The time of the game was 2:30, and of course the losing pitcher was Chandler, who did pitch such superb ball this afternoon. Well, fans, that's the story. But tomorrow is another day, and what a game we should have out here at the stadium. Now make a special note of this. We come on the air at 1:45 Eastern War Time. So be with us, and we'll have fun. I'll repeat the starting time once again, 1:45 Eastern War Time. Until then, smooth sailing, smooth shaving, and good afternoon from your host, the Gillette Safety Razor Company, Red Barber, Mel Allen, and Bill Coral. This is mutual.
This is WGN, the voice of the people, Chicago.
Play ball! Play ball with Babe Ruth. Play ball with the Navy. The United States Navy brings you the adventures of Babe Ruth. And here to tell you about the immortal Babe is the man who knew him so well, his pal, the popular sports reporter, Steve Martin.
The big fellow liked a joke as well as anybody. But once what started out to be an innocent gag boomeranged into a near tragedy, with the wildest results you can imagine. We'll bring you this exciting story in just a moment. But first, a word from Jackson Beck. Come in, Jack.
Okay, Steve, and thanks. Before you get to yarning about this particular adventure of Babe Ruth, Steve, I'd like to ask you just one question.
All right, Jackson, what is it?
Here it is. Why shouldn't a young fellow join the United States Naval Reserve?
What a question, Jack. He should. But if you want reasons, to begin with, there's the knowledge, the training, and education you get free in the Naval Reserve. In this day of high specialization, it's more important than ever that a young fellow who wants to go places should be absolutely perfect in his trade or skill, whatever it is. And perfection is what the Navy teaches. Teaches right there in that hometown peacetime volunteer organization, the United States Naval Reserve. When you join the Naval Reserve, you yourself choose which of the many naval skills you prefer to be trained in, and you go to work with other young fellows just as eager as you for the knowledge and that extra pay and all the other benefits of the Naval Reserve. For you see, Jack, naval reservists work with each other as a great peacetime hometown team. They play together, too, for the Naval Reserve sports program is the greatest in the nation. Study, play, companionship, perfect training, and a skill that will help to advance a fellow in his chosen career. Vacations often at sea. All that, Jack, plus the reservist pay and the security of the Navy's liberal retirement plan.
What you mean, Steve, is that there's no better possible way for a young fellow to spend his spare time, his evenings, and his vacations than in the wholesome, productive atmosphere of the United States Naval Reserve.
You're right, Jack.
It's America's hometown Navy, fellows. It's America's peacetime fleet. And you who want to better yourselves should certainly visit your local Naval Reserve unit and find out personally the many reasons why you should serve in the Naval Reserve that Steve Martin hasn't time to tell you about now. Talk to your local Navy recruiting officer right away. And now back to Steve Martin and the adventures of Babe Ruth.
The Red Sox brought up a sensational rookie pitcher one year who promptly set out to burn up the league. The rookie, Don Brush we'll call him, won his first 6 starts, and 3 of them were shutouts. The Yankees saw him for the first time in the stadium when the Sox came in for a series. Brush was scheduled to pitch, and I was down on the field before the game with Babe and the Yankees, watching the new star warm up. Wow, that Brush is sure fast, Babe.
He sure is, Steve.
With him, Boston can beat you boys out for the pennant.
Yeah, if only I... Hey, I got it, Steve.
What?
I've been trying to think where I saw him before, and it just came to me. In Kansas last fall when I was playing that vaudeville act. Remember? Topeka, I think it was. You remember?
No.
Oh, sure you do. We just got into town. I'm pretty sure it was Topeka. And here was this big parade, band and all, coming up the main drag. Remember now?
Well, what have we here? Looks like the whole town is out to see you, Babe.
Oh, let's duck, Steve.
You can't do that. Hey, take a gander at that drum major. Isn't he something?
Look at him strut. Hey, he's liable to pop the buttons. Hey, Steve, look! He did it!
No!
No! He pressed his button! He's losing his pen! Yes, sir. That drum major who lost his pants in Topeka was Don Brush.
Well, what do you know? Yeah, you're right, Babe.
Bet I'm right. Hey, if you want to see some fun, just keep your eyes open during this game, Steve.
If the big fellow knew what he was starting, he would have cut off his arm before he did it. But he couldn't know. He just saw a chance for a funny gag, and he pulled it in the 6th inning when the game was tied up 0-0. Don Brush was setting the Yankees down. Only the big fellow and Garrick had hit him. But now with our pitcher up, the big fellow suddenly leaned out of the dugout and blew a little whistle.
Hey, Bryce! Hey, Don! Remember that day in Topeka? Yeah, remember when you lost him?
Don Brush on the mound turned red as a beet. And then, as the big fellow blew his whistle a couple of more times and waved a bat like a drum major, the rookie pitcher proceeded to blow up, but high, wide, and handsome. He walked our pitcher, then Coombs, then he uncorked a wild pitch. He walked the next hitter, and then uncorked 2 more wild pitches. By the time the Sox manager got Brush out of there, 3 Yankee runs had scored, and that was the ball game. When the Red Sox finished their series in New York and moved on to Philadelphia, the Athletics were ready for Don Brush. He started the first game there, and the boys in the dugout started blowing penny whistles at him.
Hey, Don! Hey, Brett! Remember when you lost him? Pull up, Don! Pull up!
Brush blew up the same way he had in New York. And then 4 days later in Washington, when Brush went to the Hill again, not only the jockeys in the Senators' dugout had whistles ready, but the fans did, too.
Your attention, please. Shore, number 12, is coming in to pitch for Boston. Brush is leaving the game.
Well, it went like that all around the circuit, with the opposing players and the fans, too, waiting for Don Brush with their whistles. He started 4 times after Washington and blew up each time in the first inning.
Holy smoke, Steve. This is terrible.
It was when the Yanks came to Boston that a girl stopped the big fellow in the hotel lobby and pushed him into one of the little lounges.
Well, Mr. Ruth, I hope you're proud of yourself.
Huh? What do you mean, sister? Who are you?
My name is Nora Brush. Mrs. Don Brush.
Oh, well, look, Nora, Mrs. Brush.
What did Don ever do to you?
Oh, well, nothing.
Then why did you have to ruin him? Break his heart and my heart and hurt our children?
Oh, now, wait. Listen, Mrs. Brush.
Don worked so long and so hard to get up to the big league. Then he was doing so well. They were going to tear up his contract and give him a new one, a big one. We were going to buy a house big enough for our 2 children, and then you had to spoil everything.
Oh, well, listen, Nora, Mrs. Brush, I didn't mean to start anything like that. I'd cut off my arm first.
I don't believe you. The great Babe Ruth, the hero of all the youngsters, hurting our youngsters, ruining their futures and their fathers.
Oh, now, wait, it might be all right yet. I've been thinking...
It's too late. Don has been waved out of the league.
What?
He's finished. And it's all your fault.
Oh, Mrs. Brush, just a minute. Steve, come on, I gotta see Miller Huggins.
Now, let me get this straight, Babe. Are you actually asking me to claim Don Brush for the Yankees on waivers?
That's right, Hug.
You must be out of your mind.
No, I'm not.
Why, Brush hasn't finished a game since you called a turn on him in New York 6 weeks ago.
Yeah, I know,
and you
but
want me to claim him. I thought you had brains, Babe. Why'd be the biggest laughing stock in baseball?
Well, listen a minute, will you, Hug? Don could be a great pitcher. He's got the stuff.
Sure, he's also got rabbit ears and a hide like tissue paper. You saw what happened to him.
I think I know a way to stop all that.
Oh, impossible. The whole league's got his number now, and the fans, too. He hasn't got a prayer.
He might have. Look, Hug, give me a chance to square this. Claim Don Brush, and if I can't cure him in the very first game he pitches, I'll pay the $7,500 waiver price back to the club.
Are you serious, Babe?
I'm dead serious. Will you do it for me, Hug?
I think you're crazy, and you're throwing away $7,500, but... Well, okay, Babe.
I thought the big fellow was crazy, too, but he wouldn't discuss it with me. The Yankees claimed Don Brush, and he joined the club in Detroit. And then Babe shocked manager Huggins again by asking him to start Brush right then and there.
Now I know you're out of your mind, Babe. If Brush has any chance at all, which I doubt, it'll be in New York, where our own fans might go easy on him. These Detroit fans will murder him.
Maybe, Hug. But if Don and I can lick his jinx where everybody's against him, he won't ever have any trouble again.
Babe, you've got some cockeyed idea. Now, what is it?
Well, it's a secret between me and Don. Look, Hug, pitch him tomorrow, and be sure to tell the reporters about it tonight. I want the fans to be ready for him.
That left Hug speechless, and ditto me. But Hug announced that Don Brush was going to start for the Yankees the next day, And by game time, the ballpark was a madhouse. Not only the Detroit players in the dugout, but practically every customer in the stands had a whistle. And when Don Brush walked to the hill to face the first Tiger batter, I thought my eardrums would crack under that noise. I felt a little sick because this was going to be a massacre. And then Brush began to pitch. I didn't believe it, and neither did the crowd. 3 straight strikes. Don Brush had fireballed past the Detroit hitter. And now he proceeded to fireball 3 more past the second hitter, and then he got the third batter on a little pop-up to the box. And taking his time, fogging him in there, he seemed as cool as a cucumber. He stayed that way, too, all through the game, shutting out Detroit with just 2 scratchy hits, and beating them 5-0.
Well, Hug, you gonna fire Don and nick me for $7,500?
Oh, don't be silly, babe. Don's gonna win a pennant for us. But tell me, man, how did you do it?
Ask Don.
Well, we did ask him, but he won't tell us. He told us to ask you, babe.
Well, I'll tell you. McGraw once had a player on the Giants who had rabbit ears just like Don. Well, he heard everything the fans yelled at him, and he'd go nuts. McGraw finally worked out a dodge. He told me about it when we were on that exhibition tour in Europe. So I tried out the same dodge on Don, and it worked.
What dodge?
Yeah, what was it, babe? Yeah, we'll show you. Hey, Don, come here a minute.
What is it, babe?
Show these guys the gimmick.
Okay, I got it right here in my hip pocket. Look, fellas. What the? That's cotton. Cotton batting.
Uh-huh. You get it, boys? You see, with that cotton in his ears, Don couldn't hear the whistles and the yells or anything else. Simple, huh?
Well, I'll be...
Oh, baby, you old son of a gun.
Thanks for another exciting adventure of Babe Ruth, Steve Martin. And now will you tip us off about next week's yarn?
Sure thing, Jack. But are you certain you haven't something you want to say first?
As a matter of fact, I have, Steve. You young fellows who don't know what to do with your spare time and don't want to waste it, investigate the advantages of belonging to the United States Naval Reserve, won't you? And you veterans who want to keep your hand in your Navy skills, the Naval Reserve is the place for you, too. For there are courses in the many varied skills, and all of them with a civilian application, and every one of them taught to perfection. So there's training and education to be gained in the Naval Reserve. There's good companionship to be found, and a profitable use for your spare time, plus reserve pay and the many benefits of the Navy's liberal retirement plan. Why don't you join your hometown peacetime Navy, the United States Naval Reserve, and become part of a solid community asset and a member of the greatest crew in the world? It's a very profitable way to spend your spare time. See the friendly officer in charge of your local U.S. Navy recruiting office right away about how you can serve in the Naval Reserve. What's cooking in the galley for us next week, Steve?
Well, next week, Jack, I'm going to tell you about the time one of the roughest, toughest, and greatest ball players of all time said to the big fellow, "This league is too small for both of us, babe. One of us has to go, and it's going to be you."
The Adventures of Babe Ruth is written by Ben Peter Freeman, produced by Woody Close, directed by Ronald Dawson, and presented by the United States Navy.
Toast Toasties, the wake-up food, presents Joey Brown.
Joey Brown, that's what Joey Brown. Toast Toasties on the air tonight. And Joey, laugh, 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 laugh.
Yes, another dramatic thunderbolt featuring those nimble nitwits Gill and Dembling, with Paula Winslow as Jill, Gail Gordon as Bullhammer, yours truly, Don Wilson, Harry Sosnick and his orchestra, and the star of our Post Toasty show, Joe E. Brown.
Hello, folks.
Here we are, Joe. What's the show all about? What's on the fire tonight?
On the fire? I wish it was Gill and Demling. They almost drive me crazy, and thereby hangs the tale.
Well, I suppose you have to be crazy to be able to stand those two zanies.
Well, you don't have to be crazy, but it sure helps.
Well, yes, Joe, and I understand that you're introducing a new character in the show tonight. Is that right?
Yes, sir, Mr. Wilson. We sure is.
Now, wait a minute, Joe. Wait a minute. What's the idea of this other voice?
Oh, why, Don, that's Onyx. Onyx, he's the janitor at Bullhammer's.
Oh, yes. Pardon me, Joe. I know Onyx. As a matter of fact, just yesterday I heard that Onyx girl left him for another man.
Wait a minute. My girl left me for another man, Mr. Wilson?
That's right.
No, sir. No, sir. She just went out of town. That's all.
I'm very sorry, Onyx, but I heard definitely that she went to another man.
No, sir. That ain't what she told me.
Then what did she tell you?
Well, she said to me, she said, Onyx, I'm leaving you. I'm going to Rochester.
This is Don Wilson, friends, and I'm going to give you a real tip on a real breakfast cereal for everybody in the family. I mean, Post Toasties. These crisp oven-toasted cornflakes are so delicious your whole family will go for them. So delicious people everywhere say Post Toasties are tops in taste. Even more important, Post Toasties begin to digest within 30 seconds. This means quick food energy. And that's what you need to help you get going faster after breakfast. But here's more good news about Post Toasties. They save you money. They're now priced below any other nationally advertised cornflakes. Today, you can buy Post Toasties at the lowest price in all their history. So if you want a faster start after breakfast, eat Post Toasties for breakfast. Post Toasties, the wake-up food. And now for our drama. Fresh from an assignment, we find Joe in the inner sanctums of Bullhammer Enterprises, Incorporated. Curtain?
Howdy, Mr. Bullhammer. Have a cigar?
Well, thank you, Brown. It's on days like these that I appreciate those little courtesies. I'm a sick man today, Brown.
Oh, that's too bad. Why don't you go to the doctor?
Well, I was thinking.
I know a good doctor. Dr. Gubin. He set my Uncle Fred's leg when it was broken.
Dr. Gubin? He's a tree surgeon.
Yeah, I know. Uncle Fred had a wooden leg. But he had to have something done to it. It pained him so badly.
A wooden leg pained him?
Yeah. Aunt Phoebe hit him over the head with it.
That's quite a quip, Brown.
Yeah.
Yeah. I hate to say it, but you actually cheer me up at times.
Thank you.
Oh, yes. The medical profession has always fascinated me. I guess doctors see many strange things.
Oh, you said it. I've got a friend that's an intern. He performed his first operation last week and found an 1812 penny in a man's lung.
Well, a very valuable find. He kept it, I suppose.
Oh, no, he didn't. He left it in there.
He did? Why?
Well, don't you remember Mr. Bullhammer? Interns can't take money.
Very good. That's very good.
That's pretty good.
Oh. Well, perhaps I will go to see a doctor. You think you can handle the office when I'm gone?
Oh, yes, sir, Mr. Bullhammer. I'll go out and give the staff a pep talk right now. Quiet, everybody. Quiet. I call this meeting of employees to tell you that I am temporarily in charge of Bullhammer Enterprises. Mr. Smith?
Yes, sir?
Why were you late to work this morning?
Well, you see, my wife had triplets last night.
Well, don't let it happen again. And Miss Queep, your letter to the loan company was worded all wrong. You don't return a loan, you retire a loan.
I don't either retire alone. I sleep with my mother.
Well, folks, Mr. Bullhammer is sick, and I want to feel that you're all behind me. Let's have no loafing, no shirking, and above all, don't watch the clock.
Oh, no, we won't.
You can count on us, Joe. Good. And now, Yahoo! Lunch hour! Wait a minute. Hey, fellas. Hey. Oh, fish feathers.
Harry Sosnick and his orchestra play Swonderful. return to the offices of Bullhammer Enterprises Incorporated. Bullhammer has gone to see a doctor, and Joe has taken over Bullhammer's private office. Curtain?
Bueller.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
I'm very busy. I don't want to be interrupted.
Yes, Mr. Brown.
Oh, the fat food flute, floor. Fat food flute. Hey. Who are you?
Me? Well, I'm Onyx, the new superintendent of the cleaning up department. Chairman pro tem of the mops and the pails. In brief, I is the janitor.
Wait a minute. What did you say your name was? Onyx?
Yes, that's right, Onyx. That's short for unexpected.
Unexpected?
Yes, you see, I was the third act in a pair of triplets.
Well, Onyx, look at you. You're asleep on your feet.
Yeah, the way you see, Mr. Brown, my constitution is such that I need more sleep than most people.
You need more sleep? Well, why?
Well, so you see, I sleep very slow. Yes, and besides, I got misery in my feet. My dog is just 11 inches of hot foot.
Well, why didn't you say so?
You should come.
You should come here. You should come. You should come to me with your troubles. After all, your troubles are my troubles.
Yeah, my troubles is your troubles. Yes, sir. Well, you better get a good lawyer, Mr. Brown.
A good lawyer? Why?
Well, you see, there's a gal in Memphis that's suing us for breach of promise.
Okay, Onyx, I'm afraid you'll always be just a lazy good-for-nothing, and I'm going to teach you a lesson. You're fired. Now, what do you say to that?
Well, so, Mr. Brown, you'll find my answer in the second line of Hail, hail, the gang's all here. So long.
Guys, I'll never get any work done the way things are going around here.
I'm Sam, the serious rover. Do you know I married an angel?
Well, yes.
Well, how do you get a hat on over a halo?
Hey, what's going on here?
Yes? Pardon me, I'm Tom, the fun-loving rover. Have you heard My Heart Belongs to Daddy?
Yes.
Then no wonder I'm anemic.
Hey, keep those fellas out of here. Goodness sakes.
I knew if we played hard to get, you'd send for us. Have a card, Brown. Give it back. I'm Limerick R. Gill. And I'm J. Epitaph Demling. Yes. We represent the Blotto Motto Company. There's nothing the motto with our mottos. That's right. We also rent Demling's forehead out to termites for a ski jump, just during the winter months, of course.
Yes. Listen, I don't want any mottos. You get out of here. You...
Oh, Gill, our man is frustrated. You're right. Slip him our motto 27. Ah, yes, a verbal Mickey Finn. That's a lovely one. Listen to this, Brown. It's called Frustration, and I quote, "The baby elephant is sad. His life is dull and gray. You see, he cannot suck his thumb. His nose is in the way."
Hey, listen, I don't want it.
You prefer a motto with a family touch, in large lavender letters on a background of puce. Says, I love my wife, but oh, you kid. Or is that dated?
I'll say it's dated. Wait, now here's a little number that I made up myself.
You made up that?
Yeah. I knew a little girl, and boy, was she a dummy. She fell in the water up to her knees.
Hey, wait a minute. Back up there. That doesn't rhyme.
I know. The water wasn't deep enough.
See. And now, my broken down bard, how about something to hang in this office, say on the bookkeeper's chin? Read it, Demling. My thought for today. Here it is. Yes. Genevieve, Oxford 7748. Pardon me. No, that's wrong. That's my thought for tonight.
You fellas are just wasting your time. I don't want any mottos, and the boss is sick.
Sick? Well, we have just the thing then. A little couplet inscribed on a hot water bottle. You like that?
No. I've got just the thing for a sick man.
Really?
Maybe you could use it.
We'll see.
Listen. I sneezed a sneeze into the air. It fell to earth I knew not where. But hard and cold were the looks of those in whose vicinity I snows.
Brown?
Whiz bang.
Brown, you have great talent. It gives me a great idea, too. Living slogans.
Living slogans?
Yeah, you act out a slogan. Go ahead, act.
Oh, I acted?
Sure.
Absolutely, and we've got a honey for you.
Living slogan. Very, very simple. Now, just stand on one leg. Come on.
Stand on one leg?
One leg. And waggle your ears, see? And you do this. Like that. Go ahead.
There. What am I now?
Idiot's Delight.
Oh, Yes?
Say that society day. Miss Buzzard is here to see you.
Miss Buzzard? Oh, Miss Buzzard. Oh, yeah. I used to know her. Send her in.
Yes, sir.
Well, if it isn't Lucretia Buzzard. I haven't seen you since you left to the farm to come to the city. How are you, Miss Buzzard?
I beg your pardon. The name is Bazaar.
Bazaar? Well, maybe so, Miss Buzzard. But the last time I saw your mother, she was taking in washing. And your father was working for the city Badump. Now, what's on your mind?
Oh, dear. You're the first man I met who's had the courage to bring me down to earth.
Never mind that. What did you come here for?
I came to offer my beauty and talent to the cinema. But now, I think I found my soulmate. You.
Me?
Yes.
No.
You're dominating. You're getting handsomer. You're getting more desirable.
I'm getting out of here.
Please don't leave without kissing me.
No, but wait a minute.
Kiss me!
Yeah, but wait, hey, the hell? Baloney.
Oh, you are wonderful. Where did you ever learn to kiss like that?
I used to play the bazooka.
I went over to catch the final shots for RKO's new picture, Sorority House. I chatted with Anne Shirley, the lovely star whose work stands out as usual. Speaking of the active part she plays, she said, "It's a good thing I eat Post Toasties for breakfast and get quick food energy because in this picture, I start full tilt the minute I reach the set after breakfast. You've told me why Post Toasties are called the wake-up food, and you certainly know what you're talking about." Well, I was mighty glad to hear that, friends, and now I'll tell you, as I told Anne Shirley, just why Post Toasties are known as the wake-up food. You see, these crisp oven-toasted cornflakes begin to digest within 30 seconds. This one simple fact explains why Post Toasties give you quick food energy, why they help you get going faster mornings by helping wake up your lazy energy. So remember, folks, eat Post Toasties for breakfast and get a faster start after breakfast. And don't forget either that there's no tastier breakfast cereal to be had than Post Toasties, the wake-up food. But now here's the Sportsman Quartet singing Ferdinand the Bull.
Oh, there once lived a bull, a magnificent bull, in a pasture near old Barcelona. He would romp and he'd play in the flowers all day, till he smelled just like eau de cologne. He was gentle and kind, and his mood was refined, which the rest of the bulls all resented. And there once lived a bee, a magnificent bee, who was feeling so chock full of vigor that he got out of hand and he stung Ferdinand with a sharp little thingamajigger. Ferdinand was so hurt he was pawing the dirt when a bull picked a torch and to fight him. This bull is magnifico, he is terrifico. Bring him to Madrid and I'll fight him. Ferdinand, Ferdinand, the warrior goes trying to spear him. Ferdinand, Ferdinand, they chased him but couldn't get near him. Ferdinand, Ferdinand, he used the occasion so lightly when the picador missed him. Why, Ferdinand kissed him, for he never learned to fight. With a rose to his nose, the study of nature would call him. He would sniffle completely and smell, oh, so sweetly. So in the tale of the bull, Ferdinand.
Our saga staggers on. We find Bullhammer's stand-in, Joey Brown, still trying to carry on before he's carried out. Curtain?
Hello, Bullhammer Enterprises. Joey Brown speaking.
This is Bullhammer Brown. I have terrible news.
What is it, Mr. Bullhammer?
My doctor has given me just 3 months to live.
3 months? Oh, gosh. April, May, June. Oh, gosh, that's terrible.
I knew you'd feel badly, Brown.
Yeah, you're going to miss our 4th of July picnic. Mr. Bullhammer! Mr. Bullhammer! Hey, gosh, I guess he fainted. Those telephone booths get so awfully stuffy. Come in.
Goldfoot Alf afternoon. Are you Mr. Bullful Halfhammer?
You what? Hey, you sound like a passport photo looks.
Mr. Bullful Halfhammer phoned in for an Alf aspirin Tal tablet.
You mean an aspirin tablet?
Yeah. Did he want that on whole full wheel feed or rye fi?
An aspirin tablet on whole wheat or rye? Hey, wait a minute. Aren't you the pharmacist?
No, I'm not the fall pharmacist. I'm the soul-voted jerk.
Well, then you go back and get that aspirin, and while you're there, fix me up a banana split.
I'm sorry. I've got Pilpine, Alf apples, all oranges, and grail fakes. But I'm all out of balalas.
Hey, what kind of talk is that? Don't you mean bananas?
Well, I said balalas, didn't I?
Hey, what's the matter with you anyway?
Well, you see, Luffy, I burned out the bearings in my larynx.
Sounds like you've got tinsel on your tonsil. Where are you from, anyway?
Oh, I'm from Pal Palm Beach, Fall, Florida.
Fall, Florida?
That's what I said, Ed. Where are you two fall from?
Oh. I'm from Los Angeles, please. Yes, sir. Los Angeles, please. California.
Say, is it because I lived in Fall, Florida that you can't understand me?
Oh, no. Brother, in California, we can't understand anybody living in Florida. Now, get me that Alf aspirin. Come in.
Greetings, chum. The Blotto Model Company rides again. Or is that Buck Benny? Well, no matter. It doesn't matter.
Now, listen, you fellas. Bullhammer does the buying around here, and he's not back yet.
We'll wait.
Well, then I acted out a motto for you fellas. Will you act out a motto for me?
Why, a pleasure, certainly. Make with the motto. What is it?
All right, Gil?
Yeah.
You stand over there by the water cooler.
The water cooler over here, huh?
Yeah. Now, Demling, you hold a paper cup under his nose.
Yeah.
Like this? Yeah, that's it.
Yeah.
Now,
what motto is this supposed to be?
You can lead a horse to water, but you can't make him drink.
Hey, we're not horses.
Oh, that's all right. That goes for jackasses, too.
Well, anyway, now we've got an office to work out of. Demling, look around for a stenographer that can swim. I got water on my knee.
Hey, are you guys running this jerk? Hey!
A woman.
In a way, yes. See if she's got a friend, will you? And if it's her best friend, why hasn't he told her?
Hey, Egghead.
Egghead? Madam, please. Please, do not refer to my partner's naked noggin as hen fruit.
Well, maybe it ain't. But the last time I saw a head like that, the Easter Bunny was shoving it under a bed.
That's so. Well, the last time I saw a face like yours, Tarzan was feeding it peanuts.
Well, I hate to interrupt this round of pleasantry, madam, but is that your face or a road bat?
Oh, trying to make out my face is wrinkled.
Why, Liebchen, your face has more wrinkles than the sleeve of a $3 coat.
Now, don't you get smart, Eagle Beak.
Eagle Beak?
You've got a nose like a bicycle seat.
Well, permit me to inquire, madam, is your own nose in a traffic jam?
Traffic jam?
Yes, it looks like it's signaling for a left turn. Well, go ahead, but keep away from the hot dog stand.
Why?
Well, somebody's liable to get a look at your nose and slap a bun on it.
Here, what's this? Mr. Bullhammer, I believe. Hey, you're just in time, you lucky fellow. We represent the Blotto Model Company.
Go away. I don't want any mottos. I'm a sick man. My head is splitting.
Well, I'm glad to see you have an open mind. Now, just listen to this neat little whimsy we whipped up during a lull in a Turkish bath. It's really very pretty. Take it, Emily. Will you
Right. Old Mother Hubbard went to the cupboard to get starving Fido a bone. When she got there, the cupboard was bare, so Mother Hubbard ate poor starving Fido.
Glad. Did she eat all of Fido?
Yep, all but the bone.
Oh, gee. How poor old Fido would have enjoyed those bones.
Yeah.
I feel faint.
Oh, you'll be all right, Mr. B. Just take a deep breath.
Yeah? Anybody who take a breath while that last joke is in the air is nuts. Sorry, that's my error. Social? No, security. My apologies. Accepted. Thank you. Not at all. May I break your arm for my income tax? I want to make out a joint return. Pleasure. Thank you very much.
Will you please go away? I'm a sick man. You're taxing my strength.
Taxing you? Shh, not so loud. Congress might hear you. You know, what he needs is that income tax model we dreamed up for ourselves, Gil. I think it's a good idea. Are you ready, Bullhammer? Rackety racks, rackety racks. We haven't paid our income tax. You may think that we are lax, but...
Well, where's the last line?
We'll phone it in from Alcatraz. So long, John.
Oh, those infernal idiots. I'm going mad. Mad!
Mr. Bullhammer, say, I've got just the singer we're looking for.
Oh, Brown, please. I can't stand anymore. Those motto salesmen have just about driven me to distraction. Oh, I'm going mad.
But, gee, Miss Buzzard, she's a great Scotch singer. Great Scotch singer.
Don't be stupid at a time like this. It's not scorch singer, it's torch singer. Scorch means something burning and smells.
Well... Mr. Bullhammer, you've got to hand it to me for getting this girl. Efficiency is my motto.
Motto?
Yep.
Motto? Mm-hmm. Motto?
Yes, sir.
Efficiency is my motto. What's the motto with father? He's all right. Who's all right? Bullhammer. 4 times 4 is 24. 3 times 3 is 5, 4, 6.
Mr. Bullhammer's going out of his head.
Ah! I see it all now.
What?
I'll stage a Roman spectacle in the Yankee Stadium. I shall play the part of Nero. And Alice Faye will be my favorite dancing girl. Ah.
I see. You're going to fiddle around Alice Faye while Tony Martin burns.
Oh, what a spectacle. Rome is burning. An entire city in flames.
And no fire insurance?
Great Scott. I never thought of that. What have I done? Oh, what have I done?
No, Mr. Bullhammer. You'll be all right. Don't cry, Mr. Bullhammer.
Brown, how can you stand there and see people being driven from their homes and not cry? Babies separated from their mothers. Bullhammer, that's terrible. Brown, what's the idea of crying all over the place?
Well, I was just trying to put the fire out.
Oh, good. The fire's out. Now we come to the grand entrance of the Queen of Sheba. She sits on her throne. See?
Yeah. Well, Mr. Bullhammer, that's a chair you're looking at.
No, it's the Queen of Sheba.
Yeah? Well, that's the first time I knew the Queen of Sheba had mahogany legs.
Quiet. Quiet. The Prime Minister picks up a train. A train? Train? Ah, Brown, you're a train.
I'm a what? Oh, now, wait a minute. Mr. Bullhammer, take it easy. Well, take it easy.
You're a train, Brown. You're a train.
All right, I'm a train. Toot-toot, ding-dong, toot-toot.
No. Put some fire into it. Oh, come on. I'll get going.
Toot-toot.
Goody. I want to play, too. I'm the caboose. All right, the caboose is on. Now get going.
I think there's a screw loose in the caboose.
What's going on here? Everybody in the building's complaining.
Well, officer, I was just playing train.
Did you hear him tell me he was a train?
Yes, that's the impression he tried to give me, too.
Huh?
Well, Mr. Bullhammer, you're...
Come along, you. You're going to spend the night in jail unless you can bail yourself out.
Well, hey, wait a minute. Okay. I'll just borrow Mr. Bullhammer's wallet, then.
Here, now. That wallet has $500 in it, you crazy fool. What's the idea?
Well, gosh, Mr. Bullhammer. If I'm crazy, do I know what I'm doing?
Before Joe and Jill return, here's swell news for all kiddies. On the back of all Post Toasties boxes, you'll find brand new cutout pictures of Ferdinand the Bull and Mickey Mouse, too. If you saw Ferdinand in the movies, you heard your friend Don Wilson, for I recited the story. Ask Mother to buy Post Toasties so you can have fun with those Ferdinand the Bull and Mickey Mouse cutouts. Now, news for Mother. Your grocer is selling Post Toasties for less than any other nationally advertised cornflakes, the lowest price in Post Toasties history. So you save money. These delicious cornflakes are tops in taste, too. And they begin to digest within 30 seconds. Give quick food energy. Put Post Toasties on your shopping list right now. Then tonight or Monday, ask your grocer for the famous yellow and red box of Post Toasties, the wake-up food. Now back to the boy Joe and the girl Jill. Poor Mr. Bullhammer has been taken to the hospital. So there, waiting to see him, we find Joe and Jill. Curtin?
Do you know yet how Daddy is, Joey?
Well, they're holding him under observation until he has a nervous breakdown.
Until he has a nervous breakdown? Well, I thought he was being treated right now for his nerves.
He is. The breakdown will come when he sees the bill.
Joey, I'll bet if you were a doctor, you could help Daddy.
Ah, you're just saying that. I'm no doctor.
Well, you're my doctor of love. And you know what, Owen? I love you. You're the fever in the thermometer of my heart.
Gosh. Jill, look, here's the nursery.
Oh.
Let's look through the window.
Just look, Joey. 9 little babies. Oh, aren't they cute?
Oh, gosh, yeah. You know, Jill, I wish that every one of those babies was ours.
Oh, Joey, 9 babies. You want to beat the Canadians at their own game?
No, I want to beat the Yankees at their own game.
This is Don Wilson saying goodnight for the makers of Post Toasties, the wake-up food.
Heard on tonight's program, we're in a moment of weakness from Naughty But Nice and the title song from Honolulu. This is the Columbia Broadcasting System.
Well, what's the use of being nervous?
Hey, listen, you'd be nervous, too, if you've been in this room as long as I have.
Well, now listen, Spud. Everything's going to come out all right.
Yeah, that's what I've been hearing for the last 2 weeks.
Hey, as many jobs as you've pulled, you're not going to get yellow on a little thing like this.
Hey, don't talk to me about being yellow. I went through that thing, didn't I?
Sure you went through it. Now go through with the rest of it.
Yes, that sounds fine. You riding around town all day in one of them fake taxi cabs, and I got to stay up here in this room so I won't bump into this guy Amos.
Brace up now, Spud. Brace up. Amos is the only one that knows you had anything to do with it. The trial comes up next Thursday. Maybe it'll last for 2 or 3 days, and this guy Amos will go to the pen for 10 or 20 years.
Yeah, the thing for me to do is to leave town now, though. I could get on a rattler and be in Pittsburgh, and nobody would ever know the difference. Then you come down here and tell me to stay here. Why, you could be in Pittsburgh with me in 2 weeks.
Now, don't get nervous. You got everything you want here. You got cigarettes, cigars, drinks, a nice room.
Yeah, but who wants to stay in a room from morning till night every day?
Say, you ought to be glad you ain't out in the hot weather.
Hey, by the way, I see in one of them newspapers that you brought up here yesterday that this kid Amos has got a lawyer by the name of Wagner. Is he a smart guy?
Never heard of him. Say, listen, don't worry. You'll get me worrying in a minute.
Hey, that was the crazy idea you had in the first place.
Now, don't start telling me that I had crazy ideas. I've thought of more ways for you to steal money than you could have thought of in 20 years. What are you talking about?
Yeah, but you never thought of one as crazy as this idea, and all on account of a dame.
What do you mean, all on account of a dame?
Well, you get Amos messed up in this thing so that you can get him to the pen, you see. And get his gal, that's all you want to do. And I'm the fall guy.
Now, there you go, squawking about me wanting a dame. Say, how about the time you bumped off that guy in Philadelphia?
Oh, let it alone.
Yeah, I guess that was on account of a dame, too, wasn't it?
Forget it.
Now, listen, Spud. What's the use of you sitting up here turning gray-headed on account of something that's all set? This kid Amos is going to jail. And if he don't go to jail, why, we'll leave town, that's all.
What's the idea of hanging around this town anyway? They're wise to you here. Why can't we beat it now?
Just keep your shirt on, kid. I've got some great ideas for you.
Well, if you got any more ideas like that last one, I don't want to hear them. The more I think about it, the crazier I think it was.
What's so crazy about it?
Well, in the first place, the guy had $50,000 worth of furs, didn't he?
Yeah.
And the night watchman was with us. It was a perfect setup. And you get to drag this guy in of the fresh air taxi cab so that he'll be the fall guy and you can get his gal.
Well, it's working out, ain't it?
Working out for you, but it ain't working out for me. I'm getting pretty sick of sitting up here, kid.
Well, it ain't no use to get tough with me about it, kid.
Well, I'll still say that I'm getting sick of waiting in this here room. Day in and day out, I'm getting tired of it.
Well, calm down now. Calm down, Spud. I've got enough to send you up for the rest of your days. Say, I could send you the chair. What are you talking about?
All right, I'll go through with it. But the next bright idea you get there, kid, keep it for yourself.
Boy, as soon as Amos gets sent to the pen, I've got an idea we can work out, and after we pull this one, we'll be on easy street for the rest of our lives.
Say, how do you know this guy Amos is going to the pen? Now, there's something.
How can he miss it? Everything's against him, ain't it?
Yeah, one of these smart lawyers, though, liable to get a hold of the kid, you know, and get him out of this thing.
Don't worry about him now. He's as good as in. We want to start thinking about this next one, kid.
What's the next one?
Well, Spud, I just had a long talk with the bodyguard that walks with the bird once a week that carries the largest payroll in town.
What do you mean you had a talk with him?
Well, I was down on the corner today, and a friend of mine calls me over and he says, I want you to meet so-and-so. So I meet this fella, and we get to talking. And he tells me about this payroll job. And he says that he knows something that's all.
And now, ladies and gentlemen, the scene changes. We leave the two guilty ones in their room talking, and as the next scene opens, we find Amos and Andy in the office of the Fresh Air Taxicab Company. Here they are.
Andy, you tell me not to worry about this here thing. But I just can't help it, that's all. I worry all the time. I can't help from worrying.
Well, Amos, you was going to get out of the thing all right. They can't hold you for something that you ain't done.
I know, Andy, but this here lawyer that I got, Mr. Wagner, he tells me that I ain't got much of a chance the way he talking here lately.
Yeah, he is certainly a fine lawyer, that fella.
Well, he's doing the best he can, I guess.
Instead of him trying to tell you that you going to get you out of this mess, he make you feel like you're going to jail for the rest of your life.
Well, he told me that he was going to tell me the truth about it to see and let me know if I got a chance or not.
Yeah, I know that. But what is he doing now?
Well, he said that he was going down to the police station and see if he couldn't get the taxi cab for us, you see, so we could use it and make some money to live on.
Well, that's the best thing that he done since you had him.
Oh, I think he's a pretty good lawyer, all right. The only trouble is, you see, he tells me that it looks bad. I can't prove nothing.
What do you mean you can't prove nothing? You didn't do it, did you? You didn't steal them furs, you know that.
No, but I can't prove that I didn't do it. That's the hard thing about it, you see.
Wait a minute, Sheriff. I got an idea.
What kind of idea you got?
Listen to this now. Why can't you tell them where you was at the time that the robbery was going on?
Well, I was waiting in the taxi cab right outside the first store. That's why I can't tell them.
Oh, yeah, that is right, ain't it? You was wrong, ain't you?
Well, Andy, I don't know what I'm going to do. The lawyer's getting encouraged about it.
The lawyer's getting what?
I say he's getting encouraged about the whole thing.
Amos, don't use geography like that. That ain't encouraged, that's decouraged.
Well, that's all right. He tell me that he don't see a lot of hope for me no more.
Well, them lawyers, you see, they ain't got no hope for nothing. They ain't smart, Amos. I don't see how some of these lawyers stay lawyering, you know it?
You know, Andy, it's all right for you, 'cause you ain't in the trouble like I is. But you don't know how bad it make me feel.
Well, it ain't nothing to laugh about. I agree with you there. But as I see the situation, the proposition is this. They can't put you in jail for what you ain't done. Now, that's all there is to it.
If they feel like it, they can.
There you go now. There you go. You is a pessimist. You is pessimist about everything.
What else is I going to do?
Diopolis.
Yeah, that sound all right, Andy. But ever since this thing done happened, I've been thinking, you know.
You've been thinking, huh? Thinking about what?
I don't know. You know, we kind of go along living. We don't appreciate everything we got. We don't appreciate that we can walk down the street. Ain't nobody there with a gun to shoot you or try to put you in jail or nothing.
Well, what's that got to do with it?
Well, I don't know. I'm just thinking. If I go to the penitentiary or something, how sad it's going to be. Think of all the pretty things outdoors in the summertime. The trees are green, the green grass. You know, Andy, it takes something like this to make you stop and think that you was well off with everything is just going along, you know it?
Yeah, Amos, I guess you was right, boy.
I'm trying to get downhearted again, Andy. I feel sad tonight, you know it?
This is Bill Hay bidding you all good night and get next to you all.
It's Duffys Tavern, brought to you transcribed by the National Broadcasting Company, with Charlie Cantor as Finnegan, Hazel Sherman as Miss Duffy, Pat Bichon at the piano, our guest, Deems Taylor, and starring Archie himself, Ed Gardner.
Come on, it's good.
Quiet, everybody. Hello, Duffy's Tavern. Where do you late meet to eat? Archie, the manager, speaking. Duffy ain't here. Oh, hello, Duffy. I guess who's coming down tonight? The man who made musical criticism a household word. No, not President Truman. That was no household word. No, it's Deems Taylor. Deems, you know, like in Deems, Dem and Does. You never heard of him. But Duffy's is an institution. Deems is to American music what au gratin is to cheese. Look, Duffy, remember when we used to turn on the radio and listen to them dull concerts, you know? Well, he's the guy that used to liven them up with that dull talk. That's the guy, yeah, from the Philharmonica. It was his job to kind of blab about what was going on the stage, sort of a combination stool pigeon and peeping Tom. Huh? Oh, yes, very distinguished, you know, austere and dignified, aristocratic, bald-headed. Kid, bald as a bat. He's the only actor on television that can get away with showing more flesh than Dagmar. Well, he's coming down tonight to listen to an opera I have wrote for television. Look, Duffy, a crude, vulgar sound like that don't make you no Deems Taylor. So many people don't seem to like television. Well, let's see here. I better check this opera to see if I made any mistakes. Let's see. Act 1. The curtain rises.
That's your first mistake.
Quiet, Vance. As the opera opens, the Duke has lost his entire fortune. As he comes home from his mother's funeral, he learns that his son has been run over by a beer truck. So, racked with fever and malaria, he walks into his house, and he finds his wife in the arms of his best friend. So, turning to the audience, he stabs himself with his dagger as he sings, "Oh, what a beautiful morning." Well, that part's okay. I just wonder what I should call this opera. What would be a good title for an opera, Fats?
Longren?
Yeah, that sounds a little corny.
How about Pagliacci?
No, it don't sound like it'd be a name that'd catch on.
How about Figaro?
Don't be silly, that's a fertilizer.
Well, we're getting close.
What do you mean? You don't mind when I want lousy criticism, I'll ask Deems Taylor for it.
Who's Deems Taylor?
Who is Deems Taylor? He only happens to be such a big name in the music world, he has his own key to the washroom at the Met. That's one guy that knows everything there is to know about music.
Yeah? Then why ain't he got his own band?
Well, Fats, he's a critic. You know, the guy ain't got no talent himself, he's just an authority. He tells other people what's wrong with them, you know. He can take any opera, say like Tannenbaum, you know. He can tell you exactly how many notes there is on page 16.
Suppose nobody asked him.
Deems is the type of man who will tell them anyway. Yep, he can even tell you anything you want to know about any composer, living or dead.
Hello.
Oh, hello, Finnegan.
Hey, what's that you're writing?
I'm knocking out an opera.
Oh. Say, Arch, could you use a good soprano?
Who's the soprano?
Me.
Finnegan, in order to be a soprano, you got to be a dame.
Oh, then it wouldn't be worth it.
You a singer.
What's the matter, singer? I've been studying. You want to hear me sing up the scale?
Perish forbid.
Oh, listen.
That was up the scale. Now, leave me hear you sing down the scale. Well, his voice ain't bad, but he's got a horrible sense of direction.
Well, Arch, you can't have everything.
Look, who learned you to sing like that anyhow, Miss Duffy?
No, it wasn't Miss Duffy. I learned it from listening to the birds.
To the birds?
Exactly. Birds can sing better than anybody.
Birds can sing. What are you talking? People can sing rings around birds anytime.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah. Take Lily Pond. She can hit an F above a high C.
While balancing herself on a telephone wire?
Well...
Or scratching herself behind the ear with her left leg?
Okay, Finnegan, you made your point. Nothing, the hard way. But now, leave me get back to my opera. Now, let me see.
Hello, Archie.
Oh, hello, Miss Duffy. Don't bother me here for a minute. I'm busy now. As the curtain goes up, revealing the second cadenza, our A hero enters.
You know, Archie, everything you write always has a stamp of your personality on it.
Yeah?
Your work is always so... What's the word?
Individual?
No.
Unique?
No.
Imaginative?
No.
I'm afraid your vocabulary is lousy.
That's the word, lousy. Now, if you ask me...
I ain't asking you. What do women know about composing music anyhow?
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, yeah?
Oh, yeah.
Could I take part in this conversation?
All right, Finnegan. What do you want to say?
Oh, yeah?
Well, that throws a different light on it. Miss Duffy, I defy you if you can name me one great woman composer who was a member of the female sex.
A great woman composer? Joan Sebastian Bach.
Well, her, yeah, but... But that's just one. Let me see you name another.
Paderewski.
Paderewski was a guy.
I am referring to his mother. She was a woman.
What's that got to do with it?
Who do you think beat him so he'd learn to play the piano?
Oh, why do I waste me time?
Archie, you seem to forget that I have a musical background.
Only when you're standing in front of a jukebox. Where did you get a musical background?
From my grandfather.
Your grandfather?
Yeah, he was a musician.
A musician? He was an organ grinder on a hurdy-gurdy. Some musician.
Just a minute. In Daniel Webster's dictionary, a musician is defined as one who produces music, right?
So?
What do you think came out of that hurdy-gurdy? Chopped liver?
Okay, so your grandfather was another McRananoff.
He was better. I'd like to see how good McRananoff could play with a cop chasing him down the street.
Or sitting on a telephone wire scratching his hair with his left leg. So this is what you call a musical background, huh?
How about Papa?
What about him?
He's always singing.
Your old man always sings?
Certainly. Every time he's in the bathtub.
And he'd be much better off if he sang oftener.
Oh, yeah? Have you ever heard him sing Sweet Adeline?
Only once, a duet with a lamppost. The lamppost sounded better. Now beat it, Miss Duffy. I gotta get back in my creative mood. Oh, Fats.
Yeah?
Fats, play me some opera to put me in a mood, huh?
Sorry, boss. I only know the popular stuff.
Oh, then. Okay, then. Play some popular stuff. It may please the peasants.
Just picture a penthouse way up in the sky with hinges on chimneys for clouds to roll by. A sweet slice of heaven for just you and I. When we alone, from out of society we'll stay aloof. Live in propriety there on our roof. Two heavenly hermits we will be in truth. When we alone, we live life's mad pattern. As we view old Manhattan, we can thank our lucky stars that we live in as we are. In our little penthouse we'll always confide to keep love and romance forever alive in view of the Hudson just over the drive. When we're alone, life's mad pattern. As we view old Manhattan, we can thank our lucky stars that we live in as we are. In our little penthouse we'll always contrive to keep love and romance forever alive in view of the Hudson just over the drive. When we alone.
Attaboy, Fats, but I gotta finish this opera now before Deems gets here. Let's see. As the curtain goes up, the Duke has stabbed everybody on the stage. So, not wishing to go out into the audience, he now stabs himself. As he gasps for breath, he pulls up his sleeve, and there, to his surprise, he finds a birthmark. It is a Salisbury strawberry. "Egad gad," he yells. "I am my own half-brother."
Well, Mr. Archie.
Yeah, Fats?
You want to taste this soup to see if it's all right?
Okay. Tastes all right.
I don't know what it is, but I'll tell you one thing, Archie.
What?
You are sipping it in E flat.
Deems Taylor! Well, Deems, glad to see you back at the tavern again. How does the whole place look to you?
Well, now I know how Orpheus felt in Hades.
This I ain't acquainted with. Have you any other observations?
Well, I must compliment you on one thing, Archie.
What's that?
The way you've arranged the customers in such neat piles.
I suppose you're used to the Metropolitan where they sleep sitting up. But don't underestimate this place, Deems. You know something?
What?
Irving Berlin himself sat at this very table, and he himself wrote that music right there on that tablecloth.
Oh, that's what it is on that tablecloth. Let me
Yeah.
see. Very interesting. Ouch!
What happened?
One of the half notes just jumped off the table and bit my hand.
Guess it was just professional jealousy.
Well, this has all been very delightful. Now I think I'll go.
Go! But you just got here.
Can you think of a better time?
But we ain't even chit-chatted, Deems. Tell me what you been doing. You been working on FM?
FM?
Yeah, television. You should be great on it, huh?
Well, to be frank, I am rather photogenic.
Well, everybody's scared at first. I understand that even when Milton Berle started, his hair stood right on... You wouldn't have to worry about that.
Archie, please, I'm a little sensitive about my departed pompadour.
Oh, sorry.
It's a rather sad chapter in my life.
You're sensitive, huh? Well, then leave us not talk about it.
Thank you.
Not at all. Not at all. We'll talk about something else.
Yes.
Tell me, how'd you get so baldy, Deems?
Well, I gave my hair to my profession.
You gave your hair to your profession?
Yes, I was attending a rehearsal of an Indian opera. Naturally, I fell asleep, and when I woke up, I was scalped.
Well, you can't say the Indian wasn't thorough. But I am being a thoughtless mine host. How about a bite to eat, Deems? Fats, take Mr. Taylor's order, huh?
What have you, Fats?
Well, would you like the 30-cent dinner or the 50-cent dinner?
What's the difference?
With the 50 cents dinner, you get a fly swatter.
Give me the 50-cent dinner. I need the exercise.
Hey, Art.
What is it, Finnegan?
Who's the guy with the crew haircut?
Please. The crew bailed out. Finnegan, come here. This happens to be Deems Taylor, and he's very sensitive about his lack of no hair, see? So remember, don't mention hair when you're talking to him.
Oh, not a word. I'll leave it to me. Well, Deems Taylor, as I live and breathe.
Oh, you do, don't you? and simultaneously, too.
Hey, Art, is it okay to talk to the guy?
Yeah, only remember what I told you.
I got you. A nice day today, ain't it?
Certainly is.
My, but you're looking well.
Why, thank you.
Tell me, who does your scalp? What's the matter? Did I let it slip?
Talk to the guy about something else. Talk about music.
Ooh, okay, music. Say, Mr. Taylor, why do I always get you confused with Spike Jones?
Because you're a jerk.
Oh, that's it. I couldn't quite put my finger on it.
Now, Archie, you're much too intolerant. Yeah. Finnegan has to be treated with understanding and patience. Finnegan, my friend.
Yeah?
Spike Jones is an exponent of jazz and musical burlesque.
Oh.
While I, on the other hand, am what they call a long hair.
What'd you do, leave it home?
Archie, what was that word you used a moment ago?
Jerk.
Thank you. Finnegan, you're a jerk. Beat it.
Attaboy, James.
Why, say, Archie, this is a surprise. I knew you had a piano here, but I didn't know it was a baby grand.
I beg your pardon.
James, this is Miss Duffy.
Oh.
The piano's the one over there with the shapely legs.
So you're Deems Taylor, the well-known critic.
That's right.
So what have you got to be so critical about?
Miss Duffy, that's his job. The guy criticizes music.
Do you hate music?
No, I love it.
Then why criticize it?
Well,
why don't you criticize architecture?
Really, I haven't the slightest interest in architecture.
That's right. Throw Katrinka Yarbutts' mother out of work.
Katrinka Yarbutts' mother?
She's a steeplejack.
How did Katrinka Yarbutts get into this?
Oh, I suppose she's not welcome just because she's from Lithuania.
Miss Duffy, look, I'm only trying to tell you that my field is music.
So what's wrong with the music from Lithuania?
Miss Duffy, please, let's drop the subject and go on to something, shall I say, more important.
Well, I know what you mean, but frankly, you're much too old for me. In fact, you remind me of my father.
Well, that makes us even. You remind me of my father.
Look, Miss Duffy, you have just been exited. Now, look, Deems, I got a little surprise for you.
Another?
Yep. Yeah, I guess a lot of morons come to you with operas they have written, huh?
Oh, that's right. Where's yours?
Right here, and it's the first opera ever wrote for television. It's years ahead of its time.
I can wait.
But I can't, so why don't you take it over in the corner and read it, just quiet-like.
Couldn't I scream just once?
Well, if the mood seizes you.
Let me look at this. You say you wrote this opera for television?
Mm-hmm.
What are you trying to do? Bring back radio? Say, Archie.
Yeah, Deems.
It says here on the opera, written by Archini. Is that you?
Good. I figured Archie was too plain for opera, so I decided to adopt a musical name, a metronome. Well, tell me, Deems, did you look over the opera?
Yes.
What do you think of it?
Well, considering the fact that you never went to school, it's horrible.
Look, Deems, you're just looking at the raw music. It'll sound better when you hear yourself singing it.
I would rather drop dead.
Not until the second act. Well, what do you say? Will you sing it, yes or no?
No.
No, huh? Deems, I got 23 more bald-headed jokes.
You have?
Yeah.
Toreador.
Attaboy, Deems. Glad to have you in the cast. Now, here, Finnegan, Miss Duffy, here's your parts. Fats, you're the orchestra. Overture, please. Thank you. Ladies and gents, I am honored to present a new opera wrote by my esteemed self. This opera tells the story of an ancient and royal Italian family named the Pastos and their enemies, the Antipastos. The part of Prince Cacciatore Pasto will be sung by Mr. Deems Taylor, our eminent contemporary and mezzo barracuda. Thank you. Now, the part of his sweetheart, Princess Vermicelli Antipasto, will be sung by the well-known lyric falsetto and popular cashier and girl after men about town, Miss Duffy. Thank you. And now the house lights dim and the curtain rises on the first libretto.
Oh, Cacciatore, how can I live without you?
Oh, Vermicelli, I'm so mad about you.
Oh, Moon.
Oh, Joan.
Good gad.
Boy, is this bad.
Please, Mr. Taylor. Tonight, you are not a critic. You are merely a broken-down opera singer.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Granted.
Oh, what a tragedy.
This you are telling me.
Dear, shall we laugh or cry?
You laugh and I will cry.
Ha, 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 ho, ho.
Ho, 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 ho.
Ha, ha, ha.
Ho, ho, ho.
Some tragedy.
Archie.
Yeah?
This music,
Yes?
it's La Donna Immobile.
Thanks, and it gets even better. Continue, orchestra.
Oh, princess. Oh, princess. A man cometh through the forest.
It's my trusty servant, an old family container.
Oh, princess, princess, whither art thou?
I wither here. Whither art thou? What hies you hence?
I come tiding sad bearings, tiding bad tidings. I get, you know, I got news for you. Princess, your old man, the Baron Gorgonzola Antipasto, approaches forthwith. He has found out that you are in love with the son of a mortal enemy.
Oh, quickly, Cacciatore, we must flee. Flee, 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 flee. Some tragedy.
It is too late to flee, my love. Here is your father now. Well, where is our old man?
Finnegan, you're the father, too.
Oh, yeah. Oh, hello, my daughter. What are you doing with the son of the man I hate? Prince Cacciatore, whither is your father?
I wither right here, Antipasto. Wouldst make order of it?
Now, please, no scenes, Pop.
Pasto, I hate you.
And I hate you.
Oh, I hate you.
And I hate you.
I hate you more than you hate me.
Oh, no, you don't.
Oh, yes, I do.
We hate each other with a love,
that's
true. Antipasto.
Yes, Pasto.
Didst thou bring thou swords?
I didst.
Wouldst fight?
Wouldst.
Then, sir, on guards.
Ooh!
Stop them, Cacciatore, before they sunder each other from limb to limb.
I cannot, Vermicelli, lest they will sunder me.
Then I will stop them, though it costs me my blood life.
Gazooks! The princess has run betwixt them. She has just been stabbed on stage left. Okay, Miss Duffy. There's your cue. Drop dead.
Oh. Eek!
'Tis the death rattle. I fear I have stabbed your daughter to the quick.
No, Pasto. Thee have stabbed thine own daughter.
What? Yea, verily?
Yea.
What dire loud doest thou sayest, thou man?
'Tis the truth I speak, Pasto. I am the old nurse, and when the prince and princess were mere babes in arms, I got 'em all mixed up one day.
Thou mixest them up?
Yeah, I mixes them up. I got 'em all mixed up. I couldn't tell 'em apart. I got 'em all mixed up. I mixed them up.
They mixed us up. Then, Vermicelli, I am you.
Yes, Cacciatore, and I am you.
And he is she.
And she is he.
And T for two and two for two.
Please! Stop it. Don't massacre this noble music. Now go ahead, Miss Duffy. Will you please resume dying?
Oh, Cacciatore, I am dying. My tide is ebbing fast away.
Oh, Princess, per favore, do not leave me.
I'm sorry, my prince, but the time has come when I must die.
Tell us why.
For Gabriel blows his horn at I.
Please don't die.
Oh, Princess, don't leave me like this.
Oh, no, you can't just die and leave the prince like this.
I've got to go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no.
Yes, I must go.
Oh, no. Then she is not the only one. There goes Deems.
He's had all he can stand, it seems.
Come back, Deems.
No, Archie, I must leave, methinks. But first I'd like to say that this here opera... Deems!
Listen again next week, friends, to Duffys Tavern, transcribed by NBC.
Sheffield Farms, hello? I don't know. The man just says, guess who? That's right. It's the game Guess Who, and your host is Sheffield Farms, who also bring you Sheffield, vitamin D, homogenized milk, and other fine dairy products. And now here he is, our king-sized MC, that affable, laughable man, the Sheffield Quizmaster, Happy Felton.
I want to be happy. Yes. Thank you, Joe Ripley. And good evening, everyone. I got a little song I want to sing. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Marine Corps. Happy birthday to you. That's right. Today is the 171st birthday of the United States Marine Corps. Not silver, not gold, but a real leatherneck anniversary. Guess who says hi, fellas? It's all Marines everywhere. Well, nice to be here today. Yesterday I thought I'd go down to Macy's and get the Marine Corps a little anniversary present. When we went to the place, we noticed something chalked on the wall. Getting up close, we could read it. It said, Kilroy couldn't make it. Leroy was here. Well, I passed the stocking counter on the first floor, and I noticed a man trying to get some nylon. Shortage may be over, but you should have seen this guy. He struck out with both hands, and he fought his way up. A woman grabbed him, and she said, "Why don't you act like a gentleman?" He yelled, "Listen, lady, I've been acting like a gentleman for 2 hours. Now I'm going to act like a lady." He got some stockings. Actually, the trip was worth it. I got hold of one of those new post-war products they advertised. It was developed by an electronic engineer, the same guy who built the electronic blanket. It's a suit of electrically heated long underwear. The best feature of it is, if I ever get too hot, I can always get out through the escape hatch. Right next door was a pet shop. I looked in the window. I was amazed to see a window full of imported animals. Biggest of them all was a kangaroo. That's an animal that carries its brood in a snood. Trying to get out of the store, though, I passed the sports good counter, and there's one strange thing about that. A sweater and a jersey are supposed to be the same thing. A sweater and a jersey. You ever notice the difference between a sweater girl and a girl from Jersey? Well, Gene Clark's looking at me because he's from Jersey. I didn't mean it, Gene. Our record spinner, Gene, is anxious to get on with our game of Guess Who, where our 7 contestants, chosen from the theater audience, hear recordings of various voices and try to guess who they are. The winning guess pays off 10 silver Sheffield dollars. A miss, only 2, either way signaled by the sound of the Sheffield dollars dropping into our big Sheffield milk bottle. Also on the show is an alarm clock set to ring sometime when some lucky contestant is at the mic. And when that happens, the lucky person will receive, with the compliments of Sheffield Farms, a beautiful 17-jewel Gruen Precision Curvex wristwatch. And to round things off tonight, all of our contestants get a chance to kick over the big milk pail at the end of the show. The bucket being filled with $65 so far tonight. And here's Joe Ripley with contestant number 1.
Right happy she is, Mrs. Eva Bander of the Bronx, New York.
How are you, Mrs. Bander?
Oh, I'm just fine, Happy.
Did you see or hear the game today?
No, I didn't.
You didn't?
No, I didn't.
I was out there.
Unfortunately not.
I was out there. It was an amazing thing, though. My seat at the stadium was so high up, every time I took a puff on my cigar and blew the smoke out, it spelled I.J. Fox. Mrs., what is the name, please?
Bander.
Mrs. Bander, what has happened to nylon stockings? I haven't heard any nylon lines for a long time. Are they easy to get?
Oh, yes. Very easy to get now.
They are?
Oh, yes.
You don't have any trouble?
They're not being sent to Mexico. We're getting them.
Oh, I see. You know, silk stockings weren't invented until the 17th century. But they weren't discovered until the 20th. Did you know that?
I didn't know that. No, Happy. I know it
Mrs.
now.
Mrs. Bander, you live in the Bronx. What does your husband do?
My husband is a beauty culture business.
Beauty culture?
Yes.
What does that mean?
That means he's the owner of a school that teaches beauty culture, every branch of beauty culture. Hair waving, hairdressing, all sorts, manicuring.
I should send my cousin Louie up to him.
Is he bald?
No! You don't know Louie. He spent last summer in a nudist colony. Because of the chill weather, they're having their Christmas party early this year. Louie is Santa Claus. I just sent him up to it. All he had with him was a long white beard and a bucket of red paint. Gonna look great. Tell me, Mrs. Bander, do you and your husband go out very much here in New York?
Not too much. He's busy in the evenings.
You don't get to go to many nightclubs?
Not too many, no.
How about your
School
family?
is open in the evening.
How about your family?
I have a son, and he's in the radio business. He owns the Fordham Radio and Television Company.
Well, that's nice. And any other children?
No, just the one.
I see. Tell me, Mrs. Banner, what's your first name?
Eva.
Eva? If
Yes.
you could be a little girl again, do you think you'd mind school?
Not at all. I love school.
You liked school?
I loved school as
Did
well.
your son like school?
No, he quit high school.
Did he run away?
Yes, he did.
I used to threaten my parents that I'd run away. They cured me, though. From then on, they wrapped my lunch in road maps. Mrs. Banner, how long have you been married?
22 years?
22 years. Did you cry when you went to your wedding?
No, I laughed.
You laughed?
Mm-hmm.
Well, what does Mr. Bander look like? Is that the reason you laughed?
He happens to be very, very good looking.
He is?
Yes.
Well, then why did you laugh? Because you were just happy?
Happy, that's right.
Did you have a double ring ceremony?
No, single.
Single ring.
Mm-hmm.
Do you think it's a good idea for a husband to wear a wedding ring, too?
It might be.
I saw a double ring ceremony not long ago, Mrs. Bander. I think the groom was a pool shark, though. Just before he put on the ring, he chalked the bride's finger. Mrs. Bander, I want to tell you how nice you are to talk to. She's got a lovely
Thank
smile,
you.
a very smart hat.
Thanks
Mrs.
a
Bander,
lot.
we want to go along with our game and have you guess a record. Here's a group of musicians, now these are hints, who are unique in that they all play the same kind of an instrument. I won't tell you any more for now, but see if you, for 10 silver Sheffield dollars, can guess who. Here we go.
Harmonica.
Well, yes, that's right.
Harmonica band.
Yes, they're harmonica. They're now appearing at Billy Rose's Diamond Horseshoe. They play harmonicas. You're right on that.
Yes.
There are 8 or 9 fellows in this outfit. Oh, they're a pack of rascals. I'm sure you'd... They're working at Billy Rose's Diamond Horseshoe. Does this bore you?
Oh,
I'm
gosh.
so
it's on the
sorry.
tip of my tongue. I just can't say it.
Boraminovich and his
Boraminovich.
harmonical rascal. I'm sorry you didn't know
I'm
that, but
awfully
you
sorry.
get $2 for trying, and we'll add that 8 into the milk payola, and you have a chance to win that a little later. Isn't she a
Thank
nice
you very
lady?
much.
You're quite welcome. You're quite welcome. All right, who's next here? Soldier, come right on up here. Let's give the Army a welcome here today. Tell us where you're from and what your name is, please, sir.
My name is Max Urban.
Max Urban, come in a little closer to the microphone. Where are you from, Max?
I'm from Topeka, Kansas.
Topeka, Kansas? You stationed here in New York now?
No, I'm stationed at Fort Monmouth.
Fort Monmouth?
Yeah.
What is your job now?
Oh, I'm a student.
You're a student? Yeah. But you've been around quite a bit, I noticed.
Oh, really?
Presidential citation and whatnot. What is all the business with Fourage? Is that right?
That's a French fourragère.
Fourage? And what is that for?
It's the ward of the 2nd Division.
And you were with the 2nd Division?
Yes.
How are you, Max? Nice to have you here. Topeka, Kansas, your favorite town?
It is.
It is. Why? You married?
No, I'm not.
You got a girl back there?
I guess so.
Are you going to be true to New Jersey there at Fort Monmouth? Tell me, do you fellas have to learn what all those various ribbons stand for, or do you just ask like I do? You know what most of them are?
I guess so.
Some fellas have the darndest ribbons. Last week I pointed at some ribbons a soldier was wearing, asked what they stood for. He said, I got this medal for destroying 2 regiments for the Foreign Legion, and this one for destroying 2 hotels for the American Legion. Tell me, do you get many letters from home, Topeka?
Quite a few.
You do?
Yes.
Did you ever write any poetry? I'm asking that for a reason.
No, I'm not.
You never did? Do you ever read any?
No.
Max, you're very modest and everything. Come in a little closer here. I'm just kidding along here, trying to get you to talk to me. I'm a poetry fiend myself. I wrote a poem because I wasn't in the Army, I guess is the reason I wrote it. A private named Timothy Black was in love with an officer Whack. But the trouble was this, when he asked for a kiss, he had to salute for a snack. Not good enough. I'll quit. Okay. Max, we want you to take a little dough back to Fort Monmouth with you here. Here is a movie star. These are hints now to help you. Here's a movie star who has been famous since he was quite a young fella. I won't tell you any more because I don't think you'll have any trouble identifying his voice. Listen now. 10 silver Sheffield dollars, and guess who? A movie star.
What's that? You say you want me to judge the state finals of the bathing beauty contest? Well, make sure each girl carries the banner of her respective county. Why? Why, it's a law, son. You have to label all tomatoes.
He's appearing in vaudeville at the present time, and he recently became a father. He's a little fella, but he's a very hardy character. He's
Mickey Rooney.
Mickey Rooney! You're right, Max. What that easy? Nothing to it, Max. Don't be embarrassed because we're going to put 10 silver dollars right in your warm little pudgy hand there. Come back a little later and take a chance at our milk payola. Max Urban of Topeka, Kansas. Thank you, Max.
Hap, you know, sleep is a wonderful thing.
Sure it is, Joe, but not during our show, please.
I was thinking of all the poor guys who can't get to sleep at night.
I know what you mean, Joe. They count sheep, toss and turn. Next day they feel as if they'd spent the night jumping fences instead of the sheep.
That's right. Now, if they just try my system, I'll bet they'd really get a good night's sleep.
What's that, Joe?
Well, I just heat some milk, add a little cinnamon or nutmeg, drink down this warming, relaxing nightcap, and in no time at all, I'm sleeping like a baby.
Yeah, it sure can do the trick. I wonder why.
Well, I can explain that. Why can't you get to sleep? Probably because you're tense and worried. You can't relax, or maybe your digestive system is acting up. Well, milk is soothing and calming. It helps relieve that nervous tension. You see, milk contains a special sugar called lactose that aids digestion, riboflavin to help protect nerves, and vitamin B1 for proper nerve function. All this plus other essential vitamins, minerals, and proteins. So don't let sleepless nights get you down. Relax with a foaming glass of soothing, delicious Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk. Its creamy, rich flavor is mighty satisfying. From now on, men, keep in the pink with a he-man's drink. Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk.
Move over, Joe. Pretty girl right here beside you. What is your name, please?
Norma Murray.
Norma, where are you from?
I'm originally from Providence, Rhode Island.
Providence, Rhode Island. But
Right.
you live in New York now?
My husband comes from Brooklyn. That's where we're staying.
I see. What does your husband do? You hear all the Army and Navy and Notre Dame wolves down here saying, oh, the minute you mention your husband.
He works for the post office.
He works for the post office. And what do you do, keep house?
Yes.
Tell me, Norma, do your parents, did they ever embarrass you by showing your boyfriends pictures of you taken when you were a baby?
No, I always destroyed them all.
You did?
Sure.
Were you a cute baby, Norma?
Oh, I was a very homely baby.
You were?
Very.
You wouldn't believe it. When I was born, I was very cute. I was so tiny that my folks never worried about clothes for me.
No?
I just cut leg holes in a tea bag. Norma, were you well behaved as a youngster? I'm asking about kid things now for a reason here. Did you ever get into mischief?
Once in a while.
Did father or mother spank you?
Oh, many a time.
Many a time. I got spanked plenty too, Norma. As a matter of fact, I got spanked so much that when I sat down, I left fingerprints. Where did you meet your husband, Norma?
I was working at the Naval Air Base down in Quonset, Rhode Island.
Quonset, Rhode Island. I used to work in Rhode Island at the Biltmore Hotel up there. I had an orchestra.
You were out in Pucket at one time, too, weren't you, about 4 years ago?
Yes, I was.
Remember that.
I played a dance. Well, how are you? Doing fine. Well, now tell me, do you like the jitterbug, Norma?
Sure I do.
Does your husband like it too?
No.
He doesn't?
No.
You're looking out there. What's his name?
Paul.
Paul?
Mm.
What do you call him? I mean, when you like him, what's your favorite nickname for him?
Hun.
Hun? What does he call you?
Do I have to tell?
Yeah, go ahead.
Norm.
He calls you Norm? Or
Yeah.
That's all right, isn't it?
Oh, my name is Norma. Every time he calls me, Norm.
Look at him blushing out there. All right, that's very cute, Norma. That's good enough for me. I'm going to play your record. You like jitterbugs? The jitterbugs go for this fella. Older people like him, too. People that don't jitterbug. He's a great musician. A grand fella, and he directs one of the top dance bands of today, and he plays an instrument. Listen, see if for 10 silver Sheffield dollars you can guess who. What instrument is that you're listening to?
Piano?
Piano. This is one of the great piano players. He used to play piano with Horace Heidt, for that matter, a long time ago. He wrote a famous song called Sunrise Serenade.
Carmen Caballero?
No, but that's a good try.
Frankie Carl.
Frankie Carl! You're right. Okay, Norma. Put her hands together and shook them right at her husband out there. $10 for a pretty girl. Stand by for the milk payola. Thank you, Norma. Well, come on up here. I've got 2 Marines tonight. Get on each side of the mic here. Marine's birthday. Let's give them a welcome. Now, I've got a PFC, right? And I've got a sergeant. Is that right? Sergeant, suppose you give us your name first.
Robert Johnson.
And your home?
Tucson, Arizona.
Tucson, Arizona. And your name, please, sir.
Al Webster, Myrt, Connecticut.
Meriden, Connecticut. How are you? Now, tell me, Bob, what are you doing now, Sergeant?
I'm patient in Naval Hospital, North Carolina.
And where?
North Carolina, Naval Hospital.
I see. And what are you doing up here?
I'm a business man.
Oh, isn't that nice? Al, Private, what are you doing now?
Well, I'm attached to the United Nations Guard.
Oh, here with the United Nations?
Yes.
I don't usually do this. I'm going to see how much of this I can do. I'm bad at it now. You're wearing the Silver Star, is that right, Al?
Yes, sir.
Purple Heart. What's the one star on the Purple Heart?
Wounded twice.
Wounded twice. What else do you have there? American Theater, Victory Ribbon?
Okay.
Anything else?
Asiatic Pacific.
With 4 stars. That's good enough for me. Bob, what are you wearing here? Bob, first of all, here's one I don't know anything about. The wings with the 3 stars. Tell us what that is, please.
I'm a crewman at Pacific Airlines in Minnesota.
I see. And you have the Purple Heart and Cluster?
Yes.
And what other ones? Tell us. All right.
I had the Philippine Defense, American Theater War, Victor Medal, Asiatic Pacific, and the European Theater War.
Have you two met each other before?
No, no.
Shake hands now. How are you? You know what we ought to do? We ought to drink a little toast here. Drink a little toast here. Bring up some Sheffield milk. I want to have a drink here for these fellas. Just pour me out. That's right. Pour me out the milk here, will you please, and get each one of the boys a drink here. You're thirsty tonight? How do you feel, Al?
Okay.
You feel all right? Have a good glass of that Sheffield milk, will you please? Thank you very much. Okay. All right. Oh, split it up there. Give Bob a little bit. All right. Now move into the mic. Al, step up here. You're with the United Nations Guard. I want to talk to you first.
Yes, sir.
How many miles do you think you've marched on a drill field?
In a drill field?
Yeah.
During how much time?
I don't know. You tell me since you've been in the Marine Corps.
Just thousands.
How about you, Bob?
Well, I guess about the same.
Oh, you being a flyer, maybe you got out of it a little more, huh?
Well, I'd rather fly than walk, I'll tell you that much.
You'd rather fly than walk. All right, Bob and Albert, I want to tell you how proud we are to have you here. Marine Corps birthday is a big thing for everybody in the country. 171 of them. Now, we got something a little tricky for you two guys to get. It's not one band. It's really two bands. Something pretty unusual. You don't know who it is right off, and we'll try and give you a little help. But don't try to jump at conclusions. Okay, here's the first record. I want you to listen carefully now, fellas. What instruments are those?
Bagpipes. Pipes. Yeah.
Bagpipes, right? You both agree. Okay, now we're going to play record number 2. Now listen to this. Now that's kind of native music, isn't it?
The steel guitar.
Well, there's a guitar in there, you're right, but it's native. Don't you think so, Albert?
Hawaiian guitar?
Do you know what those two bands had in common? The bagpipe band and the native band? You don't know?
Well,
wait a minute, I'll play. Do you think they have anything in common?
A little bit.
What would you say?
I don't know. Rowdy goes the same, I know.
Well, I'll tell you. Now, wait a minute. Now, listen. Those fellas in both those bands were in the same organization as this third group here. And this third group played like this. What do you think they had in common?
Full fine outfit.
They were all Marines. Now, let me tell you about that. In case you didn't know this, the first was a Scotch bagpipe outfit organized by Marines when they were in Ireland. And the second was a Samoan native group who enlisted in the Marines in the South Seas and used to play for them. We didn't expect you to know who they were unless you've been there with them. But I think that's amazing. 3 different types of Marine Corps bands, and we're not going to ask you to guess anymore because they were right. All for the Marines. Give them each $10. Okay. Thank you. Hey, thank you. Stand by for the jackpot now. You've got a good chance. Let's have the young lady come up here. Oh, it's Mrs. Doyle. Mrs. Doyle, you told me you just recently, what did you say? You were the aunt of twins?
I became an aunt on Wednesday night while I was listening to the pot. Shall I say it, the pot?
The pot? You've already said it, dear. Go right ahead.
Yes?
The pot of what?
The pot of gold.
Okay, you were listening to the pot of gold. Thank you.
And when I went home, I was notified at 9:45 that night, my lovely little sister had twins, her first children.
Isn't that wonderful?
And one is a boy, and I'm telling you, he hasn't stopped smiling since the night he was born.
Isn't that wonderful? Well, he should. He's got plenty to eat. He doesn't have anything to worry about. What are you eating there, Mrs. Doyle?
Well, I'm not eating it. I'm holding on to it. It's melting in my hand. They gave me candy before I came on, and I'm so excited I can't eat it.
They give you a candy bar? You can't eat. Well, give it to me. I'll have a bite.
You can have a bite.
Sure, I'll just
take
just a bite. Mrs. Doyle.
Yes, sir.
Mrs. Doyle, I want... This has got under my uppers, you know. Mrs. Doyle.
May I say hello?
Who do you want to say hello to?
I want to say hello to my sister. Hello, darling. Kathy. Kathy, are you listening? Hello, dear.
Hello, dear. Hello, Kathy. All right, now wait.
sister.
Now you've done all. You told us about the twins. You gave me candy. You tell me about yourself. Mrs. Doyle, where's your old man?
Which old man?
Which one? Oh, no. Well, the present Mr. Doyle, where is he?
Well, he happens to be in business, and he gets very, very little time off.
And where do you live, Mrs. Doyle?
I
Just
live
for
in-
me to get a word in. Where do you
Yes,
live?
sir. I live in Hollis, Queens.
Hollis, Queens.
And I joined a band 2 weeks ago. I'm a drummer.
You're a drummer? Are you kidding me?
No, sir.
What kind of a band?
It's only a small band, Happy, but someday we're going to get big.
You're going to get big. Well, with the twins coming along, I think...
I have everything to be thankful for. I really have for the
I
past
think
2 weeks.
You have twins and you're in a band?
I haven't got twins.
No. You're an aunt of twins. All right, Mrs. Doyle, thank you for the candy. I'll never forget you. That was the stickiest hunk of candy I ever ate in my life. All right. Now, Mrs. Doyle, do you like poetry?
I love it. I can
Poetry.
say a lovely
All
poem.
All right, now, you going to recite a poem? Mrs. Doyle, wait a minute. Mrs. Doyle, come back next week. How long is this poem?
It isn't very long.
Go ahead, quick.
Up from the meadows rich with corn, clear in the cool September morn, the castle spires of Frederick stand, green walls by the hills of Maryland.
Hooray!
Yeah.
That's enough. All right. Now, Mrs. Doyle, wait a minute. Mrs. Doyle. Please, Mrs.
I
Doyle.
will stand this rebel home.
Nothing's going to stop her. That's wonderful. They love it. Now, Mrs. Doyle, listen quickly. Now, wait a minute, just a minute. Here's where you win some money. We're going to play for you a record by a man who is best known for what he writes. And in this record, he's reciting one of his own compositions. Listen, 10 silver Sheffield dollars. Guess who?
Somebody said that it couldn't be done. But he, with a chuckle, replied that maybe it couldn't.
One I don't know.
But he'd be one who wouldn't say so till he'd tried. So he buckled right in with a lift of his chin. If he had any doubting, he hit it. He started to sing as he tackled the thing that couldn't be done. And he did it.
It isn't Edgar Guest.
You're exactly right. Edgar Guest. Ah, she guessed who? Here we go. 10 silver dollars, Mrs. Doyle. Stand by for our milk pail. You were very lovely. Thank you for the candy, Mrs. Doyle.
Happy, can I step in just long enough to put in a plea for empty milk bottles?
Well, if you do, you got to keep that Mrs. Doyle away. Joe, maybe I thought maybe with paper containers back, the milk dealers were doing all right.
Well,
now.
I'm afraid not, Hap. There's still an urgent need for empty milk bottles. It's true there are more paper containers now, but the milk dealers must have more glass bottles so they can provide consumers with their full milk supply. So Sheffield is asking you to keep up the good work, folks. Search your basement, garage, pantry, and closets. Round up all the empties you can find. Then wherever you got them, please return them promptly to your milkman of the store. The milk dealers must have your cooperation to lick this bottle shortage problem. And I have an idea that Mrs. Doyle just swallowed the whole piece.
Mrs. Doyle just almost choked on that piece of candy.
Let me say again that we still have a terrible milk bottle shortage, and we hope you have your cooperation.
Thank you, Joe. Now, here's a fellow I want to talk to. Mr. What is it, please?
Nyman.
Hal? Where do you live, Hal? All right,
live-
Mrs. Doyle. Now, wait a minute. Now, you've been on. All right, dear. Relax. Get her a drink, will you? She's choking. Okay.
I live in Philadelphia.
What is it?
I live in Philadelphia.
And what do you do, Mr. Nyman?
I sell, pitch,
You pitch what?
pitch, carnivals.
Oh, you talk about the things you sell in carnivals?
Yeah,
You're a
imitation.
pitchman?
Pitchman, yeah.
What was the last thing you were selling?
Imitation diamonds.
Imitation diamonds?
Yeah.
What else have you ever sold?
All various things that you sell on carnies, corn cure, corn removers, snake oil, kickapoo Indian oil, anything.
Oh, this I love. Wait a minute. I haven't heard a good pitchman in years. How did you give me a pitch, will you, on anything? What do you want to pitch me one on the artificial diamonds? Let me hear it.
What do you mean when you
Step in a little closer here, will you?
sorry.
Come on.
You mean just when I do?
Pitch. How you'd sell it? Yeah, go ahead.
Well, I usually get the crowd around. I always say, now, gentlemen, if you'll step up in the hearing of my voice, I want to introduce you to the Cheeky Lily Topaz. The Cheeky Lily Topaz, mined in Cheeky Lily, Arizona. Now, the Cheeky Lily Topaz is just like a genuine diamond. It has 76 individual cuts.
Go ahead. Wonderful. Go ahead.
Just like a genuine diamond, there's no tin foil and no backing. Now, gentlemen, as an added inducement, I'm going to give you a little postcard. The law forbids me to tell you what it is. But if you'll take this postcard home, and if it's a gentleman...
You were interrupted. Wait a minute. You don't have to sell down. You know what happened to you?
What?
The clock just went off, brother. Now pitch me a good one on this. Because you standing here with the alarm clock, Mr. Neiman, you just won something. Read what you just won.
17-jewel precision Surfex wristwatch.
Gruen. That's the important word. Gruen. Don't you like that watch?
7 jewels.
Take a look at it, baby. Isn't that lovely? That was a wonderful pitch, Mr. Nyman. Quickly. Here's your record now. This is one of the first records ever made by an internationally famous musical organization, and we want to thank Mrs. Bessie Dudley of 156 West 141 Street, New York City. We're sending her $5 for letting us use her record on this show. This band, Mr. Neiman, was tops in 1923 when this record was made. They're still tops today. Listen, Guess Who for 10 Sheffield bucks. He started with his orchestra at a famous college in Pennsylvania, to be honest with you. His brother used to sing with his orchestra. Real old. He's been around. He's still a hit today. Who is it? Tom, Fred. Yes, they're both right. Who?
Fred Waring?
Fred Waring and Tom Waring. Good enough. $10. You got it, Mr. Nyman. Pay them off, and here we go with the jackpot. All right, all ready now. Listen, everybody. Hurry up. Sit down there. Everybody gets a chance at this. We have our milk payola. This is where all contestants have a chance to win $73 that are in the bucket tonight. We're going to play 3 records for you now. 3 songs that are associated with 3 great stars. These songs were sung and made famous by these 3 artists. We want you to write down the name of the artist, not the names of the songs. The names of the artists that made the songs famous. You must get all 3 right to win. Here we go, number 1. That was number 1, a famous and grand artist. Here's number 2. Put it on, Gene Clark. That's number 2, and here's number 3 coming up. Remember, all 3 great stars. Get all 3 to win. Number 3.
While Happy's checking on the jackpot winners, I'd like to remind you that milk is your best buy in food. See that your family gets plenty of wholesome, delicious Sheffield milk every day. For good drinking and good health, serve Sheffield Vitamin D homogenized milk. Happy, I see you're collecting more than 1 card over there. How
Certainly am. You have to divide it up a little later because we've got 3 winners. I'll tell you what the numbers were first of all. First of all, of course, it was George M. Cohan, then Al Jolson, then Sophie Tucker, and the 3 winners, Mrs. Vivian Doyle, Hal Nyman, and Mrs. Elsie Wasserman, who didn't get on the show tonight. This is your milkman, Happy Felton, saying good night, everybody.
This is the Mutual Broadcasting System.
It's Arthur Godfrey time. Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. Jeanette Davis, Marshall Young, Frank Saunders, the Jubilaires, and Hank Silverne in the orchestra. And here again is Arthur Godfrey himself.
You didn't say that very convincingly, Joe. Isn't that a lovely suit he's wearing? Isn't it pretty? That is a suit, isn't it, Joe? Take a tip from me, will you? The next time you buy a suit from that mail order outfit, make sure the catalog is 1946. Never mind, no matter what they say, you keep right on wearing it. You remember the other day when I told you about the gorgeous handlebar mustaches that Mike Donovan, our CBS doorman, was growing? Well, he's had to trim them down to the point where they now extend no farther than the eastern and western extremities of his upper lip, on account of no more fancy curlicues for him. I asked him why, and he said, you don't believe a word of this, but so help me, they were growing so fast they got in me eyes and blinded me. I guess we've all been mystified at one time or another by some of this legal language that the judges and lawyers throw around. Well, how do you like that, throw around? Oh, that's cute. That's good. That's from listening to you, Joe. Things are going to be different from now on, and naturally enough, Brooklyn is taking the lead in simplifying the terms of the law. A dispute between a judge and a former district attorney in Brooklyn has brought out the following legal opinion. Quote, piffle, unquote. And now here are the Jubilees with a little legal advice for me. Shut your mouth, baby. Yes, here, shut your mouth.
Baby, we can have lots of fun, yes, lots of fun, because you're the cutest one. So shut your mouth, baby. We can have lots of fun, yes, lots of fun, because you're the cutest one. You're so sweet, you're so neat, when we walking down the street, everybody holler, mama, you're the cutest one. You're so heavenly, what a break for me, baby, can't you see, I'm in love, 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 hey, shut your mouth, baby. We can have lots of fun, yes, lots of fun, because you're the cutest one. You're so sweet, you're so neat, when we walking down the street, everybody holler, mama, hey, hey, baby, you're the cutest one. You're so heavenly, what a break for me, baby, can't you see, I'm in love, 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 hey, shut your mouth, baby, shut your mouth, baby, yes, we can have a lot of fun, yes, a lot of fun, because you're the cutest one, because you're the cutest one.
Yes, 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 yes. Have you heard that Spike Jones Hawaiian record yet, Hank? They call it, what do they call it, Hawaiian War Chant?
I haven't either.
Oh, that's the most wonderful thing. They start out with this beautiful Hawaiian guitar with birds singing in the background. And pretty soon the fella says, as our boat sinks in the west and the sun leaves the port or something, he says, we come to the island of Lulu. Spelled backward, ul. Oh, gee. The other side of it is, honey, too, they do the glowworm. And this soprano gets a hold of a note and holds on to it for about half an hour, you know. Finally, this guy in the background says, turn the page, you bat. Haven't you always wanted to do that when some soprano had hold of a note and wouldn't let go? Oh, that's the most beautiful song. I love it. Marshall Young promised us yesterday that he would learn our theme song and sing it today. Have you learned it, sir?
I have.
I want you folks in the audience to watch Marshall closely while he sings. He goes through all the motions of dramatic expression. He smiles, he scowls, he shakes his head yes, he shakes it no. And all the time he's singing to that microphone, see? From the looks of him, sometimes I think he's going steady with the thing.
She's quite thin, Arthur.
You like him skinny, huh?
Seems like old times, having you to walk with. Seems like old times, having you to talk with, and it's still a thrill just to have my arms around you. Still the thrill that it was the day I found you. Seems like old times, dinner dates and flowers, just like old times, staying up for hours, making dreams come true, doing things we used to do. Seems like old times, being here with you.
Very nice, very nice. Let's keep those words around here now. Every once in a while we ought to sing them. It's a fine thing we don't even know the words to our own theme song. And now we shall hear from the orchestra. A beautiful college alma mater. Grandpa wanted to go to Pitt, but instead he went to pot. Moonlight on the Ganges. Very pretty, very pretty. Today is All-Star Day in the Major League, huh? The Major Leagues. Professor Godfrey has a slight prediction to make. We'll let all you lucky people in on the result before it happens. You remember what we did with the Lewis Kahn fight, don't you? We called a round in which the knockout would occur. All right, today I will predict that the American League will beat the National League by 4 runs in 9 innings. I'll give you 3-2 on it. Any takers? No takers. Everybody agrees, I guess. Who's Mr. Norman Clayton? Is he here? Mr. Norman Clayton of Milwaukee, Wisconsin? Would you care to come forward, sir? I'm told that Mr. Clayton is a school teacher with an exceptionally good baritone voice. We'd like very much to meet such a gentleman. Come right up here, sir. Nice to see you. This is Mr. Clayton, ladies and gentlemen. You teach school, Mr. Clayton?
That's right.
Where, sir?
In Milwaukee.
I know, high or grammar or what?
Oh, I'm in the grammar school.
In grammar school?
Junior high, we call it.
Junior high, 8th grade?
Well, 7th. Our 8th is in the high school.
Oh, I see. 7th grade, huh?
I have a glee club in the high school, but that's kind of side dish, you know.
What do you teach? Everything?
No, I teach English. Of course, the real answer is I teach children. That's what I learned at school.
There we go.
But I won't get technical.
I went to the 7th grade.
You did?
Yes. Years passed, but I didn't.
Well, my philosophy is to pass everybody.
Oh, there's a nice fella, isn't it, son, huh? That's all right. You're going to pass everybody.
No, I haven't failed anybody yet.
Mr. Clayton, what would you like to sing for us? We'd love to hear you.
Well, I'd like to sing Flow Gently, Sweet Afton.
That would be very nice. What key?
Key of F.
Can you play it, Hank?
Do you want 1 or 2 verses?
Anything you like. Go take the other mic now, where it'll be right up to your size.
Flow gently, sweet Afton, among thy green graves. Flow gently, I'll sing thee a song in thy praise. My Mary's asleep by thy murmuring stream. Flow gently, sweet Afton,
not her dream. Thou dove whose soft echo resounds from the hill, thou green-crested lapwing with noise loud and shrill, ye wild whistling warblers, your music forbear. I charge you, disturb not her slumbering
It's very nice to hear a good voice once in a while, isn't it? Well, the next song is written by James Lightly of the immortal songwriting team of Once Over. If you don't like these gags, my writer is between slumps.
Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey time with all the little Godfreys. Here again is Arthur Godfrey himself.
Thank you, Joe. Thank you. We got another letter from WBRY of Waterbury, Connecticut. It says, Dear Godfrey, what started out as a gag has now become a serious undertaking. The Sad Rags has begun to flourish in 12 different cities. I've had many cards and letters from people who heard our Thursday broadcast, each one asking to join the SADRAG. You know what that is, the Society for the Abolishment of Disparaging Remarks about Godfrey. Says, I really do appreciate the opportunity you gave me last Thursday to publicize the Sad Rags. The real organization of the group is now underway, and we already have 12 branches and 12 local representatives have been appointed. We're now in the process of issuing membership cards to all those who have shown interest in the club, and we're also contemplating printing a Sad Rag newsletter giving each member news about Godfrey and the organization. And the paper shortage and all. Said, I'd appreciate it if you could send me some biographical data so we could work hard on our first issue. Well, I tell you, I was born of poor but dishonest parents. In Well, anyway, we've started our own campaign here in Waterbury to recruit sad rags through the cooperation of E. Christie Irk. Irk, that is. Irk. Radio editor of the Republican American newspapers. My, this from George Ball. So the sad rags are going strong. They've been swamped with calls. I tell you, all you got to do is get two people together and you can organize anything. You get three vice presidents together and immediately you have a meeting here in New York. A lunch on the company. Who are all these young fellas up in the front row here today? Who are all you lads with your lunch boxes? Where are you going? Who are you?
Coming from the YMCA.
YMCA? All members of what? The team, the swimming team?
No, it's day camp.
Oh, day camp. And you're on your way, are you, this morning? To day camp?
We just got here. We came from the day camp.
Asked him, was he on his way? He says, no, he just got here. Ask a silly question, I get a silly answer.
Well, don't ask questions.
No fooling. Tell me about yourselves. Are you the leader?
Or more or less. I'm a counselor.
You're the counselor, and what is your name, please?
George Pettipaw.
George who?
Pettipaw.
Pettipaw? And where are you from, George?
Forest Hills, Queens.
And all of these lads are from there, too?
Well, they're all from Queens.
All from Queens, and belong to which branch of the Y?
The Long Island City branch.
Long Island City branch, and you're on your way today somewhere with all that rig. Where? I mean, after you leave here.
Oh, when we leave here, we're going to Forest Park.
I see, for a day in the woods?
Oh, we're going to spend the afternoon there.
Oh, that's fine. I hope you have a nice day. It's nice to see you all, you lads. Do you fellas by any chance sing a song together?
No, we haven't started that yet. The camp was organized last week.
Oh, just organized last week. I see. Well, there's no time better than now to teach them a song. Come on, make them get up here and sing. Come on, boys. Come on, boys. Come on, all of you. Come on. Come on up here on the stage. The whole works. They're all about 9, 10, 11, 12 years old here. Come on, lads. You too back there. Come on. You can sing, too. You don't belong to that. Oh, all right. Get up over here. You should see him. There's quite a troop here. Joe King is setting the mic out for him. Now, let's see. What song shall we sing? Chicory Chee Chala Chala or what? What song do you know, boys? Huh? All right, we'll teach him one.
I know one.
All right, what do you know, son?
Chicory Chick.
Chicory Chick? Do you know it? Okay, get up close to the mic, son. Come on up here now. Atta boy. Now tell me what your name is.
Joseph.
Joseph what?
Orphan.
Balson?
Yeah.
Joseph Balson? All right, Joe, you lead the whole gang now. Sing Chicory Chee. Come on, let's see what happens. He just covered his face with his hands. Oh, don't be bashful now. Go right ahead. There you go. Atta boy. Go ahead.
Chicory Chick, Chala Chala, Jackalope, in a banana, go walla, can't you see? Chicory Chick is me. Chicory Chick, Chala Chala, Jackalope, in a banana, go walla, can't you see? Chicory Chick is me.
Good for you. Here, Joe. You know what I want you to do? You got a treasury in your little outfit? I want you to take this $30 and put it in the treasury with your little thing. Now, both of you sit down over there. That was very nice to see you. By golly, they're good sports. All right, Jeanette Davis, who has a song for us called what, honey?
What can I say, dear, after I say I'm sorry?
Not a thing. Shoot.
I don't know why I made you cry. I'm sorry, sweetheart, and yet, though you shouldn't be
lenient with me. I hope you'll forgive and forget. What can I say, dear, after I say I'm sorry? I'm sorry. I didn't mean to ever be mean to you. If I didn't care, I wouldn't feel like I do. I was all wrong, but right or wrong, I don't blame you. Why should I take somebody like you and shame you? I know that I made you cry, and I'm so sorry, dear. So what can I say, dear, after I say I'm sorry? I didn't mean to ever be mean to you. If I didn't care, I wouldn't feel like I do. I was all wrong, but right or wrong, I don't blame you. Why should I take somebody like you and shame you? I know that I made you cry, and I'm so sorry, dear. So what can I say, dear, after I say I'm sorry?
Very, very nice, Jeanette. Thank you. I have a note from Fayette Street in Binghamton, New York. Says, Dear Sir, I have a suggestion. Less gab from Godfrey and more songs by Saunders. Thanks very much. Signed, Patricia Seeley, 13 years old. I get it, Pat. You don't have to have a house fall on me. Ul. Frank Saunders.
Oh, Danny boy, the pipes are calling from glen to glen and down the mountainside. The summer's gone and all the roses falling. It's you must go and I must bide. But call me back when summer's in the meadow, or when the valley's hushed and white with snow. It's I'll be here in sunshine or in shadow. Oh, Danny boy, oh, Danny boy, I love you so.
Here's an interesting news item. After painstaking research in the medical history of George Washington, Dr. Frederick A. Willius and librarian Thomas E. Keyes of the Mayo Clinic have revealed that in the course of his 67-year life, George Washington suffered from measles, diphtheria, smallpox, an infectious disease of uncertain nature, dysentery, malaria, rheumatism, pneumonia, a carbuncle, influenza, conjunctivitis, recurrent headaches, bad eyesight, a tremor of the hands, and decaying teeth. It's no wonder he slept so much, eh? Great day in the morning. He had everything on the map, didn't he? But the funniest story I've heard in a long time is that which Bernice Hagen sends me. The Los Angeles street, she says, was teeming with people. And a man, evidently late for work, ran past me, she said, dodging swiftly through the throng. And just then the crowd ahead divided as if it had come upon some obstacle. And there was a woman, weighing at least 180 pounds, leaning over, tying her shoelace. Unable to stop, the sprinter had no alternative. He put his hands upon her hips, leapfrogged over, and with an extra spurt disappeared into the crowd. Oh, brother. I bet that lady still relates. Never did know what that was. Can you imagine such a thing? Hank, render us the theme in your inimitable fashion. Be around your radios tonight at 9 o'clock Eastern Daylight Saving Time. I hope you'll tune in to the CBS network. We present the second of our new series of programs called Arthur Godfrey's Talent Scouts. And we've got some great kids for you tonight. 8 o'clock Eastern Standard Time. We'll see you then, and until then, this is Arthur Godfrey, saying bye-bye for all the little Godfreys. This is Mr. Paley's favorite network, CBS, the Columbia Broadcasting System.
The Whistler.
I am the Whistler, and I know many things, for I walk by night. I know many strange tales hidden in the hearts of men and women who have stepped into the shadows. Yes, I know the nameless terrors of which they dare not speak.
Tonight transcribed, it's The Whistler's strange story, Night Melody.
Marshall's hand shook as he dialed Helen's number from the phone in the drugstore a block away from the apartment. He realized he shouldn't be calling her now of all times. She knew he was coming back tonight, knew every step of the plan. But even though it was dangerous, he had to still that terrible, unsure feeling in the pit of his stomach. And just as he expected, Helen was angry.
But I told you not to call me, Marshall.
I had to, Helen. I had to make sure. Prentice is coming home at the same time?
Yes, regular as clockwork. Now, don't be silly, darling. You can trust me. Everything is just waiting for you to walk in.
All right, Helen. I'll be talking to Melody in 15 minutes.
Well, Marshall, darling, same as ever. Always doing the unexpected.
Surprise?
Well, after all, to have you barge in on me this way at 1 a.m. while I'm supposing you're in Phoenix. I think I know why you've come.
Oh?
You're going to say goodbye, aren't you?
You're very direct, Melody.
Why not? I haven't put much stock in these business trips of yours, you know. Who is she, darling? Anyone I know?
I think that's beside the point, Melody.
Of course. Only feminine curiosity. But whoever your new playmate is, Marshall, I hope she has money. Because you certainly won't get any of mine. We're just talking to my sister this
Helen?
I don't have any other sisters, dear. I told her again that if anything happens to me, everything goes to her.
Well, that's as it should be.
You're quite sure about this woman?
Yes, I'd say the lady has excellent potentiality. Now, how about a drink? Scotch and soda?
Please. I'll go ahead with my makeup if you don't mind. We're just going to put on some perfume.
I was surprised to find you dressed, Melody. You going somewhere?
Does it matter?
What's that?
My perfume bottle.
Clever, isn't it?
Perfume's called Night Melody. See, you like it?
Smells expensive. Here's your drink.
Let me put back the stopper. Oh! You made me spill it, Marshall. Why can't you be...
I'm sorry.
Well, I hope it won't show. All over my new suit.
It doesn't have to show.
You don't like it, do you, Marshall? You never liked
Please,
anything.
Melody, we're good friends, remember? Here.
Oh, all right.
To the future, huh?
To the future. Ooh. I've never tasted anything quite so strong. Almost like... What is it, Marshall? Marshall, what have you done to me?
Well, it worked, didn't it, Marshall? Quickly. And 1 minute later, you're carrying Melody to the automatic elevator, held on the 4th floor by the little block of wood you left to prop the door open. You put her inside and let the door close. At 1:26, you're outside, standing in the shadows of the shrubbery near the building. At your feet, the suitcase you hid there. You wait.
Well, Mr. Prentice. Oh, Blake. You startled me. Didn't know you were coming along the sidewalk.
Been trying to catch up with you for a block.
Oh, suitcase, eh? Back from another business trip?
I'm glad of it.
Oh, there you are.
Thank you.
Well, it's rather nice to meet someone for a change. I'm usually a lone wolf, you know. I suppose it's the lot of every nightclub manager.
Did you ring for the elevator?
Oh, yes. It's already started down. Your wife expecting you, Blake?
No, I didn't get a chance to wire her. Probably be quite a surprise. And it will be quite a surprise, won't it, Marshall? Yes. You'll probably have to pick Prentice off the floor when that elevator door opens and he sees what's inside. But most important of all, Prentice will produce an alibi no one could possibly break down. And now, as the elevator dial moves around, you begin to brace yourself. 4, 3, 2, 1. You're ready now, waiting. Prentice slides the door back. The elevator is empty.
Well, what's the matter, Blake? Step in. There's plenty of room.
In just a minute, The Whistler will continue tonight's story. All of us are proud of our hometowns, and rightly so. In this brief moment before we continue with our program, we'd like to offer a salute to one of our hometowns in America, Detroit, Michigan. Detroit is the oldest city of any size west of the Atlantic seaboard, having been founded in 1701, more than a century before Chicago was founded. The French were the first settlers, and they gave the city its name from the French word meaning straight, a narrow passageway between two bodies of water. They referred to the 27-mile-long Detroit River, which connects Lake Erie and Lake St. Clair. The river forms part of the international boundary and marks the only point where Canada lies directly south of United States territory. Because of its strategic location, Detroit was fought over by the British, the French, and the Indians. During the Revolutionary War, it served as headquarters for the British forces in the Northwest. Today, an endless procession of ships pass the city, carrying the immense commerce of the Great Lakes. Detroit ranks fourth in the United States as an exporting port and third as an industrial center. No other city in the world equals Detroit in the manufacturing of automobiles, and it is also a leader in the production of pharmaceuticals, rubber products, varnishes, aeronautic products, apparatus for television, and many other commodities that go to all parts of the world. Detroit, according to the 1950 census, is our fifth largest city, and the people of Detroit are proud of the part that their hometown has taken in the building of America. And now, back to The Whistler.
You stand there at the door of the elevator like an idiot, too stunned to speak. It's unbelievable, isn't it, Marshal? You put Melody's body in that elevator not 5 minutes ago, yet the car is empty. Now as the car starts up, you realize that you must keep Prentice with you somehow. That wherever Melody is, you've got to find her together.
Prentice, I was just thinking, wouldn't you like to drop in for a nightcap? Oh, I wouldn't think of it, waking your wife at this hour. She wouldn't mind. Come on, we're just across the hall from you, just a quickie. All right, you win. Good. I know Melody'd be happy to see you. Melody? I didn't know your wife's first name, Blake. It's very nice. Oh, lovely girls, aren't they? Your wife, your sister, Helen. So different, though. Odd that they don't see more of each other, living in the same building and all. Yeah, it is. And here we are. Melody, darling, I'm home. Melody, She's not here. She's not in the apartment. There's an overnight bag next to the divan. Was she going somewhere? Well, I don't know. She couldn't have... she couldn't have gone far. Oh, of course. Well, Blake, what about it? Huh? About what? Didn't you ask me in for a drink? Oh, yes. Help yourself, will you? It's on the sideboard. I don't. I'd say you could use a drink.
It's almost more than you can bear now, Marshal. She wasn't in the elevator. She isn't in the apartment. She's dead. You're sure she's dead. The heavy scent of her perfume in the room makes you almost feel her there, watching you. The minute Prentice goes and his door closes across the hall, you start to search the halls on the 4th floor, and then hurry down the stairs to the 3rd floor landing. Suddenly, you stop. The perfume again. The feeling that she's near you. But she's not, is she, Marshal? Frantically, you cover the 3rd floor, the perfume seeming to follow you everywhere, to fill the air around you with her presence and her brittle, mocking laugh.
Who is it? Oh, it's you, Mr. Blake. I thought I heard someone. Something wrong?
No, Mrs. McPherson. I'm awfully worried about Mrs. Blake. She isn't in the apartment.
Well, I thought she was leaving on a trip tonight.
Oh? She didn't tell me. I just got in from Phoenix.
Oh, dear me. You must have just missed each other. I'm sure I heard Mrs. Blake go out. Wait, I'll call the night man. He brought a trunk up from the basement this afternoon. I'm sure he'll know. You say you saw Mrs. Blake leave the building a short time ago, Mr. Novello.
What did he say?
The night man saw her leave, about 1:30 or so.
Wait a minute, what is
And she was carrying her overnight bag. I see. Well, thank you, Mr. Novella. Good night.
Overnight? Tell me, what did he say about...
He was carrying it with us.
But the bag I...
Now, there's nothing to worry about, Mr. Blake. Come on, I'll fix you some tea. Only take a moment. That perfume.
Why, it's here in your apartment, too.
Isn't that odd?
Oh, Blake. Huh? Oh, Prentice, I'm having a little trouble with my keys here. I'll get it in a minute.
Oh, what's the matter?
This key, the lock is...
Now, here, let me... There you are.
Thanks.
I don't mean to be curious, but good Lord, man, there's nothing to get so worked up about.
Excuse me? It's gone. Her overnight bag, Melody's. It was here a minute ago.
I guess that's what she came back for.
What? What did you say?
Well, I thought it was she. I heard someone come and go just a moment ago.
But she couldn't have.
Why are you so sure, Blake? It's perfectly natural. She left without her bag, remembered, came back for it while you were downstairs.
I tell you, I know something's wrong. I feel it.
All right, Blake, all right. There's one way to find out.
What do you mean?
Isn't her sister's apartment on the 6th floor? Let's go up and check with her.
But she's probably asleep. I don't want to worry her.
Oh, anything's better than pacing the floor all night. Now, come on, Blake.
All right, Prentice. Let's go.
And that's not on the program either, is it, Marshal? You're too bewildered to even think now, as Mr. Prentice guides you up the stairs to the next floor and Helen's apartment. Then as the two of you start down the 6th floor corridor, something Helen said hits you between the eyes.
Don't be silly, darling. You can trust me. Everything is just waiting for you to walk in.
You stop short for a moment, your mind spinning, and then continue on after Prentice. Walk in, Marshal. Walk into what?
Poor girl's probably sound asleep.
Go ahead. Try it again.
Yes? What's the matter? Why are you... Marshal, something's wrong. What is it?
We didn't want to disturb you, Miss Mason.
I'm a little concerned about Melody, Helen. You know, I've been in Phoenix for the past 2 weeks. I just returned unexpectedly.
Tell me, Marshal, what is it?
Well, she isn't at home.
Isn't at home?
Oh, there's really nothing to be alarmed about. You knew, of course, that she planned a trip. I can't seem to convince Blake
Please,
here that...
Prentice, would you mind if I talk to Helen alone?
Not at all. Good night, Miss Mason. Sorry to have disturbed you, but poor Blake
Oh, of
here...
course. Come in, Marshal. Thank you, Mr. Prentice.
Not at all.
What's the matter?
Everything.
Did you do it?
Yeah, right on schedule. Only one thing.
What?
When Prentice and I opened the elevator door, she wasn't there.
What do you mean?
Just that. She wasn't there. It went off perfectly. I got up to her apartment just after 1. We talked a while. I suggested a farewell drink, and then I...
Go on.
Wait a minute. Helen, you...
What's the matter?
She's been here too, hasn't she?
Marshal, what are you...
Night, Melody. Here in this room, I can smell it.
What are you talking about?
Melody's perfume.
Perfume? What in the world?
There's only one way it could have happened, Helen. Just one way. You're double-crossing me, Helen, trying to use me for a fall guy. It's Melody's money, isn't it? That's all you're after.
Wait a minute,
What did you do with her, Helen? What did you do with Melody? The next thing I know, she'll turn up in my lap with 15 witnesses. When are you set to spring that?
Marshal, listen to me.
I'm through listening to you.
Please, darling, you've got to believe in me.
Helen, Helen, I couldn't believe it.
Listen to me now. I know we're in this together. There's only one way we can win. We've got to stay together. Always.
Oh, I love you, Helen. I love you so much.
If she's gone, it's because someone found her. Because someone knows.
They all know. The manager, even Prentice.
There's only one way out now, Marshal. There isn't much time.
What do you mean?
They do know, darling. But they don't know enough. If they did, they'd be here by now. We've got to get out of here.
When?
Right now. My car's down in the basement garage. We'll be out of the state by daylight.
You know what that means?
Yes, Marshal. I know what that means.
From this minute on, the two of you are giving up all thought of the money, admitting to the world and the law that you murdered Melody Blake.
That's it, Marshal. Get the elevator door.
Huh? Oh, yeah.
Car's over here.
So dark, I can't...
Take my hand.
Is there anyone on duty?
The night man's working upstairs, I think. Hurry, darling. What's the matter?
Helen, look. On the table over there under the window.
Where? I don't see it.
I don't understand.
They brought her down here.
Melody. Melody, you are dead, aren't you? You are dead?
I'm afraid she is.
Mr. Blake, it's awful. I had no
Please,
idea when I
Mrs.
talked to her.
McPherson.
Who are you?
Lieutenant Brackett, homicide. Mrs. McPherson called us.
But why? What are you doing here?
I don't think it's necessary to explain that.
Surprised, Helen?
Marshal,
Stunned, aren't you? Right out of a clear sky. You had no idea.
Hey, darling, believe me,
That's the trouble. I did believe you. You should have had better sense, Helen. It won't work, you know. It's the wrong kind of a frame. There's still two of us.
Stop,
Two of us, Helen, you and I. Did you get that, Lieutenant? Two of us. I didn't kill her. I was the machine, the dummy. She pulled the strings.
You don't know what you're saying.
Shut up! I'm pulling the strings now, all of them. All right, officer, make yourself comfortable. I've got quite a story to tell you.
Don't be half right. Use Usafi. Are you planning to build your own home? How about the roof? For example, do you know how many planes there are in a gambrel-type roof? 2? No, that's only half right. Brush up on your architecture. Tell your I&E officer you want to study with the United States Armed Forces Institute, USAFI. It's easy. It's simple. If you don't want to be half right, use USAFI.
And now, back to The Whistler.
It's a terrible thing, Marshal. The four of you standing in the gloom of the basement garage. Just enough light from the street lamp outside filtering through the dirty window to give the whole picture an ethereal, ghostly pallor. You'll hear yourself talking now, slowly at first, and then faster as the hatred inside you drives the whole thing out of your brain. And in the flood of words, you tell everything. How you fell in love with Helen, about the night you discovered you were both thinking of murder and of Melody's money, of the poisoned drink, the elevator, the maddening discovery that Melody's body was gone. Helen begins to sob. Mrs. McPherson and the lieutenant just stand there, quietly, listening.
That's all, Lieutenant. I don't know what she's done to try to implicate me, what kind of a yarn she's told you, but that's the truth, and no one will ever make me change it.
Oh, Marshal. Why? Why?
Well, what about it, officer?
Amazing what you can run into in an apartment house garage. Come on.
Where are we going?
The night man's room is down here. I'd like to have you talk to him.
The night man?
Bring the lady, Mrs. McPherson.
This way, Miss Mace.
No, I won't. I'm not going to.
You do what I tell you. You're both under arrest. Suspicion of murder.
But the night man, what's he got
Take it
to
easy.
do with...
Take it easy. You'll see in a minute. How are you now, Mr. Novello?
I don't know, Lieutenant.
You know Mr. Blake here.
Oh, Mr. Blake. Mr. Blake, please believe me. I didn't mean to do it. I've tried to explain. After it happened, I got scared and I lost my head. That's why I lied about seeing you go out and everything.
Just a minute, Mr. Novello. Tell Mr. Blake exactly what you did.
I was cleaning on the 4th floor and I found Mrs. Blake in the elevator. She'd fainted.
Fainted?
Go on, Mr. Novello.
I picked her up to carry her back to her apartment. As I passed the stairway, I tripped. I fell down all the way to the landing. She hit her head. I know I killed her. I didn't mean to. I didn't mean to.
You mean he told
Funny,
you...
isn't it? We thought he was lying. Had him all ready to book until you cleared him.
Oh, good Lord.
Helen,
Never mind, Marshal. No use now.
Well, let's go, you two. Oh, Mr. Novello, a word of advice. Next time you fall downstairs with a body in your arms, don't lose your head and hide it in the air conditioning intake. Every apartment in the building is full of that perfume.
Gunsmoke, brought to you by Chesterfield. Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed, thanks to Accuray. They satisfy the most.
Around Dodge City and in the territory on West, there's just one way to handle the killers and the spoilers, and that's with a U.S. Marshal and the smell of gun smoke. Gunsmoke, starring William Conrad. The transcribed story of the violence that moved west with young America. And the story of a man who moved with it.
I'm that man, Matt Dillon, United States Marshal. The first man they look for and the last they want to meet. It's a chancy job, and it makes a man watchful and a little lonely. Chester and I were about 30 miles from Dodge when we ran into the buffalo hunters' camp. We've been holed up for 2 days in a deserted sod hut, taking cover from one of the worst blizzards in years. But it was over now, and a warm, dry Chinook blew out of the west, down off the Rockies and across the prairie into Kansas. It was Chester who saw the camp first, a pile of buffalo hides half covered by snow, and the skeleton of a wagon, its canvas torn and shredded by the blizzard. The camp was silent as we rode up. We got on.
There ain't nary a soul here, Mr. Dillon.
Yeah, maybe the men got caught out on the prairie when the blizzard hit and couldn't get back.
It sure does look that way.
I don't know how that team is still alive with nothing but that wagon for protection.
They don't look none too lively.
You sure can't blame them.
Get your hands up, both of you.
You better do what the old man says, Chester.
He was hiding in the wagon.
Come over here, closer.
This your camp, mister?
Of course, it's my camp. Now, you two drop them guns.
Now, we got our hands up. Isn't that enough?
You do what I say. I ain't taking no chances. I ain't going to get left here again.
Left?
You're going to hitch up that team, and you're going to take me into Dodge. You ain't running off like Jed Lorner.
Who's Jed Lorner?
He's my skinner.
Oh, why did he leave you?
Well, he seen that blizzard coming, and he didn't want to take any chances, so he rode off. He's probably been in Dodge all the time, warm and cozy.
Oh, why didn't you go with him?
I twisted my leg and my foot so I can't ride a horse, that's why. Lorner figured driving the wagon beat too slow.
You mean he left you here to freeze?
Yeah, and I'll kill him when I find him. And I'll kill you if you don't drive me to Dodge.
Now, here, he's a U.S. Marshal, mister. He ain't going to leave you out here.
Marshal?
Yeah, that's right. Now, why don't you put down that rifle and tell us who you are?
Well, all right. My name's Ira Pucket, Marshal. I'm usually up north following the Republican herd, but I come south this year. I'm getting old, and I thought it'd be warmer down here.
You sure made a mistake about that, didn't you?
You'll get me into Dodge, won't you?
Sure, of course we will.
Foot I twisted. I don't feel nothing in it. Must be froze.
Huh? Well, it could be.
I'll kill Jed Lorner for this.
You forget about that, Pucket. I'm not taking you back to Dodge just so you can hang.
I'll forget it. Till I find him.
People everywhere are finding that Chesterfield packs more pleasure. Yes, Chesterfield packs more pleasure because it's more perfectly packed. For the more perfectly packed your cigarette, the more taste and mildness are released for you. And Chesterfield, made with Accuray, is more perfectly packed than any cigarette could ever be before. Firm and pleasing to the lips, mild, yet deeply satisfying to the taste. And Accuray Chesterfield has an open, easy draw that unlocks all the pleasure of fine tobaccos. So remember, Chesterfield packs more pleasure. Buy Chesterfield. Mild, yet they satisfy the most.
How is he, Doc?
Oh, he'll be all right, Matt. In time.
Well, then his foot wasn't so bad after all, huh?
He didn't have much foot left when I got through with him.
Oh.
But he'll be able to walk with a cane. But his buffalo hunting days are over.
How does he know that?
I told him. Ira Pucket's a proud man, Matt. A little too proud.
Oh, what do you mean?
Well, what he hated most about this Jed Larner leaving him on the prairie wasn't the fact that he might have died, but that he was helpless. A man like Pucket can't stand being helpless.
Yeah, I see.
So now, all crippled up, he's a better man, Matt.
Well, he'll get over it, Doc. A man can get used to most anything in time.
I've got my doubts about Pucket, though. Well, you know that ornery old goat? He won't even admit how old he is.
Oh, how old would you guess, Doc?
Oh, he's past 70 anyway. He's in the back there if you want to see him.
All right.
I'll come with you.
Well, hello, Pucket.
Marshal,
How you feeling?
Doc tell you what he done to me?
Yeah.
He ruined my foot.
I saved your life, Pucket.
I ain't sure I'm grateful, Doc.
You're going to be all right, Pucket. You're going to be able to get around.
Yeah, like old woman. What am I going to do for a living? I ain't one of you city people. I live off the country. I always have. I'm a man, not a dude.
You'll get used to town life. And you'll find men here, too.
What kind of men? Walking around all slickered up, parting the hair in the middle, bowing to the ladies. Ain't one of 'em could do half the things I've done. Well, I was living with Comanches when most of 'em was sniveling in their mother's aprons.
Yeah, I know. But you'll find something to do. I'll help you.
You will, eh?
Oh, sure.
Then help me find Jed Larner. Bring him in here so that I can kill him with my bare hands.
What does Larner look like, Pucket?
Oh, he's tall, black hair, got a big scar running across one eye and halfway down his right cheek.
All right, I'll try to find him. And if I do, I'll run him out of town before you get to him.
So, can't even trust you, can I?
Not when you want to murder a man. I told you I didn't bring you in so you could hang. The next few weeks, I kept a sharp eye out for Jed Larner, but he must have headed for some other part of the country. Anyway, he never showed up in Dodge. Well, time passed, and Ira Pucket was able to get around a little. First with the help of crutches, and then finally with a cane. But it was obvious his hunting days were over, and that alone seemed to shame him. Then one night his pride really got a blow. I was at the Long Branch having a beer with Kitty when it happened.
Oh, this is a great way to start the new year, Matt.
What do you mean, Kitty?
Well, last year I was hoping maybe I'd be in San Francisco by now.
Oh? You never told me.
What would you have done about it?
Oh, nothing, I guess. Why San Francisco?
No blizzards, no dust, no cowboys.
Uh-huh. Yeah, but they got fog.
Yeah?
And all those sailors and miners aren't any gentler than these cowboys, you know.
Well, I know. But imagine going to dinner in a carriage, eating off a tablecloth, dancing on a hardwood floor.
You're spoiled, Kitty.
Well, now, how could I got spoiled? Here, in Dodge City?
Save your money. You'll get to California someday.
Yeah, sure. If I walk.
Well, a lot of people are gone that way.
Who do you think I am, Sacagawea?
There was a woman.
Yeah.
You know, I always...
What's the matter, Matt?
That man at the bar, he just turned around.
Which man?
The one with the scar down his cheek. I'll be back, Kitty.
Good evening, Marshal.
Evening.
What are you staring at me for?
Your name Jed Larner?
And if it is?
How long you been in town, Larner?
About an hour. Something wrong, Marshal?
You remember the big blizzard we had?
Who don't?
We all do, I guess. Especially Ira Pucket.
What?
He didn't die, Larner.
Well, that's fine. I went back looking for him. I wondered where he'd got to.
Yeah, sure you did.
Well, it's true.
Pucket's here in Dodge, Larner.
He is?
If he finds you, he'll kill you. But he isn't going to find you because you're leaving right now. And don't show up around here again.
Now, wait, Marshal.
I can't arrest you. I can't put you in jail. But I tell you what I can do.
What?
Suppose I just let everybody here know that you're the man who ran off and left Ira Pucket to die.
No.
You know something? They'd tear you apart, Larner. They'd set you on fire.
Don't say nothing, Marshal. Don't tell him. I'll leave. I'll leave right now.
Well, you got rid of him in a hurry.
I saved him from being shot and Ira Pucket from hanging for it, Kitty.
Oh, that was Jed Larner.
Uh-huh.
He's the one that ought to hang.
Yeah, he didn't mean to kill the old man, Kitty.
What's the difference?
Well, legally there's some.
Enough to give Ira his foot back?
You're sure hard to argue with, Kitty.
Why? Because I think straight?
Let's talk about San Francisco, huh?
I've changed my mind. I think I'll go to New York.
Oh?
Marshal Dillon.
Ira Pucket, man.
Yeah.
He looks awful mad. Good thing he isn't armed.
Well, he can always find a gun, Kitty.
You done it, Marshal. It was you, wasn't it?
You saw Jed Larner.
He jumped on his horse and rode out of town before I could stop him. And I had to stand there and watch. I didn't even have a rock to throw at him. Why'd you do it, Marshal?
To save you from hanging,
Well, I'd rather hang and live this way. I wasn't born to become my helpless old man. The least you could have done was let me fight my own battle like I always did out on the plain. You took my manhood away from me, Marshal.
You're living in town now, Ira, among people. Why don't you get used to it?
All right. All right. All right, I will. I'll live like you town people.
Fine. Then why don't you start by getting yourself a job?
I'm a-going to. I sure am. And it's going to pay me a lot of money, too.
What do you mean by that?
You'll find out, Marshal. When it's too late.
This is Jack Webb. I suppose most of you have made your New Year's resolutions. I guess with most of us, that implies some kind of a change. Well, beginning with this brand new year, we've made a few changes in our Dragnet television show. I like to think the most important is what we call the Dragnet New Look. In our brand new series, we'll show for the very first time the new Los Angeles Police Administration Building, the first of its kind in the world. But the biggest change of all is our new television time, 1/2 hour earlier. Now, speaking of a change, here's a great suggestion for 1956. Change to milder, better-tasting Chesterfields. My cigarette. Make it yours. I think this little jingle of ours sums up our case for Chesterfield very nicely.
Put a smile in your smoking, just give them a try. Light up a Chesterfield, they satisfy.
It's a nice morning, ain't it, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah, thanks to that wind we had last night.
Well, it kept me awake.
All night, Chester?
Well, no, sir, I wouldn't say that. About 15 minutes. Hey, look over there by the bank, Mr. Dillon. Ain't that our Pucket?
Yeah. That's the first time he's had his team and wagon out.
Where you reckon he's going?
Right now, he's gone into the bank.
Well, what's he carrying that shotgun for? He can't do no hunting in the bank.
Yes, he can, Chester. Come on.
Mr. Dillon, you don't mean to say old Pucket's going to hold that bank up?
He said last night he's going to start living like town people and get a job and make a lot of money. This could be his idea of how to do it.
You sure couldn't have no other reason to carry that shotgun in there. You going in after him, Mr. Dillon?
Yeah.
Well, he's got a shotgun.
I know. Look, Chester, take his team and wagon off somewhere. Lead him around back of the bank, huh? Out of sight. Maybe we can handle this without a shooting.
All right, sir.
Hurry it up, Chester. He's coming out.
I'm long gone, Mr. Dillon. Marshal.
Come on out, Pucket. I'm not stopping you.
You better not try it. I can shoot with one hand, Marshal.
Yeah, sure.
Don't you try to follow me. Hey, wait a minute. Wait. Where's my wagon? Where's my team?
You're in a bad fix, Pucket.
Somebody stole them. I can't get away without my team.
No, you can't, Pucket. So you might as well give up.
You done it. You're behind this, Marshal.
You gonna shoot me?
Well, why shouldn't I?
Because you're in enough trouble already. And shooting me won't help a bit. You're trapped, Pucket, and there isn't a thing you can do about it. Now, you use your head.
All right. Here. Here's the money. Now, you bring my outfit back. I ain't going to jail, Marshal.
It's like I said, Pucket, shooting me isn't going to help you. And I'm not going to do a thing about your outfit.
You think you outsmarted me, don't you?
Give it up, Pucket. You're licked.
Yeah, well, Oh, I can't shoot you, Marshal. Here, take the gun.
Good.
I'm nothing but a helpless old fool. Can't even rob a bank proper.
I'm not sure you really wanted to, Pucket.
What?
All you wanted was to prove something about that manhood you think has been taken away from you. But you sure picked a foolish way to do it.
Yeah, I guess I did.
My goodness, I thought he wouldn't never give up, Mr. Dillon.
He didn't have much choice, Chester.
I went in the back way and told the people in the bank to keep out of the way. Want me to take him to jail?
Oh, no, I can't stand jail. Please, Marshal.
Lock him up, Chester. I'll return this money and have a talk with Mr. Bodkin. I'll be over later. I thought I told you to lock him up, Chester.
Well, I started to, Mr. Dillon, but I just couldn't stand the look on him when I got him in the cell.
Aaron, you know, it seems to me everybody treats you pretty well.
Yeah, everybody but Jed Larner.
That's true. But Chester and I brought you in. Doc saved your life. I kept you from hanging, and if I hadn't outsmarted you at the bank, you'd probably be lying dead somewhere now. You know, it seems to me everybody's gone to a lot of trouble for an old man full of a lot of foolish pride. What do you think?
I've been thinking, Marshal. Sitting here thinking. You know what? You're right. But it's too late now.
No, it isn't, Aaron.
What?
I explained everything to Mr. Bodkin at the bank, and he's willing to drop any charges against you. But on one condition.
What's that?
Well, to be honest with you, it was my idea, but Mr. Bodkin agreed. You get a job here and quit being so doggone ornery. Otherwise, you're going to go to jail.
Oh, what could I do with this crippled foot?
Well, seeing you're so handy with a shotgun, I think Jim Buck might hire you to ride messenger on the stage.
You think so?
Well, he told me he would.
You went and saw him?
And it doesn't take any walking, Ira. So, how about it, huh?
Well, I never had a job like that. But a man's got to make a change once in a while, lady. And it'll sure be a good way to start the new year.
The National Broadcasting Company presents The Adventures of Sam Spade, Detective.
Sam Spade Detective Agency.
Hello, hello, hello.
Sam?
At this hour on this network, you were expecting maybe Mary Margaret McBride?
I've been expecting anything, Sam.
Well,
after all, to have you drop out of sight like that, leaving not a ripple on the surface for 4 whole days. Mr. Livingstone is frantic.
Who?
Mr. Livingstone, the man you rented the car from. He's ready to send out a search party.
Aha! Sammy and Livingstone with a reverse twist.
It's no joke, Sam.
Nothing, huh?
You have no right to worry me like this. It's not fair. Where are you?
To the only spot on Earth as yet unvisited by the National Geographic Society, sweetheart, the Vale of Takaloma. And don't try to find it on a map because it isn't. Set yourself for my saga of a crook's tour of the hinterlands with just a touch of mysticism, which is why I call it the Rowdy Dowser caper. All right, Murgatroyd, these will do.
Sam, where are you calling from?
A tailor shop. I had to leave without my pants.
For NBC, William Spear, radio's outstanding producer-director of mystery and crime drama, brings you the greatest private detective of them all, starring Stephen Dunn in The Adventures of Sam Spade.
Dum-da-da-dum-dum-dum. When you and I were young. Effie.
Sam?
Who else?
Are you decent?
Decent?
Well, you said you'd lost your pants, so... Oh!
How do they look? Well?
Isn't it a little early for Halloween?
Ooh, you made a joke. You ready, woman?
As always, Sam.
Date, fill it in. 2 Constable Ollie Shuttle, North Takaloma, California. From Samuel Spade, license number 137596. Subject, the Rowdy Dowser caper. Dear Ollie, on Wednesday it was when I returned to my office of a fine spring morning to find a note lying on my desk like a big, juicy piece of cheese in a mousetrap. Quote, Mr. Spade, call North Takaloma 3, unquote. North Takaloma. Where have I...
Long distance.
North Takaloma 3.
Yes, sir. One moment. Would you repeat the number, please?
North Takaloma 3.
North Takaloma 3.
Nice diction.
That is North Takaloma?
I'm not kidding. Look it up, girl. Look it up.
Yes, sir. North Takaloma 3.
Well, she must have found it in the book because soon we had encouraging buzzes and clicks. 6 operators later, we had punched our way north to the farm at Slattery Flat Then we knocked off for lunch, while Slim Slattery repaired the windmill that made the juice for the last lap. At 2:07 p.m., victory was in sight. Yeah?
Sam, this is Operator Nyan for the 10th time.
Oh, fine. How we doing, Millie?
Sam boy, I am actually ringing North Takaloma City.
Oh, good girl.
Hello?
Hello, this is Sam Spade. I have a note here to call...
Yes, Mr. Spade. You were out of town when I came. Perhaps you remember me. Wendell Wisby of Oak Tree Lane, North Takaloma, California.
Wendell?
I employed you a year ago to find a girl who vanished.
The magician. You made the girl disappear and couldn't bring her back.
Correct.
Yeah.
You may well ask, Mr. Spade, how anything could be worse than that. Well, this is...
Oh, there, Wendell. There, boy. Take it easy.
I can't talk. I just can't talk about it.
Fine. Then write me a nice, long letter.
Well,
you know,
I'd
this
rather...
is a long-distance call, and I...
No. I am sorry, Mr. Spade, but this has affected me very deeply.
Look, you promised you'd lay off the magic, Wendell.
Well,
What'd you do? Misplace half a woman this time?
No, I have given up magic, Mr. Spade. I am currently employed as third vice president of the Second National Bank of North Takaloma.
All that?
Yes, sir. Oh, my star was rising. My future seemed assured, but now a shadow has fallen over my good name.
Boot it along, will you, Wendell? This is costing me money.
I cannot tell you more on the phone, Mr. Spade. You must come at once. It is extremely urgent.
I see. Well, frankly, Wendell, I have a feeling I'll be tied up.
But I left
There's
your
a collection
retainer
I
under
have
your
to make,
desk,
and well, the
Father.
chances are I'll... What was that?
I just said there's $100 under your desk blotter for a retainer. I left it when I came with the note. But if you have a collection to make, suppose
Wendell, that is the collection. And so it befell that shortly before lunch on the following day, I guided my rented hack across the ford at Clobber Creek, up the high road through Possum Notch, and down into the Vale of Takaloma, where I muscled my way through a flock of geese in the main street and tied up before the imposing stone facade of the Second National Bank. Inside, sitting in front of the door marked Urban Root President, sat a secretary whose facade looked colder and even more imposing than the bank's. She was shriveling one of the customers, a meek little milquetoast in a salt and pepper soup.
But as I informed you, my good man, President Root is extremely tied up at the moment.
Oh, I'm quite aware of that, miss. I wouldn't bother him for the world, but you see, I
don't see. And since you refused to state the nature of your business...
Did I refuse?
You most certainly did.
Oh, dear me, I didn't mean to refuse anything. It's just that, well, it's sort of personal, and may I go in?
You may sit down until I tell you to go in. Is that clear?
Yes, ma'am. Yes, I understand. I don't mind waiting. Don't mind at all.
And now you, sir. What do you want?
I have an appointment with Wendell Wisby.
Mr. Wisby is in conference with the President Root.
Thanks.
If you'll sit down, I'll... just a minute, sir. Just a minute.
And you must understand, President Root, this is a matter of family honor.
Yes.
I shall...
Oh, hi, Wendell.
Oh, Mr. Spade.
Now, sorry I couldn't get here sooner, but it's a long haul.
Well, Mr. Spade is a friend of mine, President Root, from my salad days as a magician. A very competent detective, I might add.
Well, thank you, Wendell.
Yeah, I see.
We are indeed fortunate to have him with us in this matter.
Good. Please sit down, Mr. Spade.
Thanks.
You are aware, Mr. Spade, this matter is to be held in strictest confidence. Word must be kept from the depositors at all cost until...
But remember, President Root, remember the code of the Wisbys. Should worst come to worst, I shall make good. I shall make good if it takes me...
I understand, Wisby. I understand.
Well, mind if I admit I don't? What is it, Wendell?
Snatcher.
Snatch whom?
Uncle Purse.
Our former cashier, Mr. Spade. Purse Snatcher. Wisby's uncle.
Purse Snatcher. What about him?
Everything.
He has disappeared.
Absconded.
That is a harsh word, President Root. I would prefer to say he disappeared until we have further proof.
The money's gone, isn't it?
How much money?
$53,000.
From Uncle Purse's accounts.
Huh.
It may be he has absconded, President Root, but we must remember that despite the Snatcher surname, Uncle Purse is a Wisby. And a Wisby never lived who got away with $53,000.
All right, Wisby. He disappeared.
Yes, may I ask when he disappeared?
Last Friday night, about 9 o'clock.
Anyone see him go?
Almost everyone.
His car stalled at Main and Persimmon. Several people saw him trying to start it. He was acting very strangely.
Oh, how was that, Wendell?
Well, Clem Clobber and Charity Fid and several others spoke to him from the curb, but he wouldn't answer them. He didn't say a word to anyone, which is not at all like Uncle Purse Snatcher.
Wisby, man to man, would you feel sociable with a satchel full of stolen money on the seat beside you?
Well, there you have a point, President Root.
I can't blame you for the way you feel, President Root, but I must continue to believe the best of Uncle Purse until Mr. Spade discovers the worst.
Oh.
And in that dismal eventuality, please know I intend to pay off the $53,000 plus interest on the installment plan. $5.37 per week for 48 years.
Oh.
You have my word on it, sir. The word of a Wisby.
With which solemn pronouncement, Wendell marched out, closely followed by me. Salt and Pepper Suit Milquetoast was still fingering his hat brim, looking hopefully at Miss Icewater for the sign. At Wendell's suggestion, I hustled out to the Snatcher homestead for a word with Perce's wife, a timid little woman with her heart in her eyes, known from one end of the valley to the other as Aunt Wistful.
I can hardly think straight these days, Mr. Spade. So full of puzzlement this thing has left me.
Of course, Aunt Wistful.
Have another dipper of cider, Mr. Spade. Oh, get down, not you.
No thanks, Aunt Wistful.
Perce wasn't himself since the well run dry. We had a passel of dry winters here in the valley, you know, but never for this as the well run dry. Perce didn't know which way to turn. The pipe end's 2 miles down the road. Couldn't afford to bring it in here.
I see.
He took to muttering to himself, saying strange things. Coming home from his work at the bank with a frown on his face, stayed there all evening.
What do you mean, strange thing?
Oh, I don't recollect very well. He brought a law book home one night, though, and out of a clear sky he says to me, "Wistful, honey, do you know the punishment for embezzlement is 5 to 10 years in prison?" I asked what he meant by that, and he said he thought it might be a good thing for a banker to know.
Well, he had something there.
It was the night after that. He come home all cheerful. Said he thought he'd figured a way out. Found a fella to help him. Get down. I had no idea what Perce was thinking.
What fella?
Urban Root, I suppose.
Oh.
It's Urban's bank he was fixing to steal from. But then I got word from my sister ailing over to Fogarty Grove, so Thursday I left, and when I got back Saturday, he'd gone.
Did he take his things?
Mostly. Funny, he did one strange thing for this time of year. He left his corn teeth behind.
Corn teeth, huh?
A spare pair of store teeth for corn on the cob.
Oh.
Perce will miss him now with summer coming on.
Yes, he will.
Bless him. You know, ever since spring, I've been after Perce to spade up my flower bed by the window. He did it before he left, now that there's no water to grow things with. I loved him so much, Mr. Spade. In this awful way for marriage to him. Get down!
Well, I started at Main and Persimmon Streets and worked south, farm by farm. Everyone seemed to have been sitting on his front stoop Friday night because all remembered Perce Snatcher driving out on the South Road in his 1919 Winton 6. Up to a point, that is. Somewhere between North Takaloma and Fogarty Grove, I ran out of witnesses. And in Piney Crotch, of all places, the town beyond, they could guarantee Perce didn't pass through because the main drag was roped off all Friday night for a square dance. And thus matters stood on the third day when I limped back to the bank. For some reason, a crowd had gathered in the alleyway next door. Writing it off as a floating crap game, I walked inside, bowed formally to Miss Icewater, then plunked myself down at Wendell's desk.
Oh, Shaw. I just found I miscalculated on the interest. At $5.37 per week, I won't have this paid off until I'm 134.
And who knows, by then you may even have a wife and children to support. Look, don't you think you were a little impetuous with that retainer?
What retainer?
Mine, the $100.
$100?
Wendell, the $100 you stuck under my desk blotter when you hired me.
I hired you?
You came to my office while I was out of town, Wendell. You left a note for me to call you. I talked to you on the telephone. Well, didn't I?
Mr. Spade, something is very wrong. I did not talk to you on the telephone at all.
What?
I thought you were employed by President Root.
Well, where is President Root?
I don't know. He stepped out some time ago, and there's someone waiting for him in his office.
Oh?
Do-do-do-dee-do-do. Hi, Miss Icewater. Oh, tell me, pretty mean, are there any more at home like you?
Milk toast. But with a difference. The salt and pepper suit had gone. Beret, bow tie, plaid sport jacket with a racing form sticking out of the pocket. Maroon plus fours and wool socks with tassels. He took one of President Root's cigars out of his pocket, bit off the end, and lit it. Then smiled, or rather leered, at Miss Icewater.
Well, honey?
I'm sorry,
Oh,
sir.
23 skidoo, sweet stuff.
President Ruth will be back shortly if you...
Oh, don't be a back number, beautiful.
But, sir, I don't...
Papa love Mama?
Well, I don't know what to say.
You'll learn. Tell Cookie I'll be back, huh?
Yes, sir. Anything you say.
Live a little, baby. Live a little. Toodaloo.
Golly. Golly, indeed. Miss Icewater. Hey.
Oh.
What was that?
I don't know his name. A friend of President Root's. He's rather attractive, don't you think?
Only now, as I went outside in his wake, did I see what had caused the crowd in the alleyway. The first sport model convertible in Colocoma Valley since Wally Reed came through on location. And the first pink one I'd ever seen. Pondering the new milk toast, I walked into the drugstore, found a phone book, and checked all 25 names. North Tacoloma 3 belonged to the Atomic Auto Courts and Restaurant. Charity Fidd, proprietress. She was riding herd on a griddle full of lamb chops when I pulled up at the counter.
How's that again, Sonny? Short, you say?
Short.
And scalped on top with a fringe of hair like so?
Yeah, and a wicked leer in his eye. That's my man.
Well, he wasn't wearing no barrack hat nor plaid coat when I seen him. Salt and pepper suit it was.
Yeah, I know. Who is he?
Well, he didn't register, but they say he's Dowser.
Dowser. Don't know his first name, do you?
Nope. Now, where he come from? Stayed in room 6 till 2 days ago. Ain't seen him around since.
When did he come here?
Let me see now. Codfish ball.
Beg pardon?
Oh, that'd be Friday night, late. And the funny thing now, think of it, he'd come afoot. Not by the road from Fogarty Grove, mind you, but by the trail over the ridge.
Oh, where does it go to, Aunt Charity?
Winds up the old clobber place, abandoned now.
Oh, thanks. I'll be back.
You'll be nothing. You just sit right down where you are and you wrap yourself around this. Ain't no growing boy going hiking over the ridge without supper. Clean it up now, every scrap.
Yes, Ma. It had been dark about 2 hours when, carrying one of Aunt Charity's best coal oil lanterns, I topped the ridge and looked down on Clem Clobber's abandoned barn, nestling in a grove of ancient oaks at the very foot of the hill. The moon was bright enough to show up the pair of grassy ruts leading from the rear of it down the gully toward the road to Fogarty Grove, a couple of miles away. On general principles, I blew out the lantern, then scrambled down the side hill and up to the barn door. I couldn't make out anything inside at first, and then finally something took shape. A dark hulk in the middle of the floor. Stupid me, I lit a match. It was an automobile. To be exact, it was Purse Snatcher's 1919 Winton 6. His hat and the tweed overcoat everyone saw him wearing Friday night were lying across the front seat. I held the match higher and bent over for a closer look. Whereupon Spade and the match went out together.
You are listening to the weekly adventure of radio's most famous detective, Sam Spade. 3 chimes mean good times on NBC. There's fun for you Sunday with 2 of your favorite families, the Blandings and the Harrises. Mr. and Mrs. Blanding stars Cary Grant and Betsy Drake in the title roles as the proud but somewhat bewildered owners of the famous Dream House. The Phil Harris Alice Faye Show stars Phil and Alice, of course, plus ever-helpful Frankie Remley, Brother William, and delivery boy Julius. Yes, there are laughs this Sunday and every Sunday with the Phil Harris Alice Faye Show and Mr. and Mrs. Blandings. And now, back to the Rowdy Dowser caper, tonight's adventure with Sam Spade.
I must apologize, Constable, for succumbing once again to the traditional nemesis of the private eye. But the bald facts are simply that I bent over for a closer look at the Winton 6 and was struck a dastardly blow on the rear of the head. How long I remained incommunicado, I know not, but I awoke presently, and with good reason. My pants were on fire. As a matter of fact, the entire barn was on fire, and I was lying in the tonneau of the Winton 6 wearing Purse Snatcher's overcoat. The door I'd come in was a wall of flame, likewise the stalls on both sides. But at the rear were a few square feet of rotten siding that hadn't caught yet. Now, ordinarily, I'd have thought twice, but when your pants are afire, you only think once. So I ran right through it and took a flying header into the creek behind the barn. It was just as well I only thought once, since at this moment the flames reached the Winton's gas tank. Hi.
Good laws almighty, what have you been up to, boy?
Smoking corn silk behind Clobber's barn. Match got away from me.
Well, stay right there left behind my goose squeeze.
No. Later, Aunt Charity. How about the key to 6?
The Dowser fella?
Yeah.
Won't need no key, son.
No door open?
If he left it open, he's in there now. Barrett hat, plaid coat, and a 25-cent cigar. Help yourself.
Well.
Well, hey, Mr. Spade, isn't it?
Right, and you're Dowser.
Dowser?
Isn't it?
Yes. Yeah, that's right, Dowser. Hey, you can call me Alonzo. Sit down.
No, I'll stand.
Oh? You're lucky you caught me. I was
just leaving, so I see. I was detained, as you probably know, over at Clobber's barn.
Detained?
Okay, Dowser. We'll let that do for the preliminaries. Now, why'd you just try to kill me?
Kill you? Well, good heavens, man,
I did not get careless at a weenie bake, Dowser. I just woke up in the middle of a 3-alarm fire, and I don't like it. As a matter of fact, I'm a little burned up, to use the phrase loosely, and I just might kick your teeth in.
Now, believe me, I haven't been near Clobber's barn since Friday. I had nothing to do with whatever happened.
Sure, and you had nothing to do with a $100 retainer in the phone call from Wendell Wisby.
Well, as a matter of fact,
You figured with a curious city fellow like me on the premises, urban root might shake down easier. Bigger apples from the same old tree, right?
Yeah. All I did was negotiate a personal loan.
Drop it, will you? Root had his hand on the till at the bank. A big hand, $53,000 worth, and Snatcher found out about it. What about you? How'd you get into the act?
The loan.
The shakedown. Where's Uncle Purse, Alonzo?
Out of town somewhere, I suppose. He... look, I can't tell you, Mr. Spade.
Purse got as far as the road to Clem Clobber's barn last Friday night. Or did he?
No, he didn't get that far.
You know, I'd begun to suspect as much. How far did he get?
I'm sorry, I can't tell you any more.
Root killed him, didn't he?
No.
You saw
let
it.
me go.
How come?
I don't know anymore. Please.
Come on, let's have it,
No.
Dowser. What did he do with the body? Root wore the coat and drove Purse's car out of town so everyone would see him. Now, where's the body?
Let me go. Let me go.
Dowser! Dowser! He squirted out of my hands like a watermelon seed, leaving me with a plaid coat, and took off down the line of atomic cabins toward the atomic restaurant. A nice high-knee action for a little guy, and what with my burns and contusions, I'm forced to admit he was widening the gap between us when he rounded the corner of the atomic restaurant, making possibly the gravest error of his career. Aunt Charity was rounding the same corner, coming the other way with an armload of wood.
You don't reckon he got himself a brain conclusion, do you, son?
I don't know, but he's a weak witness, Aunt Charity, a weak witness.
What you got there?
Oh, shoebox for $1,500. A few odds and ends. And this.
Well.
Yeah, looks like an oversized slingshot fork.
Slingshot? What do you mean, slingshot?
Well, who cares? So he whittles. Where'd you get the idea his name was Dowser?
Huh?
Driver's license in his wallet. Alonzo P. Scoggins.
Who said his name was Dowser?
You did.
I never said his name was Dowser. I said he was a dowser.
Oh. And what's a dowser, Aunt Charity?
A guy who finds water for people, that's what.
Well, that's nice. If you could... Finds water?
Yeah.
How?
Well, I'm no expert, sonny, but as near as I can recollect, you take this here slingshot port so, and then
Mr. Spade, I can't go through with it.
Get hold of yourself, Wendell. Remember the code of the Wisby.
But this sinister revelation has virtually prostrated me, Mr. Spade. And you must remember it is now over a year since my salad days as a magician.
Tut, Wendell. Stout fella, stiff upper.
And further, even at the peak of my career, I was only sketchily acquainted with the field of dowsery. Hold it. There they are. Aunt Wistful is sitting on the back porch with President Root. Mr. Spade,
The code of the Wisbys, Wendell?
Yes, sir. Let's go.
I just can't tell you how full up with gratefulness I am.
Now, Aunt Wistful, don't take on so. It's nothing at all. It's,
You remember Mr. Spade, President Root?
Wait, of course.
Of course. Hardly seems any time at all since we met President Root.
Oh, Mr. Spade, President Root's going to buy the farm. Isn't that wonderful?
Touching.
And he's allowing me $10,000 on it against the money per stove.
Well, that's a generous offer.
I thought so.
Considering there's no water on the farm.
Chris said many times it wouldn't be worth $40 an acre without water.
Well? Did you say something, Wendell?
Yes. Aunt Wistful, I have great news for you. It may not be necessary to sell the farm.
What do you mean, Wendell? We've made a deal here.
Maybe the signals are off for now, President Root.
You recall Uncle Percy said he'd found a man to solve his problem, Aunt Wistful? I am now ready to step forward and bring it into the open. I am that man.
You?
What do you mean, Wendell?
Since entering the banking field, I divorced myself from magic and the allied dark arts, Aunt Wistful. So I wish to keep my other talents sub rosa.
What are you talking about, Wisby?
President Root, I am a part-time dowser.
And he just happens to have his dowsing rod along, right, Wendell?
Right. I have reason to believe there is water here, if I can just douse it out.
Wendell, you're out of
Shut up. Douse away, Wendell, douse away.
Very well. Now, I hold the dowsing fork before me, thus. Then I turn, thus.
Where does it point, Wendell?
Let me see. Toward Aunt Wistful's flower bed.
This is ridiculous.
Shut up. Proceed, Wendell. Proceed with the dowsery.
1 step, 2, 3, 4.
Well, the rod's pointing down.
Well, I never. Right in the middle of my flower bed.
Listen, Aunt Wistful. I'll make that $20,000. $20,000 for the farm. Cash, see? Not credit. Cash.
Hold out.
25. 30.
Right here is where we dig.
35. 35,000.
It's already been dug up. Looks as if Uncle Percy had dug a hole and then filled it back up.
Last Friday night, just before 9 o'clock, right, President Root?
No.
You came down for a showdown on those shortages he turned up, found him digging the well here, and got a better idea.
Please, no.
I've talked to the guy who saw you do it, Root.
All right. I killed him. He's right here. Yes, he's right
here. Which is where you came in, Constable, and since you can take it from here, I shall close, as always, with...
Period. End of report.
Right.
Another triumph, Sam. Another new sphere of effort.
No field is safe from my talent, sweetheart. You will please preserve it for posterity during the following 15-second announcement. Scoot. Scoot.
3 chimes mean good times on NBC. This Sunday, the glamorous and unpredictable Tallulah brings you another hour-and-a-half broadcast of The Big Show, starring Fred Allen, Judy Holliday, Joan Davis, Frank Warren, and many more. And this Sunday's Theater Guild on the Air production is the Broadway comedy, The First Year. Starring in this Theater Guild presentation are Richard Widmark and Katherine Grayson.
Here it is, Sam.
Ah, efficient girl. Yeah? Yeah, Millie, this is Sam, boy. What's up? Oh?
Oh, thanks, Millie.
What is it, Sam?
They just relayed a message from Fogarty Grove, F. Wendell is being installed as second vice president tomorrow night at the Moose Hall.
Oh?
He wants me to come.
Oh!
And bring a girl. Are you game, little one?
Well, that's one way to get the report to Constable Ollie Shuttle. I'll do it, Sam.
Good girl. Pack up an emergency ration of sorghum and hominy grits. I'll pull up at your doorstep in the morning at 8 o'clock.
Well, I'll wear my sunbonnet and Mother Hubbard. Oh, good night, Sam.
Good night, sweetheart.
From Hollywood, our land be bright. Long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King. Our Land Be Bright is presented by the Veterans of Foreign Wars of the United States and is produced and transcribed in Hollywood.
This is Adolph Menjou in Hollywood. The United States has long prided itself on being the most progressive and forward-looking nation in the world. Yet in the field of public education, there are many conditions which should make us feel anything but proud. Consider these stark, stubborn facts. 5 million youngsters between the ages of 6 and 17 are not attending schools of any kind in the United States today. There are some 10 million adults, according to the 1940 census, whose education has not gone as far as completion of the 4th grade. 500,000 young men had to be rejected for military service during the war because they lacked even the rudiments of an education. The quality of public education in the United States, moreover, has dropped deplorably. Niggardly pay scales have caused a tragic exodus from the teaching profession, so that in countless communities today, classes are conducted by teachers who have no qualifications for their task. Classrooms are overcrowded and inadequate. This really is a tragic situation. Something must be done at once. In the hope that an aroused and informed citizenry will do something about it, the Veterans of Foreign Wars is presenting this program. We hope each of you listening will do your part to help remedy this threat to our children, who are our future leaders.
Thank you, Adolph Menjou. And now here's the voice of the Veterans of Foreign Wars, speaking from the nation's capital.
Hello, everybody. I wonder how many of us know that nearly 10,000 local VFW units all over the country, in every state of the Union, from coast to coast and boundary to boundary, are pledged to develop education through community services.
Yes.
Now,
what are they doing for the kids?
And who are you?
My name is A. USA.
Well, I'm mighty glad you asked that, Mr. A. Suppose you come with me on a little tour of inspection, huh? Now, first, here's a schoolhouse, right? A little red schoolhouse in a typical rural community. Now, the town might be anywhere, and the fields lie close to the highway where traffic all day passes through from city to city.
The class will rise, please. Stand at attention and face the flag.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
You may take your seats. Quietly, please. Robert, don't do that to Helen.
She's got my ruler.
Helen, give Robert his ruler, or I'll give you mine where it hurts. And now for today's lesson in history. John, where did the Pilgrims land?
On Plymouth Rock.
Were they the first Americans over here? Well, Johnny, you may answer that question.
The answer is no. The Indians were here before them.
You mean the Indians, don't you?
Yes, ma'am.
They swam out to meet the boat.
They're getting along, aren't they?
Seem to be.
Yeah? They're learning about America in the American way.
Nice school building, too.
Think so? Well, those kids like it, too. They like their teacher and want to keep both.
Oh? What do you mean by that?
Well, just this. There are lots of rural districts all over America that haven't been able to keep some of their schools going.
Why not?
No money. School budgets cut down, appropriations slashed by local commissions, so the District Board of Education has to economize. In some states, this has been an acute condition. Efforts have been made to hold teachers' salaries down to a pre-war level, or no efforts have been made to raise them despite the increased costs of living. So many good teachers have been forced out through conditions beyond their control into other employment that pays more. So, classes have often been discontinued, or in some places, a school had to be closed. Now, usually where it's most needed.
That sounds bad.
Yes, and it's still a problem in many places. In this case, for example, those eager minds and happy faces would not have been there, and that schoolhouse would have been dark, had it not been for an influential local group.
Yeah, that's interesting. Who were they?
The nearest post of the Veterans of Foreign Wars. That organization has long been committed to community betterment projects. Hundreds of towns and cities over the country have been helped to put new thinking into the creation of improved parks, streets, and playgrounds, and more adequate public services to make community life more agreeable for both adults and children.
Yeah, but what about the kids?
Well, not long ago, a federal commission was appointed to make a survey to see how the public schools of this country were getting along and what and how they were teaching young Americans. Well, they remembered how President James Conant of Harvard University had warned us that we cannot maintain our national security or world position level of educational attainment. Now, those were his words. So, John Studebaker, the United States Commissioner of Education, in reviewing that survey, came up with a recommendation.
Which was?
Simply this, that we should emphasize better education, better conditions, a better way of life for teachers and pupils alike. Now, he recommended that students in the 26,000 high schools of this country be taught more about our government, our freedoms, and our opportunities in democracy, beginning in the primary grades. So, the VFW got aboard that policy, as if it were the freedom train itself. The word was passed along, and nearly 10,000 local VFW units from coast to coast pledged themselves to develop Americanism through community services. Now, that's how that school situation came under discussion at one of the post meetings.
Comrades, it's been brought to our attention that the Braymark School out on the old Paul Revere Turnpike is about to close down. Only 20 kids attend that school, so the district commission thinks it's hardly good business to keep it going. The report here says that 8 families, all living not far from our post, are represented by the attendants. But the assumption is that's not enough to warrant the maintenance of a public school that costs more to keep it going than the food costs to keep the children a-growing. Johnson, you back there in the rear rank. You got something to say on the subject?
Yes, I have. I don't like that way of looking at an education. Seems to me, somewhere back in my mind, I recollect that we went through a war not so very long ago to preserve the good old American way of life. And that way, to my thinking, is to get an education, not to have it taken away from us.
Thank you. Thank you, Johnson. And now, Peterson, what have you to say?
Yeah, I think Mr. Johnson is right. Them fellas down in the valley make plenty of money. I know by Yemeni because some of them got mine. You know some of them grow wheat. And they wouldn't put it past them, some of them, to be playing the exchange, just like some of them big fellas in Washington. Yeah, there's money in the valley, and there's money in the bank. So, let's see that some of it keeps the school open so the kids can go in. You know, that little fellow that may be sitting in the back seat over there today might someday be president. Who knows?
Well, of course, nobody knows. Well, that's one of the grand things about this country. We're free. Education is free. We all fought to keep it that way, so let's fight to keep the Braymark School by increasing the attendance. Perhaps we can combine several smaller school services by starting a new bus line out there. Now, in that way, not only will the youngsters at Braymark be encouraged by the daily presence of more schoolmates for both work and play, but a fine building will be made more useful. And I think that's the way the veterans of foreign wars wants us to look at a community problem like this one. We all live around here, so it concerns the post. Just as Peterson indicated, some child of today, some growing boy with books under his arm, though he may never make the White House, might be our commanding officer tomorrow. Yes, let's give them the breaks we'd ask for ourselves if we were in their time and in their place.
That's right.
You know, Mr. Narrator, I think he's got something there. We owe those kids a sort of a debt, don't we? For the big bills that our generation is passing on to them. And that suggestion to combine several little schools into one through a new school bus line seems to be a swell idea, too. We've just got to think of those kids and their future.
Mr. A., I don't think any truer words were ever spoken. But we've got to be impartial about it. We can't pick creeds and we can't favor races in a country where all races and all creeds are what makes the heart and soul of America.
Yeah, but there is such a thing as discrimination. It happens, you know.
Sure it happens. But that's because human nature isn't perfect. Give us time, and we'll all get used to each other. Rich and poor, high or humble.
Yeah. What about color?
Color? Why, I'm glad you asked that, Mr. USA. There are 3 colors in America. Red, white, and blue.
This is Adolph Menjou again in Hollywood. Be listening again next week for another program in this great Veterans of Foreign Wars radio series.
Our Land Be Bright is presented in the public interest by this station and hundreds of others from coast to coast and overseas, in cooperation with the Veterans of Foreign Wars. Until next week and always, long may our land be bright, with freedom's holy light. Protect us by thy might, great God, our King.
This Veterans of Foreign Wars program was transcribed in Hollywood and Washington and was produced by Robert J. Enders.
Good morning, this is Orson Welles speaking. I'd like to read to you
An affidavit. I, Isaac Woodward, Jr., being duly sworn, do depose and state as follows. That I am 27 years old and a veteran of the United States Army, having served for 15 months in the South Pacific and earned 1 battle star. I was honorably discharged on February 12, 1946, from Camp Gordon, Georgia, at 8:30 p.m. at the Greyhound Terminal, Atlanta, Georgia. While I was in uniform, I purchased a ticket to Winnsboro, South Carolina, and took the bus headed there to pick up my wife to come to New York to see my father and mother. About 1 hour out of Atlanta, the bus driver stopped at a small drugstore. As he stopped, I asked him if he had time to wait for me until I had a chance to go to the restroom. He cursed and said no. When he cursed me, I cursed him back. When the bus got to Aiken, he got off and went and got the police. They didn't give me a chance to explain. The policeman struck me with a billy across my head and told me to shut up. After that, the policeman grabbed me by my left arm and twisted it behind my back. I figured he was trying to make me resist. I did not resist against him. He asked me, was I discharged? And I told him yes. When I said yes, that is when he started beating me with a billy, hitting me across the top of the head. After that, I grabbed his billy and wrung it out of his hand. Another policeman came up and threw his gun on me and told me to drop the billy. He dropped me, so I dropped the billy. After I dropped the billy, the second policeman held his gun on me while the other one was beating me. He knocked me unconscious. After I commenced to come to myself, he hollered, get up. I started to get up. He started punching me in my eyes with the end of the billy. When I finally got up, he pushed me inside the jailhouse and locked me up. I woke up next morning and could not see. A policeman said, let's go up here and see what the judge says. I told him that I could not see how to come out. I was blind. He said, feel your way out. He said, I'd be all right after I washed my face. He led me to the judge, and after I told the judge what happened, he said, we don't have that kind of stuff down here. Then the policeman said, he wrung my billy out of my hand, and I told him if he didn't drop it, I'd drop him. That's how I knew it was the same policeman as had beat my eyes out. After that, the judge spoke and said, I fine you $50 for 30 days in the road. And I said I'd pay the $50, but I did not have the $50 at the time. So the policeman said, you have some money there in your wallet. He took my wallet and took out all I had. That was a total of $40 and took $4 from my watch pocket. I had a check for $694.73, which was my mustering out pay and soldier's deposit. Said to me, can you see how to sign this check? You have a government check. I told him no, sir. So he gave it back to me after that. Took me back and locked me up in the jail. The policeman did. I stayed in there for a while, and after a few minutes, he came and asked me if I wanted a drink of whiskey. If I took a drink of whiskey, he said I'd feel better. I told him no, sir. Didn't care for any. About 5:30 that evening, they took me to the Veterans Hospital in Columbia, South Carolina. One of the contact men came around one day and said to me they were going to take out a pension for me. I believe that the doctor who cared for me was named Dr. Clarence. I told him what had happened to me. He made no comment, but told me I should join a blind school. Sworn to me. It was 23rd day of April, 1946. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I had that affidavit in my pocket a few hours before dawn. When I left off worrying about this broadcast long enough for coffee at an all-night restaurant, I found myself joined at the table by a stranger. A nice, soft-spoken, well-meaning, well-mannered stranger he was. He told me a joke. He thinks it's a joke. I'm going to repeat it, but not for your amusement. I earnestly hope that nobody listening will laugh. This is the joke. Seems there was a white man who came on business to a southern town, it could be Aiken, South Carolina, and found he couldn't get a bed in any of the good hotels. He went to the bad hotels and found the flop houses, but there was no room for him in any of the inns reserved for white folks in that southern city. So at last, in desperation, he applied at a Negro hotel where he was accepted with the proviso that he would consent to share a double room with another guest. With rueful gratitude, this white man paid his bill, left to call for early in the morning. He rested well, quite undisturbed by the proximity of the sleeping colored man beside him, and was awakened at the hour of his request. After breakfast, he left the railway station where he boarded his appointed train, but the conductor would not let him into any of the regular coaches. The man was told quite rudely to go where he belonged, the Jim Crow car. The hero of this funny story allowed he hadn't washed in the morning, that the dust of travel must be responsible for the conductor's grievous social miscalculation. He went to the washroom. He started to clean his hands. They were black, an even hue of black. Then he looked into the mirror. His face was the same color. He not only looked darker than white, he was quite visibly a Negro. A great oath precedes the final line, which is presumed to be the funny part of this little anecdote. I know what's happened to the next words of the man. It's very simple. They woke up the wrong man. I left the teller of this tale in the coffee shop, but I found I couldn't leave the tale itself. Like the affidavit I read to you at the start of the broadcast, it seems to become a permanent part of my mental luggage. I sketched in my imagination a sequel to the stranger's funny joke. I saw the man of business who'd gone to bed, a white man getting into an argument with the conductor. I saw a policeman boarding the train at the next station and taking the man of business out on the platform and beating the eyes out of his head because the man thought he should be treated with the same respect he had received the day before when he was white. I saw men at the police station trying to make him take a drink so that the medical authorities could testify that he was drunk. I saw the man of business bleeding in his cell, reaching out with sightless hands through unseen bars, gesturing for help that could not ever come. And I heard his explanation echoing down the stone hallways of the jail. I know what's happened. It's very simple. They woke up the wrong man. Now, it seems the officer of the law who blinded the young Negro boy, the affidavit, has not been named. The boy saw him while he could still see, but of course he had no way of knowing what particular policeman it was who brought the justice of Dachau and Oswiecim to Aiken, South Carolina. He was just another white man with a stick who wanted to teach a Negro boy a lesson, to show a Negro boy where he belonged, in the darkness. Till we know more about him, for just now we'll call the policeman Officer X. He might be listening to this. I hope so. Officer X, I'm talking to you. Officer X, they woke up the wrong man. That's somebody else. That man sleeping there is you. The you that God brought into the world, all innocent of hate. A paid-up resident member of the Brotherhood of Man. Yes, unbelievably enough, that's you, Officer X. You, still asleep. That you could have been anything. It could have gone to the White House when it grew up. It could have gone to heaven when it died. But they woke up the wrong man. They finally came for him in the blank gray of dawn. As in the death house, they come for the condemned, but without prayers. They came with instructions, the accumulated ignorance of the feudal South. And with this peculiar briefing, they called Cain for another day of the devil's work, while Abel slept. Wash your hands, Officer X. Wash them well. Scrub and scour. You won't blot out the blood of a blinded war veteran. Nor yet the color of your skin, your own skin. You'll never, never, never change it. Wash your hands, Officer X. Wash a lifetime. You'll never wash away that leprous lack of pigment, the guilty pallor of the white man. We invite you to luxuriate in secrecy. It will be brief. Go on. Suckle your anonymous moment while it lasts. You're going to be uncovered. We will blast out your name. We'll give the world your given name, Officer X. Yes, and your so-called Christian name. It's going to rise out of the filthy deep like the dead thing it is. We're going to make it public with a public scandal you dictated but failed to sign. We pause now for a word from the philosophers. A short reminder regarding the matter of payment and cost. Nothing is paid back. That does not happen, not on earth. A favor cannot be paid back, neither can a wrong. We say a criminal pays for his crime when we lock him up, that a murderer pays for his murder when the state murders him. But really the state is hiding an unsightly object. Society is merely sweeping its dirt under the carpet. We may sometimes manage to cure the thing called crime, but the man called a criminal is never punished. He can be inconvenienced or tormented or done away with, but he cannot pay for what he has done. If the ledger is ever balanced, it is not by him, but by some other man having nothing to do with him. It is balanced by deeds of virtue, by unrelated good works. The evildoer's agony doesn't show on the books. Only that fiction known to us as money can be paid back. The true debt, the debt of a friend to a friend or a foe to a foe, outlives the principles involved. So much for payment. Price. That's something else. There's a price for everything. There's nothing that does not have its cost. Joy and inspiration and mere pleasure have a market value precisely computed in terms of their opposites. The cost of youth is age. The cost of age is death. You want love. The cost of love is independence. You want to be independent, do you? Then pay the price and know what it is to be alone. Your mother paid for you with pain. Nothing in this living world is free. The free air costs you the life-consuming effort of breath. Freedom itself is priced at the rate of the citizenship it earns and holds. What does it cost to be a Negro? In Aiken, South Carolina, it cost a man his eyes. What does it cost to wear over your skeleton the pinkish tint officially described as white? In Aiken, South Carolina, it cost a man his soul. Officer X may languish in jail. It's unlikely, but it's possible that he'll serve as long a term as a Negro would serve in Aiken, South Carolina, for stealing bread. But Officer X will never pay for the 2 eyes he beat out of the soldier's head. How can you essay the gift of sight? What are they quoting today for 1 eye? An eye for an eye? A literal reading of this Mosaic law spells out again only the blank waste of vengeance. We've told Officer X that he will be dragged out of hiding. We've promised him a most unflattering glare of publicity. We're going to keep that promise. We will build our own police lineup to line up this reticent policeman with the killers, the lunatics, the beastmen, all the people of society's zoo where he belongs. If he's listening to this, let him listen well. Officer X, after I've found you out, I'll never lose you. If they try you, I'm going to watch the trial. If they jail you, I'm going to wait for your first day of freedom. You won't be free of me. I want to see who's waiting for you at the prison gates. I want to know who will acknowledge that they know you. I'm interested in your future. I will take careful note of all your destinations. Assume another name, and I will be careful that the name you would forget is not forgotten. I will find means to remove from you all refuge, Officer X. You can't get rid of me. We have an appointment, you and I, and only death can cancel it. Who am I? A masked avenger from the comic books? No, sir, merely an inquisitive citizen of America. I admit that nothing on this inhabited earth is capable of your chastisement. I'm simply but quite actively curious to know what will become of you. Your fate cannot affect the boy in the country hospital for the blind, but your welfare is a measure of the welfare of my country. I cannot call it your country. How long will you get along in these United States? Which of the states will still consent to get along with you? Where stands the sun of common fellowship? When will it rise over your dark country? When will it be noon in Georgia? I must know where you go, Officer X, because I must know where the rest of us are going with our American experiment. Into bankruptcy or into that serene tomorrow, that plenteous garden the blind soldier hoped for when he had his eyes and with eyes opened went to war. We want a word to lighten his darkness. You're sorry for him? He rejects your pity. You're ashamed? He doesn't care. We want to tell him soon that all America is ashamed of you. If there's room for pity, you can have it, for you're far more blind than he. He had eyes to see and saw with them made out, if nothing else, at least a part of the shape of human dignity. And this is not a little thing, but you had eyes to see and you have never seen. He has the memory of light, but you were born in the pit. He cannot grow new eyes to open the world again for his poor bruised head. Never. No. The only word we can share the martyr with to carry him from the county hospital to the county grave is word concerning your eyes, Officer X. Your eyes, remember, were not gouged away. Only the lids are closed. You might raise the lids. You might just try the wild adventure of looking. You might see something. It might be a simple truth. One of those truths held to be self-evident by our founding fathers and by most of us. If we should ever find you bravely blinking at the sun, we'll know then that the world is young after all. That chaos is behind us and not ahead. Then there will be shouting of trumpets to rouse the dead at Gettysburg. A thunder of cannon will declare the tidings of peace, and all the bells of liberty will laugh out loud in the streets to celebrate goodwill towards all men. The new blind can hear. It'd be very good if they could hear the news that the old blind can finally see. Then, Officer X, you'll find that you can wash off what should be washed, and it will be said of you, yes, even you, that they awakened the right man. Now it's time to say goodbye. Please let me come to call again. Next week, same time. Until then, I remain as always obediently yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, the American Broadcasting Company invites you to be with us again next Sunday afternoon at 1:15 o'clock over most of these very same stations, when we shall again hear from Mr. Orson Welles. This is ABC, the American Broadcasting Company.
It's more music by Moore. Good evening, everyone. Music styled by Bob Moore and his Bobbins, the band within a band, playing from the world-famous Hollywood Palladium on Sunset Boulevard, just across from Columbia Square in Hollywood, California. And the Peach Repair to start our dancing this night. Here's Bob Moore with There Goes That Song Again, and I Didn't Know About You. Change of pace here, and now throws the mic light on a Bob Moore, Johnny Dietz original, little thing called the Jewelry Jive. a ballad as new as tomorrow. And after the Bob Moore treatment, it sounds about like so. It's called I Walked In. New one. Now, how about one from the Dusty Archives? Bob Moore and the Bobbins with their own recorded version of Walter Donaldson's My Blue Heaven. That gal again, Janie Johns, this time with one from the Cat and the Fiddle. She didn't say yes, but she didn't say no.
Was only safe outside. In there it was warm. Out here it was cold. The sleet and the storm said you'd better be bold. She murmured, I'm not afraid of ice. I only wish that I were made of ice. What did she do? I'll leave it to you. She did what you do, too. I didn't say stay, but I didn't say go. You wasn't so sure that we'd be good. I wasn't even sure that I'd be good. Hurt was hurt. I wanted to work. Then coyly I took one sly little load. Something I woke and smiled and cried. My heart began a beating wild inside. What did I do? I'll leave it to you. That's what you do too.
Oh, that's our Janie. And told too soon, it's time to say so long. You've been listening to Dancing to Music by Bob Moore and his Bobbins. The band within a band, playing and entertaining from the world-famous Hollywood Palladium on Sunset Boulevard, just across the way from Columbia Square in Hollywood, California. Featured vocally, little Janie Johns.
This is the Armed Forces Radio Service.
Well, how do you do? How do you do? It's nice to see you all. It's such a lovely day, you shouldn't have come. It's so pretty outside. Oh, getting low to Tony. Are we on television this morning?
Yes, we are, Robert.
Put the camera on, Tony, will you?
Shall I model this little number I'm wearing?
You're getting married, aren't you?
Say, that's a surprise.
Doesn't he look cute? And look at the boys. Everybody, I don't know, since television, these fellas put a clean shirt on every day. Used to have one a week.
I like that electric blue you're wearing, Arthur.
You like this?
Mm-hmm. That's very nice.
I don't know how come, but I got a big red mark on it on this thing here. I forgot to take it off at the fire sale price. I don't know what you call this. What is that kind of stuff?
I can't.
Linen or something?
Looks like linen.
Huh? No, it ain't champagne. Something else. Somebody gave it to me. I was thinking.
It's awfully nice.
That's one of the things that was signed in the original contract, that I got Paley's old clothes as well as... Trouble with him is he's a little big for me. Well, this is the Star-Kissed Tuna Fish Hour, huh?
Yes, sir.
Tuesday, September the 9th. And I got a United Press report from Silver Springs, Florida, which says that a Mr. Ross Allen is recovering nicely in a local hospital, and I know you're all happy to hear that. He's the guy you know who was bitten yesterday while trying to milk a rattlesnake. I keep telling you people, buy it at a delicatessen like everybody else. Can you imagine trying to milk a rattlesnake? Did you ever see a man do that?
Yes. No, you think so.
It's amazing, you know, where this guy spends his time. Where did you see a man milking a rattlesnake?
Many years ago, sir, I did another program.
Oh.
And,
why didn't you tell me then? You have not told me all of your past.
I'm sorry, I haven't. There are some things
This was supposed to have been your first affair here.
Well, I will say this, in all honesty, it's the greatest affair I've ever had. It's a pleasure.
He means the money is very good here.
No, I mean the company, sir.
Did you see the picture in the paper yesterday? The little kid didn't want to go to school. Oh, gee, what these up with? I love the caption under it. The caption said that this kid here makes Johnny Ray look like he's in convulsions from laughing. Boy, is the teacher trying to take him from his mother and he don't want to go? Boy, that poor little kid is really broken-hearted, huh? Let's go! And I love the other picture they had of the other kid looking at him like this. Big dope, you. Poor little fella, that must be tough, you know? He didn't want to go. Suppose he's over it by now?
I imagine.
What would you do? Did you ever do that? You ever get so embarrassed when you go to see somebody and they have a little child and you want to make an impression on the folks, so you say, hello, little buddy. He goes, You can throttle him, you know. Oh, boy. Especially in my early days when I was courting. Maybe it was the gal's little brother. See, I'm going to make a big hit with this kid. That was the end of that romance. Someone else. What can you do? Do you know how to overcome that?
Well, I would suggest a rather large all-day sucker.
Well, he was there the day before. That was No, I tell you seriously how I learned how to overcome that. Don't pay any attention to him. Do the same way with dogs. Somebody's got a dog, you know. Don't be a chump and go over and say, hello, little buddy. You'll liable to come out with 3 fingers missing. You just stand there and don't pay any attention. Just, oh, very nice dog. What a lovely child. And then pay no more attention. Pretty soon the kid's tugging around on you. He can't take that. I found out that little trick. I went to see a friend of mine once who had a dog, and I just instinctively didn't like that dog, and I knew he didn't like me. I could see the way he looked at me. So I paid him no mind at all. And then he invited me in the house, and I turned to walk in, and wham, he hit me right in the ankle here, this fella. He waited till I turned around. You know that place between your tendon and your bone where there's nothing much?
Yes, it's behind the Achilles tendon.
Closed in behind that. Ooh. I said, what a charming little dog. I said something to that effect. I've forgotten now what it was. He didn't mean quite that. Well, anyway, this being a starfish, I keep calling it starfish. It's star-kissed tuna. The greatest tuna you ever had in your life, chunk style, boy, oh boy. And I want you to meet 4 guys who, not too long ago, went out and caught themselves a tuna fish each. The Mariners. On a level, who was it caught the tuna?
Oh, I caught an albacore.
Well, that's a tuna.
California.
That's a tuna. You rest of you fellas never caught one, huh?
No, we haven't been that lucky yet.
You go for striped bass, don't you?
Yes. Going for striped bass.
Season is coming.
That's right. I'm going up the 19th. Modern Vineyard. Bass tournament up there.
Do they have a tournament?
They have a tournament up there, yes, every year.
What do the bass do, Jim? Well, a bass tournament. Well, how do you fish for them? Off the shore or in a boat or what?
Well, you can fish off the shore or in the boat. You know, you move into the surf, you know.
And must be nice this time of
year.
year.
They have some wonderful places up there. Really, you should go up.
I heard one of the vice presidents this morning say I should go someplace. I guess.
Go get some bass, huh?
I like to go to Montauk Point and get in one of those fishing boats where they back the thing right up to where the surf breaks under the stern of the boat and cast in the surf.
Well, that's where you catch them, you know, the riptide.
Yeah. Boy, and big ones, too. Got one there last... Oh, yeah, you got some 30 pounds, 32 pounds, big ones.
I think the biggest one they caught up there is about 57 pounds.
Boy, that's a lot of fish. That's a lot of fish.
And it was caught, I understand, just a day before the tournament began.
And that won't count?
That wouldn't count. You know. That was a couple of 3 years ago.
I'd throw that son of a gun back with an anchor on.
They can put you tried to do something like that.
Don't you remember last year, Arthur, I sent you a bass back from Massachusetts?
Oh, yes, of course, that's right.
One that's spoiled.
That's right. Well, that was not a freshwater bass, was it?
Yes, no, but saltwater bass.
It's a striped bass. Mm-hmm. If you guys don't hurry up, you're not going to get a song in here because I got to sell us some tuna fish. How about this, Auf Wiedersehen, sweetheart? No, this is a new song, not the old one. This is a new way to say Auf Wiedersehen.
Auf Wiedersehen, we'll meet again, sweetheart. This lovely day has gone away, but time has come to part. We'll kiss again, like this again. Don't let the teardrops fall. With love that's true, I'll wait for you. I'll be the same, sweetheart. I'll be the same, I'll be the same. We'll meet again, sweetheart. With love that's true, I'll wait for you. I'll be the same,
Oh, that's pretty. That's brand new, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a good song. Great. Is it number one now, really? Well, what do you know? Well, let's face the facts, my dear. You can't pick up the paper anymore without... Gosh, you don't have to pick up a paper to know it. Everything is up. But there's one thing here that you perhaps didn't know. There's one protein-rich food that has not increased in price in 4 years, and that is Star-Kissed tuna fish. Very, very rich in protein. This is, I don't know how many different ways there are to serve it. We're going to have some for lunch this morning, I hope. Or Friday, huh? Why don't you get it out every day? You don't have to wait till Friday to eat fish. Heaven's sakes. Sandwiches, salads, casseroles, main dishes for man-sized dinners, and save a lot of money, and so tasty. And there are 3 different kinds of this stuff, you know. They got this fancy solid pack over here. This can here, fancy solid pack, and then they got the chunk style. This seems to be the perennial favorite. Everybody likes the chunk style tuna. And there are those who like this fancy white meat, and they have each kind for you. Under the Star-Kissed label, you cannot find any more flavorful tuna fish in the world than Star-Kissed. I wish that you would please get that name in your head, and when you go to buy tuna fish, don't just ask for tuna fish. Ask for Star-Kissed tuna, and you've got the best. They had certified taste tests from coast to coast, if these mean anything to you. America's homemakers and leading food experts voted Star-Kissed tuna the flavor winner 3-1. All over the country, over every other nationally advertised brand. So, please get acquainted with Star-Kissed tuna fish in either of the 3 packs, any of the 3 packs that you like best. Try them all. The solid pack, or the chunk style, or the fancy white meat. Star-Kissed. This is the CBS Radio Network.
KOOK Billing.
Money, 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 money. Can you use any money today?
Are you wishing you had the money to take a real vacation? You'll have the money to do that and numerous other things when you see your financial friend, the local finance company. Confidential unsecured loans in any amount from $5 on up are granted with only your signature required. Make your vacation plans now. See the local finance company, 201 Stapleton Building, 1st Avenue North and Broadway.
Frigidaire, the only all-porcelain automatic washer, presents Arthur Godfrey Time. Yes, it's Arthur Godfrey Time with all the little Godfreys. And now, here's that man himself, Arthur Live Water Action Godfrey.
Wow. How did you describe me?
As live water action, sir.
There are no secrets from anybody. Well, let's have a look at the news. I see here that the Mrs. America contest was won by Mrs. Evelyn Joyce Schenk. Or is that Skink? S-C-H-E-N-K?
I imagine Skink, sir.
Skink? Do you think that's the same name as that great name in show business?
Yes.
Skink. Well, anyway, she won it, and from the pictures, I would say it was no hasty decision. However, it seems that the winning was a little too much for Mrs. Skink, and when it was announced, she fainted and landed on the floor. That's a very human thing to do. You know, that sort of thing happened to our own Archie Blyer right here. Yeah. After his first concert, he played a trumpet solo. And as the last note died away, plunk. Archie keeled over. He never did find out who threw that rock to you. We've been receiving a lot of funny ads lately in the mail. People find these in the paper and send them to us, and they intrigue me. Always, the personal columns always intrigue me. They have some funny ones in there. Remember the one last week? Yeah. Dear John, I'm ready. Signed Mary. Well, this one is Helen K. Wesso of Pekin, Illinois, sent me this one. Cut it out of the Pekin Times. It appeared on July 29th. She must have walked here with this letter. She says, I have a feeling the story behind this ad must be most intriguing, too. And this is what the ad says. It's in the Lost and Found column. Lost. Man's wedding ring in women's restroom at swimming pool. Now, you could figure out a lot of things about that. But it's probably very simple, huh? Yeah, those ads are interesting things to watch. The little troubles and tragedies in people's lives. They think they're so important at the time. Like John, I'm ready, signed Mary. Boy, what a moment that was, huh? I wonder what she was ready for. And in the paper today, I see a prominent TV engineer predicts they'll soon be broadcasting actual battles on television. That's just what we need, huh? Televising a battle someplace. Can't you see the picture on the screen? Some tremendous bomb explosion. And after the smoke clears away, the announcer breaks in and says, and speaking of blowing up, are you bothered with oxygen in his stomach this day? Try Burpo's little stomach pills. Maybe, you know, that could be some good. Maybe if they televise some war, some battle someplace and got it so that everybody in the world could see it would stop the doggone stuff, huh? I don't know. There ought to be some way to stop them. Here's a little note from Mrs. Robert Hessen of Riverside Drive, Huntington, West Virginia. She says, my 5-year-old daughter, Suzanne, came in from play one day and said, they have a new baby at Karen's house. I said, that's nice. Is it a little boy or a little girl? And she said, they don't know yet. It's still bald-headed. Mrs. J.S. Carlson of Rio, Illinois, sends me this. The guest to his host, who had just moved into a new house, says, well, old boy, how do you find it here? The guy says, upstairs, first door to the right. People are funnier than anything, aren't they? Tuesday, September 9th, Frigidaire automatic washer presents a guy who does his own laundry every morning, Frank Parker.
Morning.
Good morning. Did you rinse out a few things this morning?
Yes, I got up a little early and I put some things on the line. Such a nice day for it, don't you know?
Oh, it's beautiful out there today. Beautiful. That's quite beautiful. Did you ever hear the sad tale that he tells of getting up every morning and making his own breakfast? It's wonderful. It really makes my heart bleed when I hear about it.
Does it really?
Yeah.
What did you do when you were a bachelor? I mean, how did you...
I can't remember when that was. Let me see, when was I a bachelor? 15 years ago. That's a long time. I can't remember. I guess, I know what I did. I went to need it.
Well, you know, when I was married, I used to get up and make breakfast, too, so it didn't change my... make it a bit of difference at all. I mean, not that I minded. I mean, after all, I think the husband should, once in a while, fix breakfast for his charming, lovely little wife.
Well, that's going to get him married again. I do it every once in a while.
Sure. I bet you're a pretty good cook.
You asked Mary someday how I fixed her some fried chicken. I was going to be real hotshot. I rolled the chicken in some cracker crumbs and egg with a little cheese, thinking it would be good.
Yeah.
Oh, don't ever do it. It's terrible. I ate it, you know, saying, gee, isn't this wonderful? And they were all sitting around saying, oh, that's quite
I never use recipes when I cook. I just cook according to taste. I think that reading recipes sometimes gets confusing. I read a recipe that said rolling flour. When I got up, I was really a mess.
Oh, brother. Oh, brother. That's the guy you should label live water action.
That was cornmeal, not flour.
Never mind, Frank, you tried. And it killed 45 seconds, and I thank you. Now we'll proceed to kill 2 more minutes musically. We'll be very happy. Well, you got a new song?
There's a song here that's caught on, and it's called I Went to Your Wedding. Very apropos. I went to your wedding, although I was dreading the thought of losing you. The organ was playing, my poor heart kept saying, your dreams are through. You came down the aisle wearing a smile, vision of loveliness. You uttered a sigh, then whispered goodbye, goodbye to my happiness. Your mother was crying, your father was crying, and I was crying too. The teardrops were falling because we were losing you.
Put a damper on the whole day, didn't it? Mother was crying. Father was crying. I was crying. What a joyous occasion. Everybody in this joint was crying. Why did they do that, Tony? Why do people cry at weddings?
Well, this is a psychological reaction, Arthur. Particularly on the part of the parents. I think mainly the mother feels that she's losing her daughter. The father, of course, has a very strong attachment between his father and daughter. I imagine, although not too many men cry, I imagine there's a great feeling of loss. But many times when people are happy, they cry. This is a complete release of emotion. On the other hand, I think if parents would look forward to gaining a son-in-law, instead of losing a daughter, this might change the entire complexion, don't you think? Maybe that's why they're crying, seeing this fellow, well...
I still don't know why they cry. Look, I got a washing machine to sell here. Frigidaire automatic washer. Do you know anything about it, Tony?
Quite a bit, sir.
Is there anything you don't know quite a bit about? Well, come over here and have a look at it, will you? Exclusive live water action. Gets rid of deep down dirt. The pulsator goes up and down, and keeps sending hot, sudsy currents of water through clothes again and again. Oh, brother. How does that work?
Well, the water agitator down here can't be seen, unfortunately, by our audience in the studio. All of you on the television and the receiving set. We don't have a film to describe it.
Oh, we should.
But it really agitates the water constantly.
Nothing like having your water agitated constantly.
That's a real life water.
You only wash it with a lifetime porcelain finish inside and out. Acids, grease, stains, and so forth wiped clean with a cloth. No worries about rust or rust spots. Porcelain just won't rust. It stays new-looking for years. And the thing is completely automatic. This is the thing about it that I love, because it takes all the work out of it for you. You don't even have to get your hands wet in this machine. Not even get your hands wet. You drop the wash in and the soap or the detergent or whatever you use, set the selecto dial that Tony's got in his hand there, and relax. The washer does all the work, washes the clothes, rinses them in fresh water, and then spins them drier than any other washer, some dry enough to iron right away. Then the Frigidaire washer even cleans itself and shuts off automatically. Boy, what else can you do, huh? The Frigidaire washer, buy one of these for your gal. This is the CBS Radio Network.
This is KOOK in Billings, 970 on your radio dial. The biggest little electric range in the world. Frigidaire Thrifty 30. Oven large enough to bake 6 pies at once. See it at the Hart Albin Company today. $219.75. Small down payment, 24 months to pay.
.30 on this Tuesday morning, and time to bring you now some recorded music by some of your favorite artists, some old, some new, all recorded for you on the record party this morning. And we'll review the Pioneer League scores. There was only one score, by the way, yesterday. And we'll check the forecast for eastern Montana. But first, the music, and in the spotlight this morning, Dinah Shore to sing on the Victor label, Why Should I Believe in Love? Dinah Shore singing Why Should I Believe in Love. That tune, by the way, was from the movie Aaron Slick from Pumpkin Creek. In the Pioneer League last night, only one game was scheduled, a make-up game with Idaho Falls and Great Falls. Idaho Falls won that one from Great Falls 5-1, and behind the 7-hit pitching of Earl Escalante. And by winning, the Russets hung on to a thread of hope to tie Pocatello for the league pennant. The Russets tangle with the league-leading Bannocks tonight and Wednesday night in the last two games of the season for both clubs. If Idaho Falls can sweep that series, the Russets will end the seasons in a tie for the flag. And Pocatello now leads by 2 full games. In the event of a tie, there will be a playoff of 3 games before the beginning of the Shaughnessy playoffs. Well, right now the time is 25 minutes before 9 o'clock, around 65 degrees this morning. And continuing the record party with Giselle McKenzie on the Capitol label to sing Lafayette.
Information, please. Wake up, America. Time to stump the experts. This is the program in which the worm turns and the public gets its revenge. Send us questions with the right answers. 4 wise men guarantee to answer them correctly or pay you $5 for every question that finds them not wise enough. Each question accepted wins you $2. You can win, therefore, as much as $7 per question if you're lucky and Information, please, is not. Our master of ceremonies is Clifton Fadiman, literary critic of the New Yorker magazine. Mr. Fadiman.
Thank you, Mr. Cross. Good evening, everybody. We have with us tonight 4 good men and true. Franklin P. Adams, columnist of the New York Post. John Kieran, sports expert extraordinary and amateur astronomer. Mark Duffield, day news editor of the New York Herald Tribune. And as our distinguished guest of honor, a gentleman who rivals Mr. Adams in his knowledge of Shakespeare, and Mr. Kieran in his knowledge of sports, Mr. Gene Tunney. Mr. Tunney has done a great many things in his life, but I doubt whether he has ever been in the position in which he finds himself tonight. Good luck to you, Mr. Tunney. There's just a chance you'll need it. And now, gentlemen, the rules. I'll put the questions to the entire board. If you know the answer, raise your hand. A question composed of no more than 2 parts must be answered by 1 man. But if it has more parts than that, and many of them do, the board may cooperate. If any part is answered wrong, we lose $5. When you hear that cash register ring, that means the questioner is getting his $5. Ladies and gentlemen of the radio audience, we'd like you to remember that Information, Please is a spontaneous and completely unrehearsed program. Anything may happen, and probably will. Here we go. The first question comes from Dr. Henry Sloan of Newcastle, Pennsylvania. He wants you to give 5 common expressions which use the names of nations or peoples. For example, we say to take French leave, don't we? The French, by the way, say to take English leave. Another example of the perennial friendship existing among the 2 people. Now, I'll ask you to name, give us 5 more like that. Mr. Duffield.
If we can't answer a question, we're in Dutch, huh?
Yes, that's very true. Oh, that was an answer. Yes, I get it. Very good. Pretty good. That's 1. You don't have to stick to the Dutch if you don't wish. Let's have another. Mr. Kieran?
An Irish bull.
An Irish bull, perfectly all right. You want to explain that?
Why, yes, where you're asking for information and the man tells you that the first cow you meet on the hill is the bull. That would be an Irish bull.
Yes, very. That's 2. Mr. Adams.
Welsh rabbit.
Welsh rabbit, very good. Perfectly all right. Why do they call it a Welsh rabbit? Do you know, Mr. Adams?
No, I don't. I don't have to know.
Oh, no, you don't have to know. That's 3. Mr. Duffield.
Swedish rub. Or massage.
Well, I wouldn't call that exactly a metaphorical expression. That is an actual kind of massage invented in Sweden, I suppose.
Probably because it warms you up in a cold country.
Well, that's very probably true. Very probably true. You're thinking fast tonight, Mr. Duffield. Mr. Kieran.
A Chinaman's chance.
A Chinaman's chance is very good. That's 4. Let's have another one. How about when Greek meets Greek? They start a restaurant, for example. There's 1. Let's have another.
Scotch marriage.
What is a Scotch marriage?
I don't know. A Scotch woodcock.
Scotch woodcock. Welsh rabbit and Scotch woodcock. Yes, well, that gives us 5. I can think of many others, such as It's the Gypsy in Me. There's 1.
Pixie.
Gypsy, Mr. Kieran. Or probably the most popular phrase of all involving the name of a nation, which is simply, make mine Scotch. All right, that's one. Two. This one from Mr. Leonard Halsey of Boston, Massachusetts. What recent news event is suggested by the following figures? 1, 30 every Thursday. You have to get 4 out of 5 on this. 30 every Thursday, Mr. Tunney.
The man in California who won over Senator McAdoo.
Yes, how does the phrase 30 every Thursday come into the picture?
He promises them $30 every Thursday if he's elected. That is, all people over 55.
Yes, that's the Maid's Day Out, isn't it, Thursday?
I think Thursday, Wednesday or Thursday, the Maid's Day Out.
Wednesday, Thursday. Well, someone come along and offer them something Wednesday and Thursday.
Well,
that
if he
would
does,
be
he's got to pay $60.
Got to pay $60. Well, you got to be elected mayor of 2 states on that basis. That's correct. Now let's have the second one, which is 10 million pounds. 10 million pounds. Mr. Duffield.
That's the amount that England is thinking of lending to Czechoslovakia.
To do what?
Oh, to sort of soothe their feelings for having given away the Sudetenland.
Yes, just a little tip. 10 million pounds. That's correct. 32 hours. 32 hours. Mr. Tunney,
That's the new demand of the auto workers in the strike in Detroit. They want a 32-hour week.
Yes, so Homer Martin made that offer to Henry Ford. That's quite correct. 4-0. 4-0. 4-0. Mr. Kieran.
Score of the last World Series.
Thought you weren't going to get that, Mr. Kieran. And 5, 366 to 144. 366 to 144. I think we may get them on that. They're all right, though. They've got 4 out of 5. Anybody want to take a chance on that? I won't lower the figures either. Don't bargain with me. 366 to 144. Mr. Duffield.
Well, now, supposing I make a guess that
No doubt you will.
Hoping I guess right that it was the British parliamentary vote in favor of Chamberlain's Munich peace.
Absolutely correct. The next question from Elaine Harris of Chicago, Illinois, has to do with Shakespeare, Mr. Adams' favorite author. Answer the following questions with appropriate quotations from Shakespeare. 1. What would you say about a doctor who jokes about removing your appendix? Mr. Kieran.
The most unkindest cut of all.
Very good. Think of another? That'll be perfectly good. Mr. Adams?
Out damned spot.
Yes, if you call an appendix a spot, I'd let it go. He jests at scars who never felt a wound would be, of course, the absolutely proper response, but not as funny as the others. 2, what would a young lady say who mistakenly pets a skunk? I mean a real skunk, an animal. What would a young lady say who mistakenly pets a skunk, Mr. Duffield?
A rose by any other name would smell as sweet.
Well, I don't think so. No. Don't think I'll let that one go. Mr. Kieran?
There's something rotten in the state of Denmark.
Yes, if that were a Danish skunk. Think of another one. Using the word Arabia. Lady Macbeth. Remember that? Anything that Lady Macbeth says? Or is it Lady Macbeth? All the perfumes of Arabia will not sweeten this little hand. All right. I got that myself. Well, I think the contributions we've got will be satisfactory for that. Try the third one. What would a confirmed bachelor say to a friend about to wed? This isn't so easy. What would a confirmed bachelor say to a friend about to wed? That's not so easy. In fact, I don't think it's fair. Awful hard. The answer is, a young man married is a man that's marred. Famous line from All's Well That Ends Well. Any of you recollect that line? Mr. Duffy looks very intelligent about that.
I've heard
it. Do you remember it, Mr. Tunney?
No.
Well, I may be wrong then. Maybe Shakespeare didn't write it. I think he did. That's one wrong. Here's one really up your alley, Mr. Tunney. What would you say when a prize fighter socks his opponent on the button? Give a line from Shakespeare which would be appropriate under those circumstances. Mr. Kieran.
Oh, what a fall was there, my countrymen.
Hey, very good. Very good. Think of any others. Think of any others.
'Tis bitter cold, and I am sick at heart.
Oh, go on. Mr. Adams, you're just trying to put something over on me. Well, we got 3 out of 4, which is all we were asked for on that. The next. From John Cecil Holm of the Players Club, New York, Mr. Holm is the co-author of 3 Men on a Horse. And his question has nothing whatsoever to do with horses, I don't think. If you are listening to your radio and you heard the announcer say the following things, not all on the same day, of course, to what different sporting events would he be referring? Now, we have to get all of these. Suppose he said the time for that event was 10 2/5 seconds. What sporting event? Mr. Tunney.
He could
Now, remember,
about
10 2/5.
10 and 2. He could talk about a 100-yard dash.
That's correct.
It'd be pretty slow 100-yard dash.
Oh, fast for you and me.
100-meter be better.
100-meter would be better?
Yes.
We'll correct it now. Next edition. 2, he made a stab at it. Suppose he said he made a stab at it. I think that might go for a number of games, but one in particular. Mr. Kieran, what would you say?
Well, I'd say baseball.
I'd say baseball, too. Let's both say baseball.
Right.
Baseball. Right. 3, they are running shoulder to shoulder. They are running shoulder to shoulder. Mr. Tunney?
A horse race.
There is where you're wrong. I don't think they say of horses they're running shoulder to shoulder. Or do they?
Oh.
Mr. Kieran, what would you say?
Well, I would say they would say that. They wouldn't say withers to withers, would they?
No, wouldn't they say neck and neck, though?
Yes.
Yeah,
Don't think you ordinarily are forced to say shoulder to shoulder. I may be mistaken.
Running shoulder to
It's a
shoulder.
long time
Well,
since I've
relay
been on.
racing or any sort of track.
Could be
Yes.
dog.
Any
Could be
foot
dog
race.
racing.
Any foot race between 2 and dog racing might be, yes. 4, the ball is being brought into play there. The ball is being, Mr. Tunney?
Football.
Quite correct. 5, I take it easy on this. Both men are slugging away at each other. Their teammates are hurrying over. They are sliding. Got to get this one, or Mr. Holm gets $5. I'll count up to 5. 1, 2, 5. The answer is ice hockey. Ice hockey, and that's going to cost us $5.
How come?
Don't like that, Mr. Kieran?
No.
Both men are slugging away at each other. Their teammates are hurrying over.
I mean,
They are
slugging
sliding.
away at each other. What do you mean by that? Fighting?
Don't they slug in ice hockey?
Not under the rules.
Who said they were playing according to the rules? In this
But
question.
if they're sliding, it'll be very hard to slug because they're probably trying to stay off the ground.
Well,
Ice.
Pretty hard to
slide
slide
and
on
then they
skates,
slide.
too.
Ice hockey is the answer, unless we get calls from the outside saying
I don't
no.
like it. I resent that.
Well, if you want to resign, this is your chance. The next question from Miss Isabel F. Meyer of Saugerties, New York. If you met the following characters in a literary work, where would each be going? If you met the following characters in a literary work, where would each be going? 1, Sheridan. 4 out of 5 on this. Mr. Adams.
Winchester.
Winchester is correct. What poem?
Sheridan's Ride.
Sheridan's Ride. Do you remember the author of the poem? This isn't obligatory.
T. Buchanan Reed.
That's correct. 2. Rosalind. If you met Rosalind, where would she be going? Rosalind? Mr. Kieran?
The Forest of Arden.
To the Forest of Arden. From what play?
As You Like It.
Thank you. 3. The White Rabbit. The White Rabbit. Don't forget to raise hands, gentlemen. The White Rabbit. Mr. Kieran?
The White Rabbit was going somewhere in a hurry. He kept pulling his watch out of his pocket. I see he was going to a tea party, I think.
Yeah, that's right. Whose?
The Red Queens?
Yeah, to the Queen's Garden Party in what?
Alice in Wonderland.
Alice in Wonderland. Very good. That's 3 out of 3 so far. 4. If you met the Highwaymen, where would the Highwaymen be going? Mr. Kieran again.
He was going to see the landlord's black-haired daughter.
Yes, but where would he be going? Not for what purpose?
The highwayman was riding.
That's enough. Riding.
Right.
Yeah, but where was he going? Where did the black-haired daughter hang out, so to speak?
In her father's inn.
In her father's inn. Well, that's all I was trying to get from you. It's simple as can be. All right, suppose you met the man with 7 wives. Mr. Adams.
St. Ives.
Wait a minute. Where would each be going? He would be going, the man with 7 wives would be going where? To St. Ives?
No, as I was going to St.
Ah,
Ives.
yes, that's right. Where would the man with 7 wives be going then? Well, he'd be going away from St. Ives. That's perfectly clear. Away from St. Ives. We got 4 out of 5 on that. All right. The next question from Mr. James Howell of Butte, Montana. Oh, this is a dandy. I have to listen to this again. All right. I'm asking you gentlemen to sing a line. Oh, Mr. Kieran loves this. Sing a line from a song mentioning the following people. Johnny, Noah, Lena, Augustine, and McDonald. Not the same song, of course. 5 different songs. You have to get every one of these. First one, Johnny. Mr. Kieran.
Johnny, get your gun, get your gun, get your gun.
That's enough. Very good.
That's too much.
2, Noah. Noah, N-O-A-H, Noah. Mr. Adams, sing it.
Old man, I don't know the tune of it. Old man Noah, he knew a thing or two.
That's right. Old man Noah knew a thing or two. We made him all play ball. Old man Noah knew a thing or two.
That'll do.
All right. That's right. 3, Lena. Lena, L-E-N-A. Lena, a line from a song involving Lena. Think back on this one. Goes back several years, I think. How about it, Mr. Kieran? Duffield? Tell me, Mr. Adams.
I don't know the tune of that, but it's, Lena, play once again on your concertina.
Yes, that's right. Is that the one about Lena from Palestina?
I don't know.
I don't know either, but I think that is a line from a poem, from a song that'll do. Where's your sense of melody this evening? Now, usually you sing better than that, Mr. Adams.
I know when I've met my master.
Thanks so much. All right, try Augustine. Augustine, Mr. Tunney.
Oh, believe it, Augustine. It's a baby song.
Oh, I know it's fairly grown up. You've got the line all right. Well, when you were doing what you did, were you singing?
No, yes, the kind of singing I do.
Well, that's not so bad. You have one note there that's very well done. Now, 5, McDonald, Mr. Kieran.
Old MacDonald had a farm, E-I-E-I-O.
Pretty good. All right, 5 out of 5. Can't seem to get them down tonight. The next one from Mr. T. Duane of Brooklyn, New York. Name 4 female characters in Shakespeare's plays who disguise themselves as men. You have to name 4. Mr. Tunney?
Oh, goodness.
All right, take it easy.
Portia.
Yes, Portia. In the play?
The Merchant of Venice.
Quite correct. That's one. Do you have another one, Mr. Tunney, or do you want to cede your place to Mr.
Yes, Rosamond in As You Like It.
Quite correct. Rosalind and As You Like It. Very good. You're going fine, Mr. Tunney. Want to let us have 2 more women disguised as men? Volunteers from the rest of the experts. Mr. Kieran, do you have another one?
He took Rosalind right out of my arms.
Mr. Tunney, you give Rosalind back to Mr. Kieran. Mr. Kieran.
Viola in Twelfth Night.
Viola in Twelfth Night. I'm glad you've got someone in your arms. Now, Mr. Adams, you have one. Viola's a cutie, too. I remember her. Mr. Adams, do you have one? That's
No.
3. Mr. Tunney, you can save us all by remembering Portia's sidekick. Do you remember? In the play?
Oh, yes. The
Attaboy.
wife of...
No,
she was the wife of...
That was all about a
No, she
domestic
wasn't.
situation.
Portia was the wife of...
Narissa, that's right.
Narissa.
That is Portia and Narissa. That gives us 4. Then there was Julia in Two Gentlemen of Verona and Imogen in Cymbeline. But we've got 4 female characters who disguise themselves as men. The next question from Buffalo, New York, from Mr. Henry H. Hutchinson. You're asked to identify the following persons from their nicknames. Have to get all on these, 5 out of 5. 1, Old Gimlet Eye. Old Gimlet Eye, Mr. Tunney.
Yes, that's Old Gimlet Eye. They call General Butler of the Marine Corps Old
That's
Gimlet
quite
Eye.
correct. Smedley Butler, the ex-general of the Marines. Very good. 2, the Cincinnatus of the West. The Cincinnatus of the West. This goes rather far back in our American history. Mr. Adams?
Joaquin Miller.
No. I know whom you mean, but I don't think they call him the Cincinnatus of the West. Subject to correction. You may be right. The answer is awfully simple.
Ought to be General Grant.
No, maybe it ought to be, but it isn't. Don't impose your ideas on us, Mr. Duffield. No, the answer is... Mr. Tunney, do you have it? No, the answer is George Washington. That gives us one wrong. 3, George Washington, the Cincinnatus of the West. 3, public clothes horse number 1. Public clothes horse number 1.
Some general on horseback.
You're pretty warm, Mr. Tunney. You're pretty warm. You've got to name the general, though. You've got to be very specific in naming the general. That's a dandy. Mr. Duffield.
Colonel General Wilhelm Goring.
Yes, General Goring. Public clothes horse number 1, a free ad for General Goring. 4, the widow at Windsor. The widow at Windsor, Mr. Kieran.
The late Queen Victoria.
Yes, who named her that?
Kipling.
And what happened to him as a result?
He never got knighted.
He lost the laureateship. And the morgue. The morgue. The morgue. M-O-R-G-U-E. The morgue. Mr. Adams?
As a nickname of a
yes.
person?
Oh, no, a place.
No, I know it's a place.
Yes, he says it's a person.
Place where they keep newspaper clippings in an office.
Yeah, I don't mean, I mean a person.
Oh.
I mean a person. See if we can get this and save our reputation, as it were.
I don't know. The Secretary of the Treasury.
Yes, Henry Morgenthau, Jr. Call the morgue. That's correct. Well, that's going to cost us $5. And so far, we have lost $10. Yes, $10 is correct. Now, the next question. Oh, this is a dandy. We've made this question up out of 2 questions submitted by Mrs. G.H. Wintermute of Washington, D.C., and G. Kennison of Newtonville, Massachusetts. Mr. Milton Cross, the invaluable Mr. Cross, is going to sing, as he says, bits from songs of Gilbert and Sullivan operettas. And we want you to tell what operetta each was taken from. Now, Mr. Cross, are you ready for the first bit of singing?
When the enterprising burglar's not a burgling, not a burgling. When the cutthroat isn't occupied in crime, pied in crime. He loves to hear the little brook a-gurgling, and listen to the merry village chime.
Mr. Adams, I guess you know that one. What's it from?
Pirates of Penzance.
That's right. Who sings the song?
The Sergeant of Police.
That's right, the Sergeant of Police. Very good. Mr. Cross, do you think your voice will hold out for a couple more?
If it doesn't, I'll call on you after.
No, sir. I'd rather go on to the next question in that case. All right, let's have the second.
Fading is the taper waist, shapeless grows the shapely limb, and although severely laced, spreading is the figure trim.
Very good. Mr. Adams, you had your hand up on that one, too.
Patience.
Patience. Who sings that?
Lady with a bass fiddle.
Lady Jane. Lady Jane? Lady Jane. That's what I have down here. All right, let's have the third one, Mr. Cross. Gee, Mr. Adams knows this stuff.
I often think in comical, fa-la-la-la, fa-la-la-la, how nature always does contrive, fa-la-la-la-la, that every boy and every girl that's born into the world alive is either a little liberal or else a little conservative.
Thank you. Mr. Adams, you knew the answer on that one?
Sergeant Willis in Iolanthe.
Yes, he was a private, though. Don't promote him. Iolanthe is correct. 3 out of 4 for Mr. Adams. Must have spent his entire youth listening to Gilbert and Sullivan. Did you, Mr. Adams?
Last night.
Let's have the fourth and last.
In enterprise of martial kind, when there was any fighting, he led his regiment from behind. He found it less exciting. But when away his regiment ran, his place was at the 4-0. That celebrated, cultivated, underrated nobleman, the Duke of Plaza Toro.
Very good. Mr. Adams?
The Gondoliers.
I guess we can't catch you. 4 out of 4. Mr. Adams establishes himself as Gilbert and Sullivan expert number 1. The next question from Miss Lenore K. Snodgrass. Thank you very much, Mr. Cross. From Duluth, Minnesota. Give 5 books whose titles include the name of a piece of furniture or house furnishings. For example, Wife versus Secretary. Get the idea? I'll repeat it in Latin for you, Mr. Kieran, if you wish. 5 books whose titles include the name of a piece of furniture or house furnishing. You know, think of tables, chairs, andirons, curtains. Mr. Adams.
The Great Gatsby.
The Great Gatsby. Oh, great. I get it. Great. Yeah. You ought to be fired for that one, Mr. Adams. All right. That'll do. We have to accept those things from Mr. Adams. Let's have another. I'll give you one to start you off. The Autocrat of the Breakfast Table by Oliver Wendell Holmes would be one. But I said that. You didn't say that, gentlemen. Mr. Adams.
The Professor at the Breakfast Table.
Oh, my. I think that's unfair. Have to accept it. No sense of ethics, Mr. Adams. No sense of ethics. 2. We have to get 3 more. Think about your houses. Think about your furniture. Mr. Adams.
The House of Seven Gables.
The House of Seven Gables will not do. It's not a piece of furniture. An indoor gable I have never seen. No, I don't. Make it House of Seven Tables, and I'll let it go. 3 more. See, we're going to stump them on this one. Pictures, beds, curtains, screens.
The Portrait of Dorian Gray.
Very good. Yes, that'll do. Portrait of Dorian Gray. Very good, by Oscar Wilde. It's excellent, Mr. Tunney. Score for Mr. Tunney on that. That's 3. Can't give you very much more time. Gentlemen, want to get on to the next question? Mrs. Snodgrass is waiting for her $5. Mr. Adams.
Fun in Bed.
Fun in Bed? Yeah. That's the name of a book of entertainment. Quite right. Fun in Bed, that's 4. I'll now count up to my usual 5. 1, 2, Mr. Duffield.
Parlor, bedroom, and bath.
All right, I'll let that go. Just saved by the skin of your teeth. Parlor, bedroom, and bath. No, I won't let that go. Because bath there is a room. It's not a piece of furniture. No?
Twin beds.
Twin beds is all right, Mr. Tunney. Thank you very much. That's 5 out of 5. The next question from Ruth Hayes of Cincinnati. You're asked to explain the following terms which are current in international news. 4 of them. Enclave or enclave. I don't know quite how that's pronounced. E-N-C-L-A-V-E.
Would you please repeat the question?
Yes. Explain the following terms which are current in international news. Enclave. Have to ask for a pretty precise definition on that. All right, it's a group of one nationality living within another nation and surrounded by that other nationality. Well, that, I'm afraid, is going to cost us $5. We're going to have to get 4 out of 4 on this one. Let's have Realpolitik now. R-E-A-L-P-O-L-I-T-I-K, Mr. Duffield.
That is a German expression meaning that they are practical politicians rather than idealists.
Yes. Do you know where the phrase, it's a group of one nationality living within another nation and surrounded by that other nationality? Well, that, I'm afraid, is going to cost us $5. We're going to have to get 4 out of 4 on this one. Let's have Realpolitik now. R-E-A-L-P-O-L-I-T-I-K, Mr. Duffield.
That is a German expression meaning that they are practical politicians rather than idealists.
Yes. Do you know where the phrase, it's a group of one nationality living within another nation.
Dives. Saint.
And surrounded by that other nationality. Well, that, I'm afraid, is going to have Realpolitik now. R-E-A-L-P-O-L-I-T-I-K, Mr. Duffield.
That is a German expression meaning that they are practical politicians.
Where would each be going?
Rather than idealists.
Yes. Do you know where the phrase, it's a group of one nationality living within another nation.
Dives. Saint.
And surrounded
Dives.
By that other nationality. Well, that, I'm afraid, is going to have Realpolitik now. R-E-A-L-P-O-L-I-T-I-K, Mr. Duffield.
That is a German expression meaning that they are practical politicians.
Where would each be going?
Rather than idealists.
Wait a minute. Yes. And surrounded. Do you know where the phrase, it's a group of one nationality living within another nation.
Dives. Dives.
By that other nationality. Well, that, I'm afraid, is going to have Realpolitik now. R-E-A-L. Honestly, can't tell you, ladies and gentlemen, but if anybody can make Harpo Marx open up and tell all, it's information, please, next week. Now, Mr. Cross, will you take the mic and remind our audience of the rules once more? Information, please, thanks you, and asks you to come again.
Thank you, Mr. Fadiman. We meet again next week at 8:30 for another battle of the public versus the experts. Please send us questions, any number of them, with the correct answers. And don't get worried if our editorial staff changes or edits your question slightly. Remember, $2 per question if we use it, and an additional 5 spot if the board flops on it. All questions become the property of Information Please. Send them to Information Please, National Broadcasting Company, Radio City, New York. Until next Tuesday evening at 8:30, good night. This is the National Broadcasting Company.
Girl Marries. A story of young married life dedicated to everyone who has ever been in love.
Brought to you by that double-acting baking powder, Calumet. Calumet for double protection, double perfection. Look for the big red can with the Calumet Indian Chief. It's Hugh James, folks, for Calumet baking powder. Calumet is famous for its trusty double leavening action. The finest cooks have chosen it for more than 50 years. And Cousin Vinny, what do you suppose the first woman who used Calumet said when she used it?
I'll bet she said, "The world is mine." Just like your fellow in that old play, The Count of Monte Cristo.
Well, it's a grand feeling to know that you found the key to baking success. And a record of the very best bacon yet stretches ahead of you. With golden brown, flaky fine Calumet baking powder biscuits, light as a ping-pong ball. And crisp, delicate waffles, velvety pancakes, and puffed up muffins all the way.
And those prize-winning Calumet cakes to make your family perk up.
Yes, dependable double-acting Calumet baking powder is the key to baking success for any woman who gets it in the big bright red can with a picture of the Calumet Indian Chief. For Calumet gives your bacon double protection for double perfection. Raises biscuits and batters twice. First in the mixing bowl when you add liquid to dry ingredients. And second in the oven when your bacon hits the heat. Calumet saves bacon failures and it costs little.
And you use very little. Just 1 level teaspoon to a cup of sifted flour in most receipts.
Remember, lady, the key to bacon success is Calumet. Calumet for the very best bacon yet.
And now, When a Girl Marries, the story of Joan and Harry Davis. The storm is raging outside of the Skidmore farmhouse. The wind is tearing around the house and rushing down the hill to the distant orchard. In the darkness, a torrent of rain is dashing against the windows of Kathy's room. But even in the fury of the storm, Kathy is content with her baby beside her, and Phil sitting by her bed talking quietly.
Darling, don't you think it's time to settle down for the night?
Oh, not yet, Phil, please.
You've had a big day.
I'll stay for a little bit longer. Listen to him. Little Phil wants you to stay, too, don't you? Of course you do.
Well, what could a poor, defenseless father do after that but stay?
Oh, he's got to stay, hasn't he? He knows just exactly what we're talking about.
He wouldn't be our son if he didn't. In fact, I expect he'll be meeting me at the door any day now.
Oh, Phil.
Well, won't you? Huh? Of course you will. That's just exactly what I expected. Our son is a very exceptional young man, and he's going to do everything he can to make his dad proud of him.
Oh, Phil, it's going to be so much fun.
You're telling me.
Just think when we start him off to school.
You can pack his lunch, and I'll drive him down to the crossroads where he can get the school bus.
But Phil, he can walk to the crossroads. That isn't far at all. In fact, Rudy and I used to walk all the way to school lots of times.
I don't know about that. I'd want to be sure that he was in the right hands before I left him.
No, Phil, you mustn't spoil him that way. It's much better that you let him depend on himself a little bit.
Maybe I will after he's been going to school for a few weeks, but just at first I'd like to give him that extra security. Let him know that his old man's always in back of him.
That is something to think about.
Boy, do I remember those first days I went to school. Seemed to me that the gate had been opened and I was suddenly let out into the cold, cruel world all by my lonesome. You understand exactly what I mean, don't you, son? Yes, sir. Just exactly how it was.
Oh, Phil, we're so foolish talking this way.
I think we're making very good sense.
But it'll be years before he goes to school.
What's 3 or 4 years?
Oh, will he go to school when he's that little?
Of course he will. They believe in starting him young these days.
No, not too young, though.
I don't know about that. You have to learn how to mingle with people. You have to know how to be one of them, and the sooner you get started, the better. When I was a youngster, I was alone too much. I didn't know how to act when I met other people.
Oh, I'll bet you did.
No, darling, I didn't. It's gotten me into a lot of trouble.
Nothing could get you in trouble. No, it couldn't. The only thing in the world I want is for my son to grow up just like his daddy.
You really mean that, don't you?
Phil, of course I do.
Darling.
I just love you so. I don't know what happens to me when I'm near you, but something does, Phil. I don't know why.
I'm so lucky to be me.
No, Phil, I'm serious. I guess I've always had a happy life. Even when things weren't going very well, Mama always made it easy for us. And then when you made it possible for me to go away to school, I thought it was the most wonderful thing in the world. But now none of that seems to add up to anything. It doesn't compare with how I feel when I look at you.
You mustn't say that, Kathy.
It's true, Phil. I know I'll have to prove it to you. I know words don't mean anything. It's so important to me that I have to talk about it. It's in my mind all the time, Phil. Everything I do, everywhere I go. You're in my heart.
My dear.
And that's all I want. Just to make you happy. Just to be able to do things for you. Why, I know you wish I wouldn't talk about it like this, but when I do, it makes me happy.
Oh, Kathy, I'd love to have you talk like this. But you must think of yourself, dear. I want you to take care of yourself. I want you to be happy.
No, I never could be happy without you. The way I'm made, I have to belong to someone. Everything I do has to be centered in them. And then my life's complete. Without that, it isn't. It's just all upset and full of worries that disappear right away when I'm looking at you. When I know you're beside me. When I know I can reach out and touch you.
But you must remember that no matter where I am, I'm beside you. I'm with you.
I know that, Phil. But I'd still rather be able to reach out and touch you.
Oh, Kathy.
It's true. Oh, I wish there was some way I could be with you all the time. I wish there was some way I could be a part of you. Like your arm or your little finger. And then so long as you live, I couldn't get away from you. I'd have to go everywhere you went, no matter where it was.
Darling, you'll never get away from me as long as I live.
Oh, please keep saying that always, Phil. Please keep saying it all the time.
Never, never will I let you get away from me.
Phil, I love you so.
My dear.
I don't mean to keep talking about it all the time. Honestly, I don't. But I'm so happy. I just want to tell everybody in the world how happy I am.
I wish I were worthy of all that.
You are who you are.
I'll try to be. Believe me, I will.
And all I want is a lifetime to prove to you how much I belong to you.
You don't have to prove it to me, dear. Maybe I don't know how to express the feelings I have, but I have them just the same.
I know you have.
You see, darling, I've been hurt a lot in my life.
I realize that.
And at first I thought maybe I was going to be hurt again.
No.
That's because, well, Kathy, I'd lost faith in people's love, and maybe I thought because you talked so much about it that you were trying to convince yourself, that you were trying to prove to yourself, as well as me, something you weren't quite sure of.
Oh, but I am, Phil.
Well, that was a weakness in me, dear. I'm just trying to explain why I did certain things, why I allowed you to go away from me even for a minute.
Please don't talk about that ever, Phil.
No, dear, we'll never talk about that again. It's all over and done with.
Nothing but our love matters anymore.
That's all, my dear.
And our baby.
Just so you remember, you and my son are my whole world, too. Everything to me, from now on.
Oh, Phil. Oh, Phil, I'm so happy.
That's the way you have to stay for always, dear.
Even storms aren't frightening anymore.
Nothing must ever frighten you again.
Nothing will. Ever, Phil.
Because I'm always here.
Yes? Oh, nurse.
You children realize what time it is?
I guess we haven't paid much attention to it.
Well, it's time for this child to have his bottle and be settled for the night.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes, indeed it is.
Listen, he doesn't want to go.
It's spoiled already. And tears aren't going to help one little bit.
Oh, nurse.
Don't you worry about him. You tears are right in line and healthy.
That guy knows when he has a good thing.
He certainly does. Just between ourselves, I'd much rather stay where he was than leave, even for supper.
Oh, Phil. Do you understand?
Yes, darling, I do. This love we have is something I never dreamed was possible. While on the highway in the midst of the storm, Harry's been stopped by a car drawn across the rain-drenched road. And as he opens the car door...
What? That's a dangerous thing to do, park a car across the road that way. What else could I do? All those jokers going by letting me stand here in the rain. It was the only way I could think of to stop anybody. I probably thought you were asking for trouble. All I want is a lift to the next service station where I can get someone out here and find out what's wrong with this old bus. Maybe it's out of gas. I don't know. Okay. That's why I did it. That's why I parked the car this way. You can't leave it here. I'll take off the brake and let it roll off the road. That's a good idea. Don't think I ain't appreciative of this lift you're giving me. Oh, I'm delighted to. Only at first I didn't know what your game was. You off the road? Yes, that's fine. I'll just leave it here. Come on, hop in. What a storm. Yeah. I'm trying to get to Beechwood tonight. All I want to do is get out of this wet. I'll just put this little grip in the back. Oh, sure thing. My name is David. Mine's Pete Smith. Glad to meet you. Where can I drop you?
First garage we come to. I don't know much about these roads around here. But I do. If you turn off here to the left, you'll have a shortcut through the next town. Oh, good. And these woods give you some protection from the weather. That's what we want. That's right. Hey, I think it's getting worse. Yeah, sounds like it. Boy, this is fierce. See that clearing right ahead? Sure. Drive into it. Drive. What for? Do as I tell you.
What the devil is
Don't
that?
ask no questions.
Why, you...
And don't talk. I got a rod in your back. Just do as I tell you, or somebody's going to get hurt around here. We'll be back with you in a moment. But now...
Now, tell us some more about that play, Cousin Benny, The Count of Monte Cristo.
Well, I remember it was about a man who got put in prison, and he spent years trying to dig his way out.
Uh-huh. He had no key.
Oh, there you go again, Huey. Well, I gave it a chance to tell folks about Calumet baking powder being the key to baking success.
That's right. And that's just what Calumet is, folks. Once you get Calumet, you're a free woman, free from fears of baking failures and waste ingredients. With trusty Calumet's double protection for double perfection, you're headed for better bacon. Everything from Happy Light Calumet baking powder biscuits and hot breads to the most lavish-looking, luscious-eating, lovely light cakes. Dependable Calumet will do more by your old favorites like marble cake, chocolate layer, orange, or coconut cake, as well as those gorgeous, glamorous new nifties known as chiffon cake.
And you'd have to search for a month or Sundays before you'd find a chiffon cake receipt that don't call for double-action baking powder. So I say, don't fuss around. Get Calumet.
Yes, you can count on Calumet to never let your bacon down. It's the key to bacon success.
Well, there until tomorrow at the same time, we leave the story of When a Girl Marries, with Mary Jane Higby and written by Elaine Carrington. Your narrator was Charles Stark.
This program is brought to you by that double-acting baking powder, Calumet. Calumet for double protection, double perfection. Look for the big red can with the Calumet Indian Chief.
Coconut, baker's coconut, coconut for sale, delicious baker's coconut.
It's the Coconut Man, reminding you that Baker's Coconut makes swell dessert. So tonight, how about a delectable coconut pie? Smooth, creamy coconut custard. Topped with fluffy, snowy white Baker's Coconut. Remember, it's better if it's made with coconut, and it's better coconut if it's Baker's. Get Baker's Coconut.
This is NBC, the National Broadcasting Company.
When a Girl Marries, a story of young married life dedicated to everyone who has ever been in love. Brought to you by that double-acting baking powder, Calumet. Calumet for double protection, double perfection. Look for the big red can with the Calumet Indian Chief. See about the fellow whose wife locked him out because he used a nutcracker on one of her biscuits? Well, that lady better forget the door key and get the key to bacon success, Calumet baking powder. It unlocks the door to some of the very best bacon yet. Why, Calumet's been the choice of the finest cooks for more than 3 generations because its dependable double leavening action never lets your bacon down. You can count on trusty Calumet every time. Calumet baking powder starts to raise biscuits and batters right in the mixing bowl as soon as you add liquid to dry ingredients. And when you slide your bacon into the oven, that oven heat releases Calumet's second leavening action to raise your bacon higher than a possum can climb. Your Calumet biscuits will be golden brown, flaky fine, tender, and light. So light you better watch out they don't go flying around the room. That goes for the other Calumet hot breads, too. Calumet gives flapjacks, muffins, and waffles the same fine double protection for double perfection.
Just you try making a cake with calumet, too. It's just as fine for your old favorites as for the grand new chiffon cakes that require a double-acting baking powder. Remember, calumet saves bacon failures, costs you little, and you use very little. It's the key to bacon success. Calumet baking powder in the big, bright red can with a picture of the Calumet engine chief. For the best bacon yet, it's Calumet.
And now, When a Girl Marries, the story of Joan and Harry David. Anne Dunn came right to the Somerville Hotel after her visit to Walter Connolly's office, when she said that she had changed her mind about buying the McLaughlin estate. And even though Walter had warned her that the deal was closed, she had insisted that he try to get out from under. Now, a short time later, Anne is standing by the window looking out at the raging storm, at the streetlights blurred by the torrential rain.
Can't understand why everything I try to do turns out wrong. Why? I only ask for a little affection from people, a little help once in a while. Sometimes I think the best thing for me is to go away someplace. Get as far away from anybody I ever knew as possible. Oh, I realize what Steve Skidmore must have gone through. Once people turn against you, everything you do is criticized. All I want is to be liked. I can't stand this loneliness. If I knew what I was doing wrong, I'd change. I don't want to have to go away. I want to stay here. I could only think what I said to Phil to make him turn against me the way he did. I won't do him any harm. I won't hurt his precious little Kathy just by being friends. I guess it was Kathy who started it. When I brought her name into the conversation. Phil, I don't understand how some people can get away with so much. I don't understand how Kathy can always be right.
Leave Kathy out of it, will you?
Perfectly fine for her to walk out on you.
Anne.
After being in a hotel with another man the night before your mother's funeral.
Anne, please.
And then staying the night in that hotel.
Anne, please leave.
No, I won't leave. Until I say what I want to say. I'm sick and tired of always being the one who's wrong. Of always
You,
being
Anne, is that you don't realize the harm you do.
Oh, don't give me that, Phil.
Once and for all, I don't want to talk to you.
Phil. Phil, please don't do this to me.
This isn't going to help matters any.
I only came here to tell you that I bought the house next door.
I already knew it.
No?
Walter Connolly told me.
It doesn't take long for news to travel around here, even though I've barely made up my mind myself.
Why did you buy it?
That's none of your business.
I realize that.
But you still had to discuss it between the two of you.
We didn't discuss you, Anne.
Don't lie to me. I suppose you even discussed all my reasons for buying it.
I'm not at all interested in your reasons.
Then why did you bring it up?
Because now I think it's the best time to settle something that I've learned about you. And to learn it, I almost lost the most important thing in my life.
That's ridiculous.
My wife and child.
You probably think I was responsible for that.
The two of us were.
Oh, Phil.
Kathy overheard our conversation in the library of Mother's home.
What conversation?
When I foolishly thought you were trying to help me. When I foolishly believed what you said about Kathy.
And you were never nearer the truth.
That's not my opinion.
Like all men, you can't stand strong women. You have to be doted on. But in the long run, you'll be made a fool of by a dependent, sweet young idiot.
I'm glad you said that. Now I have no compunction in telling you exactly what I intend to do in the future.
And what do you intend to do?
Kathy and I aren't ever going to see you again, Anne. And the reason we aren't is because I think you're a completely unscrupulous person.
Go on.
I don't think you'd stop at anything to get your own way. And for some reason or another, you'd like to see Kathy and me separated.
That's a lie.
It happens to be the way I feel, Anne, so I'm telling you here and now, even though you do buy the place next door, we won't meet again except by accident.
Don't put me out of his life that way. Maybe I do know what's wrong with me now. I give up too easily. I don't fight through for what I want. I always feel sorry for the other person and back out of the picture. I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm not going to run away and hide the way Steve Skidmore has. Let Phil refuse to see me. What difference does that make? I'll still have the loveliest house in Beechwood. I'll have everything in the world that he hasn't. You'll be the one to learn. You'll be the one to find out that love is everything in this life. Operator, I need Somerville 6182. Yes, that's right. I suppose now Walter thinks I'm a fool for changing my mind every 5 minutes.
Hello?
This is Ann, Walter.
Yeah.
I was afraid you might have left your office.
No, I haven't left. I'm waiting here to try and get hold of Miss McLaughlin's attorney for you.
Well, I don't know how to tell you this.
Now, what?
Please, Walter.
For the love of Pete, you haven't changed your mind again, have you?
Yes. Oh, please say something, Walter.
In other words, now you want to let the deal stand.
I'm sorry to be so stupid about it.
You just don't know what in the devil you want, that's all.
Yes, I do. I want a little bit of kindness shown me for a change. I want a little bit of understanding.
Then you've got to settle down. You've got to earn it.
I will, Walter. I really will.
It's the only way you'll find any happiness, you know. You can't go through life indulging yourself all the time and expect to come out on the right side of things.
What do you think I've been doing all evening?
I hope you've been taking account of yourself.
I have, Walter.
Well, maybe we'll get somewhere.
Will you help me?
Why, of course I will.
That's a promise?
I'm very fond of you, Anne. I hate to see you mess your life up this way.
I'm afraid I'm going to, Walter. Unless I get some help from someone who's really interested in me.
And now, a short time later, in the Davis farmhouse, Joan is really becoming alarmed by Harry's absence. And although Mother Davis is doing her best not to show her anxiety, the clock on the mantel striking 11 puts a new fear into her heart, too.
Mother Davis, it's 11 o'clock.
I think you should go to bed, Joan.
I can't, Mother Davis.
Harry wouldn't attempt to drive in a storm like this.
Oh, yes, he would. You know it.
Well, darling, maybe the road is blocked. Maybe he couldn't get through if he wanted to.
I'd only gone with him.
No, you mustn't fret this way, Joan.
I'm frightened, Mother Davis.
I'm worried too, Joan, but I don't feel that either one of us ought to be. Just one tree across the road, and there'd be no chance of Harry getting through.
Of course, that's right.
And even if he did get to a phone, he couldn't talk to us with our line down.
I know I'm being...
Run upstairs, please.
Oh, I don't think I could go to sleep, Mother Davis. But why don't you go on to bed?
The frightful smell.
Must have been the other half of the old tree.
Can't last much longer. Let's hope.
Tree falling must have awakened.
Run upstairs, dear. I'll put out the light.
Oh, leave the hall light, Mother Davis, in case Harry does get here.
All right, darling.
Mommy, what was that noise? What was it? Run, get your slippers, Sandy. I'm scared. Get your slippers and robe and then come into Hope's room. She's scared, too. Yes, of course she is. There, darling. There's nothing to be afraid of, dear. No, we're perfectly safe in here. Mommy, what happened? Jump into bed with Hope, dear. What made that noise? It was just the old tree in the front yard. Did it blow down? Yes, darling. Maybe the house will blow down, too. No, I don't think we have that to worry about. Quiet down, dear. Mommy's right here with you. This is a very strong wind, but it's not going to harm us. Is Daddy home yet? No, darling. Maybe he got blown away by the wind. Now, don't say that now. Well, he could have if it blew a big tree down. Daddy! Oh, dear, please don't cry. Daddy, you'll be more afraid if the house blows down. Sammy? Well, maybe it's going to, Mommy. Now, you stop that, young man, and try to go to sleep. You have to get up for school in the morning, you know. I bet the school blows down, too. You mustn't frighten Hope that way, dear. Now, nothing's going to blow down. It'll probably be a beautiful day in the morning. No, I ain't going to school, though, until Daddy gets back. Daddy will probably be back before you leave for school. I won't go until he does. Very well. You can stay until Daddy gets home. If you try to go to sleep now. Thanks, Mommy. If you promise to quiet down. Yes, sure. We'll be quiet. And Mommy's going to go to sleep, too. See these boats, the silver moon sailing in the sky, sailing on a sea of trees, while the clouds float by.
We'll be back with you in a moment. But now...
Folks, it's terrific. With Calumet's smart new invention, the ever-ready blend for biscuits and other hot breads, you can keep those biscuit hounds happy every day of the year. And save yourself a lot of time and work, too. The recipe for Calumet's ever-ready blend comes in every big, bright red can, a dependable double-acting Calumet baking powder with the picture of the Calumet Indian Chief. It's simple as 1, 2, 3 to make up your own homemade hot bread mix with Calumet baking powder and have it ready and waiting in the refrigerator or a cool, dry place. It keeps just fine for as long as 3 or 4 weeks. And when it comes near to biscuit baking time, all you got to do is measure out your ever-ready blend and add milk. Naturally, biscuits and hot breads made with Calumet's ever-ready blend will be the same as all Calumet bacon, the very best yet. Because Calumet's trusty double leavening action starts to raise biscuits and batters in the mixing bowl when you add liquid to dry ingredients. Then it boosts them all the rest of the way in the oven heat. Calumet gives double protection for double perfection. Remember, look for Calumet's ever-ready blend recipe in your next can of Calumet baking powder. Because for the best bacon yet, it's Calumet.
And so Joan, with her children, finds a moment of freedom from her own fears about Harry in comforting them. Well, there until tomorrow at the same time, we leave the story of When a Girl Marries, written by Elaine Carrington. Your narrator was Charles Stark.
This program is brought to you by that double-acting baking powder, Calumet. Calumet for double protection, double perfection. Look for that big red can with the Calumet engine chief. Your announcer is Kennedy Ludlam.
Coconut, bakers, coconut, coconut for sale. Delicious bakers, coconut.
It's the Coconut Man reminding you that there's nothing so good as a baker's coconut dessert. So tonight, how about having a big, fluffy coconut cake covered with a snowy white blanket of tender, delicious baker's coconut? Remember, it's better if it's made with coconut, and it's better coconut if it's baker's. Get baker's coconut.
This is NBC, the national broadcasting company.
The Jergens Journal featuring Walter Winchell. Mr. Winchell, whose famous column appears in the New York Daily Mirror and other newspapers with more than 25 million readers, is brought to you by Jergens, the lotion for soft, smooth, romantic hands.
And they said, wouldn't you like this jar of new Dryad deodorant free? A jar of Dryad deodorant free? Did they mean it?
Indeed, we do mean it. A regular 25-cent jar of new Dryad deodorant is offered to you free now when you buy a 50-cent bottle of your favorite Jergens lotion. Pay the usual 39 cents plus tax for Jergens lotion. Accept the jar of new Dryad deodorant as a gift. A lovely gift. New Dryad is the cream deodorant doctors, leading skin specialists approve. And Jergens lotion is the lovely hand care the Hollywood stars use. And it's finer than ever today. Save some money. Buy Jergens gift combinations. Use today's Jergens lotion for just 2 weeks. If you aren't delighted, mail it back to the Andrew Jergens Company, Cincinnati 14, Ohio, and they'll return your money. You keep the jar of creamy new Dryad deodorant as your free gift. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Walter Winchell.
Attention, Mr. and Mrs. United States. The Russian delegation lost its fight to have the United Nations pass a resolution to jail all warmongers. Instead, the United Nations agreed to denounce and condemn warmongering. What is a warmonger? Was Paul Revere a warmonger? History doesn't call him that. Although if Paul hadn't made his ride that night in 1775, there certainly wouldn't have been any fighting. There wouldn't have been any United States either. The rest of this, ladies and gentlemen, is respectfully directed to Mr. Trigby Lee and the others at the United Nations, who nearly every Monday morning request copies of my remarks of the night before. It is very important to me that they listen carefully, because I may be denounced and condemned by the United Nations for what I will now say. Your Excellency and members of the UN assembled at Lake Success, when do I stop being a reporter and an American and become a warmonger? If some potential enemy or unfriendly foreign visitor is planning to hurt my country from the air or underground, and I know it, should I forget it or risk being held up to scorn and public ridicule by you of the United Nations? You may say to me, no, don't forget it. Just send what you have along to Washington. Someone you know in Congress, the Senate, the White House, the State Department, or the Department of Justice. But, Walter, don't get so excited and frighten the people of 48 states by telling them the truth. Well, Your Excellencies, I guess you'd better start practicing your very first warmonger condemnation. Because I am going to tell what I hear and know to the American people and not to anybody in official Washington. I'm tired and I'm done taking that 5 minutes after 4 o'clock every morning New York to Washington train without sleep to report things against the security of our country. I did that for a dozen years, and I tell you, most of the time, nothing ever came of it. Because there are too many men and women in and out of the White House, the State Department, Congress, and the Department of Justice who are either left, right, or indifferent. Therefore, I shall continue to report directly to the people and let the people take it from there. Mr. and Mrs. North and South America and all the ships at sea, is this news or warmongering? Let's go to press. Lake Success. The current issue of the magazine called United Nations World contains a most enlightening article by Admiral Zacharias. He reports that weapons now exist which could wipe off the earth every human being, animal, and all vegetable life. This American admiral, who distinguished himself during the war, added as follows, quote, "These weapons are being manufactured right now. They are not an American monopoly. Several nations are known to have them. They are," Admiral Zacharias continues, "of a bacteriological and biological nature," end quote. That, ladies and gentlemen, confirms in part what I reported a few broadcasts ago and for which some sources denounced me. Tokyo. The reason behind the Russian government's offer for withdrawal of all troops from Korea is simple. A packaged revolution is all ready. Communists would seize the Korean government within a month. Mexico City. The Comintern will open a big drive in Latin America, charging the United States with mistreating American Indians on U.S. reservations. The fact is that our Indian affairs sadly need correction. Washington. The State Department is deeply concerned about the activities of the Polish and Yugoslavian culture representatives now touring the United States. Stockholm. Sweden, it appears, bet on the wrong horse. Expecting an American depression, Sweden tied herself up with Russian economy, and now Sweden needs American help to fill her Soviet orders. Belgrade. The biggest double talk and laugh, perhaps, of the week was this. Two top Russian leaders flatly contradicted each other. In Moscow, Mr. Molotov told the anxious, helpless Russian people that the atomic bomb was no longer a secret. In Belgrade, Russia's Mr. Zadnov told a Cominform meeting that America had a monopoly. Obviously, there is no monopoly in Russia on lying. Moscow. Last Sunday night, I told you how to recognize the communist over here. Because, among other ways, I said a commie believes that Stalin is infallible. The other day, according to the dispatches in all the newspapers, 26 million Russian youth not only thanked Stalin for their lives and education, but they said the son should be called Joseph Stalin, quote, because Stalin is the son of the earth. Son of the what? Buenos Aires. Dictator Perón's plan of courting Italian emigration has turned into a laughable international scandal. The first boatload of so-called laborers there turned out to be very wealthy Italians disguised in overalls. Dictator Perón, who shuts down independent newspapers and jails liberal university profs and students met these phonies at the pier. The Washington ticker. The State Department has turned down the request of a dozen Harvard students to visit Yugoslavia. These students are boiling as no reason was given. I assume they wanted to see for themselves what the newspapers have stated about Tito and his alleged no-commie alliance. The Navy Department. When Admiral Nimitz retires, his successor as Chief of Naval Operations will be Admiral D.C. Ramsey. He's an airman, too. Washington. The Civil Rights Committee. Members are privately applauding John Edgar Hoover, the G-Man, for a magnificent job of protecting civil rights. Why privately? The White House. The Inner Circle and Congress will clash on the administration of the Marshall Plan. The White Houses want a government agency. The Republican leaders want a corporation. There will be voted, I am told, interim aid for Europe. Mr. Winthrop Aldrich, the chairman of Chase National Bank, is a very big factor behind the scenes. Washington. The administration will demand universal military training in the January session. Arlington. The price of our free press, the American newspaper, which reminds you that Tuesday next is Armistice Day, is usually a nickel or 2 cents. Plus 1.5 million wounded Americans and 350,000 Americans killed in action. To every young American, your country is quietly calling for help. See the Enlistment Bureau in your community for details. Mr. Jergens, the front page story in today's New York Herald Tribune that a German army of 1.5 million men was organized in Russia was reported by the Jergens Journal editor about a year ago.
Pardon me, Mr. Winchell. I'd like to insert something in the classified columns of the Journal.
Henry Morgan, I've heard you on the radio.
Thanks a lot. I'd like to read this if you don't mind. Situation wanted male. Young comedian will be unemployed December 3rd. Prospective sponsors, please contact Henry Morgan, care of the Jergens Journal. Thanks very much.
Well, I hope you get a sponsor, Henry. And now, Mr. James Banner for Jergens.
I wonder, after I get married, should I keep on with my job?
Well, that is a problem. It takes some doing to manage a household and a job, but one thing is sure. You can do dishes and laundry and your housework and still have lovely hands. Depend on Jergens Lotion. Today's Jergens Lotion protects your hands longer than ever against kitchen work roughness. And thanks to recent skincare research, today's Jergens Lotion makes your hands feel softer and look smoother than ever.
Then I guess lots of married girls use Jergens lotion.
They certainly do. Young marrieds use Jergens Lotion nearly 4-to-1 over any other hand care in the world.
I know. My married sister always uses Jergens. She keeps an extra bottle in her kitchen.
That's a smart idea. It saves time and reminds you to use your Jergens Lotion regularly. That's the secret of nice, soft hands. Regular use of today's Jergens Lotion. Still 10 cents to $1 plus tax. Don't disillusion that young husband of yours. Have the dearest, softest hands like other smart young marrieds. Always use Jergens Lotion. Now, ladies and gentlemen, Walter Winchell.
Ladies and gentlemen, husbands, wives, sweethearts, and boys and girls. Here's your chance to get your mother, wife, or yourself a $10,000 mink coat, brand new. The $10,000 mink coat is a gift to the Damon Runyon Memorial Fund by the Associated Fur Manufacturers Incorporated. Just send $1 to help the Runyon Committee fight cancer and submit an original definition of a communist in 20 words or less. The Runyon Fund Committee is the final judge of the best and original definition of a communist in this contest of skill. The contest closes Saturday midnight, December the 13th, 1947. And the person submitting the best definition of a communist will be announced by Santa Claus on my broadcast of Sunday night, December 21st, 1947. Just in time to give your mother, wife, sweetheart, or yourself a Merry Christmas. Now listen carefully, please, to the address. Runyon Cancer Fund, Care Postmaster, New York City. Please, don't disqualify yourself and don't send it to me or any radio station or newspaper, because that will disqualify your entry. Send $1 to help fight cancer and your definition of a communist only to the Runyon Cancer Fund, Postmaster, New York City. To the Los Angeles Herald Express, Jack Briskin, the head of the Revere Camera Company of Chicago, sent me $25,000 yesterday for the Runyon Cancer Fund. He is Betty Hutton's father-in-law. Thank you very much, Mr. Briskin. Attention, Oregon, West Coast shipping. Astoria, Oregon. 2 more Japanese mines have washed ashore on Oregon beaches. The commandant of the 13th Naval District warns all coast shipping to be on the alert while in Pacific Northwest coastal waters. And that, ladies and gentlemen, winds up another Jergens Journal. Until next Sunday night at the very same time. Until then, and with lotions of love, I remain your New York correspondent, Walter Winchell, who leaves you with this. Russia keeps cursing Americans for being capitalists. They'd sure be in a heck of a fix if we were paupers. Good night.
Everyone is talking about the new look in fashion, a soft, ladylike look. And Jergens meets this fashion trend with a new, frankly feminine makeup color, pink frosting in Matchmates. Do try pink frosting powder. You'll be amazed at how a soft undertone of pink brings instant enchantment to your complexion. And try pink frosting lipstick across your lips. It's the new bright light shade for the new look. It's a wonderful makeup shade for the colors in fashion this fall and winter. You'll find pink frosting powder and lipstick together in the large Matchmates box at $1. Or try pink frosting powder in the 10-cent and 25-cent sizes. Yes, have the romantic new look with pink frosting. Next week, another edition of the Jergens Journal with Walter Winchell. And now be sure to remain tuned for Luella Parsons' 15-minute program featuring his guest Joan Crawford, which follows immediately. This is Jim Bannon speaking.
Road of Life, brought to you by Duz, D-U-Z, Duz, the new kind of soap that does everything in your wash.
Dr. Brent, call surgery. Dr. Brent, call surgery. Dr. Brent, call surgery.
Betcha that's Dan, the Duz mailman.
Yep, in person. And just loaded down with Duz letters again, Mr. Collier.
Boy, seems every day is Duz Day for most folks.
You bet. Take this letter from Washington, D.C.
What's that?
Mrs. Bertha Sachs says Duz is swell for her laundry. So when her little niece spilled ink on the living room rug, Mrs. Sachs does the rug. And what do you think?
No ink.
Say, get this one from Wyman Dam, Maine, from Mr. William Baker. He does the goat.
A goat?
Yep, I can hear that goat now.
Dozzing a goat. Brother, that bleats all.
Oh.
And folks, listen to this swell letter from Phoenix, Arizona. Mrs. Raymond Hill writes, "You sounded so convincing about Duz, I finally tried it. Well, I got the surprise of my life. Duz turned everything in my wash out sparkling clean. The white things beautifully white. It's no malarkey when I say Duz beats any wash day soap I ever tried. Well, Mrs. Hill, it's no malarkey when I say no soap gets towels whiter or work clothes clean easier than Duz does. Yet this new kind of soap means extra safety for your colored rayon undies. Why, Duz does everything in your wash. It's the soap that's best. Didn't actual comparisons with 25 different wash day soaps prove it? You betcha. Only Duz gives you this outstanding combination. Unsurpassed whiteness for towels, unbeaten suds for cleaning work clothes, and greater safety for colors. So be a lady who does. Duz does best.
Listen to Dan, the Duz mailman. Duz does everything.
And now we invite you to listen to Road of Life. The turning point in a man's life does not necessarily come at any one given day during a single instance. Rather, the turning point may be a collection of events, one piled on top of another. The time sequence may be anywhere from a few days to a few months. In Jim Brent's case, it's a matter of weeks. The initial event was the decision made by his wife, Carol, to leave for Reno. Lonely because of her absence, hurt because she wanted the divorce, Jim Brent decided to plunge deep into the practice of medicine. But that solitary action, Carol's departure for Reno, is not the only event which is bringing about the turning point in Jim Brent's life. Another action, equally important to his future, will happen today. It's being rushed to him in an ambulance. Yes, Jim Brent's destiny is now going through red lights, weaving in and out of lanes of automobiles, racing at top speed toward it. It stops in the ambulance entrance of City Hospital.
Accident case.
Serious?
I don't know. Ask the doc. Looks pretty well smashed up to me, though.
Nurse,
Coming.
got a cart ready?
Right here.
Hey, Charlie.
Yeah?
Give me a hand lifting him out, will you?
Sure, Doc.
Okay.
Easy. Careful there.
Don't worry. Why don't they have orderlies around here?
Yeah.
Steady.
Interning is never pleasant, is it, Doctor?
Oh, smart, eh? Well, don't stand there and let us hold this guy. Swing the cart under him.
Set him down gently.
Okay.
Oh, he is in a bad way, isn't he?
Yes, hit-and-run driver clipped him on the corner of Chicago Avenue and Clark Street.
I'll get it.
He doesn't seem to be moving. You don't think he went out on you while you were bringing him here, do you?
No, he came to while we were picking him up. I gave him enough morphine to send him back again.
Hello?
Shall I get another blanket?
We've got 3 on him already.
I'd better wheel him in, hadn't I?
Michigan Whack.
That'll be the first step toward recovery, Miss Regan.
Okay, I got you. All right, Doc, let's go.
Where?
Michigan Avenue and Wacker Drive.
But, Doctor, aren't you going to look after this accident case?
Well, that call from Michigan and Wacker's an accident, too. Truck slammed into a northbound bus.
There you are. Work, work, work. Can't people ever be careful? You'd better get another intern to look after this one, Miss Regan.
But they're all busy. I was hoping that
All of them?
We're short-handed around here these days. Remember?
Hey, coming, Doc?
Yeah, I'll be right with you, Charlie. Listen, Regan, you'd better take him in yourself and find someone else to look after him, will you?
Very well. We'll manage somehow.
Thanks, and snap into it. He's in a bad way.
I can see that.
Good.
Well, come on.
Dr. Stevenson. Dr. Stevenson. Dr. St. Clair. Dr. St. Clair.
Good morning, Dr. Hilliard.
Oh, good morning, Miss Regan. Another nasty case you have there, huh? Accident?
Yes, sir. Oh, Dr. Hilliard. Dr. Hilliard. Where's he rushing to? Oh, well.
Morning, Miss Regan.
Good morning, Dr. Fraser. Oh, Doctor.
Sorry, busy.
Dr. Fraser, this ambulance patient was just brought in. I wonder if you could look at him for a moment, please.
I said I was busy, Miss Regan.
I realize that, sir, but this is an accident case in a very bad condition.
I see. Why isn't he in the emergency room?
No one's there, and the ambulance intern had to go right out again. There was another call. I haven't been able to find anyone else. I thought perhaps if you could look at him, Dr. Fraser.
Who is this fellow?
I don't know, sir. He was just brought in.
Charity patient.
I wouldn't know that either, Doctor. All I can tell you is that he was hit by an automobile.
Well, the first thing I want you to do is find out who he is. When you've done that, if he has a family, call them. Have them come down here immediately. Tell them we can't do much for him until they make the necessary arrangements.
But before that, Doctor...
You fail to realize something, Miss Regan. A man brought off the streets fresh from an automobile accident at this hour of the morning may be anyone. Or, and this is more probable, no one. We can operate on him, keep him here a month or two. He can recover and then refuse flatly to pay his bill. It's been known to happen before. You know who bears the brunt of those expenses, Miss Regan? The hospital.
I know that, Doctor.
As chief of staff here, I can't afford to commit anyone without proper authorization. You follow me?
Yes, sir.
Excellent. Now, unfortunately, I have a patient in 146 whom I must prepare for an operation this morning. I suggest you allow this one to rest on the cart here while you make your phone call.
But, Dr. Fraser, you haven't looked at him yet.
Well, he doesn't seem to be hemorrhaging. Just keep him covered and let him lie here.
Yes, sir.
No, don't worry about him, Miss Regan. He'll be all right. He'll pull through. Most of these devils are stronger than we give them credit for.
She watched him as he walked briskly, unconcerned, away from the unconscious, broken body of the man lying on the emergency cart. She watched him and controlled her anger as he opened the door and entered room 146. And then, because it's a nurse's duty to follow the orders given to her by a doctor, she searched through the patient's clothing until she found his wallet and the identification card within it. 5 minutes later, after the phone call had been made, she stood before the slightly open door to room 146. She listened momentarily to the laughter as it floated out of the room into the corridor. And then she knocked, lightly.
Yes?
Miss Regan, Dr. Fraser.
Oh, yes. Excuse me a moment, won't you, Mrs. Herbert? What did you find out, Miss Regan?
His name is Jensen. He has a wife. I've just spoken with her. She wants everything possible done for him. She'll be down immediately.
Well, that's better.
What treatment do you prescribe, Doctor?
Well, tell you the truth, I just had a look at him.
Oh?
Well, that is another look while you were telephoning. He seems to be doing as well as we can expect. See, I'm quite busy in here, and, well, why don't you keep him in his present condition at least till his wife arrives, and then, well, continue to give him sedatives if he needs them. I'll sign the slip for you later. And, that's all, Miss Regan.
Yes, sir. Then your orders are to leave him where he is.
Yes. I'll be with him as soon as I'm finished in here. This is rather an important patient I have, you know.
I understand, Doctor.
Thank you. I'll be out later.
Nurse,
Oh, good morning, Dr. Brent.
who left this patient here in this condition?
I did, Doctor.
You did? Well, what's the matter with you, Miss Regan?
Nothing, only...
Go on. This is an accident case, isn't it?
Yes. How did you know, Doctor?
His clothes are still on him. When was he brought in?
About 10 minutes ago. 15, perhaps.
How long has he been lying here?
Since he was brought in.
Treatment? Well, answer me.
Morphine.
How much and when?
I don't know, Dr. Brent. The ambulance intern administered it.
I'd like to see that intern at once.
It isn't his fault. The wagon was called out as soon as it came in.
Do you know what this patient is suffering from?
I'm sorry, Dr. Brent, but I didn't feel that it was my duty to diagnose.
It isn't. It's some other person's duty.
Yes, sir.
This is disgraceful. Allowing an accident case to lie unattended on a cart in the cart. Well, we won't argue about it now. Oh, I see Dr. Parsons standing down at the end of the cart. I'll tell him to come over here, please. I'll meet him. I also want you to get a couple of orderlies to take this man upstairs.
But, Dr. Brent, Dr. Fraser knows about this patient, and he instructed me to stay here with him.
Where is Dr. Fraser?
He's with a private patient at the moment.
All right, since this is an accident case, I'll take over.
But Dr. Fraser says the patient is to remain here.
I don't care what Dr. Fraser says. I'm not going to stand here and let this poor sucker die while we do nothing. This is a hospital. I'm going to take care of him.
But...
Go get 2 orderlies and Dr. Parsons. This man needs surgery.
But...
That's all, Miss Regan.
Yes, sir. Only my orders.
Don't worry about your other orders, Miss Regan. I'll take full responsibility for this.
Although Jim Brent is completely unaware of it, he has, precisely at this moment, taken more than full responsibility for the care of an unknown accident case. He has taken, to be accurate, a new slant, a different approach, a change on the road of life.
That's right. I said I'll take full responsibility for this.
So many men have said that, as they step with unseeing eyes into the unknown. You know, it isn't often you find something that really goes all out for you. But does. Sure, haven't you heard this new kind of soap is best? It does everything in your wash. Well, does even more. It does everything in the dishpan, too.
What do you mean, everything in the dishpan?
Why, I mean Does gives you all this. Suds that stand up till the last dish is done, fast action on grease, plus greater kindness to your hands. Now, how does that sound?
Not bad.
Not bad. Say, you ought to see Does go to work on your dishes. Why, this new kind of soap bounces into suds the instant water strikes it. Suds that really last, so you aren't forever adding soap. And you ought to see the way Duz cuts grease. Say, there's no hard scouring, and that means full speed ahead on your frying pans.
Sounds pretty good.
Pretty good. Listen to this. Duz is kinder to your hands. Kinder than any other leading wash day soap. It leaves your hands beautifully soft and smooth.
Say, I go for that.
Hooray, I knew you would. You'll find Duz does best. In the dishpan, too. Duz does everything. Be sure to listen tomorrow when DUZ Duz will again bring you another absorbing episode on Road of Life. This is Clayton Collier saying good day for the makers of Duz, the soap that does everything in your wash. Your grocer's paper bags and cardboard cartons have gone to war, so when you shop, take your own shopping bag or basket with you.
Again, the romance of Helen Trent. Seeking to reestablish herself in the confidence of the Hollywood Motion Picture Studios, Helen is designing the costumes for a forthcoming Broadway show, and she is sharing her penthouse with Julie Downing, who is to play the ingenue lead in the show. Recently, Michael Fallon, the eminent portrait painter with whom Julie is in love, returned from Ireland. But Michael has brought about a dangerous situation now, for from the first moment he met Helen, he has been secretly more interested in her than in Julie, although Julie, blissfully unaware of this as yet, is happy in what she believes to be the security of Michael's affection. It is mid-afternoon today as we look in on Helen's living room where we find her talking with songwriter Ken McKenzie. Listen.
You know, Ken, today almost calls for a celebration.
Yeah, how's that, Helen?
This morning I finished my very last costume design. No more drawing.
Well,
no more long hours of being buried in my den in there. From now on, all I have to do is work down at the theater with the costumes themselves.
well, good for you, Nick. Well, no, that's a load off your mind.
Oh, it is. I feel like heaving one enormous sigh of relief.
Yeah, I bet. So, you know, Steve's tickled to death with your costumes, Helen. Yesterday, down at his office, he launched into a long epic of praise about you. Used all the adjectives. You should have heard him.
I'm glad he's pleased. I feel like I've done a good job, Ken. I certainly hope I have.
Mm-hmm. So you're going over to Philadelphia for the opening of the show?
Oh, you bet I am. I'll be right there. And then on opening night here in New York, I'll entertain some people at the theater. Megan, David Willoughby, and Alice Carroll, and Dr. North.
Mm-hmm.
Have to do this opening up brown, you know.
Oh, yes, by all means.
Ken, I've got a sure hunch about that tune called Julie you've written for the show.
Yeah? What's the sure hunch?
Oh, the way everybody down at the theater sings it and hums it all the time, the way they all love it. Ken, that song's going to sweep this country. Like Music Goes Round and Round did, or some of the other songs that have just been terrifically popular hits. You're going to be my most famous acquaintance before long, Mr. McKenzie. You know that?
I don't know, Helen.
Well, you are.
You know, I kind of regret calling that song Julie. Wish I'd have made it Susie or most anything else.
Now, why?
Oh, I got ribbed about it pretty much. Well, not that I mind, of course, but by the way, I met Steve Fallon yesterday.
Did you?
Finally. He and Julie were walking up 44th Street, and I ran into them.
How did you like Michael, Ken?
Well, if Julie's picked him, I guess he's okay. Hey, look, what goes on, Helen?
What do you mean?
I mean about Julie. She's going around in a perpetual glow. For a while, after Michael got here, I knew darn well something was wrong, but here lately, Julie's beamingly, blissfully happy. Why the sudden change?
Well, I don't know, Ken. I guess she's just awfully happy for general reasons.
Mm-hmm.
She and Michael seem to...
Hi.
Hi, yourself.
What are y'all doing?
Michael's downstairs in the car, and we're going on a picnic. I just ran up to get some things, and I'm in sort of a hurry. Excuse me if I sort of dash in and out.
Steve wants you to phone him, Julie.
Oh, thanks, Helen. I'll call him later. Oh, hello, Miss Anthony.
Oh, hello, Julie. Just sitting here sewing in your room for a while. You know, I think this is the coolest fun in the place this afternoon.
Well, help yourself, Miss Anthony. I've just come in to get a scarf to tie around my hair and get Michael's camera. Oh, I won't be here for dinner tonight, Miss Anthony.
Oh, won't you?
Mm-mm. Michael and I have had the bright idea of a picnic. He knows a place about an hour's drive up the Hudson where we can have a little trout season all to ourselves with waterfalls and big rocks to sit on, and he can sketch and I can read, and then we'll have supper. Doesn't it sound marvelous?
Oh, that's fine. Don't you want Lucinda to fix you up some sandwiches?
Oh, no, thanks, darling. Michael had a place downtown fix up some stuff. Oh, where the dickens did I put my blue scarf? Oh, I think it's in the closet.
Julie, I haven't seen you for the past few days, and I haven't laid eyes on Michael.
I'll tell you a secret, Miss Anthony. Michael and I are... Well, you see, we were away from each other so long while he was over in Ireland that now that we're together again, Michael says he wants to sort of... Well, we'll make a world that doesn't have anybody in it but us.
Oh, I see.
We're having such fun being alone and running away from everybody and spending every minute we can together for a while. Oh, it's so grand, really. I'm so happy. Michael and I have sort of... Well, everything's lovely, Miss Anthony.
Oh, that's mighty fine, Julie.
Oh, the camera. Well, I'll see you tonight. We have to hurry now before the afternoon gets away from us.
Have a good time, Julie.
Oh, thanks.
You know, you're the hurriedest girl I've ever seen, Julie.
Oh, we've got to drive way up to Haverstraw, Ken, or someplace Michael knows. Oh, Helen, I'm not going to bother to call Steve. I don't think it's important.
Well, just as you say, Julie.
How'd you like Michael when you met him yesterday, Ken?
I always applaud your taste in everything, Julie. You know that.
I want you to like Michael. He likes you. Well, I'll see you all later. Have fun. I will, then. Bye. Bye.
Bye, Julie. You know, Helen, one of these days I'll finally get over that just went out the door. And it may be one of these days soon, too.
Well,